in sunny Bucharest, Romania. We are on day 2 of the International 10, where the teams have gathered to see once and for all who the king is of Dota 2 for this year. And we have a lot of stuff to cover today because yesterday was quite a day. Lots of 2-0s, lots of 1-1s actually. Well, we started off the day with lots of 2-0s and then we went into lots of 1-1s. But here with me to start off today are some fantastic people. We have Tsunami, Jenkins, and Insania. Actually, today we have 2 Insanias, Insania and Insania, because Jenkins has officially announced, yet to be announced on Twitter, exclusively on this stream, announced that he is rebranding to Insania as well, completely matching names. So.
It's never happened in Dota 2 history. And I believe it never will again after the legal threats that you've put towards me do eventually come to fruition. But I hope that will be something that I can deal with.
Do you know how he capitalizes his tag? Because then I'll believe your rebrand. He has different capitals and different lowercases.
I do, of course.
All right.
Let's hear it.
Capital I.
Oh, you already messed up. You already messed up.
I went with the iPhone look, you know, the small I.
Yeah.
Wait,
and then.
Is it lowercase I, capital N?
Yeah.
Capital S?
So it gets
lowercase a, capital N, lowercase I,
What's the last one?
capital A.
Yeah, you got it right.
Oh, she did her homework.
That's pretty impressive.
Good job.
I'm literally.
Good job, Insania. You got the rebrand.
Now you get the
Hey, you
nickname.
can't do that. That's my brand.
No, you're Jenkins Dota back. Okay. You're back to Jenkins Dota. Okay, so today we have a lot of stuff, and we have 4 streams. We have a multicast, 4 streams of Dota for you to enjoy today, as well as same as yesterday. For those of you who would like to join in the conversation, you can check us out on social media, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, and chat about it using the hashtag TI10. That's TI10 on social media. So go ahead and get those posts in, get those tweets in, post some edited pictures of the new Insania.
We're the same. I mean, it's a free country, the world.
Sure.
Okay? Nobody's done it before. There's no legal precedent set for that. So we'll see how that goes.
You're already changing your hair to match him. I see you've dropped the frizz look and you're actually starting to clean up your act a little bit.
The green screen was not liking the frizz.
Details
I
behind
had
that,
to get that sorted.
I like it though. I like the little ringlets. It looks like they specifically curled your hair to look like that. It looks very well done.
He has like a Prince look, I think.
I agree.
Like a
Prince Jenkins.
Like a tyrant prince or like a
like
beloved?
more like the loving prince.
But beloved, because you can be a loving prince.
Beloved.
Yeah,
beloved.
like the people.
I don't know about beloved prince either.
Okay.
He's more of just like a hopeless romantic.
I'll still take it.
All right, well, speaking of beloved, let's check out the standings for our beloved teams for TI10.
Nice.
All 18 of them?
Really?
So we have PSG LGD, which a lot of people probably won't be surprised because of their statistical likelihood of winning TI, sitting pretty with 4-0. We also have Invictus and Virtus Pro at 5-1. And at the bottom, we have quite a few teams that went 0-4 and a couple 0-2s. Team Spirit and Thunder Predator at the bottom of the list in the graphic, but still kind of matching, with some other teams, Team Master T1. SG Esports, Quincy Crew kind of following with their 0-2s. But that was day 1. And what I've learned from the panels yesterday is that day 1 is the day where people start learning and start forming the meta. And this is the day where we will really start to see it getting used. Do you agree with that, Tsunami?
Yeah, because I think pre-TI10, 7.30D maybe had 2 weeks, 3 weeks before TI started. So even though it was just a letter patch as opposed to a full-on number patch, still things changed. We hadn't seen 4 heroes in a TI before, so Dawnbreaker, Void Spirit, Hoodwink, and Snapfire all trying to figure out how they fit in on a TI stage. VP have been trying to figure out Dawnbreaker can be support or core. So all these little things are starting to percolate in the meta, but even the standings in day 1 group stage, you can't put too much weight in. Like T1 is 0-4, but they had to fight 2 of the teams that are at the top of their group, so they have the hardest opponents.
Yeah.
So
Right.
we're figuring things out, but we're starting to get hints of information.
So Insane, from a pro player perspective, and I guess Jenkins as well, from a qualifier perspective,
Thank you.
what kind of mentality do you start today off? What mentality do you start day 2 off? Yesterday, is the day where you're learning about the other teams. What is today?
So I think day 1, you come in with basically a month of prep. And everything you've been prepping, that's what you're going to be running during day 1. If your ideas are good, which you're going to see like the teams that are doing really well in the standings, they're probably going to stick to it and they're going to run with those ideas the entire way through. And then you have the teams that did worse. They're most likely going to try to copy some stuff. But I think implementation during day 2 is a little bit hard. Because it might be a situation like T1s where you, like you said, run into very tough opponents and that's why you're struggling. Not necessarily like that your ideas are bad. So I think day 2, some teams might still be a bit stubborn. I think day 3, 4, that's when you really notice it. And once we go out to playoffs, that's like when you make the big adaptations to adjust really and copy the things that you know are broken.
I think there's an element too of between day 1 and day 2, and in any tournament, if you did poorly on day 1, you need to find some way to mentally reset. Whether that's like coming up with we lost to the 2 top teams, or just like, look guys, like it was a bad day of Dota. We just played bad, like we're tired or whatever. Like coming up with some reason that you can mentally reset is really important. And I feel like all 5 players have to be on board with that too, because like it just takes one person being off at this level to to throw everything and have a bad day too.
Dude, I was looking at Twitter after I got home yesterday and the games were still going on, and I saw Loda had posted a tweet of him like cheering super hard, and I was like, oh man, did Alliance finally win a series? They won a single game versus Thunder Predator, but you take those 100%. You take those, and mentality is a big part of it. So at this point, I think most of the teams at the top are the ones that have been to a lot of TIs, and the ones at the bottom are the ones who are like the players who are like, oh, okay, this is feeling a little bit out of my element right now. So hopefully they can stick to that mentality, Aiden. And
I think it's just
strong.
a very big, this event, and looking at the way that people are drafting and the way they're approaching it, I think experience plays a huge part in this TI. The meta that's developing, I think, is largely, it's not so much based around specific heroes, but more understanding timings and how to abuse timings and how to create a draft where 5 heroes line up with timings that are better than your opponents. And I think that takes a lot of experience, and I think that's why you see like the teams that have the most experienced captains are doing the best.
So how does that apply to Virtus Pro? Because a lot of people say Virtus Pro is like a new team, very young, a little bit of inexperienced with LAN. So how does that apply to them? Because they're 5-1, they're sitting pretty 5-1.
Right. So I think VP, they're probably the exception to the other teams. Like you have all the 4 Chinese teams that are doing really well,
Right.
With the exception of Aster, and then you have OG and EG that looked pretty hot yesterday, in my opinion. VP, I think they are like the pub stars. They kind of probably just playing off a feeling a lot. They just play a lot of games. They've grinded the patch out. They probably figured out like these things are really, really good. So we're just going to stick to these things and figure out how to make those work.
I think the way that they play though, like plays into what you're saying about timings, where when I was looking at all of their replays from like the previous DPC seasons, they don't have like, oh, their offlaners like always building pipe and mech and items like that. It's like they don't have specific roles in the game. It's kind of like whatever fits the game, but also whatever fits like how the game is going. It's like you were talking about like the Slardar yesterday, like being supported so we can get the early Blink Dagger. It's like sometimes they might go like, I don't know, like Echo Saber on that Slardar if like the game is going really well. They don't have set roles on that team, it feels like. They're just like a bunch of really good pub players, and whoever's doing well just gets supported by the rest of the team.
I see. Well, that was yesterday. We still have some meta forming, maybe not necessarily today's the day for it, as Insania mentioned, but we do have a new day, brand new day, day 2. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. We have, as we mentioned before, we have 4 streams going on, stream A, B, C, and D. On stream A, LGD versus Secret, OG and Aster, Elephant, and Team Spirit, IG and Virtus Pro, and Secret and Elephant at the bottom at 6 p.m.
Yeah, so Secret has a pretty tough day today. I think they're going up against 2 of the strongest Chinese teams here at this event. I think LGD hasn't looked like they've had any problems with any other teams they played against so far. But I think Secret is a different beast, and I think this is going to be a really, really interesting game where you're going to see like the European style of like trying to set up a wall versus LGD style of like going to try to pressure you and create space for Amit to farm. So I think this is the series that I'm looking forward to the most in the morning.
And Secret they beat Spirit, right? And Spirit was looking really great coming into the event, but then I think Spirit's sitting at the bottom of the groups, right?
Yes.
And then Secret got 2-0'd by Beast Coast, who looked really good. And I think Beast Coast's first opponent was LGD, right? So and then they got 2-0 by LGD. I think it's possible that Beast Coast is just like looking really sick, and Secret is looking really sick as well. But like today, this is a test to see if like is Secret really this like, finally they're not expected to win the tournament. Actually, VP's kind of like that too, right? Where it's like finally they're coming in and nobody is expecting them to win.
Yeah.
There's a lot of storylines that we get to see tested, theories that we get to see tested.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also excited I saw on that stream Quincy Crew and Beast Coast. As an NASA person, that general region. I'm a big fan, excited to see what will happen there.
In theory, Quincy Crew has always been the slayers of both the Americans regions.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and Quincy Crew played much to, I'm sure, Jack's disappointment, not as well against Chinese teams as I think they were hoping to do. Whereas I think that VP was originally thought to just be only good in their region, and we're seeing that they've expanded their horizons a little bit.
Other than these matches, what other matches are you excited for?
On Stream D, there was Fnatic versus SG at the very beginning, which I think is going to be like the lower bracket, upper bracket, or possibly even lower bracket elimination kind of threshold for those two teams. And Fnatic impressed me by even taking a game off of Vici. I didn't think that they would even be able to split. I thought some people are hot and cold on Fnatic. I've been cold on Fnatic. After watching them throughout the DPC, they were struggling to make their roster work. And even them making it to the qualifiers, it was a reverse sweep against TNC. They were down 2-0. And then they managed to come back. And so I'm still trying to get a handle on how good Fnatic is. And I think against SG, we'll be able to find out.
East Coast actually hasn't played LGD yet, by the way. It was Elephant, which is still like one of the strongest teams in the group. I think Faith Beyond said that Elephant is their biggest opponent, they think. And they like weren't trying for the whole year, which is like a crazy claim. But like it was.
Wait, they were saying Elephant wasn't trying.
Elephant wasn't like really trying that hard, yeah. And I know it sounds crazy, but it was the boy Arthur Leone,
right?
And so he was translating that. He's very good at being like, yeah, this was a joke that they were making, and it's like that didn't seem like it was a joke. So, Elephant's quite strong. But Quincy versus Beast Coast, I feel like that's one of those things where like Beast Coast I see as the type of team that can take a game off of like any team on an international level. Like you can throw them against Secret, whoever, like the top teams in the world, and they can beat them. But then you throw them against Quincy Crew, and I would actually put Quincy Crew as the favorites there, just because in NASA like, we have so much experience playing with each other. Even in pubs, it's like we know all of each other's heroes. Like Whisper was just owning on Timbersaw versus Team Secret, and it's like everybody in NASA knows Whisper Timbersaw, right? It's like he's one of his top heroes.
I think he tinkered us at some point. He plays Tinker.
He's a tinker,
as well.
I know he
a
tinkered us
cheesy,
at some point. Yeah.
cheesy boy. Yeah.
We haven't seen that yet, though, right? We haven't seen Tinker come out yet.
There's I think
Shockingly.
maybe 30 uncontested heroes after day one, which from some perspective could be kind of high. In my opinion, that's like a pretty low number to have after one day of a group stage. But Tinker's one of them. There hasn't been any Ricky. I don't know how you feel about Ricky, Aiden.
Not a huge fan right now, but I think if anybody would pick it, it's probably going to be OG, right?
Yeah.
Like a Thompson, Ricky mid. I
You
could
think
see
with
happening.
like with the dart?
Yeah,
Like you go
probably.
dart with
We
your
actually
hammer or
played that a
something?
bit in scrims. I just remembered now. I forgot about it entirely. But
As 4 position or mid?
no, so Boxy played it off lane, and he would buy Diffusal and just play it like a carry. And then once you reach 20 minutes, he buys a dart. And it's actually stupidly strong. It's like one of those spells that you just don't expect to do. It just stuns you forever.
And it's 1,000 range.
Yes. And you can't see the little thing. You're just out of the game suddenly. You're like,
For
okay.
4 seconds.
It's like Brewmaster Cyclone, where it's like you just take one guy out of the fight. It's like
Yeah.
if there's an Omni Knight or something on the enemy team that you like can't quite kill, it's like, well, just stun him for 4 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very underrated.
It's
Yeah.
nice, yeah.
I actually just forgotten about it. You just mentioned it now.
That's what I'm
brought it
saying.
back
Like,
to
I'm
me.
surprised it was uncontested. Were there any uncontested heroes that you were surprised, or heroes that you didn't see as much of? I know you're most banned was Pango, most picked was Pango.
Yeah, yeah.
That was your prediction?
He thought way too much about it.
I
He was
really
like,
did, yeah,
nobody's
I did.
gonna ban Pango.
I
so-
did. It was not. It was like so next level. You like previous level yourself,
Yes.
which happens a lot.
Yes.
In
Because
Dota.
currently there are only two 100% contention heroes now. It's just Io and Monkey King. Every
Really?
single game.
Really?
Wait,
of-
Tiny
There's been a
was-
tiny
Tiny's
Tiny,
not.
Tiny has been let go at some point.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
It's only Io and Monkey King now.
Wow,
Wow.
that's surprising. I mean, Io's looked insane. That strat that LGD did yesterday with Lycan getting the Dom and then sharing control with Io and then Io running around with the Dom, it's so good. Because Lycan, when he doesn't have the ult, like he doesn't care about having the Dom. He's just hitting creeps the whole time. So you get like this core Io while having a support Io. It's genius, genius.
Core IO kind of wrecked the DPC a lot this year, so maybe, you know, with LGD bringing that out, maybe we'll see more Core IO in this tournament meta. Thoughts?
I think Core IO was good. I just think it's a different. You played it kind of differently from earlier in the year. Earlier in
Right.
the year, it was seen more as like you're gonna buy damage items and you're gonna become this unkillable tank.
Right.
But now I think it's more you go these healing items and you're still a core, so you're hitting your timings very, very early into the game, and then you just become an unbeatable beast in
Yeah.
fights at 20 minutes.
It was Jing Q playing it, so it was a 4-position IO, but he was building like core.
Playing like a 2.
Yeah, playing like 2, exactly. And then like if you do go late game with Io, it's like you're going to go for like Deso Satanic and then the extra hit talent where you like get a hit when your carry hits. Like you're eventually going to get there, and then at that point it really feels like there's a second carry. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous in the late game.
So one of the things that Insania mentioned earlier was that he really wanted to see Stream A's game, which was LGD versus Secret. So let's talk a little bit about that matchup. What are your thoughts coming into day 2? Do you think, has that changed at all based off of the DPC, or is it really just kind of the same expectation? Secret not performing nearly as well as a lot of people may have thought throughout the year. LGD kind of like just shooting up in popularity and kind of staying at the top. Stonks are at an all-time high, staying up there. What are your thoughts?
I think for me, Secret has always tended to, when they've struggled against either South American teams. I think it's like historically at majors and stuff, South American teams seem to like
They're
catch them off guard.
kryptonite.
Yeah. So I don't really judge them too much based off the Beast Coast series. And I think LGD, they had opponents yesterday that could take games off of them, but I think if any team is like specifically prepared to beat LGD, it's Secret, right? They must have a plan. They must have an idea of this is how you beat LGD. So I'm really curious to see what Puppy's like take on this situation is. Like, what is the way to break LGD? Because I think that's something that everybody's asking themselves right now.
If you're willing to show it even during the group stage, like if he does have an idea against beating LGD,
Yeah.
do you think that he would want to
I
use
think
it
so.
now?
I think you want to try it out now and see if it works, because you're going to have a concept of like, this is the way that we beat them. It's not probably going to be heroes specifically. It's going to be some playstyle thing that you're trying to look to find out if it works or not. And I think group stage is the perfect time to do it.
Jenkins, any final thoughts?
You know, I think with LGD, if I was their opponent, I'd be very afraid because one of the elements that I think makes this team so special is the fact that they come up with like fresh concepts on the game that other people haven't thought of or they're unheard of to other people. Like Zhao Wei buying back to farm a creep wave mid is just one of the most insane things that I've ever seen in a competitive game, and then winning. And then seeing that IO shared control stuff happening, it's like LGD is not running out of fresh ideas. And so if you prepped for them, I'm not entirely sure if it's going to matter, is the problem.
It's not going to matter. That's a very strong statement.
I mean, it's LGD. I was thinking like, they're gonna fall off. It always happens, but yeah, they were impressive yesterday. They were really impressive.
So, what do you think that strategy would be, Insania? You said that like they're trying to figure out that strategy. Like,
Yes,
how do you
Insania.
take them down?
What is it?
What is it?
What's the strategy?
So I-
Beat LGD.
It's impossible to like come up with the correct
if
answer.
I knew the answer, I'd probably be there instead of here. But I think when it comes to Secret, I think they're probably one of the best teams that like just figuring people out. I know when I felt like we were doing really hot and we started like slowly taking games off of them during the online period. At some point, I feel like Puppy was like, all right, let's figure out Liquid. They sat down, talked for 5 minutes, and they're like, all right, this is what we're doing. And then we just never beat them again. So I think if anyone can do it, it's Puppy. I don't know what his idea is going to be, and that's why I'm so curious about it. But I do think he probably has like some sort of thought of like, this is what we need to do in order to beat them. And like you said, like yeah, maybe LGD respond with a new idea, but I think that just gives them more info for later on in the tournament.
True. And you're totally right. Like, I think Secret is one of a few teams that also always has really fresh ideas.
Yeah.
Like, I remember at the Animajor seeing it was Broodmother Ursa. And so they had the Ursa counters every brood counter, essentially, like Legion Commander, et cetera, et cetera. So they would just put the Ursa behind the Broodmother in the game, and then they would also play it on Radiant. They would take over the enemy jungle, and then they get the free Roshan for Ursa. And it's like this complementary thing that before seeing it there, I'd never thought of it. And it's like, all right, that's like such a puppy thing to come up with that.
Well, let's see what Team Secret will do in this game because we have some drafts up. So let's take it to that and see. We'll see for ourselves what's coming up.
So I see a Gareth and a Lacoste.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the top tier draft.
Those would not be my first.
I would not
picks.
have opened with those two.
I'd probably go for a Shannon here. I think it's a really good.
I
I
think
think it's only
Or-
it's only good if you pair it up with the Sin though. You need to get the combo going.
The synergy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Cinder.
The 1-2 pick.
I only
And-
like it on second pick. Because otherwise the other team picks Sin, then you're
Oh yeah.
left
Yeah,
with
and then you're done. You're done,
That's
yeah.
happened at a few TIs past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so tell me about this LGD and Secret draft so far. We see Tiny, Queen of Pain, a Clockwork. Is that a Clockwork I see?
That is
Yeah,
a clockwork
Clockwork
and a
Death
death
And a
Prophet.
DP.
Little boy.
I'm glad to see DP. I think this hero is very strong and quite underrated. I think you can play it in multiple positions. This has kind of been the trend this TI, where you try to open up with heroes that can be played in multiple roles. And you can tell, like, across all three of the drafts that we can see here, there is not really any hero that specifically only plays one position. We saw Tidehunter mid yesterday. I think it can be played as a 5 quite easily.
Yep.
And then you see like Weaver Doom, also versatile heroes. We've seen Queen of Pain supports. So overall, if you look at all the drafts, they're following this theme of like, all right, you want to have a lot of options as the draft goes deeper. You can't really commit to anything very hard in the start.
So Tidehunter is actually the most picked hero of the group stage so far. 15 picks,
my gosh.
66% win rate.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
And he's been being first phase like extremely commonly. And yeah, like the flex potential that you said, Topson played a mid, we're seeing offlane and support. He's running the whole spectrum.
Yeah, we're gonna see a Yaps or Rubik. I'm a Rubik spammer myself,
Yes.
so this is always a pleasure. I think that Rubik's not a very strong hero right now, but he does have matchups in which, like against Urcheka, for example, where he will always be good.
Clockwork as well. You just lift him out of the
Precisely.
cogs whenever he goes on somebody. Yeah, it's really
The lane
nice.
against Clock is really nice. If
Yeah.
it's a Clock 5 and you're Rubik 4, it's nice because you don't really ever get caught by him.
Yep. You just punch him. If you get caught, it's like, well, you just press Q.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Death Prophet support is still viable? Because I know after the Silence projectile nerf, she fell off the face of the earth. And China used to actually play DP support very commonly, though I think it was more Vici than LGD.
I know we played it a bit. I think we beat Vici with it at Singapore, and then they started playing it too.
Oh.
And I think it was a really strong laner at that point, and it felt very, very hard to lane against. And then you basically did the same thing as a core DP because you were always winning your lanes. You had very good farm, you had very good levels, so you'd get EXO, and then you just run out of tower.
Yeah.
But I feel like in the current meta, I'm not really sure if it'll play out the same way as the support.
The Siphon did just get buffed. The early game Siphon, the base damage on it. I remember when Doom's base damage on his Infernal Blade got buffed. When they first added it, the base damage was really high, so it was like 100 and something damage for like 40 mana at level 1, something like that. People were playing it as a 5 because it's just so much harass. So anytime I see that on a hero, like the base damage on a spell that's over time being buffed at level 1, it's like, okay, maybe it's a good 5. And I think Holy Locket being still strong also helps a lot. It's like heroes that have that item feel insanely tanky, especially if they have some sort of healing that it's actually amplifying as well.
So I see your favorite Ogre Magi has been picked on the side of Team Secret. Tell me a little bit about that, Jenkins.
He's a beefy boy. He's funny because he's got 2 heads.
And 2 personalities.
He does. He does.
Everyone knows Jakiro is one of the funniest heroes because
No.
of the same reason, right?
Jakiro doesn't matter. We're not going to talk about it. Jakiro's a dragon. Dragons aren't.
Oh, okay.
Ogres.
Come on, Tsunami. Dragons aren't funny.
They're just not. There's another Tidehunter. First pick. Ogre is like, I feel like the changes over time to the duration of his Q, like they increase the window where the next one goes off when you multicast. So you can just stun somebody for 4 seconds now, and then the damage is super high now as well. So if you get a multicast, like the hero will legit take a carry to like 50% HP. It's really annoying. And he's so tanky. He's like the best hero for just standing on hills and dying.
Which is, I think, very, like, for Puppy and Secret, that is something that I genuinely think they do value quite highly. I think, when I think about the identity of these two teams, like, I think Secret is a more lane-heavy team. They will draft slightly more for lanes.
Oh, we got
to
a
make
Tinker.
sure they do.
Oh, first Tinker.
Oh, there it is.
Wait, so
On SG Esports.
you like?
I think
the-
Secret drafts more for lanes. I think they value having good lanes probably a little bit more than LGD. I think LGD still think it's important, but I think LGD will sometimes be like, hey, for example, in this draft where you have an Earthshaker, I wouldn't be surprised to see them leave their offlaner quite alone and just like walk off for him, give him XP, and then be like, all right, you deal with Puppy now, and we're gonna own the rest of the map.
So is there any reason why you think? So whenever I would see this draft in like maybe like a month and a half ago, I would feel like it would always be Enchantress instead of the Ogre, and they're kind of fulfilling similar
Yeah.
roles.
Yeah,
I think so. For
they do.
Secret specifically, yes. I noticed that I think they picked Sky now on LGD, so
Right.
whatever I just said doesn't really make sense.
I
But-
love this hero. This is like my current favorite hero in Dota, other than Pudge, which of course is just a terrible hero. But this is my current favorite viable hero.
Yeah.
If you get the Aghanim Scepter and you go for the Silence talent, you go for the Silence Amplification, the damage amplification talent, and then the damage on your ultimate, you do 3,000 DPS. 3,000. So if you
they're
get a
stuck
sheep,
in the Mystic Flare the entire time.
yeah, but you just get a sheep. Any
You just
stun,
get a sheep.
No, just
Any stun.
casually get a
Just
fuck, I was
casually
gonna
buy
lie.
it.
Get an Ags, a sheep,
No problem.
Well,
Max
even
Silas.
Earthshaker, it's like name a better AoE stunner than Earthshaker.
That's
Like,
true.
He's gonna stun
Or
them
I
for-
mean, Cogs also.
Cogs
Yeah.
is
True.
fine, but the thing with Cogs is you can BKB it, right? So it's like you want something 100% guaranteed,
Oh, okay.
which obviously like Legion Commander Duel would be the best, but any stun is fine.
Yeah.
But Skywrath Mage is like the most insane late game damage hero that's not a carry. And most carries don't do 3,000 DPS unless they're like a mass illusion hero, like Terrorblade does, Chaos Knight does, and Rapier heroes. That's it. So Skywrath Mage, in terms of late game damage, is legit on the same level as Rapier's PA. It's nuts.
Does he have to be played as a core? Is this a mid Skywrath that you're
I think it's going to be played as a 4. Skywrath generally has really, really good matchups against these lane dominant, like melee position 5s, because you have a very strong slow, and you can just keep hitting them and kiting them out, and you have the damage to kill them. Like, as much HP as Ogre has, it doesn't matter when you're dealing Skywrath levels of damage.
Yeah, he's nuts.
And Ogre heavily relies on his high base armor, which Sky doesn't really care too much about. So
Based purely on these two drafts, who do you think has the advantage coming into this game?
I think I like LGDs a bit more because I think it fits more with what they want to do. Come like after the laning phase, they want to usually have a couple of heroes that can run around and pressure the map together, and I really feel like they have that in the Sky and the Clock. And I think Secret don't really have great heroes to chase the Alchemist around. And I think my idea, if I was Secret, to beat LGD would be to try to pressure them more and not let LGD dictate the pace of the game. And I don't really think they have the heroes to do that. I think they're going to let them come to them. And I think that might be to LGD's favor. I think LGD are going to be comfortable playing the game, at least, for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, because Secret doesn't even have that much tower hitting potential. 'Cause-
Yeah,
Just tiny.
it's tiny, right?
Yeah,
It's just tiny, but that's like 20 plus minutes where he
Right.
starts hitting
At which
towers.
point Alchemist is probably willing to show up to.
He has like 3 items at that point.
yeah.
Yeah.
acid
So
spray.
what are the timings for both of these teams? At what point should LGD really push their advantage as opposed to Team Secret?
I think LGD are going to notice 2 things. I think the 2 supports in Sky and Clockwork are going to run around very early on into the game. I think they're probably going to even try to control runes. So from 6 minutes onward, I think they're going to heavily play around middle. And then they're going to use a DP to force rotations mid, which will free up space for the Earthshaker. And then once the Earthshaker comes online, you're going to see this classic PSG LGD style of like 4 heroes running around and pressuring while Ame just farms out the map. And I think Secret's heroes are good at responding to the 4-man pressure, but I don't really think Secret can set the pace themselves on LGD. So it's going to be LGD kind of dominating the early game and Secret trying to avoid having these 2 supports run them over.
Okay. Well, let's see how it goes. Let's zoom in on stream A and watch some LGD versus Secret.
I actually think that this is the most interesting draft too out of the 4 games. that
There
we
was
saw.
a Tinker.
I know there was I mean, Tinker's not that exciting though. After
We
the
haven't
last,
seen him
the
in
last
good.
month of this guy blinking on me with 80% status resistance, 12,000 effective HP. It doesn't make any sense.
But what makes this the most interesting draft for you?
I think, I mean, the fact that you don't see Alchemist much these days. It's like you almost never see the hero. It's a decent win rate in pro level pubs, but it's a very low pick rate, so it's like hard to say what the build is. There really isn't one that's like set in stone right now because people don't play it. And then Skywrath Mage too. That's a very high win rate hero in pro level pubs that you just never see in in competitive, so I'm glad to see it coming out. Because I feel like if you have this hero on your team, you never lack damage. And that's so nice because like you can be 15,000 gold behind and still have an option to come back in the game as long as you're stunning the right guy with Skywrath in position.
So yeah, another added benefit is that he's also a support, and generally when you're running around and you're spending a lot of time trying to kill heroes, you're gonna be low on farm, and you're scared of dying. So like being able to just use 2 supports, in which the case that we have in this game, where it's just Clock and Sky. Like they can go in, kill a core, both of them die, and they're still gonna feel okay because their cores are farming. Is like one of the biggest added benefits to Sky, that you can kind of like leave one more of your cores behind to keep farming because you don't need the added damage from a core hero.
Dude, I think the crowd stuff is working now.
I can hear it.
Yeah,
I can hear the
I hear
cheering.
him, and then like at the top, you see like these little fires coming out of the LGD and the secret logos.
I know, I saw that earlier. I
Yeah.
was like,
So what is that?
oh,
So-
if there's a Twitch extension that you can use, like when you're watching the stream, you can actually, I don't know if this is working yet, but they're working on the ability to predict along with the game. And you can also cheer for your favorite team, and I assume that's what the fires and all of the the audience noise.
Physically cheer.
You like
can
press
turn
a
your-
button, I think.
You press the
I don't think
button.
you scream into your
Because-
microphone.
Jenkins, that works only for you.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'll do that.
We made a special build.
That would be really bad for North Americans right now because I think everybody's like families would be sleeping, and they're just anybody that's up right now is just up at like 3 a.m. watching.
Well, luckily, I think you just press a button, so
That's
I think
good.
we're
That's
good
good.
there.
I mean, that can be loud depending on your keyboard.
That is true. For those of you at home who may want to cheer for your favorite team, give it a try. Twitch extension for TI.
So does Alchemist always go Battle Fury these days, Jenkins?
I don't know. There's like no build that's really set in stone because like the hero's just not picked that much.
I never see Radiance.
Battle Fury's
on
like
anybody.
I don't. On Alk, it's like 50-50 from what
Yeah.
I've seen. It's like some.
Okay.
I think Radiance is more like for an earlier timing because when you get to Radiance, you can run at towers, decently, and then when you get like Radiance BKB, you can definitely run at towers. Battle Fury is more like people will go Battle Fury, Sange and Yasha, BKB, Assault Cuirass, then fight.
Yeah.
And so it just depends on the timing that you want. And I don't know. I feel maybe Aiden could speak to this, but I feel like Secret's late game with Magnus Tiny is actually pretty damn good against an Alchemist. Like I don't feel like you want to play late. I feel like Radiance might work here.
I think generally when you play Alk, you are always aiming to hit some sort of timing. So going very late is not really like your ideal option. Because at some point your scaling is basically your team scaling. Like you're no longer scaling your own hero, but you're giving away Aghanims.
True.
And in this case, he does have heroes that actually gain damage from getting Ags, which is quite important because when you're a carry hero and you're giving away gold, so we're talking like 35 minutes into the game now, and you're giving away your gold that's meant to be damage for you, it needs to translate into damage for your allies. So I think like in some cases where you like, let's say you give away an Ag to a hero that gets utility, like maybe some Coddle, it's not really directly translating. But in this case, you have this DP who's going to get a lot more damage. You have the Skywrath like you mentioned. So I think their late game is fine. I think they do actually scale up, but LGD is definitely going to go for some sort of timing. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Battle Fury just because he's going to have so much time to farm. I don't think he needs to come online that fast because the rest of his team are going to have like very smooth timings where like you're going to have Clock Sky, transition into DP, transition into Shaker Blink, and then at some point Alk will join them.
Dude, sometimes Aiden or Aoi will say something and I just want to like write notes. That's a video, bro. Like the fact that as a carry you usually get damage, and so if you're giving gold away, like it kind of has to be damage to some degree. That is like such an interesting concept. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
But that's unique to Alchemist.
It is unique to Alchemist, but I'm
And it's
sure it can
core
be
Alk.
extended to other position, other heroes.
So for those of you at home who didn't realize, that is Jenkins Schilling for Insania's future YouTube channel.
That's my YouTube channel. I'm his brand.
How about you
Oh,
make
that's true.
videos from my YouTube channel?
No, I'm just gonna rename myself to Insania, my YouTube. You have to sue me.
Oh my god.
Speaking of Sumi, what do you think of these two drafts?
Hey,
What do I think of the drafts?
Yeah.
So for me, I don't have a lot of experience with Alchemist, just like Jenkins. I don't see it very often. The last time I really saw it was when I saw Cheesy playing it a bunch. But now for me, I guess I'm gonna say, because right now I'm sitting on a couch next to a professional gamer, that I like LGD's draft so much better because it just makes more sense. You get the, yeah, great, perfect. That's my response.
Good answer.
I honestly, they're sitting here, I'm just I'm never gonna contradict him, ever.
That's good. I need
You say the
supporters.
sky's green? We're in a green. We're in a green screen room. Perfect. The sky's green.
Yeah. So you see Yasuo already rotated over to the mid lane here to kind of pressure the DP, and I think this is going to be a key thing. We saw a similar story kind of play out in the Alliance OG series where they had a Queen of Pain, and I think when you pick Queen of Pain, you need to really enable this hero. And I think Secret are aware of that LGD supports are going to come to mid. They're going to try to make sure that that lane goes their way. So Yapster is going to make the move much, much earlier into the game. They're leaving the Alchemist alone. They know they can't pressure him. And they're going to put their emphasis on getting Nisha ahead so that Nisha can dominate the pace of the early game before the Skywrath and the Clockwork come online. So I think it's a really, really intelligent move from Secret's side.
Is Secret playing around Tiny? Is that like their hero that they're going to be playing around?
So later on in the game, Tiny's going to be their source of damage. But in order to get to that point in the game, they're going to use Nisha to really help their draft get to that point. Because if you think about Dota, it's mostly like you're going to have heroes that hit different timings at different points in the game. So at the start, you're going to want to enable the hero that will help the next hero hit his timings. So in this case for Secret, it's Queen of Pain's going to come online first.
Okay.
And then you want to use Queen of Pain, Ogre, and Rubik to enable Magnus to come online. And the ideal scenario while all this is happening is that Matumba Man is also farming on his Tiny. But that's kind of secondary in some ways, or rather the way that the four of them are going to play is going to be to enable Matumba Man. And when I look at the two drafts, and this is why I give LGD the advantage, is I feel like LGD has better heroes to accomplish that same goal. Because they're going to aim to do the same thing, but I feel like it's easier for them to do it.
Did you see the Alex build? He has Soul Ring Helm of Iron Will. So he's going
Armlet?
Armlet, I guess?
Ooh.
That's cool. Okay.
What makes that cool?
It's just, usually there's some farming item, first item, and it's just not really a farming item. So he's playing to fight. Oh, this is a good rotation. That's a really important hero to kill before he gets 3,000 HP. Although Death Prophet actually seems like a pretty good solution to Tiny, to be honest, because of her percentage HP and the fact that if he commits in, you just press ult and she will always do enough damage for him. I feel like Necro is kind of a similar hero in terms of countering Tiny, but maybe a little bit just weaker of a hero in general.
Yeah.
So there are answers people are finding, which perhaps is why he didn't end up being contested in every single game. Is that people have thought of answers because everybody's
The Tiny.
So that's usually how it goes, right? Whatever heroes come into the tournament as the hottest heroes, everybody has spent a lot of time thinking about.
Yeah.
And they've played them so much themselves that they know what beats it usually.
That's why I think after first two series, Undying just fell off a cliff because I thought Undying was going to be super hot based off of
Yeah.
pubs
Yeah.
before TI and then vanished.
He was picked once.
I think
I
he
saw him
ended
pick
day
once.
one
Twice.
with like
Twice?
4
We-
picks
Yeah,
at the very end.
I think we watched a couple of games that he was
the
in,
very beginning
and they
of the day.
both ended up being losses.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I think it was mostly we saw him dying. It was just he's
Contrary to his name.
He's running through jungle at 10% HP. Oh, he's dead. There he goes. Feeding free gold. That's too bad.
Oh no.
Yeah, that'll
that-
definitely happen at least once.
That's how she goes. Unfortunately. Oh, there's the counter.
So is this the playing around mid that you were talking about
Exactly.
earlier?
So you see a lot of heroes here are just playing around the mid lane.
Yeah, there are a lot of
This
heroes
is
there all
literally
right.
everyone.
I think they're all there.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So both teams are just trying to enable their mid player to come online to control the pace of the game. But you see here, Matumba Man is getting involved in these engagements, which is
Right.
fine because he's a Tiny. But during all this time, Alchemist is just going to be farming. And I think the armlet for Ame actually to me makes a lot of sense because he wants to be tanky enough not to die to the spells
Not get, like,
while he's farming.
insta-bursted,
So he can be
yeah,
left
yeah.
alone. And I think in that way, the armlet does actually make a lot of sense. And I do think, to Tsunami's point about Radiance, armlet usually leads more into Radiance than it does into Battle Fury. So you
don't
might
think-
actually see the pushing Alch where you go for some sort of Radiance,
Oh.
BKB, and time it with a DP where they try to take over the map.
So Armlet doesn't necessarily mean he's just going to go just straight for damage. Like he's like,
I don't even think it's a fighting item, it's a surviving item for him.
okay.
And it's good for farming, good enough for farming, to where it's probably going to lead into another farming item.
This is a very long fight.
It's been 2 minutes.
Secret is not leaving.
They
They're just
really are.
living here.
I mean, it's going great.
I
for them.
respect it. I respect it a lot.
Yeah, they just gave up on the tier 1 towers. The Exorcism's back up now, and then I guess that may be why they're leaving.
So this is generally how you want to play against Alch, where you invade his side of the jungle very early and you don't really let him stack up the camps and don't really let them sit back and farm. And if you guys have noticed the way Tiny plays throughout this tournament, this is kind of like a different way of approaching Tiny. Normally Tinys tend to sit in their lanes, they farm up their items, they get the Echo Saber, they go Ancients, and they get really, really fat.
Yeah.
But this is Secret's adaptation and recognizing that, you know what, if we play our draft just according to like the standard game plan, then we're gonna fall behind. So we need to think about the secondary game plans that our heroes have, and they're executing it perfectly. And I think this is one of the biggest advantages that Team Secret has in this tournament, that their players are so versatile and they're so good at doing so many different things. I think like while LGD might be better at what LGD does, nobody can do as many things as well as Secret can.
What was the thing that Slack said it right before TI? He said like Team Secret was not doing too well because everybody knew their strats, and then they kind of started concealing a little bit more. And now that Team Secret is secret, they're a little bit stronger. Do you think that's the case here?
I don't think they intentionally didn't do well or tried to hide strats. That's like my honest opinion about it. I think competitive, it's too hard to do it. I know we've played sometimes and thought like, okay, we don't want to show our shit stuff. But then you lose one game and you're immediately like, no, screw this, I want to win.
Yeah, sandbagging is never fun. I think you do it once in like your game.
You're like, I don't want to show my strats, and then you're like, why? We want wins.
My strats are good. It feels good to win.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think the game also changes so much that it's like, if you're concealing a strat for like 2 months, it might just never be viable again.
Yeah.
So you may as well
true.
use it. It's like Dota's, half of the fun of the game is like how much things change on a day-to-day basis when a tournament is going on.
My question for you guys is, do you think that, because the latest patch was so close to TI, and it nerfed a lot of the top picked heroes, so do you think that patch had a significant effect on the pro strategy?
I think so. I mean, if you look like a month ago, like every team was just sitting in their triangle with wards, some support like boringly sitting on the high ground, and a Sven like cleaving Ancients, right?
Right.
It's like there's a few things that haven't changed. Like people are still going Echo and disassembling it, and Helm with Dominator, like pushing strats from the off lane. But I think like the carry being such an important role in the game, and it still is a really important role, but that changing. Oh yeah, that's the combo.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's like, it's so nice when you have a support that can do that with you, man. Somebody who can just sit there and waste time with you.
Yeah.
Get some free kills. It's awesome. Yeah, it's definitely changed because of the carry role changing, and I think the carry role is very important currently. Like Antonio was saying, like fives are super powerful right now, whereas like there are patches where off laners have the most impact in the game. It doesn't really feel like that sort of patch right now.
Do you think that this patch is a 5 patch?
I think it's a pretty nice patch to play 5 in. Yeah.
What's the most impactful role?
It's probably, it's so hard to say, but for pub specifically, it's probably always just going to be mid. Because, as mid, you choose who to enable. And I think that's such a big thing that you have going for yourself, where like, you can choose who comes online. Am I enabling my offlaner, or am I enabling my carry?
Or yourself, if you don't want to leave.
Yeah, exactly, or yourself. And I think like in ranked matchmaking, there tends to be certain positions that are filled by slightly more competent players than others, and then you're most likely going to enable them, and then, But I think for competitive, I do think, and especially at TI, I had this conversation with Sumail where he's like, the carry role is ultimately the most important role. That is the role that like you're relying on to close games for you, and that is at TI when the stress is high, I think the most important role, and you want like someone that you really trust. And look at that, Alchemist going Radiant.
Yeah, after the Armlet. Although, it seems like the Armlet has not done very much for him. Nothing to say is like using these exorcisms so strangely. He burned 2 exorcisms to take down the bot tier 1. He just used it again to solo kill Yapzor Rubik. Well, not solo kill, but like, did he think that there were going to be more secret heroes there? Because he used exorcism to kill a Rubik in his jungle.
I think he just feels fine snowballing the game. They don't feel like Ami's getting pressured, so they're not too worried about using cooldowns.
Okay.
I mean, like, Yapzor is like perfectly content going into the meat grinder constantly because they have an iron grip over the jungle. Although, I guess, props to Alchemist going elsewhere. He was like, okay, fine. If Yapzor is living in my jungle, I'm just going to go get my Radiance in the other jungle.
The classic kill directly in front of Roche. The only thing to make this worse is when the double damage spawns right there.
That's happened a couple of times already.
It happens all. It's like it's great when you're playing.
It's programmed that way.
Yeah.
Dota, I always say Dota is programmed so that if you're winning, it makes you win more. It's so frustrating to be behind.
Until you play OG, then it's the other way around. Then
Yeah,
Dota's programmed the opposite.
It depends on the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the team.
and if you're winning.
Yeah, of course.
If you're losing, it's programmed.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
if you're
always.
winning, it's not programmed to help you win.
Well, it depends on your role. It depends on the player too. Like CC&T, for example, or Quinn Callahan, will pick up every single rune. He'll just stand on a rune and it'll be a double damage. Well, if that's what he wants, unless he's low mana, and then he'll get a regen.
But that's, you know what's wild? I think when you play enough mid, you actually genuinely develop a sense for it, where you know where it's gonna spawn.
Okay, come on.
Get
What?
down to it runes.
Yes,
That
I think you
sounds-
become
sounds like
one
some
with the
reading
runes.
the tea
believe
leaves
it.
stuff. Come on, let's relax. On
It sounds like some mid players should buy me some lottery
that. Yeah,
tickets.
exactly.
You become one with the runes.
You do. You're right. You're
After
right.
you consume 14,000 runes, you just know where they spawn.
I'm just embarrassed because I agree with you, but
Yeah.
it sounds like it makes no sense. But you're
But
right.
when I say it, it sounds smart.
Yeah.
'cause I'm a pro.
it's true. It's true.
Tell
Well,
me
like, you know,
more,
Twitch chat right
Aiden.
now, they're like, yeah, that
yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
sound
yeah.
bad.
Sounds
Got a good
right.
But
point.
if you brought it up, it would be like Jenkins, dude,
Well, that's why I'm stealing it, the Insania brand.
smart.
Perfect.
Oh, missed RP.
Yeah, he didn't cancel it. That was completely whiffed. Rubik goes down and Secret. I think Alk is more than happy to fight now. He's got Radiance, he's got Armlet, and
Yeah, this is the
He's
the
done.
timing. He's a big boy.
it's party time. Is he, what, BKB next? Is that what the Ogre Club is
Yeah,
for?
usually. Or like if the game is going really well, you can go like Sanjin Yasha. Let's see that. He probably should get a BKB though, unless he wants to be a greedy boy.
So now that we're getting into LGD's timing with this Alchemist, what can Team Secret do to to offset that?
So for Secret, I think you need to try to disturb the game. You don't want to let LGD just group up and run together as 5. Because I think if you do that, then it's difficult. So any kind of like slow moves, nice stun.
Oh boy.
It's
That
going
is
to be an
rough.
Aegis.
That's the armlet. That is literally exactly what you said, Insania.
Yeah, he lived just because of that.
He barely lived.
Exorcism's still down though, but Latu's trying to leave. Okay, he's back.
Oh,
Bonk.
ooh.
Oh, that was close.
Wow, they
they're
still
going back
want to
in.
fight.
Alchemist
Oh,
is
what a
back.
stun!
Oh,
Oh,
my god.
The sky damage too. He's a big boy.
Yeah, so for Secret, you need to try to just get pickoffs and try not to play this game where LGD is allowed to group up and they get to set the pace. I think like even if you have to feed away some kills by pushing out lanes, you need to try to delay this game to get your cores to come online.
Do you think that engaging in a full fight there was just a mistake because ultimately LGD came out on top there?
I mean, I think they miscalculated their damage, or they expected here to be able to kill the Alchemist.
The armlet though, it made
Yes.
actually made the difference.
Exactly. And I think at this point they realized like, oh shit, we don't really have a choice but to take this fight. The other option of like running away is not a great option for them because both their cores have committed to the fight anyway. You see the Tiny there,
Right.
and the Mag is there too. So
I
the
feel-
option of farming it out probably would have been worse than attempting to clean up the fight.
I feel like this is the first time the camera has gone to the bottom
I know,
section of the
dude.
map. Everything is just in the dire jungle, which, you know, let's face it, that's where Roshan is. So this makes sense.
Yeah, it's like 20 minutes. It's not even 20
I
minutes
know,
into the
I'm
game
just saying,
though,
it
Jenkins.
makes sense, you know, but it's still, it's a little weird. I'm glad to see some grass on the screen.
The last time they went there was when DP took the tower.
Yeah.
Yeah. Finally, oh, just another fight. This is non-stop fighting.
Even the camera's fighting.
That alchemist stun was so powerful, it destroyed the observer's camera.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, there we are. We're back.
So Alk went for the BKB. Yet Secret is just continuously living in the dire jungle.
So this is like a normal swap in Dota, you know, where you see the Dire take over the bottom side, Radiant takes over the top side.
Okay.
And this is kind of like a natural trade-off. This is kind of how you play a 50-50 game where both teams feel content with farming. I think Secret, when they're behind, they have this tendency to, they're not going to take any bad fights. They're going to make sure that they just farm as much as they can. They're going to give up the objectives they can't defend, and they're going to defend what they can safely. So I think this is like very normal for Secret, and I think they're happy to just let LGD have this timing where they know LGD is stronger and LGD is going to clean up some towers, but they're going to bank on hitting a specific item timing, and then they're going to look to fight them. Probably at some mid-tier 2 tower, it wouldn't surprise me, but it's most likely going to be around one of the tier 2 towers. Or some sort of smoke attempt now that Exorcism is down.
It is a bit of a toughie though, because like, you know, it's like we saw with the Clinks and the Ancient Apparition yesterday, where they were like hitting to the high ground because of the AA vision. Like there's certain heroes and like hero combinations where there is a timer where at some point you have to fight them. Like Death Prophet's one of those here. Alchemist too, to a degree. Okay, there he goes. Nothing
That's
to
a
say.
freebie.
Popping off. Okay, BKB.
Okay.
DC doesn't have buyback.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Alchemist almost went down. He might go down here. Oh, Zai is looking real pathetic over there.
LGD is just
Oh,
face
goodness.
tanking this
I
entire
think Secret's
fight.
very happy with this. And this is what I meant. Like, as soon as the Exorcism's used, now suddenly Secret are willing to fight. But during the entire time that LGD are at peak strength, they would avoid them at all costs. So this is a very typical, to me at least, who gets to play against Secret a lot, their style of gameplay where, like, if they know you're stronger, they'll let you be stronger. And then once you burn one of your cooldowns, they will look to punish you immediately to try to even out the game.
Is Exorcism the highest priority cooldown for them to look out for?
In this game, it's like probably the biggest teamfight tool that LGD has, alongside the Echo Slam of Earthshaker. Those are like the two main tools that they have to win teamfights, simply because of damage. And Death Prophet without Exorcism is like half the hero.
It's one of those things that like does you don't realize how much damage it does in the late game. Like if you're standing directly on top of somebody where like the damage gets amplified because the ghosts have to travel less of a distance.
Right.
It's like it's another one of those highest damage spells in the game where sure it doesn't scale because it's like a spell.
Right.
But it does scale because it just does so much damage at level at the max level that even with items like carries don't do more damage than it does. And it kind of does scale with minus armor and things like that. Sanjin Kaya.
And it lasts so long, so
It
it's
lasts
like you're
forever,
just standing there and you don't realize that your health is just disappearing.
Yeah.
And it's like Jenkins said, right? The tankier you become as DP, the closer that you can play. And so you're dealing more damage because the spirits are traveling less time. So you do actually scale in damage that way too.
True. Yeah, and then if you can stand closer, then you can get the siphon off, which obviously scales because it's percentage. So, and you can get more siphons off, which makes you tankier. Yeah, she's a really snowbally hero for that.
So this is a really interesting point.
Oh, that's
Secret are
not
actually
a good-
cooking off of their timing here.
Oh,
so you
boy.
see the Magnus doesn't have RP.
Right.
And they don't have the Queen of Pain ulti. And that means LGD don't expect Secret to really make a move here. And that's why you see the Clockwork running out alone to take over the outpost. They don't really expect Secret to make that kind of move.
So that
this
was
is
just
a very,
like the big brain play.
Yes, I would assume that this is like recognizing that, you know, LGD probably don't expect us to do anything right now, so they're going to be spread. So let's use this timing to get anything that we can get.
There's
because
a few periods in Dota where like there's that natural downtime that you don't expect things to happen.
Yeah.
Like after you win a big fight and like the lanes need to be pushed out, nobody expects to be gone on because it's like, oh, the lanes are bad for them. Like they have to go back and push.
Interesting.
Yeah, Queen of Pain just finished her BKB and now all their cooldowns are back, so...
Oh, they're just walking right in. Oh no, my boy.
DP is kind of out of
He's-
position here.
and
This,
he's
is
yeah,
very
this
good
fight
for
is
Secret.
this fight is very split.
She's still alive. Oh, she
good
wasted
fight.
way more time than...
Dude,
hoping
Matamba's just
for.
fighting.
Oh my
oh
god.
my god,
what
that
a
echo.
slam! Oh
my
my god!
god. Okay.
Yeah, tip that shaker. Tip that shaker.
Well, when you were saying Echo Slam is an important cooldown, I was going to disagree with you. Like, it's not that
But
good.
in
thing you didn't say
beyond
anything.
Yeah, I
that,
didn't. But you know, being totally honest here, I would have been wrong.
So he also took the Cleave Talent on the Alchemist here.
so he's got it all then. He's got his inherent battle fury, he's got the
I want a
radiance, he's got the
Mjolnir
armor.
now.
Yeah,
Infinity Gauntlet.
let's go.
He's going hard, which I see most alchemists get when they just want to be like totally unkillable. How did this pan out where they get the 3-man?
So this initial start to the fight here is very, very good for Secret. Once they clean up these 2 kills,
It's like
I think
2
the fight is
fights.
basically over. In terms of communication here, all you want to talk about is where is Sheik. That's all they should have kept
There
track
he
of.
is.
Jeez.
And as long as that doesn't happen, I think this fight they're very happy there. In that position of the game, they traded Queen of Penalty for the DP ult, and they've had their RP, and LGD had Echo Slam. So resetting there and like accepting that this is the end of the fight would have led to Secret probably dominating the map for the upcoming like 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, I guess the problem was because it was kind of 2 fights. Matu was trying to go up the high ground, finish off the Clockwork, while the rest of the team was trying to kill nothing to save Death Prophet, and then lost in the sauce was Shaker because no one really knew
yeah,
where it was.
well, it
Yeah.
was playing into Secret's favor though for a little bit there.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah,
because they killed the Death Prophet.
No, Matu's zoning off the Shaker from protecting the DP, so his positioning there is actually very, very good. It's just the following chase onto the Alchemist I think happened a bit early. I think there you can kind of like accept, you let the Alch go, and then you play the map. You wait for him to split up and go farm, and then you try to attempt some smoke while his ultimate's down, his BKB's down from the team fight, something like that.
That was like really patient from Earthshaker too. He
Yeah.
just waited for that perfect moment to hit all three of them.
Both teams kind of have a similar style of hero, like the super counter initiator and the mag and the Earthshaker. Like
Yeah.
we can see the exact same thing happening with Zai on the secret side. If LGD isn't careful, like they can get caught 3-man and just lose the fight, like even from ahead.
Wow,
So if you look at the two drafts, like you said, you have the mag that gets the added bonus of having stun through BKB.
Yep.
That LGD has in their clockwork, but it's not as powerful as the mag RP. And then you have the Queen of Pain, who's their second teamfight tool, which is like more of a instant damage, and then you have the DP that's more of the slow damage, which they then compensate with by having Earthshaker that has quick damage immediately. So it's a really balanced draft from both sides.
Yeah.
And they both have tools to work with. And I think what's interesting about this game that I haven't seen so much in the other series during this group stage has that both teams are doing what their drafts are supposed to do. They're both able to execute what they need to do. And that's why you see the game being so close. Both teams are playing at that kind of level where they know how to find the openings that they need to find for their draft to work.
Do you feel that this is the secret that everybody has been waiting for all year?
Well, it's hard to say because they were so dominant for so long in Europe that we probably if they don't absolutely roll everybody, I don't think people are going to be happy with their performance. But going up against LGD and being able to do what you're supposed to do with your draft it sounds easy, but it's not.
Right.
It's very hard to find those openings. So I do think they look good.
Do you think that there's any slight advantage going in either way? Because you said earlier that it looks pretty, they're both looking good.
I think,
who's edging it out right now?
It's hard to say for this game because I think both teams are doing what they're supposed to do. So in my opinion, it's kind of like a stalemate right now, and whatever happens in the next coming minutes is going to be important. So you're going to have LGD, who I feel like they're in their peak right now. They want to use this next coming 10 minutes to try to push their advantage and hopefully at least get some sort of lane of racks or in some ways translate their advantage to map control. And it looks like Roshan's going to be the first step to that. So after that, this Roshan's probably going to be very defining for who takes over the game. And I think Secret will scale up pretty nicely with the timer. So yeah, it's pretty much anybody's game, I think, right now. They have different advantages, and they've both proven that they can use those to their favor.
That's so scary. This is the first game of the day for us.
Well,
Sorry,
it was
Tsunami.
also like the prestige game of the day, to be fair, also.
Yeah.
We started off strong.
This is the banger.
Overwhelming Blink versus Swift Blink on Alk. Right now, he's going for overwhelming. Why is that?
Jenkins, feel free to answer.
Well,
Jenkins.
the Swift Blink got nerfed heavily. The move speed that he got from it, the fact that you could break the cap, and the fact that he has such high base move speed. I love this ogre positioning. It's so chad. The Swift Blink-
Overwhelming also got nerfed, though, right? The
no,
multiplier.
it got nerfed. The multiplier's better for strength heroes. The raw damage got nerfed.
Yeah, but I
it's
thought in one of the C or D patches, did not get touched.
He
Oh my
is
God,
just
he's
dying
melting.
to tiny. Oh my
wow.
goodness.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay, nothing to say. He's very good. All right, so is Nisha, I suppose. Just too
They're
soon.
losing out though. This is a beautiful fight for Team Secret.
Yes.
So here you notice they immediately reset back now, right? They don't keep continuing. They
Right.
recognize from the fight that they lost that they need to reset. And I think this is to me, these are the things that make Secret so good. When I see them do these things, they're not being sloppy. They recognize that we've already won this team fight. We got what we needed out of it. They are not chasing on for more kills. They understand this is what we need. And it's according to the style that Secret likes to play. It's very disciplined. They don't tend to give anything away for free. And it looks like, for me, I'm seeing signs of peak Team Secret decision making.
Bro, I'm just so pumped because they're cheering. The cheering, I could hear it and I can see the
Yeah,
fire
dude,
now.
it's like working whenever they win a fight. I see it
yeah,
happening. It's
Secret's
awesome.
popping off. I love this. It was like a little quiet earlier.
Yeah. And they're still challenging it. Matu ended up getting the Aegis. And Alk didn't bother to buy back, so they were okay with this.
So I'd say this puts Secret pretty comfortably in the driver's seat now. They have 5 minutes where they get to make all the decisions, and it's now LGD's turn to respond for probably the first time in this game. And I think, like I said at the start, I think Secret's game plan was harder to execute, and I still think what they need to do is not easy, but they can do it.
Look at the ogre just.
He's like, bro, give me the shard. You already have a shard.
That was hysterical. That's peak ogre gameplay right there. That's good.
And you were right, Jenkins. So base damage on Overwhelming Blink got nerfed by 100. The multiplier on Strength got buffed from 100 to 150.
Yeah, so he has a heart too on Alec, right?
Yeah,
I
so
feel
that's a lot of
It's
strength.
just,
Oh,
yeah,
gosh.
it's big damage.
So an
And-
added bonus is also he will cancel blink daggers. When he
Right.
blinks in, there's
True.
the potential of the mag RPing
It's
him
a
and
huge
skewing him
AoE,
in.
yeah, it's massive.
Yes. So there's a high chance that he might hit the mag, and that also makes it harder for him to counter initiate.
Yeah, and I think if he just front lines for LGD, it's like you're mentioning, Insania. The other heroes like do a lot of damage over time. They like Sky Burst and then Death Prophet damage over time. If he can just tank, his team will do enough damage to carry him. So I like the idea of going for heart overwhelming blink.
LGD are smoking,
Yeah, this
even
is-
though there's an Aegis to be
They're
worried
doing
about.
a full wraparound.
Oh,
This
they're
I think
And you
circling
see
all
these
the way around.
couriers, you
This
know
is
exactly
cool.
where they are.
So LGD probably recognize that at this point they need to find the backline in order to win the fights, and they value the vision more than they value the Aegis. So they know that if they smoke from behind, they get to set up vision and fight under their own vision.
Oh, that is
Oh my gosh.
worst hero to die if you're LGD. Sky just dies in 2 shots to Tiny.
Is he on the BKB? Oh my
Secret's
god.
kiting their ultis out.
Tomba is
Man.
slowly going down to.
Wait, he tossed him on the other
Rubik,
side of the
Rubik
comms?
lifted him. Rubik lifted him and
Oh,
pulled
it
him
was
out. It's the Rubik
he's got the
shard.
shard. Oh yeah, you're
Oh.
right, you're right.
They lost Nisha here though.
Oh my god, that was a sick play by Yapsor then.
That looks like he's going down anyway. Is there detection?
Yep, they just placed a
They just
sentry,
put it
but
down.
Rubik's didn't toss him anywhere, and so he just got the stun. Why won't this Tiny die?
Dude, they're
He's
just
so
kiting
buff.
him. They're just kiting him.
I think Secret might look to re-engage on his respawn. This is very, very, very disciplined from Team
This is
Secret.
a crazy fight. I mean, this is
gosh.
weird.
They're just waiting out all the ultimates. Now the Alchemist ultimate is out and the Extra Season's out. So
Dude,
even though
Alchemist
they've
still
lost
hasn't
Nisha, they
BKB.
might look to re-engage here.
Dude, he still hasn't BKB. Okay.
He was really holding
Hold the
that.
ultis back up.
Yeah, because the Mag RP was waiting, but then slammed to counter the counter.
Dude,
Oh my
all these
god,
spells-
what is happening?
He stole the slam!
Okay, the two-man cogs. There's so many plays.
There's so much
There's so
stuff
many
happening.
plays.
Death Prophet doesn't have Exo anymore.
It's still like 50-50.
Yeah, both carriers died. Although, I think this Clockwork may be the final
Oh,
casualty.
he's going down. He's going down. Oh, nothing to
Yapsor
say
is
dies.
playing out of his mind right now. He saved the Tiny at the very beginning of the fight. He stole
Oh,
Echo
the
Slam.
shard
Oh,
Fear.
the shard fear. Good lord. All right, dude.
Okay.
All right, Yapsor's.
Yapsor is out of his mind right now. Yeah, so Shard, I never see Death Prophet Shard, but I
Yeah.
see Rubik's Spirit Siphon Shard, and yeah,
So if you siphon someone for 4 seconds? 4 seconds or 2 seconds?
It's
I
You
think
fear
it's
them
2
for 2
seconds.
seconds.
It's a
the full
long-
duration of the
It's
Siphon
a
is 4
long
seconds, isn't it?
time. It's a long
You have to
time.
siphon them for quite a while. in order to
Yeah,
get the
yeah.
fear.
It's not a very good shard.
No, I never see it.
It's
Yeah.
just on Rubik, you know. In that situation alone, it's
Yeah,
worth it.
And so he was able to cancel the TP.
Yeah, that's nuts. I mean, none of us expected it. Everybody's, oh yeah, he's gonna get out because you don't see the DP shard.
Yeah, and he even stole from DP right before. Yapsor Rubik, man.
Yeah, Yapsor
Always a treat.
100% carried that fight. I mean, that was insane. This was crazy discipline from both teams, though.
Yeah, you just see Team Secret. They see EXO, they run away. This is like when they were in their peak, this is what it felt like when you played against them. You couldn't play any heroes with cooldowns because they would just run away.
How does Al keep walking through the fissure like this? He's like standing in the middle of the fissure.
We're still in beta. Relax.
Right.
Might be the cosmetic. Just like looks like it.
Is it?
Maybe. There's some weird fissure bugs that happen.
There are. Like, there are little
The
tiny
shard.
gaps between the fissures, but...
Is it really?
Yeah, at least, so I know on the new Tusk Shard, you can walk through the side. So, like, it's supposed to extend your ice shards, but you can still, like, squeeze through on heroes like Phantom Lancer and Lycan who have smaller hitboxes.
All right, the
Gentlemen.
most.
Oh, wait, no, never mind. They fixed it. I lied. I got official
the-
word that
you-
they fixed it.
Official word
Just
in the form of a
kidding.
finger wag. Update from the newsroom. It looks like Beast Coast took the first game against Quincy Crew.
Ooh, my boys.
Wow.
Wow,
So
that's-
even the Quincy Crew aren't even the American Slayers anymore?
East Coast is looking real
looking
scary.
good.
They're looking scary.
They were really good at TI9 too.
Yep.
I think they went top 6?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
top
they're
eight.
good.
Top
eight.
eight. Top
Top
eight.
eight?
Yeah.
I think.
I see.
Yeah. I feel like Beast Coast is a team that can always get top 6, top 8 at TI.
Yeah.
But I feel like top 3 is hard for them.
Do you think they have a little bit of the OG like aggressive craziness
Oh,
going on?
absolutely. Absolutely. They thrive. They thrive under pressure.
So Secret again, they're looking to the resets here. You see, once LGD burns cooldown, Secret are like, all right, nope, none
Of
of
course,
that.
the Ogre goes down. That's a classic right there. He could have. If he canceled that, it's like that is huge.
I do like the way that they were able to disengage with Rubik pulling.
Yeah, dude.
Pulling Magnus
Yapzor is
out.
quick
Yeah.
on the trigger.
That was
man.
wild.
That was sick. And the Ag Shard was effective because of that, because of the literal buff to it, and then also because of the stolen Ag Shard, which you don't usually see in a single team fight. Ooh,
Horn toss.
that's big damage.
Rubik stole Fissure.
All right.
A lot of ultis are consumed there though. They used the RP and the Queen of Pain ult. I think this is because EXO was used and they know that the Alchemist doesn't have BKB, so he probably doesn't feel comfortable running up and abusing this timing. But I think LGD might just smoke anyway. It looks like it here. They should recognize that they're stronger now and they might want to do something with this timing in the game.
Was that worth to use 2 ultis to kill Death Prophet?
So we'll find out, right? If LGD managed to use this opening here to make something happen during this 70 seconds that Secret technically is weaker because they lack the cooldowns, then it might not have been worth it. But let's say nothing happens and the result of this is just both teams end up farming, then yeah, absolutely, why not?
So for LGD, in LGD's case, this is their time to like capitalize on
Yes,
that.
and it's Secret's time to make sure that they don't get that kind of capitalization. So you're on defense now if you're Secret. You're aware that LGD is stronger. And it might be so, like, the LGD just read the map as, like, we're not going to find an opportunity here.
But it looks like they're going
baiting
in.
this out.
Oh, Matapa's going for the back lines, though. These are the 2 heroes you want to find.
Rubik got the Fissure and telekinesis
And
himself
telekinesis,
out.
yep.
Oh my god.
Please
Alright,
don't kill me.
Skyrap
Please
goodbye.
don't kill me. I'm just
Now
a
the-
support.
Now we're back
brawling?
with the two carries slapping each other.
Beefy boys, yeah.
And neither of them touch the other.
No. Yeah, that's. Oh, throwing him in.
Oh my god.
God.
Frogs with the stolen Fissure. Very nice.
So if you Fade Bolt with a Stolen Fissure with Shard, does you get the Aftershock stun?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I actually have not been playing that much Rubik recently, but yeah, that's the way it's been working ever since the shard came out.
Okay.
I saw you playing Rubik.
I played it like once.
Position 5.
No, I played it 4.
Twisted.
I played it 4. That was you playing under my nickname.
That's my nickname. What do you mean?
Tier 4 neutrals coming out.
Oh, Tiny hitting high ground is never something you want to see.
Oh, this is so beautiful though. Look how fast this tower is gonna die.
He takes towers the fastest.
That's what Effie was saying yesterday.
The literal fastest.
Oh, this Alk is not going anywhere.
Oh
He is getting chain stunned to death.
Oh my god.
Literally to death.
He did not get to do an action for like the last 8 seconds. He was just perma-stunned.
Yeah.
That's a good fissure, though. Blocking everybody else off. I don't know how much it's going to matter, though, because this hero has 4,000 HP.
Here comes the initiation of the buyback.
Oh my god,
he
I
awkward
just slapped
so much
every-
damage.
Insta-gived?
Yeah.
Poor boy.
He might
Leave
die
him
here, though.
alone. I like the double force.
Yeah, okay, so the Fade Bolt just Aftershock stun.
Bruno?
No, that's intended. Oh, they
got him.
canceled it.
Very nice.
That's a gem, by the way. It's not a small. Oh wow.
Oh,
Dude,
maybe
Rubik
that
is
wasn't
not
outside.
giving this fissure
Uh-oh.
up at all. He will hang on to this until the end of days.
A Secret's playing so disciplined. Look at this. Nobody's committing. They could have maybe killed the Shaker, but they're
Oh,
not.
They're being
boy.
careful.
Yes.
He's getting tossed back. Oh, just tossed up.
Oh
tiny
my
Oh my
god.
god!
That's
The
Skywrath
Skywrath
damage.
What level is the Skywrath
The damage talent?
damage talent?
Which one? The amplification or the
Amplification on
added-
the silence.
The amplification's level 20, and then the.
He shouldn't be there yet. I don't think that was.
Yeah, I don't think he has it. But the
He's
No, he
22.
does. He does. He does.
Is it the left
okay,
talent?
yeah. The levels matter a lot too. The levels matter a lot, and if he has like a Veil or Kaya or something, like legit, it gives you a huge amount of damage. So yeah, that's once again, like that's the nice thing about Skywrath Mage. Is like no matter how far behind you are, not that they're super far behind on LGD, but even if they were, like you can always kill somebody, even a tiny. It's just the hero just does damage.
These fights are so long. What
They are.
like what draft has like the better advantage the longer that these fights go on.
All right, I gotta shout out the Ogre Magi in these fights because this man, I have seen him multicasting Ignite, and there's just 40-second ignites on everybody on LGD, and it is unironically a giant pain in the ass for them in these fights. They're like having to BKB Ignite. Look at this, the positioning. This is nice. This is classic Team Secret. Oh, he's going down.
Oh.
That's what they want, though.
It's a worthy sacrifice.
Yeah, they're happy
Or
with this.
he's fine.
Wait, why are they happy with just letting someone die?
So
is it for the
right now,
vision?
while Tiny's dead, they understand that LGD is stronger on the map, and they want to make sure that their heroes are gaining gold while Tiny's dead. So instead of playing safe on all their heroes, they're going to place Puppy in front, and accept that, you know, if somebody's going to die on our team, it's Puppy, but we're going to try to save him, obviously, while we're still farming. So it's a way of like directing the LGD gank to the right hero on their team, and it's something Secret specifically are very good about. And this is what I meant earlier when I was talking about how they set up a wall. It's
Right.
usually the Puppy wall. He'll just stand in front of you, and he's like double your size.
Yeah, come kill me.
Yeah, and you just can't reach him.
There's also an element of smokes are a really valuable resource in Dota, not because they cost money, but because there's a cooldown on them and there's a limit to them. And so like if you're soaking up, if you're a stupid ogre and you're dying to like 3 of the enemy smokes, then they don't have any smokes left to kill your carry. And so that like consuming that resource for a support is just not worth it for the most part.
And in this case, they even managed to get him out. But that's the idea of like, if someone on our team has to die, who would we prefer it to be?
And it would be Puppy.
Yeah, in those positions, it's going to be Puppy.
He's a glutton for punishment. You know he likes it.
Masochist.
He's always the one that's
Wait,
right
what,
there.
what do you mean by masochist?
Oh, he wants to die. He wants to
He
die
does.
for the team.
He does.
I think Puppy's the support that the least wants to die. That man loves farm.
Yeah, he was getting solo farm on this ogre, and like part of me was like, damn, I wonder if he's gonna get a Midas, because they're just giving him a free lane half the time.
He's got a veil. I like the veil. He's doing big ignite damage.
Oh, so I looked it up. It is the 20 left talent. We initiated, tossing the Tiny in.
Oh my
BKB.
gosh, Tiny is taking.
Nice RP, beautiful
That's
RP.
a 2-man. He is cleaving up a
Death
storm.
Prophet's instantly dead. She buys back, but she doesn't have Exo.
If Ahmed dies here, I think it might be game. They're gonna get Roche, and then the game is very difficult
Yeah,
for
that's
LGD.
2 minutes. I don't know if the Earthshaker. Oh, it does.
He got out. Is DP gonna die back?
Oh, that
Throw in
would
the
be so
Pupal.
bad.
Oh, is he gonna throw him
Throw him
again?
again.
He didn't take toss, no target?
No, I don't think so, actually.
Aww.
You know when there's an ogre flying at you that it's not going so well? It's like, oh, that's the guy that's supposed to be dying, being tossed aggressively at me.
Yeah.
This whole
This is going to be a very difficult hold for LGD. So the first time around, they had the buyback, and they did the... So normally when you're in that position, what you're aiming to do is you want to use some sort of initiation
Oh my god, goodbye buildings.
together with your buyback in order to avoid the Team Secret resetting and being allowed to just pull back the way they've been doing the entire game. But now they don't have the buyback, so they don't really have the follow-up needed to keep Matsu off of these buildings. And I think he's just gladly going to walk up and clap stuff.
Matubba Man did something pretty cool there, and I don't know if it's because he uses arrow keys and he was just misclicking or not, but he moved like inching towards the throne, making it look like he was posturing for it to like try to force any potential buybacks. It didn't happen, but it was still cool that like it looked like they were rushing the throne there for a second, but then he just instantly like changes his trajectory and starts hitting the tier 3 just to see if like he could force anything, because you know that when you walk up that high ground after a fight like that, there's like a few seconds where LGD's not going to be in position to kill you if you do that. So you can like make them a lot more scared than they have to be by being like, we're going to go throne right now. Just kidding.
They ended up buying back anyway.
Did they buy back on somebody?
Yeah, I think Skywrath bought back.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
they
Then.
used one
It
buyback
worked.
for
It
sure.
worked then.
Yeah, but that is a very common thing that you'll see teams doing throughout the tournament. Well, they will run towards the throne only to force out the buybacks.
Yeah. And then they just back off.
Precisely. Here, Secret probably thought that they did not have enough time to kill the throne, so they decided we're going to go for 2 lanes of racks and then get Roche.
They can
And it
just
just
backdoor
further
this, I
speaks to their discipline. Like, they understand we're going to have to take another team fight, but we believe in our skill and we know that we are ahead and we are in a position where we should consistently be winning team fights. So they don't feel like it's a risk to reset back there when they recognize it or when they think that they don't have enough damage to thrown.
Yeah, it must be
LGD's
very
like taking a
scary.
Hail Mary right now. They're
yeah,
fighting
fighting
outside
for
of
the
this.
ages.
I think Secret thrive in these positions
God, yaps.
where you feel desperate against them. That this is when they're at their best.
So now that we've seen Rubik in play, do you think that this was an excellent pick for this game? Not very often picked, but
So
good for the circumstance.
even like the Shaker got his own shard, and he is having to enchant instantly after Fissure, which usually you want to stall out for as long. You get the Fissure, the enemy walks away a little bit, then you get the Aftershock stun with the shard. But he's so terrified of Rubik stealing Fissure again, he's just mashing enchant immediately. And it's the only way he can protect it, because otherwise Rubik's going to get it and just be a better Shaker.
Yeah, and the fact that he can just lift somebody so far over the wall, like whether it's his teammate or the enemies too, is like Fissure while being able to reposition your teammates is pretty dope actually.
Oh,
You want to initiate him in. You want to fight? Let's fight.
Yeah, that goes
poor
Scepter.
Skywrath. Yeah.
Oh, Echo
Really only got
Wait, did
Puppy.
that? Yeah, I was about to say, who did
Yeah.
it hit?
didn't really get a good hit.
Oh, right across the Fissure.
Aeon Disc?
Aeon Disc assembled.
Nice.
But Matu blinked out. No one was dealing damage on his
I think they're
Aegis.
happy here resetting. They know that they've used Exo. They're like, okay, we get to dominate the map here for another couple of minutes, or we have the opportunity to march up high ground and hit with Tiny. So they have two options here that they both think are good. So they're happy resetting back. I mean, this Secret to me looks like the way I think when Team Secret plays at their peak, this is what it looks like. And I think that regarding your question about the Rubik, I don't think any other player than YapzOr could have pulled off this performance. And that's my honest.
Not even FY's Elephant's FY?
I think specifically the way that he played this Rubik, I think is very, very specific to his playstyle, and I don't think it would have looked the same if somebody else played it.
Fair enough.
Even FY.
Even FY.
I think the fight that he carried was like the pivotal moment in the game.
Yeah.
That was when everything went in Secret's favor. And,
YapzOr has this broken ability to be very, very patient. He's able to stay alive. If you watch his player perspective, which I have a ton, he very frequently will just be very patient about not going in for the first half of the team fight. And then he'll come in at the right moment. And I think that's like a quality that's very, very specific to him, and is why you notice him make these like crazy plays so often. Because he has that patience, he has that ability to understand what he's supposed to do in any given team fight.
in this case, it was like right at LGD's peak timing too.
Yeah.
It was like it was the worst time for them to get outplayed. He has a double damage. Okay, there it goes.
He used to have a double damage on
Yeah,
Titan.
it's gone. That's too bad.
Was that one? Did he even activate Satanic? Okay, yeah.
He
He
did, yeah.
satanicked off the debuffs.
God, Satanic's such a frustrating item.
I can't
Carries
believe
get all
it's
the cool
undispellable
items.
now.
Yeah,
I
it's
hate
nuts.
it.
I hate,
And I can't believe it dispels also now.
and you know, carry players are the biggest whiny babies. They don't deserve these cool items.
Oh, poor DP.
Oh my gosh,
He
she's
is
getting
getting
pinballed
bounced
around. They
Well, they
activated
forced the
Exo,
ult.
yeah.
He has another RP coming up pretty soon. His refresher is about to pick off cooldown. I think it's going to be up before the Aeon Disc, so Secret will have an opportunity to go back in here again. If you notice, like, Secret's not allowing LGD to play at full strength. They keep poking them, they keep forcing them to use something. Now Exorcism's been wasted too, so like, now when they actually want to take the fight, they will have everything while
They'll have.
LGD is on limited resources.
Yeah, they're slowly chipping. Rain Track is about to fall, and then you can just, well, if you force the fort, you can just BKB for the melee, and then you've got megas. So it's like there's only a couple of more steps left here,
Yeah.
where LGD can't really keep holding out like this. Although they're doing a pretty damn good job at not losing at this point.
I think it's part of how Secret plays. Secret will play these situations extremely patiently, more than most teams. I think like this is a situation where I think like European teams are very, very good in. When they get to be this far ahead and they're just supposed to like close it out, but it's a hard game to, for example, go high ground. I think there's been a lot of like theory crafting that's gone into this, where like they know how to do this in a slow and controlled way, where the risk of throwing it is like at minimum.
It's like you have an 80% chance to win right now if you just go fight, but you have like a 95% chance to win if you just hold out and make them waste Exo, take Roche, etc.
Yeah.
So like just play for the higher percentage.
Yeah, so as soon as like the Tiny blinks in, the Swift Blink gives him some attack speed.
Right.
And once that runs out, Rubik just lifts him out. And they're
Right.
just doing this on repeat. And they know that if Tiny gets initiated on, they have the tools to get him out.
So on the LGD side, what is their win condition at this point? Is it just
It's
for Secret
frustrating.
to mess up, essentially?
You kind of have to, and that's what you're going to notice and do here, because it's frustrating. You're being caught in base and Secret's not giving you anything. They're not giving you any opportunities to really do anything. And I think Secret,
They found the Rubik. He immediately buys back, but it's going to take him a while to get into the fight. Clockwork's going to go down, and Force Staff RP only catches the Alec.
Alchemist.
And Maki's just going to town. Death Prophet's
God.
paralyzed.
she's living though.
He's missing
She's
a
living.
lot.
Yeah.
He does not have MKB.
She activates Exo, she's committing to this life. And she's still
This is such a
alive.
nutty play.
Dude,
Oh.
that's
No.
crazy. Yeah.
He had buyback too.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised he used Exo on this life. He's back
But
now,
he's just
but
chunking him.
And
That's
there's
GG.
the GG.
yeah.
Yeah, so I think what I was about to say is Secret also, unfortunately, they are very, very good, and they are aware that the only play that they have is this specific smoke wraparound.
Right.
And I know because we've tried all these things against them. I've played against this. I know how frustrating it is when you're sitting there in base and you have so much time to talk about how do we break out? What is it that we need to do here? And their only idea that you come up with is an idea that you know they're aware of. So this was a very well executed game by Secret. I think they looked extremely strong. They
Yeah.
made the LGD look like any other opponent, and I think that's not an easy task.
I think they definitely proved that they really, really super belong. Like they belong here. They deserve to be here.
Absolutely.
And now they're at 3-2 now? They're at 3-2. But we have to pick another stream, gentlemen. We have the choice between C or D, but it looks like D is already in the game. So how
Yeah.
about we take a look at that
We
one?
can glance, so we confirmed that Beast Coast took game 1 off of Quincy, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And yeah, I get nothing too special with the draft. So yeah, let's go to D, Fnatic SG. I had high hopes for this game to figure out how good Fnatic
Yeah, I'm
truly
curious. Same with SG as well. Like
Yeah.
SG's taken some game. Both of these teams have taken some games off of top teams recently, which for qualifier teams is always that's something that didn't happen in Dota 4 years ago. Qualifier teams were always like, oh yeah, they're so bad. But
right now, these two teams are super even. 1K net worth difference, and that's it. Jug versus Sven. Oh, Aiden, I talked to you recently about Jug versus Sven. How do you feel about the carry-to-carry dynamic here?
I think Sven traditionally was considered to be pretty good against Jug. In recent years, I feel like it's kind of been flipped around. And the idea is that you will when Sven blinks in, he's very lonely in the fight because he jumps straight into you. And then if he gets Omni Slashed, he isn't sharing the damage with anyone. And in that way, Juggernaut is very good against this Sven. And I think that's primarily been the way the matchup has gone over the last couple of years. There's still the threat of you getting crazy out-farmed, and in that way, Sven beats everyone.
Yeah.
So.
and Jug also gets Mjolnir, sometimes MKB, items that will crush through a Sven's armor.
Precisely.
Yeah.
How is Phoenix? There's a Phoenix here, but I haven't seen a lot of it.
I think it's good. I think it's a good hero against strength cores in particular, Tiny, Sven, it dumpsters. It's not so good against Jug, for example. Amazing against Knights. It's the hardest counter to Night Stalker in the game because it makes it daytime and nothing overrides that. So Night Stalker presses his ult and he's flying but not going quickly, not attacking quickly. It's one of the most annoying things. Even if you have a Phoenix on your team and you pick Night Stalker, you grief the game. You cannot play.
You're still countering the Night Stalker.
Rip.
You're still counting the Night Stalker on your own team. It's really very sad.
I mean, my personal experience is that any sort of support that has vision tools has been very, very important. And you see Clockwork with the rockets, Phoenix Egg just gives you this massive area of vision around itself. So I think it's a strong tool, and I think Virtus Pro, they're a team that really likes that hero, and they were utilizing it. So I think there's going to be some teams that think it's good. I think there's some teams that are going to think it's absolutely terrible. I don't think there's going to be any middle ground really. I just think certain teams are going to value it and other teams.
You either love it or you hate it.
Precisely.
I do like how on this stream, they're cheering a lot
Dude,
more.
that's
I'm a
Southeast
big
Asia
fan.
for you. You just wait until T1 gets a game. It's going to be constantly max volume.
And essay, bro. I mean,
And
I feel
essay.
this
Well,
is the
apparently not. I don't know. What time is it in Brazil right now? Because things are looking quiet
It
for
would be
SG.
very early.
Okay,
yeah.
okay,
It's
fine.
Oh.
3 or 4 a.m.
All right, fair
something
enough.
like that. It's
They'll wake up for it
They'll
though,
wake
right?
up.
They'll wake
Yeah,
up
yeah.
for it.
Do you guys think SA and SEA have the most passionate, vocal fans?
Yeah,
Yes.
and not
I think
just in esports, in normal sports also, I think.
Yeah, and NA is passionate about hating itself.
yeah. I don't think NA's probably at the bottom of the list. I mean, Gabe and Bless, love the boys in NA.
I mean, you've how many different countries have you played LANs in, with a crowd? Because I know in the past recent
We had a
times-
tendency not to make it to the crowd. But I played LANs in many countries,
Yeah.
but not so many in front of crowds.
Oh, okay. So
But I mean, I've been a part of the crowds
sure.
because we were knocked out, and I was watching the game. And I think SCA crowds are very, very passionate.
That's a common
Yes.
common theme that people say.
I have a very unimportant note about this game.
Hit me.
Tavo, the offlaner for SG, for some reason on my Liquipedia, I was listed with an alias of Tavo because I got kicked off a team and he replaced me. And then people are like, oh, that's just Jenkins renamed. And so all of his competitive history is on mine too. And so it looks like I played in front of a lot of crowds. I've been doing great.
And you were a professional Hawk player in the past.
Yes, of course, I was.
You've had such a long career.
And now I'm on Team Liquid, actually.
Yeah.
I'm insane.
Very illustrious.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Your career is wild.
You can just steal people's names in video games.
Just that easy.
Yeah,
That's why you decided to do it today.
absolutely, absolutely. He's not fighting against it. In fact, he wants me to do. He says, make me go. Okay. Oh,
Beyond this.
was that?
Venomancer is the last hero you want to initiate on. This should be a really good fight for SG.
So why did they do it then? Was that just they decided to just see what they could get along with Veno, or did they just commit to trying to get something?
I don't know
It's
if
so hard
they
to
knew
say.
he had an Eon disc.
Maybe, yeah.
Because yeah, it seems irresponsible otherwise. But
Yeah.
maybe he like just assembled it, or maybe there's smoke pop and they blinked on the high ground and it's like, I don't know who's here, but we're gonna kill him.
Yeah.
Both of the BP boys.
It's really hard to say when you haven't seen the flow of the game. In the
Right.
Secret LGD series, where we get to follow it from start to finish, it's easy to feel the emotions of the players, but it's a little bit harder when you just jump in like this.
But we get the benefit of being
Yeah.
able to see all of it happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how good Tinker is right now because this is the first Tinker that we've seen, and I haven't seen him yet. Where is the Tinker?
I think
He's off
if you
doing
draft
Tinker
Tinker, you
things.
need a lot of vision tools. It's very, very important. They have the Venomancer wards, they have a nice Stalker ultimate, and I think if you're gonna pick it, you need to combine it with some sort of either Invis hero, like Reavers, Bounty Hunters, or vision tools.
Night
Yeah.
Stalker or Tinker, yeah, that's super
Yeah.
dope. The thing with SG though, like the way they play as a team is that 40R, like Tinker's, if you watch, like the pub Tinkers at least that I've seen, like he like tops in if you watch him play, like pops off and he's top net worth and like solo carries the game. With SG, like Costa Bile is almost always like the golden boy that's like everything is on his back. He's the guy popping off. Like, that's what's happening in this game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it. There's a shard on the ground there or something.
It was a third roach, so it was Refresher Shard.
But this to me looks like SG in their element. Like if Costa Bile is given a good game and he needs to like 1v5 carry, even if he's on like a Jug or a Slark, you know, one of these heroes that's not like a stack farming carry or something like that, he'll still end up insanely farmed and he can take the pressure of having a 1v5. It's like SG prefers to be in that spot. Where they have issues is when Costa Bile has like a bad start and that he's not the one popping off. Like 40R, even though he's Tinker, like he'll play more of a supporting role in the game.
Tinker BKB? What's up with that?
Yeah, that's pretty common.
Really?
Yeah. It's you get in there. He's a tank hero now, which is so stupid.
What
but-
do you like put defense matrix on yourself?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, and then you BKB, you go in, you Bloodstone as well, Sanjin Kaya maybe, and you heal so much, you tank so much with Strength Blink especially. Like that hero's not meant to have the effective HP that he has with the items that people are building on him. He's not meant to have magic resist, he's not meant to have status resistance, and he does. And so, you know, now that people are doing this build, it's like clearly totally imbalanced, but nobody thought of this like a month ago.
You want to explain the new Tinker to anyone who might be
Sure,
like, why
it's-
doesn't he have BOTs?
It's very confusing now to play. There's like 17 buttons to press, so if you thought Tinker was hard before, well, you can bet your ass you're not going to be able to play it now. He has this defense matrix thing that you can press on yourself.
or allies.
Or allies, which makes it very confusing. Gives you a damage shield, and then while the damage shield is up, you also have 50%, I believe, status resistance. You can buy the shard at 20 minutes and still get March of the Machines, equivalent to the previous March of the Machines, but then that adds an extra button to press, which is very confusing.
But look at it.
Yeah, look at all the buttons he has.
Yeah, the extra button
And-
is he has BOTs built into
Yeah,
the hero now.
so the way that it works now is at the first level of the ultimate, you can TP to towers. At the second level of the ultimate, you can TP to creeps. At the third level of the ultimate, you can TP to heroes. And so you're actually getting bots too, because you do get a lot of levels on Tinker for the most part, fairly quickly.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of that change actually, because the bots just took up a slot. There was no way you weren't going to buy them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now
But now Tinker can have true 6 slots. And that's a terrifying
God,
idea.
it's like you get an
Okay.
extra slot to press the button. You get 2 extra buttons.
That's why I was surprised with BKB, because I thought for the dawn of time, Tinker is always active items that
Nah,
you
man.
cast on enemies.
It is all about getting in there and being a tank, which is very strange. And the thing is, like, you know, there's probably other ways you can play it too. Like, I've seen people playing Tinker as like a medic, where you just go to base and you come back and you bottle your team.
Yeah.
You put Defense Matrix on your team. You can refresh Lotus Orb, for example, and Lotus your entire team. Like, there's so many. It just hurts your brain to think about Tinker now, which is cool, but very hard to play. Like, he's one of the hardest heroes to play in the game now, and he was pretty hard before.
Okay, so level with me.
Sure.
Pretend that you're not watching this game and all you see is the draft. What draft would you have said was stronger?
Based on
Me
the group
first?
stage so far.
Wait, no, he has to go
Oh,
last.
okay, fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to be the smartest of us all.
Wait, are we
so
doing stupid
we're
people
just gonna-
first? Maybe I should go first.
No, it's definitely me.
Okay, all right. Well,
No, that would be me. I'm not going to answer.
You posed the question, so you get plausible deniability. Tidehunter is crushing it right now in this group stage, and I think that team fight comps in general have looked quite strong. And so Phoenix plus Tide, a cleaving hero like Sven, I favor Fnatic's draft. Jenkins.
yeah, I like SGs because I think their core matchups are really good, at least for lanes. And I think this is like where NA, SA teams thrive, is if they can get some like easy lanes. Tinker does really well against Lesh. Jug does really well against Tide because you just spin on him and he can't crack and shell it off.
Right.
And then Veno completely dumpsters a Sven because you kite him, and it's just such a pain in the ass to be Sven. So I would say off of that, like SG. Well, okay, we're saying without knowing that it's SG.
Right.
Still, I like the heroes they have.
I think I would have liked Radiant more for the reasons Tsunami gave.
Let's
Okay.
go.
All right, Sumi, what do you think?
I'm not
Let
allowed to
Insania
say
explain
anything.
as a pro player, please make me feel smart.
I'm a
I don't think
professional.
either draft is bad though. I don't
Yeah.
think it's like you have to choose one or you're stupid.
Right.
It's not that kind of
Yeah,
position.
it's not. It's
Yeah.
not.
Thank
it's,
you, Insania.
Like it's
They have
very.
different advantages.
I will stop stealing
Yeah.
your name now for that.
I would prefer the Radiant's advantages.
It's very easy for me to sit here and ask you like such a plain question, but the answer is very complicated because it also depends on like the play styles of the team and like how they end up making decisions.
Exactly,
So
exactly.
I can ask this question all day. I just wanted to know because I want to learn about your thoughts about the heroes and stuff
GG.
like that.
Yeah.
But for sure, it's just way more complicated than that. So viewers at home, keep that in mind when we
mean,
get some answers.
Aiden and I would have both lost this game.
I mean,
No.
if it were these two teams we were asking about, then you know it might be different because I don't
Right.
really know SG that well, if I'm being honest. And you said this is like right up their element. This is
Yeah,
their
oh,
comfort,
for sure.
so
For sure.
maybe for their team this is like the perfect draft. But just purely based on the meta and what I've seen from other teams, I'd say the Radiant draft probably wins more time than the Dire if you have like Team A versus Team B playing it out.
We can also see there, it looks like Vici Gaming took the first game versus Elephant.
Just like in the DPC.
My boys,
Nothing
my boys.
surprising here. Elephant always losing to Chinese teams.
So now we have no choice. We're gonna take a look at Dream C and see how that's going. Quincy Crew and Beast Crew. Quincy Crew versus
Quincy
Beast
Coast.
That's a kind of
Quincy
that's a cool
Coast.
name, actually. Beast Crew.
Crew.
I'm gonna be Beast Crew Insania. That'll be my name. Nobody can stop me.
Jenkins, just be yourself. Just be yourself.
We love you the way you are, man.
Yes.
You don't need to change.
I agree with Tsuno.
All right. So now, before we get into like the deep strategy of this game, tell me about these drafts.
Yeah, so Dawnbreaker's back in the mix, and Insania, you and I were on the very first panel of yesterday where we saw. Yeah, you were also. But
I don't think anyone else was there. It was just you and me.
Oh no!
It was just Tsunami and Insania.
It's a little talk show that we
You
were
guys
having.
did such a great job.
You were saying whenever we saw VP's Dawnbreaker support, I think it was paired with a Sven carry, and you were like, that sounds like a huge pain in the ass of a lane to go against. Okay, well, the Dawnbreaker just died here. But because I'm trying to figure out how Dawnbreaker fits in as a fight.
Okay.
And then, so you said with Sven, it's double stun setup. Stormhammer into Starbreaker. Why would you maybe do it with a Lifestealer here?
So I personally, immediately felt like kind of ooh when I see it with a lifestealer, because I think as Dawnbreaker you want to really dominate your lane and you want to play for kills and you want to like make things happen during the laning phase. Whereas lifestealer I feel like is more the type of hero who wants to just like slowly out CS his opponent and play more of like a harass game. So like if you think about it, like a lifestealer Wisp, they kind of want to accomplish the same goals, where we're gonna out sustain our opponents. Whereas a Dawnbreaker lifestealer, I feel like are trying to accomplish opposite goals. So either of them is going to be unhappy at the end of the laning phase.
So she wants to
Even
kill
if they-
and he wants to farm.
Kind of, right? I think it's hard to play lifestealer as aggressive as I would want my carry to play if I'm playing Dawnbreaker. But with that said, Dawnbreaker is still going to be strong. He's still going to be able to zone out heroes, and lifestealer is still going to be good at what he does. But there's no real synergy for me between the two heroes in the laning phase.
I kind of feel like both heroes like zone out. You know, it's like almost like redundant to have them both together.
I feel like
to
Nyx
some
does it
degree.
later though. Nyx wants to hit level 4 or 5.
That's true, yeah,
And
yeah.
Dawnbreaker wants to go from level 2.
Yeah, like
So like
Nyx
your
with, like,
timings aren't lined up.
Nyx gets like phase boots, maybe like Orb of Venom, something like that. Like he's like at this point he's solid.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I like that. I like how when we're watching the other games, people were cheering after team fights, but no, in this game, we're just cheering all the time. Like they're literally just farming creeps, and you see the cheering.
Every
like-
single last hit, I'm going to press that cheer button.
I think maybe because this is like a classic like NASA matchup.
Oh,
that
yeah.
People are just in chat. It's like I can cheer faster than you.
It's pretty early in the morning for both sides,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's like 1:20 in the morning on the West Coast.
And today is Thursday or Friday?
I don't even
Good
know.
I
question.
never-
Wait,
I-
let's
I-
see. It's Friday, so it's Friday morning.
Friday morning?
Is it Friday morning? Thursday morning?
Or is that Thursday night? That's always the question.
With-
You know.
It's
Yeah.
1:21 a.m. on the
Okay,
West Coast, so Friday.
Early Friday.
Yeah, but
Is it
you know,
early
that-
Friday?
to
No,
me,
wait,
that's
early
Thursday
Thursday?
night. That's the thing is, you know what I mean? It's like
No, they're 8 hours behind us. So it's, or whatever, I mean, how many hours behind us? So it's 11 a.m. on Friday for us. It would be 1 a.m. Friday for them.
which is Thursday night.
Thank you for math.
Thursday night, yes, sure.
Thank you.
For as much as we do talk about this Dawnbreaker lifestealer lane, Tidehunter, no matter what, seems to not be doing as well as his group stage history would indicate. 'Cause this is a rough lane for him.
Yeah. Laning phase is hard. But it's a strong hero in the game, I think. The only really break tool they have is the Aghanim Scepter from Shadow Demon. And that's like the only answer they have to really effectively killing the fight. Because normally either you need a lot of damage where you can burst them, or you need some sort of
It feels good.
thing
to
that he
be this
can
good.
purge off himself.
Whisper's using the PPD line. That's good. God, Whisper was popping off yesterday. He was.
Was that the first rampage of the day?
Yes,
I don't
It
know.
was?
I think so.
Even in the games that they ended up losing against Elephant, he was like Whisper was making insane plays. I remember like he was playing Tusk, and he was just punching over and over, like surviving
It
at
feels
10%
good to
HP
be
in a
this
fight.
good.
Is he just spamming it off cooldown? Is that
I
what
think
he's
he
doing?
is.
For last hits? That's a Whisper classic.
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
So were there any other ravages yesterday? Or rampages yesterday?
There were many ravages.
There were
actually.
many
Tidehunter-
ravages
a lot of
yesterday.
ravages.
Rampages.
There'll be about 10.
I think it was just the
Blah, blah, blah.
one, and
Just
it was
one?
a Whisper Timber Saw.
Yeah. That's it. That's his.
And they kind of gave it to him.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they were like fountain diving, so yeah.
Yeah, Whisper is
Do they voluntarily give it to
I
him?
don't think it was voluntary. I don't think anyone would voluntarily do that.
Well, they were
You
walking.
need to fight against your own teammates to get a rampage half the time.
You
Forget
do.
the enemy.
You do. Can
Well,
you
they were
volunteer?
walking out of the fountain to.
They did.
into
Like
it.
the last
The
person
GGL?
walked
Yeah,
out.
they were just walking out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
it was.
fair.
Yeah.
That's good
Give him a TI
sportsmanship.
rampage.
I
Yeah.
believe that they walked out first and GG'd after
Fair
that.
enough then. Good play. Who was the enemy team?
Secret.
It was a secret. That was
Was
the
it
2-0
secret?
that beat
Yeah.
those
Wait, let me
first
see.
I feel like Zai would do that.
Zai
I'm
would
just
do that.
picturing Zai like he sees him have an ultra kill, he's like, alright, I'm walking
bad
out.
stats.
Yeah, for sure.
It was secret, yes.
No, Mickey always complains that I always steal his rampages. So to the point about you have to fight your
You
team.
play Oracle, dude. I'm
You're-
sure you're getting like, all right, now's the
It's
time
the
to purify
best
claim.
ever.
You are the least ferret-like man that I've ever met, and you
Why?
say that you should be a ferret as a 5. And it's a total lie and a farce. And I have no trust for you anymore. That's why I'm stealing your name.
But you said you were giving it back to
Yeah,
him.
well, I've rescinded that.
Oh, okay. We're back to two insanias.
Both
That's
sides
good.
are
Then I don't need
cheering.
to answer the questions I don't want to answer. I'll just let him take the ones I don't know the answer to.
Well, I don't know the answer to any of the questions.
Yeah, exactly. You got a good thing going. I can't take whatever. I mean, Insania.
Thank you.
So in the last game we saw very complicated Tinker. In this game we see very complicated Invoker. What are your thoughts on that hero for this patch? Actually, he wasn't touched in this patch.
Kind of.
But what are your thoughts on him anyway?
It's kind of uncomplicated in this patch just because it's Quas Wex for the most part, and you have 2 spells, or like 3 spells. So Quas Wex is pretty... Snapfire is...
It's simpler
Very
spell casting, but it's still the complex part of like Quas Wex, Exort, or Quas Wex.
Yeah,
I think if you don't play Dota for like 15,000 hours, that's still probably like...
It's complicated, yeah. It's like the high end of Invoker's not that complicated compared
right.
to like Tinker. I
Precisely.
think.
Can I ask how many hours you have in Dota 2?
Oh, that's an
So, okay, I want to start off by saying I started playing Dota 5 years ago. I used to play a different game before that.
You can say it.
Here's the newer
That's
before
the-
that. I can say it as many times as I want because it won't get power. I already know. It's not like the other one. It doesn't grow. That one just...
That was just a shadow.
That one
of
is what it is.
itself.
Yes. So I used
Okay.
to play Han for a long time. So I've only played for 5 years and I have 17,000 hours.
Did you ever play War 3 or no?
Warcraft 3? Yeah.
Yeah.
I played
You
Dota
War
1,
3? Oh, you did play Dota 1.
but I played 2v2 mid only and I played Venomancer and Axe and they don't know about last one.
I'm sorry, what? That was like an information overload of route. What? 2v2 mid?
Yes.
I've never heard of this before.
So me and my friends at school would play 2v2 mids.
Is that like an actual game or you only had
No,
3
we just
friends?
played mid only
Okay.
and then we played 2v2.
All right. I would like to shill for a moment.
Oh
If
no.
you guys want to see very funny content, Purge has 10-year-old Dota 1 videos where he sounds like he's 13. He is indeed in his 20s. Of course, microphone quality back then was a little sus. But in Dota 1, I remember there was a video and he's like, this guy's like, he's like a Smurf, like whatever the Dota 1 term was. So he's a Smurf, like he just owns noobs. Yeah, he rotates. He was a mid laner. He was like, yeah, he rotates. It's like, he's so try-hard. It's like, Purge was really good back then, too. It's just so funny going back and seeing, and then in one of the, I remember in one of the videos, the enemy carry, somebody disconnected on the enemy team, so his carry got switched to the enemy team and he just lost. It's like, what?
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, you could do that.
You could
in Dota 1.
swap
Oh my
the
God.
Yeah.
team. You could just give your carry farm the entire time. It's like, the enemy carry DC'd. I gotta go, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because disconnects were a thing and you couldn't reconnect, so like,
You definitely, yeah, that
so
was.
you had to, it was a
rough.
good function for the game.
So 15,000 hours.
17.
17,000 hours.
Yeah.
Where did I get 15 from? Jenkins, how about you?
Okay, I have an excuse here. I have like 30,000 hours, but I was intentionally trying to get the world record. I left it on through the entirety of college overnight because it was free utilities. So shout outs to whoever my landlord was. Sorry about that. But how many games do you have in Insania?
I actually don't know. I don't know if it's that many games because I tend to leave Dota open
Yeah,
and
so
I
do
forget about it.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't really close it down and I think it counts the hours.
Because I have like 12 to 15,000 matches, but that's not 30,000 hours.
Yeah,
That-
we're all bad people to ask because Insania is just fiending the replays and clients and stuff like that. Jenkins is a content creator.
Yeah, true, true.
And half the time I'm in lobbies testing mechanics. And so
what-
all of our hours are
What are
very
your
inflated.
hours?
My hours are like 9,000, but it is definitely not that much game.
What's the highest you've ever seen anybody have?
I think Fog does the same thing as you, at least for the longest time. would
He
just
tries
keep
to get the
client
record.
open.
Yeah. IX Mike had. I remember IX Mike was like top 5 or something in the world.
And what is
There's a
that?
leaderboard.
He was like 30,000 when I was at like 20,000.
I see.
So I
Oh
think
my
he's still.
God.
I don't think he plays that much anymore. He's a lot more casual than he used to be. But he would leave it open intentionally as well to try to be
I
number
think I
one
saw
on Dota.
Sumail have 35K.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
I mean, my entire team is low, right? Because we're all new.
Uh-huh.
So imagine being new and
I
just
mean,
getting.
relatively speaking, so is Sumail.
I
He's
mean,
a TI.
compared to us, he's
5
been
era
around like
import?
forever. Compared to us.
You said 5 years, right?
I started playing, okay, so the year Wings won TI was my first like year.
Okay.
So
TI
after
6.
KI5, yeah.
So I mean, Sumail was maybe TI4, TI5 between then, because I think it was DAC 20.
But surely he was playing Dota before
Oh,
he
okay,
joined
that's true. That's true.
EG.
Yeah.
You know,
Good
the
point.
thing with youngins in Dota and the oldies is that the difference is the young people have played since Dota 1. It's like everybody's, in terms of your Dota age, for the most part, or at least like, combine Han and Dota, or the game that shall not be named, plus Dota. Like, people tend to have a long, like, semi-competitive history before they go into like competitive Dota. It's like some people come from like competitive like WoW PvP or something like that. There's always some history there. It's very rarely like somebody plays for 2 years and it's like, oh, they're a pro. There's always some like competitive history, even if it's just like casual competitive or semi-competitive.
I think back in the day, it used to be almost everybody came from sports. Everybody did sports. And either they got injured or there was, for some reason, it was like very common that you were like very into sports.
What was your sport?
I sucked at everything.
Oh, so I would do ping pong.
Oh yeah, are you good?
No,
Oh, I see.
but it's all I could play.
But you did it.
Without heaving and passing out.
I see.
You got Aiden excited. He's a ping
Our
pong
team
fan.
is very, very into ping
I
pong.
heard.
Not so much anymore.
I
Back
heard.
in Alliance, it was very competitive. But yeah, I've yet to see anyone beat Koifa.
Really.
Who's the worst teammate at ping pong?
Taiga.
He's terrible.
Yes. William Lee beats him with a phone.
A phone. He uses.
He doesn't
Like-
have a paddle. He just no, not really, but he probably could.
I see.
Oh my god.
I saw you gestured at me, assuming my sport was tennis. That was my thing.
I
The
play tennis too.
full time.
I play
Really?
tennis too. Yeah.
You're quite the Renaissance man then, Ada. We'll have to. My serve is like 10 miles per hour.
Tennis.
So
Nice.
I'm
Did you
very
eat-
out of practice.
Mine will barely make it over the net.
Nice. Okay,
So we're,
good.
we're on an
made
even
for
level.
each other.
Would you go and eat caviar for brunch after your
That's a
after your
golf
tennis?
thing, all right? Or
Okay.
like polo or something.
Polo. Oh God.
I never imagined that I would be sitting at TI-10 talking about sports.
Yeah, what was your sports scene?
Origins, history.
I played tennis,
Oh, you can.
but I was
God.
only okay
Bougie.
at it.
I was varsity.
I was.
We were state champions.
I also
Chad.
was, but
Oh.
Chad.
it's no. It's
Surrounded by
no, 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 no,
Chads.
no, no, no. Wait, you have to let me finish.
Not surrounded. Not exactly.
There were literally like so few people that wanted to play tennis that they had to pick people.
Okay.
So it was like the pity pick.
Was there
Oh,
tryouts?
that's good.
Did you have to do tryouts?
No.
Oh man.
I wanted to leave it there so that I would look really, really good, but I couldn't do it.
It's okay.
So I had to
I
be
appreciate the
truthful.
honesty.
Also, just for reference, I don't leave my Dota client on, and I only have like 2.5k hours
Okay. When did you start playing?
Pretty good.
after TI1.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've stretched the definition a little bit, but still, I respect it. I respect the honesty.
The reason why is because I played a lot of games at the same time. So like maybe some people in the audience may like know that I also do like fighting games and stuff. I've commentated Evo and stuff. Or not commentated, I've hosted Evo and stuff. But I also play like a lot of other games. But I always came back to Dota because my friends love this game a lot. So it's like whenever I'd get frustrated with another game, my friends would be like, Dota's always here. So
This was
we'd
your
go
comfort
back.
game?
Dota was
Wow.
my comfort
That's the opposite for most people.
When I
Yeah,
get
I was just thinking the
Dota's
same
a
thing.
drug.
You come to
It's a
Dota
drug.
when you're frustrated?
Yeah, because
Actually, maybe
I'm
that
bad.
is what
Not
everybody
because-
does.
No, this I need escapes from Dota.
Dota is life, and then other games are an escape
Yeah,
from life.
exactly.
I only play Dota. So you guys probably like solo queue or something like that, but me, I will only play if there's at least one other person to play Dota
Okay,
with
yeah,
me.
so-
And it's a
Isn't that what you
friendship
do?
thing.
Yeah,
It's a bonding thing, you
Exactly.
know?
I came into Dota with a 5-stack because I'll play any game. I did not care about War 3 or strategy games at all. My strategy game background was like Command and Conquer, and so the whole concept of like right-clicking to move something was baffling to me. But any game, I'll play with friends because it's always a
Right,
great experience.
yeah.
So they were like, all right, we got beta invites, you want to play? And I played a lot of TF2 at the time, and I was like, all right, it's a Valve game, I guess I'll play it. And now it's my job. So humble beginnings.
I think the cool thing about Dota for me is that anyone that comes to it always carries it with you. Like nobody actually quits Dota. Even the people that quit Dota still play.
Or they watch.
Or they watch.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like I think that's what's so cool about the game. Like I can imagine myself being 60 and I'll still
Yeah.
I will read
Think
every
about Dota.
change
It's like-
log until the end of days.
Yeah, I'll be interested. It'll always be there. It'll always be interesting. And I think it's a very unique game for me in that way, where like every other game that I've played eventually has like disappeared. But even when I played Han, I watched Dota. Even when I played Guild Wars, I watched Dota. Like, it was fun. So I have a hard time imagining like not or ever getting away from it fully. Yeah.
I like the slacks theory. I thought this was like super, super smart and true that Dota is one of the most like emotionally tolling games. Like it's extremely depressing and it's like it can feel like the world is ending if you're losing. It legit can feel that way. But then on the other end, it can feel like euphoria, like a drug.
Oh yeah.
And so that way, like when you watch it, even after you've quit, like you know the emotion. It's like Dota is intentionally frustrating so that it's good to watch. It's like a lot of people played football in high school, like, you know, boomers, and then it's like they don't still play football, but they watch football.
Yeah.
And it's like football's brutal. Everybody knows that, and it's like, you know, that's why you watch it when you're 40. You don't play it.
It's the things that elicit those strong emotional reactions, the peaks and valleys
Yeah.
that stay with you so much.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Dota's good to watch.
It's a lot of fun. Like, even if you're taking a break from it, you can always just watch it and you can enjoy what you're watching.
Yeah.
And it's always like a learning experience. That's why I always came back to it. Always come back to it. And then especially like this year, or not even this year, like even last year, like when we're all in quarantine, you can go out, couldn't see your friends. We're just like, all right, let's play Dota. Played
Yeah.
so much Dota, and then I guess that's like what led to me coming here and doing Singapore Major and stuff like that. So it's just like, it's always just a comfort for me.
I think
And,
Dota
yeah, I get
being
that.
such a serious game too is what can also make it be the funniest. Like if you're playing 5-stack with your
With
friends,
friends, yes.
yeah, with your friends, and like you get 5-man RP'd, double skewered into the enemy fountain, like it can just be so funny.
That's true.
Out of like the frustration of like, and you know in a pub, it's like people would freak out about that. But that's like what makes it funny, is how devastating it is.
Just
Blast.
brought back LAN memories for me when I used to LAN with my friends. And they were like, all right, I was like, all right, I'm gonna boost you guys all night. And then like you lose the first game, and I'm like, oh, it's just one game.
Yeah,
You lose 2 games.
We'll recover.
Yeah, you lose 2 games.
We'll,
like, all right.
we'll get you back to even.
Yeah, it's like, we should probably eat something, or like, you know, that's why we're losing. And then you lose 3 games, and you're like, how are you guys so bad? I know there's like 4 dudes at home watching the stream right now that remember exactly the moment I'm talking about.
But I'm glad that you have those memories.
Yeah.
Wait, 4 dudes, you introduced another person after your 2v2 mid adventures?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes, we
He's
expanded
calling
our
you
pool
out.
of humans.
Wow, I'm proud of
The
you.
callback, very nice.
No, we would always play StarCraft 2 custom games as our like comfort game.
Okay.
Yeah. That was like our switch off.
But it wasn't anything like Dota style. It was like
It was like
golems or
basically
something.
like Warcraft 3 tower defense kind of stuff.
Okay.
That sort of thing. And there was one game that was like you play like Tron basically. You like Tron cycles.
Yeah, and you're
Yeah.
like trying to cut people off or whatever.
Right, and you create like a wall behind you, and they slam into the wall and
That
die.
was a StarCraft custom game?
Yeah, it was really cool.
Interesting.
Okay, so sorry to cut off the conversation, but I have a question about this match. So we haven't seen them fighting a lot, and is
I
there?
have an answer for that, but I don't know if it's politically correct. But generally, North American teams
come
like
on.
to hit creeps.
Oh, come on.
FARM.
Garbage. That is old boomer knowledge. Hey, Quincy crew, they fight a lot. They fight a lot, especially Quinn.
They have
Yeah,
20
they do.
kills in 25
Quinn fights
minutes.
a lot.
I think it's Medusa, and they just lost game 1. So I feel like that there's some level of like, okay, let's just, you know, keep it together. We're playing against Beast Coast, like us 2 teams.
That's
we
true.
know each other.
Yeah.
We know we can beat them. They're saying, I mean, Beast Coast is like you never should underestimate them, for God's sakes. They've
Right.
shown that multiple times. But if you're Quincy here, that's what you're saying. It's like, okay, we know these guys. You know, we know what they're gonna do. We shouldn't lose to them. Just farm. Just get the alacrity. Throw it on the Medusa. Go late game. Ravage them twice. We're gonna win.
And for anyone who does not want to hear us be nostalgic about things, you can always go to the dedicated stream if you want to listen to the actual cast. There are casters for everything stream.
Oh, the
A,
TP
B, C,
cancel.
D.
That was beautiful.
That was a big boy TP cancel.
Sorry to cut you off.
No.
No, he was doing the professional thing. He was being a very, very good host.
My bad.
Co-host.
I know,
Co-host.
I'm not changing my name to Insania. That was very rude. I don't want to be associated with
I should change
cuts
my name to
people off.
Tsunami. We can have two stadiums,
When I
two
first saw
Tsunamis.
your name, I thought I was confused because I was just like, did someone misspell my name? What is going
Tsunami.
on here?
Tsumichu.
Yeah, no, but it was just Sumi, and I was just like, what? No, there's a T in there. What are you doing?
But yes, to continue that thought, if you would like to watch if you would like to watch a stream with voices that aren't ours, with some excellent commentary, you can go ahead and check them out yourself.
What are
there
them
are.
going on?
Whoa! We just went to the quad stream.
Yeah, you only get that here. But if you
That is true.
only want to watch one of those rectangles,
Do we have any dope heroes going on here?
You want to check in on Elephant Vici?
which one?
Elephant Vici, that would be stream B. How about
Yeah.
we'll take a look at that at Insania number 2's request.
Take a little peep, see what's going on. I'm peeping a Phoenix.
Yeah, another Phoenix.
I love
Tiny.
production.
Yeah.
They're so
Weaver.
great.
Dragon Knight with the Sir Davion skin, which makes the hero twice as good, in my opinion. The attack animation very satisfying. Although, the cosmetics that you get for extra levels in the compendium, I think they make him look worse.
Oh, because they put armor on him?
Because he's got a very beautiful anime
Visage,
face
yeah.
that I don't want to, and then the cape is cool. It's like floating around, and
I'm with
I
you.
feel like I can distract people with it. They look at me, it's like, oh, there's Superman coming in hot.
Yeah, I think Valve went the wrong direction. You should pay to take
You
the
take
clothes
take it off. Yeah, of course.
That would be true to the anime. Perfect.
That's true. Right? Lore accurate.
It's important these days. Do you remember there was a while where they started doing like lore, or like not maybe lore, but like
Are you referring to the Brewmaster
Yes,
Ignite
I was gonna
fire?
move
I
into
knew
the
that was
fire.
what you were going
yeah,
for.
Okay, I
So
see.
there was a time period in Dota where they made Brewmaster have synergy with heroes that have fire spells. So you would throw alcohol on them, and if your hero had fire,
Like
then it
literal
would trigger
fire
it.
particles.
So like Lena would synergize, or
Ogre.
Phoenix would, yeah.
But there was some
That's
like
so
there was some
sick.
weird ones. Like I think Jakiro or Ogre Ignite like didn't activate.
Yeah, but
it.
Jakiro doesn't work because it just cools it down. straight
yeah,
after.
that's
Dual breath.
Jakiro is ice too.
I didn't think about
That
that. What
was-
about Macropyre though?
that would
Macropyre should
work, I think. That
That'll
got patched. That was like the quickest hot fix that I've ever seen for like a concept.
But you know, some of them stayed. Slardar in the water.
That's true.
That came from that time period, I think.
You think so?
I think so.
That's
if
a
I'm not
cool
wrong.
idea. I love the Slardar idea with the Ags. I feel like it should be something easier to get than Ags just because it's so cool. Like,
Sharded.
yeah.
No, but his
He
sprint
still
is just
beat-
fast in
he
the water
moves-
now.
he's,
I know, that's cool.
I think
like-
that's from
like
that era.
I like that, yeah.
Yeah.
It should be,
He should just, without
get
sprint.
it, just get it. I mean,
Yeah.
he's a kind of crappy hero.
I was surprised because it's rare that Ice Frog gives up on experiments. I think
You think so?
usually because I think Tiny 0 agi plus 0 agi. I thought for sure that would never work.
It's usually not quickly, at least. It's like the experiments are like, they'll leave them in for like a
Right.
couple of months, and then,
Exactly.
okay, that,
That's
you
true.
know, we'll take it out. Like Shrines, for example, like got removed fairly quickly.
well, there were 5 shrines in the base.
and then slowly it got
Down
it
to
got
3 and then
yeah,
down to
yeah, it
2.
got-
And
and
As
then
a
Outpost
Team
got
Liquid
added.
fan, I like those 5 shrines.
Really?
I think it really won them TI that year. They were the best at abusing it. You couldn't go high ground against them, and they had Miracle. How do you win?
How do you win?
You're going late game every game.
God, I remember it was so hard to siege mid against those because there were just 3 around there, and then mid also has like the death Venn diagram already, where you have the 2 tier 4s that also have range with the tier 3.
Yeah.
It's like sieging mid is, if you're losing pubs going high ground, 90% of the time it's because you're sieging mid instead of a side lane, and your carry's running into the Venn diagram of death. I guarantee you. Look at your last replay that you lost going high ground. That's what happened. It's so common.
Tsunami, can you tell me a little bit about this Elephant Vici matchup in general? Like, what are your thoughts on this matchup in
So-
terms of the teams?
Throughout the DPC, Elephant it's a team of superstars. It had been assembled like late 2020. A lot of them came from an old LGD, like TI9's LGD, and everyone had enormous expectations for this team, as you always do for superstar teams. And their downfall is that always, while their individual skill is exceptional, their team play tends to suffer at times because they're all superstar players. They rarely don't like being selfish. And so Season 1 DPC, it was always Elephant coming just barely short of the teams that are very well synergized, but better than the stacks that were like 6th, 7th place in the DPC. Season 2, they bring in ROTK to coach, and people are like, okay, fine, now this is some discipline that these incredibly accomplished players can have, because
Right.
you're gonna listen to ROTK. You have no choice. That man will put you in your place. Still, they got 5th place again. And I don't think it was anything special about Vici specifically. It was just all the other Chinese teams structurally had more going on for them. And now we come into TI. A lot of people were considering Elephant to be their favorites out of the Chinese teams besides LGD, and I'm still very cold on them. I would have still put Aster on top of them, even though Aster bombs out at every single international event. So I want to see good things from them, because it's fun to see Somnus on main stage TI. But
Yeah, they're definitely a fun team. Like, my favorite thing about Elephant is that they're the only team that seems to like I mean, they're literally doing it right now to some degree. Like, they take a lot of pickoffs mid. Like, they'll go smoke and try to kill you at your tier 2 mid at like 22 minutes or something. The game is totally even, or like you're ahead, and then they just go high ground after killing you there. And it's like one of these gambles. It's like this high risk, high reward thing where like a lot of teams avoid mid like it's the plague, because if you go there and you
Like
die,
it's the what?
like it's the plague.
Flag?
You got
What
a
is
problem with
pla-
the Canadian?
what is
No.
flag?
Where'd I park the car?
Wait,
I
what
didn't
is?
realize Trent got on the panel real quick.
Okay, dude. Listen, he's from Halifax. All right, that's the other side of the country, bro.
Wait, are you
What-
serious?
what it- yeah.
Plague.
Plague.
Oh, is that like a
bubonic
genuine
plague.
Canadian?
Avoided like the plague?
Yeah.
You haven't
It's a
heard that expression?
Yeah, I don't know, but
You've
it's
never heard that?
But why does
Oh, is that how he's saying
it's
it?
Canadian?
I don't. Half the time with Jenkins, I don't know if he's just trolling or.
Yeah.
if
I
it's
have
actually-
never
That's
heard that
what
before. I'm sorry,
I
I
was-
genuinely had never heard that
Smoke a
before.
dart. I'm gonna go out and smoke a dart.
I think it was genuine, because he was
Okay.
he was like in monologue mode, not.
Oh,
not
shut up.
in
You are,
mood mode.
do not psychoanalyze me. What are you, Dr. K now? Shout out to Dr. K. Check out his YouTube channel. Anyway,
I was
what
very
saying?
confused.
Something about a plague.
What was I saying?
Okay.
Okay.
Like the plague.
I had a real point to make for once.
Nice. We got Jenkins off. Well,
Elephant.
I mean, they're fighting mid, like you said, Jenkins.
They smoke to mid. They smoke to mid. Other teams avoid it like it's a disease.
Oh.
And so, you know. Okay. You take it from here, Tsunami.
Can you explain to me why people avoid smoking mid?
Okay, people avoid smoking mid because if you fail at smoking and killing somebody mid, well, number one, like the mid towers are so close together that like anybody can TP there, and also like the mid is like the center of the map, so on average there's going to be like a lot of players there to defend people as well. The
Right.
towers are close together, so there's a lot of like safe havens to run to, and if you die mid, Roshan's there. If you die mid, it's the shortest lane, so they can run down mid and take your base. Like that's
Sure.
why if you see the enemy like a team getting wiped, people just rush down mid to hit the racks. It's not because it's the easiest lane to siege, it's because it's the fastest. That's it. And so it's like high risk, high reward to go mid. And so I see why Faith Beyond was saying that Elephant, they look like they're kind of, I don't want to say like messing around or something like that, but like they're willing to take gambles, and you know, sometimes that pans out, other times it doesn't. Most teams like don't do things around mid for those reasons, but they do, and it's fun to watch because it's super hit or miss.
Right. So, in what you're saying is that in a lot of cases that would be deviating from the plan to
Yeah.
smoke mid, but
Yeah,
for
it's-
Elephant,
for
it's
sure.
like that's
Every-
one
like-
of their things.
So many games I've seen, they end like that, where it's even, they smoke mid, they kill you, they pressure your barracks, and like maybe they don't get it because 22 minutes, you're not getting a barracks at 22 minutes for the most part, unless you have some crazy pushing hero. But they force you to buy back on 3 heroes, and then the game is effectively over at that point. From even.
Yeah. I think what makes Elephant really cool is I feel like in the past maybe like 5 years, I don't know, whenever, since maybe like the DK eras of Chinese Dota, there hasn't really been a full superstar, like let's pick the best players from each team kind of thing in China specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I think they've always been very, very good about like just build a team that works well together as a team. Like you'll have superstars that are enabled by like newer players or players that have more enabling playstyles. Like when Chalice joined LGD, for example, it wasn't maybe like the biggest name offlaner, but he was the right fit for the team. And I think Elephant was the opposite. They
Yeah.
just decided to go like, all right, who were the 2 best players on LGD last year? Who were the 2 best players on Vici last year? And then they just didn't get a team where they have players that actually are enabling each other, like you said.
I guess there was those like joke teams like Big God or something like that.
Right,
that
like
had,
the old guys,
superstars. Yeah, and so like technically yes, but I think that's because China's so good at having academy teams.
Yeah.
that you have a pool of talent to choose from that you're like, okay, I specifically need to select this chemistry for my team to pair up with my reliable superstar cores.
But I think for this series, for example, like for me, Vici Gaming, they're like the most team. I like. There are obviously 5 individuals that play on Vici, but when I watch them play, I really feel like they're a team.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any one specific player that really stands out above the rest. Like, they'll all have moments, but generally speaking, when they win or lose, it's based on how they do as a team. Whereas with Elephant, I feel like it's the polar opposite. And I think within Chinese Dota, that's what makes this game interesting to me. You get to see like the different philosophies of these two teams going up against each other.
Who is the most team at TI right now?
Did Team make TI this year?
They did not. Actually.
Okay.
They are not.
Are they they are a team now.
They're the most team
I think Vici's definitely up there.
They'll be up there, yeah. I think,
I'm gonna have to think about this one. for a
Okay.
little bit.
yeah,
I'll
I'm
come
gonna have
back
to look
you.
at the full list of teams just to
All right.
absorb it.
I mean, I think I feel pretty confident saying it's probably Vici Gaming, where it's like they're so structured in the way they play, and I feel like if you watch like 10 of their replays in a row, you'll probably see very, very similar things happening in most of their games. At least
cool.
conceptually, yeah. Maybe, of course, because the heroes are different, they're gonna do different things, but
I give
Generally speaking.
I give VP a close second place.
I think VP is different. I think VP has one very strong voice that like drags them forward, which is Nightfall.
Okay.
He's probably the most vocal player in the world. I think if you could tap into their
Team as in like there
play-
isn't one captain?
Like
like the
most
way they
cohesive
function is
unit.
like
Okay, because I
yeah.
feel like T1, if they're looking good, they look like a very cohesive unit.
I feel like they have like pretty individual standout performance kind of play style,
Yeah,
where it's a
kinda-
lot of like individual.
Oh, I
decision
was
making.
thinking-
Sometimes a 23 Savage will just like single.
Yeah, or
do
Cuckoo will have like some.
But they'll support, they'll support each other. And I just mean like
You're
I
thinking
feel-
outside of the game.
I feel like decision making in the game is like they're on the same page.
I see.
Is that what we're?
I guess. I think
Part of it
Vici
is-
for me would be more. I would consider Vici to be more of a team than I think.
I think it's like very subjective, but I
Yeah, of
agree
course
with your
it is.
interpretation.
Because it's just an impression of based on what I see, right? I don't know
Right.
what's actually going on inside of their team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish that I could just hear the comms.
Yeah.
Just hear how they're talking.
Yeah, and part of the reason we may be saying this is because like it's a language barrier, so we don't know the Chinese communication as well.
course.
Like Nightfall is a vocal player.
Precisely.
because-
I can imagine what their team sounds like.
Exactly. Yeah. Whereas I don't know, maybe Old 11 is an extremely vocal guy
Yeah,
or something like
I
that.
think Moxie was saying that in an interview, it was stated that like DY is one of the he is the
Really?
leader and he rules with an iron fist.
My boy Ding
on,
Dong, hell
on,
yeah.
on this team. Like he makes a lot of the decisions.
That would make sense because I think generally speaking, fives, the captain, tend to look better because they are leading the game and people make people play around them. And I think DY is one of the players that I would say stands out on Vici. Like
Yeah.
probably like a little bit more than the rest. And it's rare to say that about a 5. Like I
Yeah.
think he's extremely hard to play against. And yeah, that would make sense.
Update from the newsroom. Quincy Crew did take the second game, so they managed to go 1-1.
Okay. It did look like it was going in that direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had this more of like this ball draft where they could just play together as a unit.
I like how you guys are just able to say that, and I was like, yeah, I kind of need to watch and see.
Yeah.
You guys were like, yeah, it was going that
Part
way.
of it is
The
because
state of the
This
game.
is why
where it
I'm the
was.
host and you're the analyst.
Like we had said during the game, like these two teams are extremely familiar with one another.
Oh yeah.
And
It's
so-
like if one of them's ahead against the other, it's like there's no winning
Yeah.
for the losing team.
Well, gentlemen, that means that we have 3 matches. We watched Elephant and Vici game for a little bit. What stream do you guys want to watch?
Let me go ahead.
I want to go back to Secret LGD.
Oh well, let me go ahead and do a pudge peep real quick.
Oh my
There,
gosh. I don't think there's any
no
pudges.
We
no
do have a
pudges.
tinker though going on with the secret LGD.
I think the secret LGD game is.
Yeah, I feel like that's the.
Take me on a stream in.
All right.
I feel the most
banger.
comfortable there.
Production, can we
have-
please go to stream A?
It's fresh too. It's a fresh looking game. Tinkers
I mean, it's EU Dota as well, so it's nice.
just got his blink.
You mean
Can
it's
I just,
Chinese
like-
Dota, it's nice.
Take a moment to shout out production because they're watching all 4 streams. They're watching us. They're keeping us in line, and they're also listening to like all of our requests.
I don't envy
It's
their
a lot
job.
of work.
Yeah.
Thank you, production team. We appreciate you.
Production, could you change my name on the lower third to Insania, please?
Stop. Stop that.
Oh wait, no, go back. I didn't mean it. Hey, hearts, hearts all around.
Okay, so now we're in the LGD secret game, and do you think that the first game going to secret was a surprise at all? Or do you think that that's just secret showing up for TI? Like,
Yeah,
this
I
is
think
their
it's hard to
TI?
be surprised when secret wins, just as like a general rule. I do think like for me it was nice to see them play the way they did in that game. It was for me, I saw a lot of the things that I've looked for when I'm looking at peak team secret. So I think this game is going to be interesting. I noticed they went with the same support pairing. They have the Puppy Ogre and the
Ogre
Yapsor
Rubik,
Rubik. And in this game, I feel like there's less reason to pick Rubik, just purely off the heroes that are at the top of my screen.
Yeah.
No shaker
So this,
like there was
to me,
in game
means
one.
that they probably just think Rubik is maybe a pretty good hero for them, or it fits the way they play, or
Or it's good
just
against
Yapsor.
LGD.
Yapsor is just a really, really good Rubik.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's probably reason enough.
But on the LGD side, they did pick up the Tinker.
And a Chen. Chen, I don't think I saw it at all yesterday. Did you see any Chens?
I don't think
I
so.
did not see it.
I think
That may have
Effie yesterday said that Chen support, I think, was good. I can't-
In theory, or
Yeah,
she saw it
in
in the
theory.
game?
No,
Oh,
in
okay,
theory.
yeah.
Yeah, she was explaining to me like that Chen's actually like not bad at all.
It was getting picked a decent amount in pubs post buff when they added the armor to the aura instead of the healing amplification. Armor in general, I mean, armor auras are just like extremely good. You know, it's like Assault Cuirass is one of the best items in the entire game because of that.
It gets ridiculous on Chen though, because you also get creeps that give even more armor auras.
True.
Right.
And then you buy items that give armor auras. So suddenly, like, your entire team is running around with a bonus 20 armor, and you're probably going to buy a medallion, and then you're giving one more hero an additional, like, 5.
Yeah.
So against physical damage, it's very, very strong. I'm not sure, again, why they picked up this game. I think it has very nice synergies with certain cores that are in the meta, but Chen Wraith King, I'm not sure. I don't really know exactly why.
Who was it yesterday that was like Wraith King? I hate that hero. Was it AUI?
It was AUI.
Yeah.
Probably.
Because it gets spammed a lot in NASA. Get out of here, fly, Henry. Henry is back.
EG's not playing yet, don't worry.
How many times are you
Sorry.
going to make that joke?
No, that's the first time.
That's the first time?
That's the first time.
Who was it? It was Avo that made that joke.
Oh.
You're outdone by him.
He and I have great
Can you
taste.
continue your thought about Wraith King?
It's just an NASA special, and like people pick it there when it's bad because you just lose lanes, do some shitty 5, go jungle for like 30 minutes, win the game. You don't need to like care about what your team is doing. You push towers as well, so like you don't need to rely on your team pushing towers because you just spawn some skellies, you know. So it's I think his distaste for it is like it's always in pubs there, even when it's terrible, because of the hatred that we all have for each other.
I would imagine in this game it was probably picked after Doom though. That's their main motivation.
Yeah.
Because you get doomed, you have 2 lives.
That's true.
So Doom doesn't really want to doom you. But when I see Doom Tidehunter, I always kind of assume that the Doom wants to doom the Tidehunter, that's why they picked it. In this game, they don't really have any other answer, because if you try to stun the Tide, he's just going to purge it off. And they don't have the sort of burst damage you need to just kill Tide.
All right, here's a
during
mechanics
BKB.
question. How does it work if you doom into the Tinker shield? It dispels, right? Doom dispels. So
Yeah.
does it dispel first and then apply the doom? Like,
Oh,
does
you're
the
talking about would it
status
get reduced by
resistance
status
matter?
resistance?
My
Does the
gut
status
feeling
resistance
says it
matter?
would have full duration, but I don't know for sure.
The spell happens
Before. I
Maybe
think
we
usually
can
all
test
the
the
effects
theory right
happen
now. Oh no,
before.
he doesn't have doom. Never mind. He just used it.
All right, another question. Maybe Tsunami can answer because I always look to him for stats.
Hit me.
I noticed that Secret and LGD have the same sides, Radiant and Dire. Is that? Do you know if that's a preference question?
That's
if
a T-Gov question. T-Gov is all about
he's all about
first
that.
pick,
Oh,
second
yeah.
pick,
Yeah, but
Radiant,
T-Gov's
Dire.
not here.
He's not here.
I need help.
The problem is that we don't know what the coin flip. So
Can you do it
depending
with
on
an
who.
accent?
Sorry?
English accent?
So the problem here is I only know how to do a posh English accent. I don't know what.
What is it? He's kind of posh.
Is he?
He drinks tea.
That's just a British thing.
He's
He's a
That's-
governor. You could have said the other part.
He is a governor. That's
Yeah.
true. Oh shoot!
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, so depending on coin flip, we don't know what their preference was or who won the
Right.
coin flip, but that would be the main answer. Do you have a preference in thinking on Radiant or Dire in general right now?
Isn't Liquid Radiant? You guys pick Radiant a lot?
I think we usually take Dire a lot,
Oh, it's
actually,
Dire?
because we like to stack neutral camps, and Dire is easier to stack multiple camps at once.
Dire, which jungle do you stack?
Close to the safe lane.
Normal jungle.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Yeah, that is easier to stack.
You get 3 camps at once if you have a hero with a spell.
Yeah.
You know, when you read the stacking nerfs, what was your first reaction?
Here's.
I mean, it feels like, what, 30% more than I should be getting.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting as much as you were getting
Yeah,
before.
you're good.
Nick is
I
like,
told you,
Nick is
bro.
getting less.
he's the least ferret type support.
That's true.
Dude, I don't
Nick is
even
like,
read.
bro,
I
I'm
don't
not
even
getting that
read
much
carry
more.
player patch notes. It's like carry player, whatever.
How much does picking a side, or how much does Radiant versus Dire affect your gameplay, if
So
at
it's
all?
actually quite a lot. They have pretty different advantages. If you think about a game of Dota, very normally you're going to see both teams swapping sides at some point. Carries want to retreat and play defensively in jungles, and people try to move towards the enemy's carry to pressure them. So what ends up happening is that you tend to move to your offlane area of the map. And for Dire, when you move to your offlane, you move away from Roshan, who's a very important objective, whereas Radiant moves towards Roshan. And the way that the map ends up being set up is heavily in favor for Radiant if you just play default like that, because Radiant get to play right next to Rosh.
Right.
Even though you're farming the same, you're controlling the same amount of space, Radiant just has free access to Rosh. So a lot of teams, most teams, I think prefer Radiant for that reason alone. But there are other advantages to the Dire side that
Like
I
the
would prefer
stacking?
not talking about too much.
Oh,
except
okay.
for stacking.
Sorry.
No
We'll
worries.
change the subject here, everyone. You'll have to find out your strategies on your own.
I can't think of any. There's none. Dire's
I had
crap.
nothing. I just wanted to sound smart.
Okay.
That was it. That's all I had.
Sorry about that. Stacking is pretty important, though. You're right.
That's nice when you play Cuddle Virtual a lot.
Oh,
Oh.
BKB force.
Yeah.
That's something.
Coddle's also uncontested right now, Aiden. You think that's warranted? Would you have been picking Coddle right now?
I think we might see it.
Yeah.
I think at least one game, yeah. I'll see like an offlane Cuddle.
Yeah, because
Something like
the triple null Dagon thing was popping off at ESL.
Yeah.
I can tell you an advantage to Dire. Okay, so here's what you do. You pick Pudge.
Dude,
get
I
a-
knew it. I looked into your face and I knew it was you picked Pudge.
You get a Quelling Blade, okay, and you smoke. You get a Quelling Blade Windlace and you smoke so that you can get over very quickly to cut some trees by the offlane. And you might be asking, why would you cut some trees? Because they spawn back eventually.
And then you hook
And so
the
what you
creep
do is you hook
behind the
creeps
tree.
behind you into this tree spot. Wait for the tree to respawn in front of you.
5 minutes later.
And you can, no, not 5
No,
minutes,
they
it's
changed it.
changed.
They changed it, that's
It's
right.
changed. So like roughly a minute, 30 seconds after the game starts, you can deny like 3 or 4 ranged creeps. With Pudge, of course, then you're level 1 at 2 minutes without laning, which is a bit of an issue.
But
Yeah,
your
but you
offlaner's level 3.
But your
Yeah,
offlaner's
exactly.
level 3, and they have 3 or 4 range creeps they don't get until you want to push. And then you just go QB the tree, and then they're out of there. You get a free tower, or you give them like 300 gold.
Spoken like a true Pudge fan.
Yeah. And you would have known this Tsunami if you were watching his YouTube channel.
I should have been wiser.
It's got YouTube.com
Or your YouTube channel.
/.
It's not on mine,
Insania69.
unfortunately.
That's my
Oh, even. Okay, I got it.
that's my YouTube channel. Yeah.
Back to the match, everyone.
So they got Aegis on LGD, but it's on Wraith King. I don't know, I feel personally like Wraith King Aegis is very whatever to me, but they don't really have a better option. I think you could maybe put it on Tinker, but Tinker really feels like a kind of hero where if he dies once, it'll be
gonna
because he's
die a
out of
second
position,
time.
so he guaranteed will die again.
Right.
So putting it on him probably isn't worth it. And Doom was used, and Secret did not get anything out of it. So there's going to be a little bit of a gap here where LGD is going to have Aegis, they have Chen to give them objective damage, and a Wraith King plus Ravage while the Doom is on cooldown, which gives them an opening to probably make a move for a tower somewhere on the map. And we saw this actually in the last game too, if you remember, when Secret are weaker, they went for the smoke play
Right.
on LGD to punish them before they could group up. So here we see them doing it again.
So Snap didn't really expect them to be
No,
over
exactly,
there. So that's
exactly.
when they decided to do it.
Yeah, so this seems to be a trend. This seems to be like a strategy that Secret started to use where like they know they're weaker, so they're gonna try to make a move and bring numbers to where they think the enemy team aren't grouped up.
I like that. That could be like a little bit of psychological warfare too, because now they're like, oh,
We missed our timing.
yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
I like that Jing Q just immediately like chads up and it's like, I knew you were gonna be here. Presses all of his buttons on secret where they like pop the smoke. Like he just goes out like a
He taunts on their face.
no fear. But of course he dies pathetically anyway because he is a support. That is how she goes.
That's the support life.
Way of the road. Yeah.
Yeah, that is indeed the support line. But here we go. This is still their, they recognize that they're strong now, and they're gonna try to apply pressure. And you can tell if you look at the mini-map, how aggressively LGD's heroes are positioned on the map.
Right.
They're right next to Secret, outside of their base.
Doom Midas. So eventually Secret will get a gold lead. That is how this hero works. Although with the Q being nerfed a little bit, it has seemed to like Doom back during like ESL. Was it ESL Summer? ESL Summer, yeah. It was like he was always top net worth, and now it seems like he sit top 3, top 4.
Yeah, he's
but
not
not
inflated.
number 1. Yeah, he was very inflated back then.
He still catches up really fast though. Once he hits level 15 and he gets that talent,
True. Yeah.
then he really starts accelerating. So the Midas is nice for the experience factor as well, just to get you to the 15 talent faster. And I think this Doom, whenever you see the Midas Doom, generally it's almost always going to be the same item build. It's either BKB into Blink or Blink into BKB, followed up by Shiva's Refresher in some order. I think this is like the most common item progression you'll see.
Can you tell me a little bit about LGD taking that middle tower? Secret basically just half them stood in their base and just let it go, and the other half started farming. So what is the trade-off there? Why did they decide to just let it go?
So I think they probably recognize that they're weaker, and this is very Secret, right? When they are behind, when they feel like they're weaker, they won't really give you a team fight. Whereas you might see a team like OG, when they feel like, oh shit, we're falling behind, let's group up fast and force an engagement, make something happen, let's break the momentum. Secret will be very disciplined about waiting for the right item. So you'd see Matu, I assume he just finished up either his BKB, or no, most likely his BKB just finished up. So they decided, all right, this is the time that we can strike, and they're gonna go look for a similar pickoff as earlier, where they're just trying to disturb the timing of LGD. Don't allow them to just group up and run you over.
Okay, and that was worth the tower.
And I think they felt like they couldn't do anything about the tower.
They were just gonna lose it anyway.
Right,
Okay.
so they might as well use the Ogre and the Rubik, try to slow it down a bit, do whatever they can, kill the creep wave off so that they have to tank some damage, so they're weaker for their next push.
And then if they do continue to push high ground, some Ogre and Rubik are set up there just in case.
Right.
Because I think some teams will see that like you're just totally like 5-manning like or just going somewhere else on the map, and they're like, all right, let's go high ground. And then in the time that it takes you to set up, they can actually like take your tier 3 or force fort or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's always pretty good to like have a support or two.
Hanging back.
Just to be careful.
I mean,
then
mostly you want initiation to be ready. Like your heroes with stuns that can start to fight off, you want to be in your base at the start. And in this case, it is both Rubik and Ogre.
Yeah, set up for sure.
And then everyone else could just kind of farm to try to keep that gold income.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, push the lanes out too, just so the map doesn't look so terrible for you.
Yeah, and you remember the LGD made this exact smoke last game as well. This is very, very interesting. We have a repeat of the situation from before, where
This time they
LGD wrap
actually made it
around
to the high
Secret
ground.
when Secret rotated to this corner of the map.
Except last time Secret stayed at the jungle, and this time they moved back to the lane.
Yeah. So now they know that they're not fighting on an LGD ward, right? They pull themselves further out, so they know they're not fighting on the vision.
After this team fight, one of you's got to go. We'll figure it out after this team fight's over.
I saw a finger pointed at me. It might just be me. We'll see though.
We'll see.
I get to ask one question before I leave though. Does the Ogre Flame Shield block an entire instance of right-click damage, or does it reduce the right-click?
Jenkins seems to know the answer. As
I
he
don't
raised
know
his
the
hand.
answer. I was invited to TriCast by BSJ, so
The
Brian Slammer.
Brian
Keep it
Slammer
PMA,
jammer?
keep it BSJ. Buy the voice line. It is the only S tier voice line. Everyone else is F tier. I ranked it, including everybody on the panel, right now.
All right, well, thank you, Jenkins. I appreciated having you on the panel to shield BSJ's line and also Insania's
Who is
future
it?
YouTube.
Oh, it is me.
So now
All right.
you have to sit here after saying all of our
I've been
lines were
invited
F tier.
to TriCast with the Brian Slammer jammer. I'll see you guys later.
just wait a little bit. It's so unfair
I know.
that I'm replacing this beard, and yesterday I was replacing this beautiful hair as
You
well.
got the PMI for both
People
of
are
us.
gonna hate me for that.
I don't know what's going on. There's a Dota game happening between two of the best teams in the world, guys.
I was
Okay.
watching
Hello,
the game.
everyone.
What Arkosh
Welcome.
is playing?
Welcome, Lizard.
you.
Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for relieving our panelist so that he can go relax a little bit.
I'm very sorry for distracting you from this incredible game. Is this the first channel of the tournament, by the way? I don't think I've seen a single one before.
I have not seen Shen up until this point.
No, I think it is the first chance.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just want to call this out. I just looked on the program feed. When we swapped out Lizard and Tsunami, it said red arrow down Tsunami, green arrow up Lizard. That was so sick, actually.
Oh, yeah,
It's like the
yeah,
little
yeah.
things. You can only get that on this channel.
That's pretty cool.
But as a reminder to all of you, if you would like to listen to the casters talk about the game, they are very excellent at it. Go ahead and go to the other. It's like Dota 2 TI _ 1, 2, 3, or 4. Oh wait, no,
A, B,
we're
C,
no
D,
2,
right?
3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
I believe.
there's 5 of them.
Yeah,
There's
so 2,
five.
3, we're 1.
Yeah.
We're no number.
So if you are spamming full screen in the chat, you're not gonna get it. Just go to other streams, please. No full screens available over here.
I had a thought with so what we've been talking about, very important. I'm stealing Insania, like the name, because there's no legal precedent that's set that I can't steal his name, so I'm going to do it. And what if you steal Dota _TI _6 or 69? Who is going to stop you from doing that?
Are you
It's
talking
just
about as like a
display
player name?
No, I mean I could do that
I mean,
as
you
well.
can try
Yeah,
it. You can try it. You might encounter a couple
I'll-
of problems.
I mean,
doing
Bruno's
it.
like right there.
I will get. It's a business opportunity for me. I will get it, and then Valve will have to buy it from me,
So you're a
and I'll sell it to them, and they can let me put another voice line in the game. I want to keep a PMA, keep a BSJ in my voice, because it's a good line, and then maybe I'll sell.
then you can actually earn something, right?
Yeah.
Don't worry, my voice line has made absolutely nothing so far in comparison to others. So I can be your partner in crime. Like,
Okay,
we can
all
do
right.
it together.
I'm glad you joined us.
Okay, I have to ask you, since we're here, and since he is shielded enough for BSJ, Lizard, can you say your voice line right now?
Freeze. Hands up. That's it.
Keep a PMA, keep a BSJ.
It's all about some memes, right? With the special crowd that I've got going. They aren't plenty, but they are there and they'll respect it. So
They appreciate it.
yeah, they'll appreciate it.
It's for the fans.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to this game, which is looking a little bit rough. They did take the middle and top, top lanes. It's looking a little bad.
Yeah,
Tell me a little bit about this.
I didn't catch the full game because I was getting mic'd up and everything.
Right.
But the Chen destroyed mid lane, right? I saw that Harpy being mid and just.
Was he?
Yes.
We didn't see the early game, I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
we
did?
did. We tuned into this one.
So I can.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can
so
talk about
catch
the
us
early
up.
game. So when it comes to the early game, Chen was constantly there. He was harassing mid lane like it's 2013. There's a Harpy.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah,
That's
there's just a Harpy
not
sitting
common
there in
these
chain
days.
lightning Nisha. The poor guy had to abandon it completely.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Klinks also suffered versus Tidehunter and Snap. So much minus armor
Yeah.
in between the two of them.
Yeah, Klinks can die. It's like he's one of those heroes that he's like good at laning if he's just sitting there and poking you, but if you can kill him, he is squishy. Like he will melt.
I know you said they're playing Chen like it was 2013. Does 2013 Chen also? Could that Chen still Fountain Hook?
Yes,
Fudge?
that is the.
When did that get changed?
I like this where this conversation is going.
2013.
Really?
It's TI3, right?
It's TI1 he could, right? Or
Was it TI1?
No,
The
you're
Fountain
right.
Hook?
You're right. You're right.
It's
I'm not boomer enough. Like these questions, we need someone like Cinderin over
Get
here.
loaded on the phone.
I
All
like
right.
Dota.
The
You
answer
know.
is inconclusive. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Lizard.
And I was literally watching that.
No, but I think
like 2
TI3
days ago.
Ake
Holy,
played a lot
dude,
of
nothing
Chen,
to say,
so he
just
probably was doing
blinked
that
in.
with Harpies. I think it sounds accurate to me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty much. It's. I'm not certain of the detail, but
Yeah.
it kind of sounds right, so I said it. That's what I do
I
in
could
my
see
life.
Ake sitting with a creep. I don't know if it would have been a Harpy back then, but something there was being annoying.
Tornado.
Oh, they
Just a big tornado.
They bought back on. He blinks in on nothing to say and dies on Tinker, and then he just buys back.
I
He's
think
just-
as Tinker, that's probably how most public Tinkers play too. They just want to stay in the game. I think they don't really value their buyback that much when they're ahead.
I mean, you get slotted really quickly anyway.
Yeah. So I think when it comes to this high ground push, what's important to note is, okay, never mind.
Oh, that's a free man.
beautiful.
Glad he did it
That
before I
was
said something.
amazing. But what were you gonna say? I mean,
So most of the time, when you have the ability to hit the racks,
Yep.
you and the enemy team can't go on your frontliner. Like the Wraith King is just sitting there in front, and
Yeah.
Secret doesn't want to go on him.
GG.
It gives you the advantage of the enemy team is forced to come to you, and you can just sit there and attack, and you see as much as they do. Whereas normally on high ground, your carry's scared to walk up because he's going to get poked down and lose a lot of HP. And the advantage of having the opportunity to wait and let the enemy team come to you is exactly what happened there, which is like Faithbeyond gets a 5-man Ravage, and it just ends the game immediately because Secret has to come to you. Otherwise, you're losing their buildings. So it's a very unique position in Dota where when you're ahead enough to be able to walk up the high ground and fight there, you set yourself up for success by forcing the enemy team to come to you and then having some sort of big counter initiation, like Tidehunter.
it's an excellent play.
Yeah, do you think there's something with Wraith King in that, Jenkins? Like Wraith King is a sort of hero that can just man up, go up front.
Sure. I mean, especially if you have like AC, you know, you do building damage. I feel like he's the type of hero he needs items, and also when you're level 18 and you know that you're committing that ultimate is not losing, 160 seconds or something like that of downtime. You can high ground. Wraith King's good at that. Late game though.
All right, gentlemen. So we have 1-1 on LGD and Team Secret, but we still have 3 games left. Do you mind if we take a look at Stream B with that Elephant and Vici game, revisiting that?
Yeah, let's pop in.
Let's take a look at that one because it looks like they are smoking in their base and headed out.
Oh, still pretty.
This game looks very,
Pretty
very
even.
even. Yeah.
Wow.
So Elder Titan is considered like a counter to most carries that are. Oh wow, a 4-man fissure. Followed up by the
Oh
Echo.
my god, follow
Boy,
up the
what a time
Echo.
to join. Good lord.
Ooh, that's why you don't go high ground just like that.
Although if you're a dragon, you can literally just fly over. Doesn't seem like Dusa cares that much though.
Is he getting out?
Well,
No, that's
No,
He's
he's
gone.
dead.
we might have just tuned in for like the game ending. It seems.
Yep.
Is that the caster curse too?
Yeah, I think to some degree. Any fight
It's a
right in front of your
multi-caster
base.
curse.
It is. Yeah.
I was literally just
Oh
praising
my God.
Tiny and Lycan combination, how sick it is to just use that bite. And then
That's very strong. It's very strong. And you pick up the tree after he bites you, so you get longer attack range still. There are a couple of other heroes that have that mechanic, like you have
TB,
the
right?
Metamorphosis from
Dragonite.
Blade, Dragonite form. Exactly. So any spell that you can use while you're wolf will still give you the attack speed. Or attack range, sorry.
God, Medusa doing late game Medusa things.
Yeah. I
a
am
cool hero.
immortal. I have 20,000 effective HP. Good job.
You sound
Yo,
you
yo.
sound mad.
Medusa's a very cool
Goddamn.
hero when she
Oh, yo,
You
yo.
press A on
You need to
the minimap.
emphasize that.
It's true.
Not only is his name hard to pronounce for idiots like me, he's playing Medusa late game. That's it. That's all I have.
Oh, okay.
That's
point.
a,
Thank
that's
you,
a sin.
Jenkins.
That's already a sin.
I was expecting a little bit more than that.
No, I saw you guys were looking with it. There's nothing. Yeah. Batrider Lasso. Yeah. You go late game against Batrider. You can't stand outside of your fountain. It seems. That 3-man was insane. Or that was 4 actually. Into a 3-man Echo.
It just feels good. Shaker is such a TI hero. Like every single TI Shaker comes back. and I'm-
Shaker, Enigma,
Enigma,
Rubik. Yeah.
Rubik, and sometimes Shen. We haven't seen him so much so far, but these two, like that you said, Enigma and Shaker, they're just
I
so
think
satisfying
teamfight
to watch.
just it always finds its way back to
Yeah.
TI. Team fighting and TI is just so iconic.
Question for you, Lizard. Oh, sorry.
No.
Continue.
Go ahead. I was done.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So, Lizard, you weren't here before, but
Mm-hmm.
now I have to ask you. Vici Gaming, that was a 2-0 against
Mm-hmm.
Elephant. A lot of the analysts were saying that this is Elephant's TI. Was this surprising to you at all?
No, not really. Like, yeah, Elephant is good on lands. We've kind of said that yesterday already, but Elephant so far has a lot to prove. Like, this is a team that hasn't done absolutely anything since December last year. They finished 5th in both of the DPC seasons, and yeah, they have Super now and ROTK, and it's actually looking much better. Like these two games versus Vici Gaming, they're looking way better than how they looked in the leagues, because that was all over the place. Here, at least they look like they have a general idea and everyone is following it. Before it was every man for himself pretty much.
Okay. So it looks like Stream A is done. Stream B is also done with the O2. Let's take a look at Stream D, which is Fnatic versus SG Esports, and see how that game is going. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on this, Lizard expert?
Why always me?
I'm asking
You're
you
the
because
new guy.
you're the
I'm the
new
new
guy.
guy?
You're the new guy.
Alright,
I'm
like
picking on you.
this one is very interesting to me as well, because my SA fans, SA people in the chat, don't hate me please, but SG is probably the team that I expect the least out of at the moment, especially because I watched the last tournament that they played in. It really didn't look that great, but yeah, they took a game off of Fnatic and they're looking pretty damn good in the second one as well, so I was wrong.
They seem to, if I understood it correctly, off of the way Jenkins and Tsunami were talking about it, they have like a very specific playstyle, right?
They do, yeah.
And they have very specific things that they want to accomplish in their games, which is really just enabling their carry from start to finish.
Let's
For
see,
sure.
is he
And they
top
want him
network?
to like, yeah, he is.
Oh, yeah, he's popping off. Yeah, this is what they
So
do.
it seems to be like the common trend if you're like an SG fan, and that's what you want to look out for, right?
Yeah.
Costa Bile's game.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's kind of, it's a little sad. I mean, obviously winning is great for them, but Tavo is the type of player that he, for a long time, was like Nature's Prophet, Beastmaster. Like he played more like carry style offlaners.
Yeah.
But for this team in particular, he's on stunners. He's Mars. He's Sand King, and completely sacks his game for Costa Bile. That's the thing, is like Costa Bile is the type of player that it's like it's worth it to do that. He's always been like a top carry. NASA. He's up there with like Hector and Arteezy.
Just ban all of his heroes out. Is that the solution?
No, not a solution. No, he plays a lot. He plays a lot of heroes. He doesn't just play these like stack farming heroes. Whatever hero he plays till like 1v5. If he's Jug, he'll go Battle Fury. Like he doesn't.
But they always combo with him, right? Like they,
Oh, yeah.
they
Oh,
always
yeah, yeah.
have. If there's a Sven, like in the previous patch,
Like
there
they
was
have-
always an Omni with him.
Yeah, they have like Oracle and
Yeah.
and Sven as well. Like Sven Omni, they always did that.
And the Luna IO as well and stuff like that. It's
I see.
definitely.
So they're
different.
very classic, like 4+1 type of.
They're
Yep.
literally
Yep.
stick to their combos at all
Every
times.
single game, their 5 position plays a buffer hero for Costa Bile.
Okay.
What does he call himself now? Their 5 position.
KJ?
He's KJ, but he was
he
King. He
change
was
it?
King Jungles. Believe he was King Jungles in the past. That's what I knew him as.
You need to get him in that
I
jungle
think
video that
he's
you
like-
talked about.
I remember him playing, like, I would fight him for offlane. And then, I'd end up being Pudge and ruining the game. But, yeah, now he's playing 5 position for them. And
It is KJ King Jungles.
King Jungles. I think he's a streamer, too, if I'm not mistaken. Like, he was primarily a streamer for a long time. And, coming into competitive, I was a little surprised to see the name, because, streamer, content creator going competitive is usually...
That's
Not
pretty
bad.
good.
Usually it's the other way around, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you try to be a pro, you fail, then you start streaming.
Exactly.
Been there,
Not
done that.
failed. Not failed, Lizard.
Not succeed.
But KJ's been around for a long time in terms of, at least in like NASA. Like I pub with the guy, so
I see.
it's like he's been around in the pubs for a long time, and I've never seen him on a competitive team before. Maybe it's just he's been on the smaller like SA teams, like the Incubuses, Pain Gamings and such, possibly. But it's good to see him on like a top team. He's a
Awesome.
character.
Yeah. So Fnatic yesterday we had them beating. Who did they beat? Slightly unexpectedly.
Please hold. I will check.
I don't think I saw that game.
No, because I saw Fnatic. I remember we had this discussion while we were
Fnatic
sitting here.
1-1 Elephant and 1-1
Right, they won
Vici.
the Elephant and Vici. And then now they're
Wow.
about to get 2-0 by SG, so maybe people
That's-
are underestimating SG a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Or it might just be a playstyle thing. I think this is like pretty important to note. Like, I know people would like to say like, oh, SCA and SA they just run at each other. And I think to some extent, I mean, it's true. But there's a lot more to it than that.
Fnatic does actually run at you, is the funny thing. Like, when I was looking at their replays, I was thinking, like, I don't want to just be the guy that says, like, SEA runs at each other, because it's just not true.
It's not true.
But Fnatic
Yeah.
is very aggressive in the lanes. But one thing that I did notice with Fnatic, and I think maybe this is a problem for them versus SG, is that SG plays to enable Costa Bile, and Fnatic make every single move with death. Death is involved in every single move, whether he's solo, whether they're rotating to him, whether he's rotating to somebody else. He's in every single move. And if Costabile is being supported, that's carry versus offlaner. That means the offlaner is being shut down. That's death. So my theory going into this was, I think Fnatic's going to look really good. They looked better than T1 in terms of the SEA teams. I thought maybe on LAN that would change because T1 with the way that they perform on LAN. But I thought their problem might be that death is involved in everything, and that is abusable.
So you can't just leave him on an island, let him get some farm out.
No. Death is 100% involved with this team.
That's actually a very interesting point because for me, Fnatic are the team with 4 playmakers. Every single one of these players besides the carry can do stuff on the map.
They pair with death from what I was seeing.
Because the mid laner actually played the offlane in Fnatic for a couple of months before they got that in.
Just to support your point, I know for a little while Death joined Complexity, right? This was a couple of years back. So
he's an
he joined
honorary
Complexity.
NA.
Yes, and I think I used to talk to Z-Freak and Blimp, and I think he was quite like a dominant voice too. And like he talks a lot, I think, or he wants things to be done his way. And I think with players like that, they tend to want to have like a snowball league game if they're offlaners. Like I think they want to dominate the lane. It's not enough to like draw it. Whereas I think a carry in the same position, he's happy going 50-50. If Costabile gets like 80% of the farm, but Death gets nothing, he's probably very, very happy with that situation because he can go jungle, he can play out his game plan. Whereas Death feels like I can't do what I normally do now.
100%.
And that in that way then would massively favor SG's way of approaching it.
When you make a comparison with Zai, like he's gonna go 0-8
Oh,
in his lane.
He loves those games.
And he will still do a lot. He will still accomplish a lot just by getting all the attention.
He doesn't really need the support of his team.
Yeah, doesn't need the support of his team. Yabzor was about to take his farm anyway, so it's even better that he's not around, right? And he finds a way to contribute.
Dude.
But
oh, sorry, continue.
yeah, just my philosophy of this game has always been enable the playmakers first, carry comes last. That's how I looked at it.
Yeah.
If my mid laner is having a bad time and the mid lane is supposed to be creating space in the mid game, my carry does not matter in the lane.
That's what you were saying about the Slardar we saw yesterday,
Precisely. So that was, I think, for me, I think it's a bit draft dependent, and you're going to notice like some different philosophies when it comes to that. But I do think in specific drafts, that is like the most core element of understanding where to move, and that was the Alliance OG series where the Klopp was pressuring the enemy carry instead of enabling his own.
That's the problem for me. I have one idea, and if it works, it works. If it's too much, man.
Hey, you're talking to the Lone Druid Broodmother picker. Don't worry about it. I'm on the one-track mind too when I'm playing. But yeah, I mean, this looks like they're really far ahead. And I was trying to think about this, but Sven and Spectre, it's a hard matchup for most of the game for Spectre. But if you manage to get to a very late point in the game and you can tank the Sven, I think it's pretty fine, right? Because without the BKB fighting into Invoker, you have Mars Phoenix, and a lot of just like
the catch.
Fnatic's draft doesn't necessarily get outscaled.
Damn, 40R had all of his stuff up. Just not enough. Yeah, just barely enough time. Chain stun's so annoying like that, especially like Invoker, Cold Snap.
Spectre so far has been popping off in the tournament.
Yep.
We had a couple of games, the Dying guy, Ultimado went 20-0 with the Spectre as well in his match. It's looking pretty strong. The Aghanims build, I love it. Suddenly the Spectre that's AFK all the time can actually be active.
Yeah. I think he actually did not go the Ag.
This game, yeah.
Yeah.
I love Theolicor's build. He's got a Mage Slayer on 4 Monkey King.
I've seen this quite a lot actually.
That's very popular.
And no boots, BKB. This is such a dope build.
It's like Orb of Corrosion, Mage Slayer, sometimes BKB, sometimes I've seen Echo as well, but BKB mostly.
That's so cool. It's so cool.
Yeah, who needs boots?
Yeah, I mean, there's very few heroes in Dota you can get away with that on. That's one of them.
I had this
only
stint
recently.
In which Skyrat and Phoenix, whenever I was playing those two, I didn't even bother. Just go for Veil instantly or something.
Skyrat, you don't need it.
He's fast enough.
You have a boost. You have boost when you're starting the game.
You kind of just stand there too and wait for somebody to like come farm this creep wave.
Yeah.
You know, and then you pop them. But because you're not gonna, it's not like, oh, I need boots to go move between jungle camps faster. It's like, no, you're sitting in a side lane murdering the guy who tries to farm the creep.
You're fast.
Yeah.
That helps too for sure.
But you're also spending a lot of time just waiting around.
You're chilling, yeah.
Yeah. Camping lanes.
So is this how's Oracle's usage in TI so far?
Not too many games, I think, right?
Sorry?
Were there too many games of Oracle? I don't think so.
I think there's been a few, but personally, so I play a lot of Oracle. I personally think it was like one of those heroes where I feel like it might be good. Because depending on which direction the game moves in, yeah. Because I think, like, for example, you play against a team, secret type team, you're going to lane against these minion type heroes where you're very weak against, or heavy vision tools, which is also another Oracle counter where you see the Oracles, so you just jump in first. And there are quite a lot of those heroes, like Night Stalker is quite popular. I've seen Clockworks, I've seen Nature's Prophet.
Weaver even at the moment,
Beastmaster,
right?
Weaver, yeah. So it's like I think it's a bit hard to pick a support that has a lot of active counters in the pool. But in this game, for example, he's not really facing up against any of these. So
It was a good pick.
it's a good pick. I think it's a fine game to play Oracle in.
He's
It is
great.
annoying to play against Spectre because he just jumps on top of you.
It's very annoying to play versus Silencer. as
Silencer
well.
a bit, yeah.
I actually think Oracle's a silencer counter.
If
you
you're
can-
fast
'cause you
enough.
don't-
It's nothing to do with speed. So the way it works is when you're playing Oracle, if your team initiates on the enemy team, you just start channeling Q on yourself when your team jumps.
Oh, really? Is that
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
That's how you, no, that's actually how you get it most of the time.
Why do you sound so sarcastic?
No, it's fine.
Why are you smiling?
No, I'm gonna.
Did you beat me in a game or
No,
what?
I'll sound egocentric, but there was a clip
Yeah.
on Reddit like a long time ago, 5 years ago, of me doing that. That's like my pride and joy
Oh, okay.
of the
So that's how you do
competitive
it. That's the
scene.
trick to it. I might have learned it from you. I don't
People
know.
were like, "Oh my God, Lizard can actually press his buttons." Like,
I'm sure I saw this
once.
in a pub game at some point.
Yeah, in
Yeah.
pubs, of course.
So I probably saw you do it, and then I stole it from you. And now I'm
was a
presenting
long
it at the
time
TI
ago.
stage. Yeah. So your team initiates,
God, Insania, you're
and then
so
you know
smart.
they're gonna global.
You're so smart.
And then you just channel Q on yourself.
He was crushing me back then, by the way.
Was this the Bounty Hunter days?
Yeah, Bounty.
Because then you were
let's-
crushing me.
Yeah, the Bounty Hunter days were when he started. So, the first time I played with this guy, I muted him instantly. Like in the first 5
There is
minutes.
a reason.
Why?
There's a reason.
Oh,
the
okay,
way
well,
he
I
would
won't
play the
ask.
game, he's obviously very eloquent. That's why he's here.
Right.
He's nice to listen to.
Yes.
However, he wouldn't shut up. Like in every game that he played, he literally had that. You know, you have press button or open mic.
Yeah.
I think he had open mic.
I didn't. I just pressed the button a lot.
So you were literally. How did your finger not hurt?
I had my hands hurt.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
And he would narrate everything that he was doing.
So I had this thing when I was playing Han, when I would stream for fun, I would cast my game as I was playing it.
That's cool.
Yes, but
To your
there's not
to your
really that much
teammates.
happening on your own screen.
To your teammates?
Yes, and like to my stream, obviously. So when I would get really bored after playing my 27th game of Dota that day, because I was just trying to grind a lot,
Yeah.
you know, I was streaming and I was like, all right guys, let's do it. I'll commentate while I'm playing. And then I would just play Bounty Hunter and I would get into Lizard's games.
Imagine he has like 3 seconds Janata cooldown, and every time that Janata procs,
Oh,
he
that's a
announces-
good
I'm like,
joke.
wow!
Wow,
That's a
it's-
good joke. I do that joke too all
Yeah.
the time. Especially in games where people are like throwing and griefing. It's like, I've Janata, go, I've Janata. Just because it sounds serious, but then it's the least serious thing.
But I was doing it more as like, imagine like I'm casting a game, I'm watching myself play the
Yeah.
game. So I was like
Third
casting.
person, right?
Like
he's
imagine
talking about
Owen is
himself.
playing and casting at the same time.
Well, he does do that.
Yeah, basically that, but
And then he
very,
gets
very
Scotty
poorly.
first on Slark mid with no other items.
Chad.
I
Yeah,
kind of want to hear an example of this now, but Lizard probably doesn't.
it might be on YouTube somewhere. I don't know.
There probably is.
I'm gonna
There
go
probably
look
is
for it.
some clip.
I'm gonna go look for it.
Did you ever do it with Swindle Melons in your game?
I don't think so.
No, not
Maybe.
with Swindle Melons.
No. So you used to play NA pubs when I played you, right? You didn't really cross over the pond
Sure.
back in those days.
You didn't have to. You didn't want to.
You didn't want to.
You didn't want
There was
to.
nothing nice on the other
There was
side.
nothing interesting.
No, NA Han players are actually really, really good.
Yeah.
Back then.
What about Hannah Montana?
The TV show?
No, it was a TI player.
Oh, right, the old Liquid player.
Yeah, I don't know. I was a noob back then.
What about him?
What about him? Have you pub with him?
Is he a Han player? Why is his name coming up?
I think so. I don't know.
I'm confused.
He'd
Anyway,
know if it was
Aegis
a-
is on
oh.
Spectre now, and I think if this game continues going the way I saw the last fight go, I think Fnatic has a pretty decent shot at clawing themselves back into this game.
They just need to isolate this Sven and eliminate him. while also taking care of Oracle.
So I think this late into the game, having the vision aspect of Spectre on every initiate, like you see all 5 of their heroes when you decide to jump, is just broken. It's what makes Spectre such a crazy good late game carry, because he's the only carry in the game that positioning is like not relevant. There is no real way to position except for balling up. And if you ball up, you do it in order to avoid his true damage, and it's like, well, if he sees one of us, he sees all of us, it doesn't really matter. And then they've paired it up with Phoenix, Mars, Invoker, and these heroes you absolutely do not want to ball up against.
Yeah.
So at this point in the game when everything is online for Fnatic, their draft is actually quite easy to play. And it's more on SG to find the right target. They need to use the Sven to come in from a side or in some way find the right target to disturb the team fight.
Who is Sven's target?
It's hard to say because they kind of need to do multiple things at once. But I think some sort of backline hero. Phoenix would be great to kill off. I assume they have ways to purge off global, so that they don't really need to go for the silencer.
Some Lotus Swords, Yules, and whatnot.
Yeah, precisely. So I would imagine, oh, here we go, perfect initiation. He found both
Wow.
silencer
Oh,
and
I mean,
Phoenix.
that
Oh my
was good.
god, that Phoenix just vanished.
There are 2 buybacks though.
Yeah,
Straight
and here
back in.
comes the Cataclysm. So this is Sven's problem in late game, where once his BKB is out, he has a very hard time fighting into certain drafts. And Invoker is one of those heroes that almost single-handedly does that to Sven. Between Ice Wall, you have Yule's, Tornado, Cold Snap. These are just spells that don't allow Sven to really play his game.
It looks like they're holding on nicely, but Invoker also buybacks, and they're still in Aegis on Spectre. So this team fight
Yeah.
It's
should
rough.
go Fnatic's way.
And Sven buyback is like borderline worthless because of no god strength, no
Right.
BKB.
Exactly.
So in this case, do you think it was a good idea for them to just kind of leave instead of trying to push further?
So they've all, yeah, I think so. At this position in the game, when they've forced Sven's buyback, and they know that as soon as Sven's BKB runs out, he will die. Like Invoker almost will solo kill him with any sort of stun. So it forces Sven to basically have 3 seconds of effective BKB in a team fight because he needs to use the last 2 seconds to run away.
Right.
And 3 seconds is basically going to be enough for him to kill one hero, and not a core hero. It would have to be like Phoenix or potentially Invoker if he finds them. So the scenarios in which SG have like a winning team fight for the upcoming 8 minutes are very, very small. There are very few situations in which
Where was
these
Oracle?
conditions can be
Like,
met.
I'm looking at this team fight, and I cannot find him on the minimap as well. He did manage to save Lina in the end, and he was alive, but he did not manage to false promise.
He probably
that
gets
Sven.
Spectre Haunt,
Spectre
and then
Haunt
he has
and-
to run away.
She
Yeah.
has Abyssal.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
He probably has to reset.
100%.
Yeah.
That's the thing that you were talking about earlier when you're saying Spectre just walks up and slaps him.
Yeah.
Especially with this item build, like Abyssal, even though he has Ghost Scepter, if she can just keep that Abyssal on him and the bashes, he won't be able to approach the Sven and save him on time.
Yeah.
So
That's all
is
that
that
matters.
Spectre's job in this team fight to
I think
isolate
so.
Oracle?
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's the hero that you want to eliminate first in most
Yeah.
team fights.
They have a
Did-
lot for isolating the Oracle, actually. Now, like looking at this in retrospect, like even Phoenix Mars, it's really hard for the Oracle to like walk in and ult somebody because if you get clipped by, like number one, you're not gonna kill the egg because of the Mars. And then if you get clipped like in the Mars ulti, you're dead. If you get clipped by the egg stun, you're dead. There's a global silence that you have to care about, you're dead. You're not gonna save somebody. The Spectre, you have to run away from that. Invoker has radial deafening blast now. So it's like there's all of this AoE where he's walking through a minefield. It's a really tough Oracle game at this point
Yes.
in the game with the items that they have.
For the part of the game when they're ahead, when SG gets to run at Fnatic, it's actually quite easy to play Oracle here, or easier. But when the coins flip and you're on the receiving end, it's very, very hard. Just like Jenkins says, the arena will zone you off, and you just have to run and tank the Phoenix, Supernova and stuff, and these are not things that you want to be doing.
You don't want to do that, yeah. I mean, so if you have like Glimmer, Force, Ether, and all these items, and they don't have Refresher on Mars and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, you're cool with that. You can just run in. You'll be
So
fine.
one question for you two big heads, big brains of Dota.
The Insanias.
If SG was actually winning this game at the moment with the same draft, would your success bias tell you that their draft is actually better at the moment and that it's easier to execute? You know what I mean? Sometimes I feel like,
I
sorry.
understand what you mean. I think maybe 25 minutes ago, I'd say their draft is easier to execute.
Right.
And when I'm watching a draft and trying to judge like which draft do I think is easier to play, I'm trying to think about what is it you need to accomplish in order to win. Like, which team is going to have control? I think it's easier to have control from start to finish. Like when I watch OG play, for example, I don't really think they care about having control from lanes, but they want to have control from post lanes. Whereas I personally, when we draft,
Like
we
lanes.
value having control from the start, from minute one. And I think certain teams are better at different things. And I think when I think about SG, I imagine South American Dota, because I don't really know the team that well, but that to be like, we want to control and dominate from minute 1 till the end. And I think their draft can do that. So for their team, I think it is a good draft. But I think they have now reached the point where
it's kind of
there's almost,
point,
you
right?
have
It
no
kind of
gameplay.
breaks.
You have no options to win.
Gentlemen, I apologize for the interruption, but I do want to let you know that there is another elimination coming up. And the elimination is me. So I'm gonna step off for just a little bit, and Tsunami is gonna come tag in, and I'm gonna go take a break. So we'll be right back. Well, I won't be back, but Tsunami will be back.
He just left.
He just left. Yeah.
He was here. He was where you are.
It's literally the beard. It cannot leave.
It can't.
It needs to be. It makes
No,
the
there's-
production more professional.
There's like a. Well, because you have a beard.
What?
You have a beard.
You call this a beard next to that? Come on, man.
I see it.
I
there.
mean, thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you very much. But
Well, some of us don't have the capacity.
SG are making the comeback though. They're going for the high ground push.
yeah, because you know their draft obviously at this point is
Of course, it's a better timing, much better timing.
No, because I actually experienced
Easier
it
to
a couple of
execute.
times with analysts and
Yeah.
players and whatnot. Players, they just see a draft that's winning and the success bias makes them think, yeah, this is.
I mean, it's easy to focus in on what makes the draft good. And I
Right.
think that's the one benefit you have as someone who drafts, where it's like you can see these are their positives, these are their positives, and then you need to look at which team is able to execute them.
And these positives work in different ways at different times.
Precisely. I think we had a game between Secret and LGD this morning, and I thought LGD's draft was easier to play, but Secret were managing to do what they're supposed to do with their draft in order to make the game even, and that eventually led to them winning the game. I think their draft was harder to win with, and I think most teams would probably not have been as successful as they were, but it doesn't make it like a better or worse draft necessarily. But
Sometimes you remember of Arkosh and the drafts don't matter at all. The worse draft it is, the better they play.
Of course, as a content creator for the illustrious Tier 1, by the way, same caliber, same rank as Team Liquid in Division 1 NA, Arkosh Gaming content creator, I can say that they will show up to lanes without items oftentimes. And so sometimes in the chaos is where a team will thrive. And builds, certain builds in a game too. You don't know what a late game Monkey King is going to be like, and if you win a carry matchup until you actually get there and you're thrown into the chaos.
Is Pale Horse still the part of Arkosh?
Pale Horse is absolutely part of our
I'm so afraid of that.
very
person, of
very
that
dangerous
character.
demon. Yeah, character. Of course, just a content creator myself, so I don't know that much. But how does that make you feel, Insania?
I wasn't listening. I'm gonna be honest. When you started talking about Arkosh, I kind of drifted into the game.
Because they're your direct competitors, so you already know so much about them.
Yeah, something
How much do you
along those
prepare
lines.
for Arkosh? Be honest here, Insania. Like in any tournaments, before the tournament, even. Okay, I'll stop. It's fine.
I'm just kidding. I'm just talking about you guys. No, but I am curious how SG actually called. I didn't see the fight that got them back into the game.
Dude, Theolacore is just a Theolacore now. I shouldn't have done that.
Good
He's
one.
a core. He's a core, okay?
Theolic core.
He has Nullifier, he has Mage Slayer, he has core items from the 4-position Monkey King, and he's posed to be kind of a problem.
Sven.
So this is
BKB.
the initiation I think they want. They need Phoenix, but I don't know if it's good enough. Where's
And
the
the
Invoker?
Silencer is dead now.
Yeah.
This is a good chance for them. Spectre.
Oh man, he is
They got
low.
this.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, all the buybacks are back up. Damn.
I don't think Sven has buy, right? But he's Oracle.
No, he has
But he-
Aegis though. Lena's by probably travels.
Sven has Aegis?
Yeah, Lena's traveling into the mid wave, being safe. Yeah, look at this Monkey King. He's a core dude. Now he's a dead core.
For 2 minutes.
It
I
was
don't think Sven has. Oh no, he does have buy. Okay. Dude, time flies when we have so much fun on the panel.
Lena's up.
So I
BKB
thought they
still.
didn't have buybacks even, right?
Yeah, I didn't think Sven did, but he does. He's not here.
Oh, he's going down. I mean, he does buy back actually, even with.
Dude, this game's wild.
Without-
Both teams are buying back to try to close it out.
Yeah.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hello.
This
Neil.
game has turned very, very wild. We have Boots of Travel buybacks in. high ground pushes.
Wait, what's the while? I see a heavy net worth advantage for SG. They're sieging high
It's
ground.
been swinging back and forth like crazy.
It's a very interesting game.
About 10 minutes ago, I think, roughly, we had a Fnatic at the opposite end.
It really comes back down to buybacks at this point. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
what
buybacks are
advantage-
important.
yeah.
I think buybacks and initiation.
Dude, look at this Lina range. It's so hard to defend against this. I mean, you have Mars though, so he could walk up and
Just
press
Arena.
Bulwark. He could,
Maybe
yeah,
Bulwark.
Arena,
Yeah,
Bulwark. But you know,
What was that?
oh,
spear?
he was trying
They
to.
probably went for the Sanking.
What's the Bulwark redirect range? How close do you have to be to redirect?
I don't know the exact range, but it's big. I mean, he could just stand
It's
in
pretty,
front of the
it's pretty
barracks.
big.
Yeah.
It's bigger than you would think.
They're going in.
Oh, yeah, I feel like they could just
What are they
make us,
going
but
on? Sanking?
BKB.
Yeah, you can always BKB out of views. Tsunami learned that
There we
yesterday.
go. I'm glad we've shared some experiences between these 2 days of the group stage.
God, they really want to get siege this Rax, but because there's no fort, but
Is
they have
that
no
Megas
Lina
for them if
BKB.
they get him? I
It
can't
is
really
Megas.
see.
Yeah, it is
Let's
Megas.
see.
Oh, they
The
just popped the
Monkey King
monkey
off
kill.
his own
Yeah,
off the
dude, look at
Rax.
him. I'm telling you, this is a nice MK build.
Wait, he's TPing right there? He got stabbed by
He
Mars.
has no buyback for sure.
What was that?
So he's gone.
Why did he TP?
Because he's
So
got.
how do you do this if you're Fnatic though? You leave Spectre and bait,
And she haunts in, perhaps.
Yeah.
She doesn't have haunt at the moment, though.
but you have no objective damage if Spectre's not there. So
But
you're gonna have to dive the base.
Look what Theolacore is building. He's getting a moon shard. I love this build. I love that he pivoted. He's not going for like Spirit Vessel, Atos, things like that, which typical like 4 Monkey Kings go for. He recognized that what you were saying, Insani, of like Sven can really easily get kited when his BKB is out this game, so he can't actually be like a traditional carry in the way that he would like to. He can burst, but then he's going to get kited. And so like, all right, we'll have 2 carries. We'll just go Monkey King carry as well because the game's going to go late.
Yeah.
I would even say that that's the more common one right now.
Oh, really?
Way of playing.
You
one.
The
you
carry?
transition into
4
the
into just transition into a carry. If your game goes remotely well.
Yeah.
I like that. I mean, yeah, that sounds good. Just more problems to deal with.
Yeah,
for the
and
enemies.
the item build is just so easy for you with everything that you're buying. Like every single item kind of benefits your ultimate.
Yeah.
And what you're bringing to the table.
Yeah, it's, you know, a lot of the like highest win rate heroes in Dota history are heroes that can build core items, support items, but still be a core.
Yep.
Like Lycan, for example, every time he's OP, you know, you go Dom, you go like Necrobook. These items were support items, but that's what he would build to carry. And same thing goes with Beastmaster, is like you play him as kind of a carry hero from the offlane whenever there's like a Necro or a Dom, and you build these aura items that give you damage because you're creeps, but you're getting a support. So you're getting a support and a core for the price of 1. And I feel like that's what this Monkey King build is too, where it's like, sure, these are core items, but they're also support items. Like Mage Slayer is going to work for your entire team, right? Nullifier is going to work for your entire team. So you're getting 2 for the price of 1, and like if you can get away with it, it's so good.
How would it work if you hit Phoenix before he eggs?
Hit him with.
there?
Yeah.
I think it would. I think Egg applies a hard dispel, so
think
it
so
would.
too, right?
It would
Yeah,
it would just.
It
there would
doesn't
be a
work.
debuff on the egg,
Yeah.
which is interesting because if you egg ruptured, after the egg is done, you're still ruptured.
Because Rupture is not dispelled by a hard dispel.
Yeah, but if you die and buy back, you're not still ruptured though.
You
Well,
are.
Death is a different.
No. Are you?
Death is a
think you
different
are.
form of dispel than hard dispel.
Yeah, but I
I
thought
think
a
so.
Phoenix Supernova was a death spell.
No, it's a hard dispel.
Is it a death spell when you go into the egg?
No. It's a
When
hard.
you
It's
come out.
it's a hard dispel.
When you come out.
Because you know the reason I know that is, I don't know if it's still in the game, but you can Earth Spirit enchant Remnant
Yeah, I know
with
that.
Supernova, and Phoenix doesn't come out until the Supernova ends. And so
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's like the dispel at the end.
Basically invulnerable.
Yeah. It's like invulnerability.
Yeah.
I love Phoenix, man. Such a fun hero to play.
Did you see that many yesterday? I think there was only 1 yesterday, and we've
No,
seen
not
like
too
3
many
already.
But what Insania was talking about earlier, every TI we find ourselves slowly going and heading back to this team fight oriented meta.
Yeah, it's how it
And
always goes.
This Mars and Phoenix was not really the thing to go for 6 months now,
Yeah.
and here we are.
Yeah, Dota's cyclical. It's so cyclical. And the thing with TI too is that the meta shifts so quickly because everybody's just like all cards on the table. You're going to see what's good, and then like the emotion of it too. I feel like forces teams to, I don't know, like make faster decisions, make maybe rasher decisions. Where is that the word? Rash. Brash?
Brash. Yeah.
Brash?
You
Maybe
asking
there's-
a
maybe
Slav
there's
with
some
this
brashness going
accent
on.
about English helps.
Tsunami, you're the.
I think the proper way would be brash decision.
I
but
see.
rasher, I can see where you're going. I think that's acceptable.
Okay. It's definitely not, but I appreciate that. TI just exponentially increases the speed of that the meta develops, which leads to stuff like this happening. Shen and Io coming back as well.
Oh,
Always.
here we go. Initiation from
No, Sven is gone.
Fnatic.
No buyback.
Yeah. Initiation in late game is so important.
Who gets the first jump
Yellow Core is dead,
literally wins
too.
the team fight most of the time.
Most of the time, and it's because once you reach a certain point in the game, both drafts have enough damage to kill each other. And then whoever gets to go first basically has an edge. Because you get to choose who you go for, one, and two, you get, the first jump. You're making all the decisions.
And,
They have to respond to
and
you.
every hero has much more value in the late game too, because of like 25 talents being insane, Aghanim Scepters. There's like 8 slots you can get
Look
in
at the
Dota now.
silencer. He has a hex. Like
Yeah,
he's
every
the one
hero
that
is so
buys
valued.
you an extra couple of seconds to kill off that Sven. Are you guys in the hater of the late game camp, or do you love it?
I
Do you
love
like
the
it?
late game.
You love
I
it?
love this.
You love the
This
chaos?
is the best
Of course
part. Yeah.
you do.
The
Oh, of
chaos
course
is
he does.
great.
I
Yeah,
think the recent additions to the game with shards, refreshers, level 25, level 30 talents, tier 5 neutral items. I love late
shit
game now.
gets crazy, dude.
Because you see it so infrequently that like every situation feels unique. You're like, oh my god, the Fallen Sky interacts like this. I never knew that.
Yeah, I think if you're a pro player, you usually disagree, right? Like
I think it's hard
tension, it's
to
very
structure it out. Like, when you're trying to think of a game and plan it out, like when we were watching the LGD Secret Series, I think it's pretty easy to see like what are these teams trying to accomplish. You can do that for a certain point in the game, but you can't know further than that.
Yeah.
Then you kind of have to
Yeah.
reassess and make a decision based on the situation you're in the game. And
Like,
this is
what the
something
hell is that thing going on there? What was that? Look at this crazy thing. You see that?
Thing?
Look at these. There's just stuff on the creeps, blue stuff.
You mean the silencer?
It's a silencer, I think.
Okay, well.
They also the,
Oh, what was
the
it, something
Spectre.
else?
I saw the Spectre blade mail thing or
Dude,
something like that.
it
Oh,
was
really?
the Arcanist armor. I think that's what it was. It was the Arc something or other. It's
Oh.
on one of these heroes. They have an Arcanist thing.
What does it do?
It gives everybody like a pseudo blade mail. This is how I know
that's what it
Shannon Sunman Dota is delusional, because he says at this point of the game he's an expert and knows what's going on and knows how to win the game at this point. And I would claim that nobody knows who wins late game.
He does know tier 5 neutral items very well because his custom game
So is that
has
it?
tier 5
Well, there's
neutral
like
items.
5
yeah,
of
that's
them.
his
He knows
one
the
advantage.
he knows the names of them.
Nice.
Sure. But like, look at this Phoenix TPing out there. Did you know he was going to get canceled there? I have no idea.
You never
Like,
know
God
when you're
knows
going
a
to get canceled,
dragon.
Jenkins.
A dragon. That's true. Yeah, actually.
Late game is
Careful.
insane because half of these items, you don't have as much experience with them as with everything else.
Yeah, I know.
That's the
Nobody
problem.
knows.
Like
Nobody
you're playing,
knows.
usually your games are like 30, 40, 15 minutes.
There it is, the Arcanist armor. I knew it.
Good call. And they only have 3 out of their 5 so far. It's 61 minutes, 62 minutes.
Oh man, that's a 2-minute dieback, and that's a Hex that just died.
What? Radiance Invoker? Are they really struggling against Mega Creeps that bad?
Oh my god, that's a sick build. I like that.
That's 2008.
Yo, you walk around in Ghost
In
Form.
Ghost form, that's what I was doing, man. Just go Ghost and burn people up with Radiance. The best build ever.
Why?
Do you guys remember the old Treant when he could like invis himself?
Yeah?
Oh,
And you
yeah.
could play him mid, and you little Radiance, and you just invis right next to people? No?
Of course I do.
Yeah, this is a thing.
Dude,
Best
he's
thing
just.
ever.
I don't have the slots. They're just leaving refresher and cheese on the ground. Oh, there we go. Tavo's like, oh, thank God, I get an
Still
item.
doesn't have Shard at 62 minutes in.
Dude, I'm telling you. Oh no, I don't think you were here for it, but Tavo plays like super sacrificial on this team, which is historically not like his play style. He's so good at being a.
And if you don't
1v5.
have any area to farm that luxury item up, you probably won't get it. Right? You won't be buying the shard.
Oh yeah. It's a good shard now
Wait, he
though.
didn't even. Did he take it? He did, right?
No, this is like 4th Roche. Only 2nd Roche drops the Shard.
Yeah, he's got refresher. Wait, does 4th Roche drop?
Well,
no,
everything.
only
Get
2nd
Ag
drops
Shard on
shard.
2nd.
4th Roche
Fourth is
drops
everything.
Ags and refresher
Yeah.
minus
Yeah.
shard. Doesn't
Yeah.
drop the shard.
There's
Shard.
only one shard.
There's only one
It's
Shard.
at 2nd, right?
Yep.
Yes.
And then 3rd is cheese.
Yeah. 7th Roche is
Yeah.
the towered leader.
Wait, is 2nd Roche? What?
7th Roche drops the towered leader.
I don't believe that.
No,
Ace Roche
you
allows
get
you
an
to
item, you
summon
click it on a
Roche
tower and it removes
I
it.
think that's impossible.
They're glyphing.
This
They're
is a throne.
fighting to survive.
It's very hard to
Creeps are
defend
all
Throne against
here.
Monkey King.
They're not
He has
finishing
cheese.
this.
Hit the troll.
I feel like you just hit. Yeah. Okay. Very nice.
I love how they stop to fight a little bit and then
Just a little bit. Yeah.
just kill the troll.
Savor the victory.
I mean, can't hit the throne while it's glyphed, right? Might as well hit heroes.
True.
Yeah, SG
And then a little bit after too, you just get kind of addicted to the buzz of, hitting other heroes.
So that's a 2-0 for SG, and this is why I was Lizard. You weren't here, but I was saying one of the series that I was looking forward to was Fnatic SG because I don't know how good Fnatic are.
Yeah,
you and
I
I
agree.
watched a lot of Fnatic over the DPC. This roster is not the same that we watched there, but even the core of just like Raven, I don't know how good Raven is anymore.
I agree completely, and it's definitely difficult to put your finger on what Fnatic will be even doing at TI, what their strategies are.
Yeah.
I actually watched them recently in the Dota pit. They played. They didn't really have a great performance.
I think
over
it's
there, too.
surprising with at least their two supports. I
Two
think
supports are on
amazing.
point. They're amazing. They're the best ones in SCA.
Yeah.
Whitemon and Zephyr are fine,
Yeah.
but they don't have nearly as much experience as DJ and Jabs. Meanwhile, the rest of Fnatic is a little bit. They're not any worse. It's just that I'm not sure they had enough time to gel properly.
Yeah.
But do you think
That's
it's
it.
about time, or do you think it's just playstyles? Because I think sometimes like people's playstyles just don't work together.
That's yeah.
And I think sometimes when you have superstar supports, you need more sacrificial cores. And I feel like I'm not sure they got that thing going where like, if you look at Secret, for example, like you have Yapsor with Zai. Sure, Zai's an absolute superstar in every way, but he's also a sacrificial superstar.
Yep.
And that enables Yapsor to be like the
And-
best version of himself.
There aren't many players that can just switch up these mental models in a way that
Exactly.
they play. Like,
Yeah.
okay, this game I'm gonna be sacrificial. Okay, this game that's straight afterwards, I'm gonna be as greedy as hell.
It's
Like,
hard, man. It's really hard because you have to know what the other heroes on your team are doing. Without,
And what you're going up against. right?
Yeah, without like playing the roles. That's Aoi always says like, he's coached me a few times and he says like, I need to play the other roles so I can understand from an offlane perspective like what the timings are that I'm enabling,
Yeah.
what the timings are that I'm up against,
That's
what are
why
the annoying things to do.
I always like the captains that have played a variety of roles because
Yeah.
they're able to dictate things
I'm
so
sorry.
well. It's okay, Insani, you'll get there, you'll get there. Meanwhile, Stream C, EG take a 1-0 victory over Alliance. So that just wrapped up like a minute and a half ago, so they'll be a little while before they get into the draft. And Stream A, I gotta see if OG are gonna keep up this momentum for that they had yesterday. I know VP put a little bit of a cork in it. It was a split series.
However, there's something different in Aster's lineup right now. Is
What's
there?
up?
Am I correct?
Is there mid player back?
I believe he is. I'm not 100% sure.
We
We will see.
I'm trying to look at the names.
We will see in a second
Okay.
or two.
Wait, so who is? Okay, so it's Storm Spirit. We need to
White
see,
Album.
right?
Yeah.
If White Album is still playing, I can't. Someone picked it up? No, that's Thompson. We'll find out.
Eventually,
Oh, we can't.
will
That's the
find
stream.
out.
They don't hear us.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
they
yeah.
can't.
I know.
Just shout
Oh,
loudly
yeah.
and they'll
I
hear
know.
you.
In any case, he's playing up against.
It was
what?
White Album.
That's
It was
Shaker,
White Album?
right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
It popped on for a second.
Then
I don't know.
86 has been benched, and we've got Aster at theoretically full power.
We've got an actual mid laner now
We've got
playing
an actual
for,
mid laner
for
now.
Aster. Yeah, and this team should be a completely different beast now. Aster in the
Yeah, White Album. Nice.
yeah, in the regionals, like White Album is a beast player. This guy had some very innovative approach to the mid lane and the heroes that they were picking for him. Like you can counter him all you want. It doesn't really matter. So very interesting game, if nothing else because of that.
I think for me, Aster's always felt a little bit similar to Alliance in that they look good in their own region,
Yep.
but I just never see them do that well at LAN. And even when we've played against them, they don't feel like the kind of team that is like,
But
this team's like about gonna crush us. You know, they don't give you the you don't feel scared vibe. They seem more like a sit-back team and more reactive. And I think that works better when you know your opponents really well. So in your own region, that style works a lot better than I think it does internationally. However, I do think if anything, that should work pretty well against OG because OG are gonna run at you. They're gonna give you those situations in which you can react to what they're doing.
if you're comparing them to Alliance, I would compare them overall to OG.
Okay,
The way they play,
interesting.
the old OG as well. Like Baboka, Borax, literally a tribute to Jerax, and has a very similar playstyle. He's just all over the place. He likes to go to places he didn't go before, just run in, jump in, go behind enemy lines, play that monkey position 4. What's he playing right now? Is that an IO?
I think Weaver?
No, that's Lanham playing an IO.
Yeah,
He's
should
a
be
Weaver.
He's Weaver, yeah. Dope position for it. That Aghanim Shard, very busted. Best
That's
invis reveal in the
The
game.
bugs, man. The
Yeah, that
beetles.
there's no counter to them because if you get a Ghost Scepter, you can't hit them. If you get a Glimmer, they go through invis. You get a Yules, they stay on you, and they just make you have more minus armor.
True.
It's like you have to hit them. If you don't attack speed, I mean that's the counter. But like,
Were they waiting for White Album to come back to start playing Weaver and have Beetles skilled up?
I get it. Though it's not a reference to that. And White Album
Hasn't he
is
specifically said it has nothing to do with it?
yeah,
Probably.
his Wikipedia article says that it's a reference to a visual novel
Is that-
called White Album.
But
But
it was like, it was a good joke.
If he had some boomer here, he'd probably
Listen, I appreciate it.
it, Arch.
I appreciate it. He is indeed playing Weaver, and that's the closest reference we've got so far.
I think somebody else made that exact joke.
Really?
Yesterday. Yeah, so I knew what
Damn
you were
it.
referring to. I just heard it before.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know that was a
I hope I wasn't on that panel.
it was you before. You really are a boomer.
It was me.
And he's like, wow, I thought it was a great joke.
Yeah, but Aster, I'm surprised how poorly they've performed on lands before. And
Dude, China hates Aster.
they hate them.
It's because
Really?
they literally just waste slots. That's how China looks at it. Is that they
Really?
they
Wow.
take up a slot from another Chinese team that would theoretically do better. They go to an international LAN, they bomb out, and it's a ritual at this point. Since like CQ Major, they is just a habit. No matter what their roster is, it's like the entire brand is cursed.
Meanwhile, you have this guy named Lanham who's been at almost every single
Nine
TI.
TIs. Cap was saying that he got like X'd off the list because he skipped one, but he's still been at 9.
Wow.
Just like Kuroki, for example. He's with the greats.
Just seeing
Yeah.
him play that position 5 and not care. Like, yeah, Borax, you can have your fun. I'll be the 5.
I think there was some event in which I know what event that was. This was TI9, and this was the game in which we picked Gyrocopter, I think. I think I got to lane against Lanham and Old 11 together. That was the wildest thing I've ever experienced. These two guys, like, they want to fight nonstop. They don't care if they're dying. They'll like die 5 times against you in lane, no problem. I think it was a TI9 game.
Was it R? I think they were on RNG at the time.
Were both of them in RNG?
Let me check. I'll check the. I'm
was
surprised that you
RNG,
don't
yeah.
remember the game well enough.
I remember the game.
You don't remember the
I
opponent.
remember the draft.
It could have been any
I
opponent.
don't remember who was on the other side.
Anyone else could have been in that booth, and it would
Yeah.
have been the same result.
I think we were playing against like, where's Monet right now? Is he an Aster? He's an Aster, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And Tommy was like, it's a grudge match. I'm like, why? He's like, because of RNG. I'm like, what do you mean? It's like Monet was the carry in RNG at TI, and they laughed at us when you picked Gyro. I'm like, oh, I don't remember that part.
Selective amnesia.
Yeah, dude.
Yes, it was against RNG.
Yeah.
And so you played against.
Was it Lanham though and Old 11? Or was that Keen? No, it was Keen Game. It was Kaka and Old 11. I remember now, actually. Never mind. It's a completely different story.
Well, Lanham was on RNG.
Close enough.
yes.
so was
but
Monet.
not Old 11.
Not Old 11.
Yeah.
So you are conflating something.
Yes. I was thinking about a Keen.
Lanham, he is one of my favorite playmakers. I feel like Lanham always finds a way to do these like small little plays as a pathetic position 5 that has no net worth, and he still manages to make these plays. There's a play that I was watching. I don't remember who they were playing against, but he was Chen, and he had a Tumbler's toy, and he was gathering creeps like right in the enemy jungle, and the entire enemy team just starts running at him up the hill, and it's like he could not TP, he couldn't walk away, he had no boots, he had like mechanism, no boots, so he was dead in the water. And he Tumbler toys up to the high ground, just like boing, and he just stands there and watches the enemies like circle the hill over and over, killing his creeps. And he's just there, and the guy just sits there. He has a TP, sits there watching them for 60 seconds. Tumbler's toy comes back off cooldown, and he just jumps off the cliff, and the enemies are like, "What the hell? He was there the whole time." He just watched them.
I
It was
think he
great.
didn't have any auras or
It
anything
was
like
great.
that,
Yeah, seriously, like a negative aura to show. right-click them from the high
He
ground.
had some amazing big plays as well.
Oh, yeah.
He had some back in the
Like
day.
small big plays for support position.
In Boomer days, Earthshaker echoes
Oh,
from
yeah,
Lanham,
for
like
sure.
those are.
That's history.
He always finds a way. Players like that are so much fun to watch. Like Yapsor, same thing. No matter what hero they're on.
So at the beginning of the day, Insania, I asked you about IO pairings. You said that you're not hot on Gyro IO. How about
It didn't look
IO
that
Urs-
good.
How about IO Ursa?
I think it's not
'Cause
bad in
you
this
said
game.
the advantage of not having an IO. So the enabler for Gyro and a Gyro IO thing is that you're getting more move speed. He helps you farm faster, but Gyro doesn't really need the attack speed because you have a limited number of flat cannon attacks, and so you'd rather just have stuns.
Sure.
I would feel that the same thing would be the case for Ursa because he
No
already
fail.
has max attack speed with overpower.
Yeah, I think so. But Ursa, the big enabling aspect of Wisp is mainly like the early laning phase and the heal aspect of it.
Okay.
Because Ursa will go in, he'll burst one person pretty easily on his own. And then after that, you kind of need to get out and wait for your blink to go back in and do it again. And Wisp is pretty nice at resetting you out in that way. So in that way, I think Wisp Ursa is pretty nice. I just don't know how highly I value Ursa as a hero. I think it's like, it feels like an okay hero to me most of the time. It doesn't feel amazing.
It's been nerfed a lot.
Yeah.
Didn't have a lot of success so far as well.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of teams try it out versus Sven. You know, you're playing this Ursa with Diffusal, Mask of Madness, and you're just trying to beat the timing.
Right.
But usually Sven just comes online before you get that Basher, before you get the BKB Basher, and it doesn't really matter anymore. We'll see in this kind of a game because they are playing a very active draft, very mobile. If you look at the Storm, you can easily jump on A, or the Morphling, you have Weaver to break behind enemy lines, you have the Roar to set up the relocate, but
Yeah, I think Aster this game are a little bit on the timer. I feel like they need to get things going. And it's really important for them that they control Roche. Like this BKB on Ursa is going to be a big timing for them to try to snowball and take map control with. And just really utilize the Beastmaster to, like the Hawk from the Beastmaster to give Ursa good jumps and good targets.
To be on, this is like similar to the secret Broodmother Ursa on Radiant, where you have Beastmaster who like takes over the entire enemy jungle, and he's also one of the best heroes at like taking the tier 2 early, and so you have less Roche defense because you lose the outpost. And so like this is just a really nice combo because they're so easily able to occupy this area, and Roche is just gonna fall over every single time it respawns.
Yeah.
Looks like OG wants to challenge it though.
Yeah, I mean the cool thing about OG's draft is that they have this like triple pairing that can pretty much do whatever they want. Tiny AA Skywrath, if they use their spells correctly, will kill anything.
they've been missing them though. Like this is the second opportunity to kill a hero on Aster that they've missed. First one on Io, that was a free kill. Well, sort of a free kill. They were around on the high ground, so that's why they went back. But one extra hit from Tiny wouldn't get him in trouble. And now again, they missed a couple of spells, so.
Yeah, but the idea is that you blink in with Tiny, you combo anything, and you have Ice Blast to follow up with Skywrath spells, and whatever dies. Like Mystic Flare on a Tiny combo with the amplification
from
AA and Sky,
Oh, yeah.
plus the Ice
Both
Blast,
of
so
them.
you're
There's
dealing like 200% magic
There's
damage.
no amount of HP you can have to survive that. Like you can literally have 12,000. You kill a Dusa with those spells.
How is Spell Amp additive or multiplicative?
I think it's additive, no?
It's additive with other added spell amps. So like, for instance, Veil plus Pugna Decrepify
Yeah.
would be additive, but if you have like Bloodseeker Blood Rage on somebody, and then you Veil, there's one offensive, one defensive, so you'd get multiplicative there. So you'd get more from that. It doesn't diminish.
Okay, I see.
Whereas like, yeah, it's very confusing.
Does a lot of damage.
It does a lot. So
That's
that's
how I
why.
get it.
So that's why, for example, like if you get an Agadams on Bloodseeker, and you know the percentage damage, it's pure damage now that it does on the start of the Bloodseeker ult.
Right.
That does so much damage when Bloodseeker gets a Veil plus the Blood Rage because of the fact that it's multiplicative. So you're actually getting way more damage than if it was additive in that case.
Nice echo attempt, but it didn't really work. Yeah, I feel like I've seen this story before when it comes to OG and Sumail playing Morphling.
What is the story?
Story in which they're waiting a little bit too long for him to come online.
Dude, I feel like that's every morph shaker that we've seen so far. Is that
I
the
think morph
timing is a
shaker,
little
yeah.
too slow.
Yeah.
However,
But I do think in this game, like they don't really need to involve the morph unless it's the right time.
but look at his build, like it's completely enabling him to be active. The first time Smil joined OG, if you remember
Yeah.
when he went for, he would be caught so many times just on that Morphling trying to farm up the E-Blade. I like this build way more, specifically in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think he went this build, was it yesterday he played Morph as well? And I think he went the Dragonlance then too. But I think, yeah, OG's draft, the way you kind of want to play it is you want a team fight when you have Echo up. And then when you don't, you want to use Tiny AA and Skywrath to just pressure the map. So it's going to be like a lot of just trying to buy time and playing away from the Morph and allowing Sumail to decide when he wants to join the game and actually be a part of these team fights. And then you kind of just let Seb farm and you let Sumail farm.
Yeah.
And then you kind of just, you're okay with the game being static. Because I think the way it feels to me at least is they're not really forced to force any 5v5 fights that they don't want to take. They can keep playing the farm game. And they're going to have ways to deal with the Ursa. They have Toss Away from Tiny, they have the Morphling 1 year stun, the Echo Slam, and they have AA for the Wisp. When I just look at it, like, conceptually, I feel like OG has they have answers for everything that Aster is throwing at them.
Especially later on in the game.
Right.
And I think the big point is probably that you're not that afraid of Storm going ham, right?
No, you have so much control for the Storm. You have, again, like, you have the Shaker, Tiny, even Morphling can morph into Storm, so, like, it doesn't really feel like a threat in that way. And I think the way these teamfights are going to play out, the Hawk positioning of Beastmaster is going to be really, really important. So for Aster, it's important to take the right fights. And for OG, it's just about waiting for Aster to make the wrong step and then punishing it.
And I also feel that this Vessel on Weaver is definitely a good choice. You're playing versus Tiny and Morphling. I wonder if it's going to hurt him in the long run as it delays the Aghanims, though. Right? With the Aghanims, you could perhaps play a little bit freer game as a Storm before you get all the items that you need.
It is really good with Storm, the Weaver Ags.
Right? It returns mana also,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I see people going for Ether Lens because the
range got
the
nerfed.
range on the Ags
Yeah.
is really, it's atrocious now. Like
I think
you
it's
go in,
600.
It needed to get nerfed.
you're gonna go in
It had
there
to
and
get
get
nerfed.
Echo Slam. So like without an Ether, it's not gonna. It's almost always Ether Lens after the Ags, especially
Or a
because-
BKB.
Yeah, exactly. BKB, so you can actually go in there and get it. So like or Blink, some item, but it's hard even with Blink, because you might just end up getting clipped by a Tiny combo or an Earthshaker. So I feel like BKB is probably best in this game. But yeah, you're right. With Storm, like the Ags is just so value. Other times, I feel like going for like a more carry style build on Weaver would be pretty decent from
Even from the four
four
position?
position. Yeah, it's like Monkey Kings go Mage Slayer and Nullifier and items like that. I think you can do that from 4 position on Weaver if the game calls for it. Maybe not this game, because I don't think they lack damage.
And whatever you get clipped by, if you're playing some 4 Weaver and you don't have a BKB, you're dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Most likely so. That kind of makes it harder.
I see people go Gleipnir sometimes on 4 Weaver, and then you get the Ag Shard, and all of a sudden you're doing
like
a
a
ton of
core
damage
build?
in fights. Yeah.
X Shard is sick.
It's
I love
really
it.
good with Gleipnir, especially because it's the one that doesn't give you attack speed, but it's got the highest proc damage out of all the Maelstrom items.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but OG now finished up both the Ags on the Morph and on the Shaker. So both these cores are now online, and now they feel like, all right, come fight us, please.
Yeah, Morph's level 18 as well, so he should have pretty consistent uptime on
Yeah.
being Shaker.
Here we go, Beastmaster's caught. Here's your number 1.
Enter both Shakers, one of them Echo Slams. Going through it, gets a Vortex off, and I was pinballing around, but Shaker's not letting him go.
Oh, Morphling.
Oh, wait!
Oh,
And Tiny.
Did he
he got
Agimorph?
bursted.
Yep. Actually,
He
Tiny
was-
died first. He bought back, so he's here. But he needs to be extremely careful. Roshan is low, and I believe this might be...
So for OG, this is actually quite a big deal. I think they really wanted to win this fight, and that's why they buy back both the 2 cores, both Tiny and I think Shaker. Right?
Shaker, yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
They wanted this Aegis badly. They understand that this is the
But
item
it's
that
wrapped
Ursa
around.
needs in order to win the game. So they're just trying to disrupt Aster's timings here. So for Aster, it would be huge to be able to take this fight before.
Oh, that's a good kill. Oh, yeah, he's dead.
Yeah.
He does have buyback.
That's a really important kill.
It would be
Did
huge
he
for us
buyback time lapse?
to get the
He just pressed R. Yeah, he did.
He time lapsed in.
What was? Wait, he got roared midair, and
Yeah.
he's dead now.
Did
No
you know
buyback.
that even brambles catch you midair?
Yeah, and you just
So
go straight
annoying.
down in the ground.
It's
Yeah.
so annoying. But this is a really good thing for Aster right now. Is that Roche should not be contested any longer, right? Like you can't.
No.
They
This
have
should,
to
this
move
should be a
back.
free Roche for
And
Aster.
one, okay, I haven't really watched any Aster games prior to this one. I haven't paneled them. I mean, that's DI. They're offlaner, XXS. That guy is probably the superstar of the team
Yeah.
at the moment. Like he's the one that the magic comes from the offlane on the side of Aster. And if you enable him to have a good game, he will do things that will carry you eventually.
I feel like that's been like XXS's thing for a long time, no matter what team he's on. He's always been like the superstar. I remember when he was like literally the best Broodmother player on the planet. It's like the guy was.
I don't think that's true.
You don't think so?
No.
Not when Quake was in the game.
Yeah.
He needs to protect his boy, we understand that. But at the same time, XXS, this year, he got the MVP award for DPC China season.
I see.
I think he is a greedy offlaner. To be, if I'm gonna be fair here, I think he's really, really greedy, and I think he also makes that greed work out for him most of the time. I think he's a bit similar to if you think of Collapse from Team Spirit, where it's like he's
Exactly,
kind of
yeah.
like a carry player
Oh,
who
yeah.
plays off lane.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's able to win games for his team.
How do you guys feel about, now that we're talking about
Yeah.
offlaners, Saberlight? He kind of, maybe he doesn't fit in the same tier group, but when it comes to the playstyle,
Saberlight gets
I haven't seen him
in
play
terms of for Undying. Saberlight gets left alone. Like he's
sack.
sacked completely. Yeah, and it's like Moon Meander almost takes like the 3 position in most games. I mean, Saberlight can carry. It's like he's a very high ranked player, but for that team, he doesn't. I think that's important too when like Bryle and Tomato both carry the game.
I love how you laughed a little bit. I saw that smile. Is it because of his tweets?
What did he tweet?
In general, his tweets are great.
Oh, I don't follow him on Twitter.
I agree with Koikva, by the way, on the Brood thing. I just think, well, at least when I was like learning Brood,
You watched XXS?
I watched XXS, but then Koikva, like I think it was like 6 months to a year after that, was like the guy that people were like watch his replays. He was like the first person. He did really cool stacking stuff with the spiders. That was what I watched Koikva
You mean
do.
stack them on top?
No, like
No,
he would
stack
stack
camps.
like
Yeah, I see.
three camps at once with the spiders, and then like farm them and have like 3 items by 20 minutes or something. Whereas
Yeah.
XXS was like, he was more like scouting ahead with the spiders, putting them in trees, like scouting every area for like TP locations, stuff like that. So it was like an advancement of the Broodmother technology, which thank God that hero's not, very popular. It's very difficult.
If it was, he wouldn't be sitting here. He might have been playing.
Although, was Quake ever big on the pipe build that started to emerge?
Yeah. I
Okay.
think he's played most variants of Brood.
Okay.
Actually, yeah.
This is a good fight. Tiny is gone. He has no
Unfortunately,
buyback.
for Kiev, I didn't give him enough offlane Brood games.
You thought you would have?
I think I should have.
Uh,
I didn't realize how strong it was. It's a big miss on my end.
Echo Slam is able to do
He
some
flew
damage.
right
They're
into
just
the
not
camera.
finishing anybody.
And then immediately died. Oh, that's good.
And
I think
first
this game
hit
looks
bash.
hard. This game looks hard for OG.
Insta bash.
So the important thing to note here is when they kill Beastmaster first in every team fight like this, it makes it difficult for Aster to really capitalize and get buildings. Because the Beastmaster is a way of like going high ground or getting these objectives quickly after team fights. None of the other heroes really hit towers. And
So what you're saying is, as long as you kill XXS, you're fine.
like
Right.
some-
Because
somewhat.
he's
It's like
the best
more
for
for
another. Yeah.
yeah, it's important to get the Beastmaster out of there.
Very reasonable, what
Yeah.
you were just saying. Not distracted by anything off camera. I believe I'm getting replaced. Maybe it's
Maybe
you.
it's me.
No, it's a
Maybe it's
50-50
you.
right now.
I think it's me.
I feel like you and Al. Have you been on a panel
No.
with
That's why I
the
think it might
gentleman
be
that's
me.
about to?
the world is not ready for that level of brain
I
power
think
on
that
this
might be a
couch.
little too much. Okay.
We're here. We can
We'll dumb it down.
Yeah,
dumb it down
okay.
a little bit. If it does happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think this looks like a pretty tough game for OG actually. Like, I think in the game they lost against VP game 2, they still look pretty strong, right? But they kind of just messed up the ending. And here they really look like they're getting challenged for the victory.
That's a great analysis. Let's
you.
see
You're
if
welcome.
Curtis Ling gives the exact same, because I believe he is up to bat.
You want to check in on EG Alliance maybe once that game starts?
Sure.
Yeah?
I don't think you're allowed to dictate that, though.
Sorry, my
I think,
apologies,
yeah,
Tsunami.
you can observe it to your heart's content. Allie, we come over here already. Why is he? He gestured to you like 10 times, dude.
Are you replacing me?
Yes.
He's replacing.
All right.
Yes.
I was right.
Told
You were
not to
right.
get exposed by you.
What?
We don't want to cross-pollinate.
All right, see you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
What's happening?
I like how we're matching, Curtis. This is good.
Oh, we are.
I
This
like
is planned.
This is vibes.
Do you want this watch as well? You're gonna be identical.
Let's see
Are
if
those
you
the
can
same watches?
No, they're close though.
Close, very similar.
Let's see if you can give similar analysis to Insania. So we're watching this OG versus Aster game. Aster has White Album back, so he's playing the Storm Spirit right now, and we got a Morph Shaker for OG, and it's all online now, but it's still looking like a pretty uphill battle for OG.
I feel like Astra needs to be 5k ahead to win this game right now.
Really? Okay, so that is not the same analysis that.
And they're 10k ahead, right?
Oh, they're 10k ahead.
10K
I thought
ahead.
that's at 1k.
Oh,
I
okay,
can't see.
okay.
If
I mean, if they're 10k ahead, then
I think
it
it's
looks
at
good.
least
Even
10k.
better.
Maybe it's 16
It
as well,
is.
zeros
Okay.
and sixes. I can't really see.
It's 10.
Yeah, it's very
It's
far
10.
from me. No, that seems good for them. So I guess that means if they were 5k ahead, then I would think they're in a decent position, but they're actually 10k ahead.
It's 2 times
It's
even
2
better.
times.
Yeah.
So they're in a
And
very
I'd
decent.
say 5k ahead is like even though in this game with the lineups. And if they're 10k ahead, then like it's a even lineup being 5k ahead because they're very snowballing in single target.
Yeah, but you know, to get to the 10k, you needed to go to 5k, and to get to 5k, you needed to be even before, and they were even. And when they were even, Insania thought that OG has an edge on this lineup. Kind of same what you're saying right now.
OG, if they're even, OG's lineup's better.
Okay.
It's just like how OG team fights is very simple versus our lineup, and it's not easy for Aster to jump in onto those heroes. Like if Storm commits, he's sort of going alone because Beastmaster's not like a Mars or Tidehunter. So if you get like one Fissure or Scout's House, I have no idea what the items are.
Maybe if I'm not sure if he were just finished Axe. He was extremely close to it before. There you go. He needs
Oh, like some Storm zip in and you give him
zip
back
in
full
and then
mana.
just give him back.
That is
Yeah,
a
that's
very
what
cool
we were
combo.
saying. Yeah, that's a dope one.
He needs 1200 gold, I believe.
The thing is, when you do that, they nerf the range so much that sometimes your Weaver just dies.
That's
for
what
free.
I was saying.
That's
It's
it.
so bad.
Like before you could do it.
People
We were discussing about buying a BKB or
Yeah,
Aetherlance
yeah.
or Blink Dagger to accomplish
Blink
that.
sounds good. Like you blink in, ultimate Sakuchi out. That sounds decent.
Yeah, yeah.
But even then, like the heroes are really good at killing Weaver this game.
I see people go for like an ether lens, so you can like Sakuchi in, ult, and then you probably die.
You can maybe hope for a good neutral item. You know, just get something that.
I think Etherland's sort of overdoing it, right?
Yeah.
I like the neutral item idea.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
What-
Get
what
BKB
neutral
and a
item?
neutral. I don't know what's it called.
Tell
The
me
one
what-
that
tell-
pushes
tell
you
me what-
away.
tell me
Telescope,
Oh,
the
the
one that
cast
pushes
range
you.
Yeah, the one that pushes you away.
Well, what's the one that
Psychic
Psychic
Headband.
Headband?
Yeah, the headband.
Oh, it's such a tiny little range though.
No, it's
It's
enough.
enough.
It's 100, right?
It's enough. Yeah.
Etherland's is 250. I mean, you have one spell that you're buffing. I don't think you usually buy Etherland's for that. It's like a lot.
That's what I've seen. I mean,
I want the swarm to go 250 units.
And you have
there.
telescope as well.
well,
that
it's
you can
it's like
Tel-
for the
Telescope would be
it's
the
like for the Octarine core after, because then it gives your bugs 100% uptime.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Also Sakuchi.
Yeah, Sakuchi. It gives
You should,
actually Sakuchi
you
is
should
like
definitely buy
takes you up
Ultra
a bit.
Core and Weaver. That sounds really strong. It actually improves your Geminate.
I can never tell if you're serious.
With you, I think he's usually being
Look,
sarcastic.
He
I
wasn't
can't
serious
tell.
about the Aetherlands. What do you think about the
With
Octarine
the
core that
Octarine.
needs the
Better.
Aetherlands?
Oh my gosh.
I
that's
can't-
a
I can't-
You should
potential.
just double down. You should get Bloodstone so you have the mana to
He
spend.
ate macaroni. This man ate macaroni and cheese with his fingers, and I'm gonna call him out on a TI.
There's nothing wrong with eating with your hands.
Thank you.
There
as long
was
as you-
cutlery.
There was no
offered-
cutlery.
I offered to get you cutlery.
Your cutlery had germs.
No,
It's disgusting.
I was gonna give you fresh cutlery, and you said it tastes better with my fingers.
Yes.
It was a hot macaroni and cheese.
It was very good.
Be
That's one of the
quiet.
better
you.
macaroni and cheese I've had.
It's not fake. He sent me a video of himself eating it too. It wasn't fake. It wasn't a bit. He won a TI and eats macaroni and cheese with his hands.
But
As
he won a
God
TI.
intended.
On that
So is that the
topic,
secret?
I think I need to leave, gentlemen. Please continue talking about various pasta foods and the methods of eating them. Because I will be back soon and will join you very briefly.
I would have preferred chopsticks,
enjoy the rest of the
but
game.
hands are a good second.
I feel like in that moment you were just in bliss with your body and hands and mind. And, you know, I don't think you would have preferred chopsticks in that moment.
They have a AA Scara support.
Yeah, they do.
So, because I didn't get to, were you guys watching this basically from the start?
Yeah,
Not necessarily from the
Well,
start, but
soon. Yeah, like
Okay.
post
10,
lane.
15 minutes.
This is like one of the worst AA games I've seen. Like you're playing versus Weaver, Beastmaster, Storm. I think Beastmaster, like when I play AA, he's my most hated hero.
It's very sad, yeah.
And I think Urs is one of the carries that you do nothing to.
It's not a great game for him, but he does amplify magic damage, right? Together with Skyrat, which is something.
Okay. Yeah, and how OG's always done this, but like how amplification works, right? It's like
Exactly.
as soon as you get past 100%, your amplification is like double amplified. Like I don't know. Do they have a Veil as well? I saw
Maybe on
Sax
Sky.
started with a Bassi, right? So he probably built Veil. I haven't seen. Yeah, he does have one. Someone
Wait.
has
All
one.
right, I'm gonna need. You get more amplification if you go
So-
past 100%.
Yeah, so like if you have 30% or 33% amplification, it goes to 100%, right? From 75, because you start at 75. So 70.75 times 1.33
Yeah.
is 1. But if you have another 33% on that, you're going to 1.33. So you gain 33% instead of.
I see. Like
I mean,
relative.
yeah, like you're still getting the same increase, but it's actually increasing more.
I
Because
see.
your base
Yeah,
is
yeah.
higher.
I got you. Okay, yeah.
So like if you stack all of them, some the Cripify, etc.,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you'll get like 2.5x magic.
Do you remember
damage just pure.
Year Beast? That was the mad behind it.
It was,
That was
yeah.
how to kill the beast.
Yeah. Anything for couriers.
Anything.
Yeah, that's why I was saying a Bloodseeker, the new Ag
Ooh,
Rupture,
I'm surprised we're not seeing that.
it does a lot of damage because of the Veil plus Blood Rage.
They actually had to
amplification.
bug fix it too. Before, if you had the Aghanims with the talent, when you ruptured, it would only do 10% to them. Like you wouldn't get the, but they fixed it.
Yeah.
And it does a lot of damage.
It's a ton of damage, and it's because of the amplification. It's there, like spell amplification. Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts.
I'm surprised we are not seeing the, because during Dota Pit or ESL, we saw a lot of like Void Spirit Bloodseekers, and it just popped off. Like Void Spirit was doing like 1800 damage after
Yeah, oh,
reductions.
Dota Pit had a couple, but Bloodseeker was banned most of the
Okay,
games.
it might have been ESL fall then.
Because we were entering the games also from like 10-15 minute mark, you can't really see all the bans. We are seeing heroes that are picked a lot, but not necessarily. at
Like
least-
Monkey King, right?
Yeah.
Like he's been banned. I saw him banned a little bit, and I looked at the stats. He's banned every single
He's
game.
contested in every game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He, when you see him, it's only when he's not banned, right? Like every single game that he's not banned, he gets picked up.
I am also surprised that teams are like committing to an AA just to counter IO. I don't think that
Yeah, I
matchup's
agree
that
completely.
one-sided. I think IO is actually, depending on our lineup, I think he's pretty good versus AA. Like you can save the AA burst with relocate. I mean, obviously you can't heal them, and you're very good versus him in lane actually. Like some IO plus any strong offlaner. I mean, in this case,
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster. Like
Yeah.
I didn't watch it.
Just
but I'm
tether
sure
the boar
Beastmaster
and
got
run him
everything he
down,
wanted.
yeah.
Yeah.
I've also seen it more often than not that like IO is really hard to hit with the AA blast
Yes.
because you're just moving with some hero that's like hyper speed and you're just clearing across the map and AA like wants like please stand still so I can kill you.
Yeah, you need some setup, and they do have that with the Shaker, with the Tiny, and that kind of makes it more probable. But to go back to your point, they have been missing a lot of Ice Blasts this game.
Yeah, it's weird when like it's like Insania was saying. It's really nice when you have two supports that
Yeah,
can
he's
go
gone.
together. Dude, he is just dying. I don't even know if he was he mana burn there? Is that why? Or was it tether stun?
Oh, he has a shard. That
I
shard is
see.
underrated.
I see.
It's actually quite good.
Remember the times when that was the actual tether?
Yeah, remember when Empire ran it for a full year and no one else picked it till Alliance at TI3? It was just the most broken combo in Dota.
I love Io.
Yeah, tossing the IO in with Tiny to stun.
Oh, yeah.
That
yeah.
was sick.
That was really fun.
All right,
Remember-
I want to see how he died here because he had BKB up. I'm fairly sure. So.
He had the BKB.
Oh,
got
he
back.
jumped into the tether stun. That's what happened.
Isn't he BKB? He is.
Yeah, but then he was
And
bashed.
he just got hit down.
Yeah, he was bashed and then got hit down. That is so funny. He jumped into the tether stun with the Earthshaker thing. That's like kind of a pseudo counter to like a degree, because you always want to like jump in with a huge Agimorph, right?
Does it stop the enchant totem stun from going off too? Because if you stun the Earthshaker eggs,
Yeah.
he stops, right? So you don't get stunned by.
I think that's
Yeah,
right.
That's
I
a
think
pretty
that's
good
right.
counter because he'll stop him from stunning you
Actually
and you
a good
stun him.
counter. You can't go on the IO when you have the shard.
Hey guys, I'm
Hello.
back.
Hello.
Thank you, Tsunami, for covering for me while I had a quick lunch. Now I am back, but I unfortunately missed everything since I left, so I need someone to catch me up.
Jenkins.
We were talking about macaroni and cheese.
I heard
he
that.
ate macaroni and cheese with his bare hands.
It was really good.
Stop
I was really
saying
hungry.
that. Every time I bring this up, stop saying those exact words.
I have one question, and then we can move on. Why didn't you use a utensil?
I didn't have any.
I offered.
No, you
What do
offered.
mean?
You offered to get me utensils, which would have taken too long, and I was hungry. So the reasonable thing
and
to
the food
do.
would get
So
cold
you
as well,
decided to
right?
pick each individual macaroni out, and that didn't take too long. That wasn't a problem?
No, it was very good.
That's what he always. I don't understand. He wanted TI. You could pay somebody to spoon feed you the macaronis individually. I offered. Not that spoon feeding.
Wait, you would
not the
spoon feed
spoon feeding. I didn't offer to
Maybe
do
if you
that.
use your hands, just.
No, stop.
All right, so it looks like T1 has a victory here. Did we happen to catch that at all?
Nope.
No,
we
we
were
were
actually
looking at
just watching
the
this game.
Aster OG game. Who
Okay.
OG did just basically wipe Aster.
Oh, they did while we were talking about macaroni. Sorry about that.
I mean, these matchups, the hero matchups are weird because in the mid game, I think Aster's lineup is very hard to play versus OGs from even. Like we're talking about, they need some sort of leader in Aster. And eventually OG, it feels like they will outscale them, but there is a point where Ursa actually becomes some monster hero. Like when you have all the items and how
He's
kiting
getting
works is
there.
like you can delay his damage, right? But if he's so tanky and robust that you can kite him a little bit, he still just keeps on running at you with some shard
And
and
if you
everything.
Look at, if you look at his items, Abyssal and the Skadi, if he gets on top of you, it's very unlikely that you're getting away.
Oh, damn. Are they going to get Borax here? He's running right into a sentry.
Yeah, he's
Yep,
gone.
he's dead.
That was some good like target switch right there because they were looking at the Ursa.
They were.
And Borax is like, okay, I need to make space for my carry, but they're only looking at Ursa so that they could switch
To bait
Weaver.
other people in. Yeah, that was really nice.
So catch me up. How has Aster been looking in so far, like in this game? Because they had a rough day yesterday. How are they looking in this one?
They didn't have their mid player yesterday, so they're obviously looking way better already.
Okay,
They're-
so
they're
White
playing-
Album's back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But they're looking a lot better.
Yeah, they look a lot better. I mean, White Album's like kind of going in and dying sometimes, but
I mean, he's back, but he's not fully healthy, right? Like I saw him, okay, in the green room, I saw him pick up the water rune and he didn't backpack any of his items. I was just like, to use it, I was like,
Nice.
you know, he's not feeling
Yeah.
full because when you're feeling full, you're sort of, or when you're not feeling at full, you're sort of autopiloting a bit. You're still a really good Dota player, so you still perform, but you might not do the small things that require more attention.
Maybe
sounds
one or
rough.
2 games and he'll be back, hopefully,
Yeah.
in full form.
Yeah, he had a whole day off yesterday, so now today is his day. This is his day one, so maybe we'll see some warm up.
yeah, he's got the jitters today.
Yeah, like
He's
I
got
was
the nerves.
hyping him up when the game started, but I really didn't see the amount of work that he would usually make on the Storm Spirit. He has so many heroes that he can just hunt down and eliminate at the beginning of every fight, but it's not truly happening.
We have professional gamers here, all three of you professional gamers. When you entered a tournament, did you have day one jitters?
Some more than others.
Yeah, the one land that I attended in my prestigious career, I was not jittery because I was sleep deprived. It was WCA 2016 or something.
How did you do in that tournament?
Fifth through sixth, actually.
Out of how many?
6 teams.
12 or so. Very funny. All right. Okay, Mr. Macaroni and Cheese with his hands.
If it's gonna make you feel better, I attended more LANs in Warcraft 3 RTS than in Dota, actually. I was super jittery, but I was also a kid.
We beat Wings one game.
Really?
Yeah.
The good wings.
It was the good Wings, and then they won TI.
Yeah. So very good wings.
And then they completely embarrassed us by being better players.
They managed to focus on Thompson, just 100 to 0.
He is dying.
He
a
is
lot.
buying
I
back
feel like-
every single
really is,
time.
yeah.
Thompson,
is.
when the games get chaotic, he used to be some like master of the chaos.
Yeah.
But I saw his series versus VP. He was literally Reaper psyched like 3 times in a row, alone, and it feels like he's like overcommitting a bit in team fights.
Pushing the limits a little
Yeah,
bit too
I mean
far.
Thompson's always been the push your
He's
limits
always
player.
been that.
But generally, specifically at TI, it's always been like on the correct side.
Question: was that buyback worth it? It feels like that buyback did nothing.
It might feel that way, but perhaps they're thinking it was forced. Like they actually, you weren't here, but they lost the first rush and they bought back 2 heroes there, and then one died back. But they felt like they had to use that buyback. They had to protect the Roshan. That's why they were 10k behind at that point.
Yeah,
because
that's
they
where the game
yeah.
completely pivoted, and it was like fully in Aster's favor.
So it's
Oh God, that's a dieback.
it's a play. Okay, this one.
He's just dead alone again,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. I noticed that as well. He's doing a lot of like deaths that you would jokingly call space creation, you know, but it's like it's really not.
They're just breaking apart.
I like OG's idea though, like the buyback there, because I think most people would be like, Roshan can't. I don't know what the timer is exactly, but it was not up, and they'd be like, Roshan can't spawn for X amount. But OG understand that it's about the map control before Roshan, right?
Of course.
So they're like wanting to set up for it. I mean, you can't walk into mid lane by yourself. It's like a forbidden area around the river, and he did do that, so he made a mistake there. But I like their theory of Dota there.
Sadly, the execution doesn't always follow
Yeah.
the theory, and
Right.
he just ended up probably losing the game by dying back.
It's weird because usually when I see those types of deaths, I feel like it's a communication thing. Like someone's asking about something that's making the player think about what they're saying too much, so they like go a bit
You
out of
forget
position.
about yourself,
Yeah, you're like,
yeah.
should I buy BKB? And everyone on your team's like stops what they're doing to think about whether you should buy BKB, and
then
you
you
lose
die,
focus.
yeah.
But it's happened so many times. I feel like it's a little bit of a maybe like a cockiness play style thing. I mean, Thompson will make those big plays and he will make those big feeds, but a bit more than I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, you know, I feel like he's the type of player that could tomorrow be on the other side of that. Like he calibrates.
In the next game, even.
Yeah, and
Sometimes in the same game.
and I don't think it's like, I don't even know if he consciously thinks about it. I feel like it's a largely like instinct thing where he's just like, I need to play safer. And like what that means isn't really defined. It's just that things like that going up mid, maybe he just avalanches the wave and then backs off or something like that, or does it from like the
Do you really
right
think
side
that he
tree.
has a mental model in which he's able to go play safer? Because he's always on the offensive.
I mean, there are like micro adjustments.
I think micro adjust. I think for him
Like
being
even
so-
subconsciously, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you die enough,
It haunts you. The next
yeah,
game.
it's
you
eventually
see-
haunts you,
beaten
it haunts
into your
you.
body.
Yeah,
All right, gentlemen, that was the end of that game, so we do need to pick another game. But before we do that, I do see someone waiting in the wings out here. Tsunami, welcome back to the panel. Who is getting eliminated? It's probably Jenkins.
yeah. He was staring me down.
Wait, Jenkins, you can finally cast with BSJ like you said earlier, right?
God knows they're already done.
I would like you to leave, please.
I'll get out of here. I'll just get out of your way real quick. Yeah, I'll just pop a squat. Get out of here.
Thanks for joining us, Jenkins.
Nice to see you. Finally.
Thank you for sharing
miss
your
you.
secret recipe, your secret drink recipe that I didn't drink any of.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Jenkins juice?
Yes.
What's in Jenkins juice?
It's a secret. It's a secret
It's a
formula.
secret
Okay.
recipe, and
wouldn't
he
drink
asked
it.
if I wanted to try it, and Insania took the bullet for me. So, very nice guy.
Oh my god, all these cups are empty. Wow.
This one as well.
All right, everybody, let's take a look at the 4 streams that we have available. It looks like OG has lost a game to Aster. Congratulations, Aster. I do believe that is their first win of the day, first win of the tournament so far. T1 taking the first game against Virtus Pro. We have 2 streams left. Gentlemen, what stream do you want to go to?
Before the stream, I just wanted to comment, like T1 beating VP is huge for
It's
them.
huge.
Right? They were 0-4 as well, I think?
Yep.
Yep.
But
And-
they were also, their opponents were LGD and the other top team. I don't remember which one it was. But
They,
so
they had very difficult first two.
right.
I
so
mean, that's
they're-
not the like idea T1's coming in with, right? Like they got 3rd in Animajor, and they're like looking to have a top placement.
They won ESL summer, so yeah, this is a team that we have high expectations for. So them beating the top seed of Group B is impressive.
They have a lot of talent on their team, and they have a ton of experience for the SEA region in the form of Master Cuckoo.
Indeed.
Yeah, and
Also
20
March, I think. I think
For
he's a
sure.
huge part of that team.
All right, well, let's take it to Stream C for now. We'll take a look at EG and Alliance. This is the second game. Alliance looking a little rough on their back foot right now as EG has already taken the first game, and they did conclude yesterday at a 2-4 score.
Yeah, the only series that they won was versus Thunder Predator, if I'm
Yes.
correct.
Oh,
And
They
those
split
games
that.
were
Yes.
like, no, they
No, they
2-0
won.
Thunder
They
Predator.
2-0'd.
they
Alliance
2-0.
2-0 Thunder Bird?
They
Yes.
2-0 Thunder Predator, and they went 0-2 against Virtus Pro and OG.
Okay, so I mean those are perfectly respectable
The
opponents.
games
to go
versus Thunder
0-2 against.
Predator were not inspiring though.
Really?
It was the first game was some I don't know. It was like 10 high skilled players running down mid. That's a good pickoff for Arteezy though. They just burst in with everything. Ravage, Global.
Yeah, and Crit got caught by the Ravage, so he couldn't relocate him out.
EG, on the other hand, is
They smoke
looking.
up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, they don't have a Sven, but they still smoke up straight afterwards. Why? Because there's no Ravage, there's no Global.
Oh, and they know exactly where Nico Baby is too because he wasn't there in that gank.
And
How
Global-
exactly
got
did they know? Pop the Lincolns with the Vortex, get the Orchid off, and they get the duel right at the end of the silence, but that's only the
He had
Aegis.
Aegis.
Still got dual damage though.
I don't know how long that Aegis is, but oftentimes I feel like getting the Aegis is worth more than the carry kill. Like it depends a bit on the game, but sometimes I'd say with these heroes also, like you have a little single target, Sven, Storm, Legion. If their carry has Aegis, you can't teamfight at all. Taking that Aegis is a huge deal. Now Arteezy, he's in because they have no ultimates, right? And he still had the ult strength.
He's just walking and leaving.
Oh my god, that overwhelming odds.
It's overwhelming odds and like more damage than you
Dude.
expect this tournament.
Yes.
Like-
What was the other instance?
It's S4.
Yeah, S4s, that's right.
S4 versus Thunder Predator in the Razor game from Minos. He just
Arteezy
killed
might be
everyone.
gone again.
I'm like trying to think if there's like a spell on, but
Wait, Arteezy's just
I'll-
dead again.
Yeah, that's really not what you want to be doing as a Sven in a game such as this one. He was alive out of the last 4 minutes, maybe a minute, right? He's just
Back-to-back
consecutively
deaths.
And
alive.
that was BKB God Strength when they didn't have Global or Ravage, and all he gets is some like silencer and he dies again. I honestly didn't even see how he died because I didn't consider a possibility like in that
But they
fight.
just they overchase under the mid tier 1, and then when his spells were running low, I think he has a BKB, right?
Yeah, he
that
does.
Expired. They just turned. Tidehunter S4, he just jumped on top of him and finalized the deal. But very rough for EG when you think about it. You want to be ahead as a Sven versus Morphling, and he's actually behind.
Especially when you have Legion versus Tide as well, right? Like I think a lot of their core matchups are not ideal for scaling.
Can you explain the Legion versus Tide matchup to me?
So Legion Commander is a hero that's really strong in lane and gives pickoff, but he provides almost no team fight. So as the game gets later, like Ravage just outscales duel.
One thing that we didn't mention, might have failed to see it, Limp. He's playing the mid silencer. Like, have we seen a single mid
Core
silencer so far?
Or wait, core or support either?
We've seen a lot of
seen
support.
support
silencer.
Yeah.
for sure.
I have not seen a core silencers.
I played with no one a couple of pubs, and when he played core silencer mid, that thing hurts later on.
It does.
It can get really tricky to play against. The shard build plus Witchblade and Pike, pretty much all you need to dish out the serious amount of damage.
And they have the heroes to protect him. Like Ogre will frontline, and I mean you just have a Ravage. As long as he doesn't die in the Sven BKB, like he's gonna do a lot of damage this game.
Instant stun on the Legion, she couldn't get the duel off. And now Sven burned his BKB and his whole team just abandoned him. And God Strength. Oh, they're committing.
Well,
Are they?
they have Ravage, you can't commit here.
Did he pop God Strength just with the tankiness?
To run away.
No, he gets relocated out.
But why was he missing Snapfire, by the way? I couldn't understand there. He was trying to hit, right? But didn't get any hits in. Was he missing or just, was he
I'm
disarmed?
not sure.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure.
didn't catch
I
it.
didn't see it.
It's too early for a Blast Rig, right? It's only like 20 minutes in. Yeah, okay.
Who has the better late game in this
No Halberd.
draft?
Let's see, it's I don't know core silencer late game potential very well, which is kind of throwing.
I'm gonna assume it's Alliance, but late game, this game I don't think is so simple. Because IO and Legion can always make your map sort of weird, same with Storm. So it depends on all engagements, but if 5 people run into each other, I think Alliance should win fights.
You do have ultimate scaling on both sides. On one you
That's
have
true.
dual damage,
True.
on the other you have silencer with the int gain.
So if someone has 0 int, do you still int?
No.
You get
You
+2 no matter what?
shouldn't,
No,
right?
you don't.
They have to get -2 for you to get
Yes.
+2. So it's not infinite.
It's not infinite for Alliance. So late game.
Ultra,
EG.
when we get to 5 hours into the game, I think EG has it. But how do you think that core silencer scaling potential is? Because I'm always wary of heroes.
He's a glass cannon. That's what
Yeah.
we're very doing, right?
So like he's super fragile. He's all dependent on int, and thankfully he has Tidehunter to frontline for him, and I guess Morphling also,
Yeah, but he's playing into a Legion and the Storm.
and relocate.
You know, if they get him, they also got Grogo is on the other side. Never mind.
He's
They
not
have
like the
ways of getting on
squish.
top of it.
He's not like the squishiest hero though, right? It's not like a sniper. He has like, so I don't know what his strength is, but he has like 2.5 Agigain or something,
Okay.
and like 2.2 strength maybe.
I-
But you still don't want to get got on by Sven, of course.
Also, he bought Blink, and I believe what he queued up next is Aghanim's. Now, this isn't the perfect. I'm gonna ride with you to that.
Ravage.
No, relocate as well.
Global on top of it to make sure
Right.
they can't.
They can't leave.
All that juicy int.
Okay, so what were you saying? Aghanim's on silencer.
I like the Blink. Like it allows you to be a little bit safer in fights. No, he's actually going for BKB afterwards. All right, I like that more.
Do you just not like the Aghanims in general?
Not on the core. I feel like if you're getting this core silencer, then why go for Axe? Get it from Rosh if you want to. But the whole point is you're going to be hitting really damn hard later on.
I've seen Aghanims
possible, it's
on mid
doable.
silencer if your carry is very like physical based, and then you want to get a mix of damage. And Morphing's already sort of mixed, so I think you're right. Like you don't need to commit to going magic.
And you have Augur on your team as well.
Yeah, that's
so
a
you'll
good
have
point.
a ton of attack speed.
Even some Gush and Snapfire, like you want to sync up with the physical damage right clicks. I mean, Silence does a lot of pure damage, but he still does a lot of physical.
I just feel if you don't go for this shard build and just go right click, you're missing out
Right.
in a draft such as this one.
And then why the dagger?
The dagger is
It's
pretty important for you to be able to reposition yourself and be at the right spot.
Because we talked about him getting jumped being so
Yeah,
bad.
I think dagger or pike, they're kind of necessary.
And it's hard to use Pike versus like Storm and Legion because they actually both stop your Pike, right? I mean, Legion you could just run at you if he gets to do off, but
Right.
Storm legit takes your auto Pike if he jumps you.
Oh my gosh. I haven't seen a lot of Witch Doctor. How is Witch Doctor in this current patch?
I think
was
he's
the-
supposed
what
to be
was-
weak, right?
What was the story yesterday? Sorry, Ava was talking about Beast Coast, I think. And if a position 4 or 5, they have a Witch Doctor on their team, the cores are like, shut up, you're playing Witch Doctor. Like,
What do you know?
what do you know? Who cares about you?
Yeah, the
so
hero's not
sad.
popular. Is it a North American thing, Allie? Is it
No.
a fly thing?
I mean, I don't know.
I've
But
seen Witch Doctor more than just this game in the tournament so far.
in this tournament, I mean,
Yeah,
he's still,
maybe it was them that used
like
it.
hypothetically, he's still the strongest 5 in lane if you take heal first. Like
Okay.
you should be able to draw or win any lane. And he did get his shard buffed a lot. I believe there's a cooldown reduction on it.
Yes.
So you can
went
actually
from
like use it.
45 to 30 or something like that.
Okay. Well, I don't know. He's such an awkward hero compared to some of the other 5s that are available in the tournament. It's not bad this game. Like the problem with him is that he does a lot of damage, but his stun is like so awkward to use. It's like a 100 or 0 spell.
Right.
But if you have heroes to go in for you, maybe just Death Ward's enough damage. Like they just want damage on a 5 this game.
They got him.
Oh my gosh.
Right, the BKB is forced. But yeah, I agree completely on the Witch Doctor. But I don't really have a place for the hero at the moment. And they're playing this IO plus Witch Doctor. Yeah, there's some synergy there with heal, but it's not really what I would like to draft for myself in a game. Like these two supports.
I mean, he's supposed to be good versus Tide and lane, right? Like you maledict him, it goes through Kraken Shell. But as the game goes later, you maledict him, no, you're ravaged. And you just die because you're a Witch Doctor.
Tsunami, were you looking up those stats?
So he's been picked twice, 50% win rate in the group stage so far.
And that doesn't include this game, right?
Don't ask these questions, Zoe. I know numbers, not details.
This is one of those rough games in which, yeah, you do have ways of coming back if you're EG, but it's not the position that you were even hoping to be in, picking Sven in a matchup such as this one. You didn't really watch the draft, so I would assume Morphling came after.
I mean, I feel like Sven can be Morphling, but you have to be ahead of net worth. Like, you farm a lot faster than him, and you're picking Legion Sven, like, if you're not ahead, you're just not scaling the same way. Like, both heroes get kited in sort of similar ways, and it always feels like Alliance, they're like on the aggressive for these pickoffs. Like, it's like 3 or 4 times I've seen them go on the Sven Wisp, and now they're just getting a free Ice in this top lane.
How do you feel about the armlet on Legion Commander? Did we talk about this yesterday? Was it you?
No.
So someone else
I
on the
think
panel.
I saw, maybe it was Cuckoo, he went, it was some SCA tournament, he went armlet first, without boots against a Spectre. I thought that was really good. He lost that game very badly, but the armlet looked good.
The concept was good.
I think every single game of LC so far that I watched, I saw the armlet build. Maybe one was drums as well.
I personally like drums more generally. I feel like armlet, I mean, maybe if you're like destroying your lane, armlet's good.
So you just
I'm not
ball
too
out
sure.
of control, take the tower on your own, continue pressuring, run people down, right?
It's like an aggressive Vanguard, right? Because like if you get a really fast armlet, you generally don't die. It's just too much HP and armor.
There's the fire shield, as the spectators are observers.
Every
are
single
showing
ogre's
us.
getting it. Puppy got it both
It's
games.
very strong. And specifically versus like Sven, right?
Oh yeah, so this was
the
the question
3
I
hits from
asked
Sven.
before I left. Does it block the entire right-click damage? Or is
Why
it...
would it not?
I didn't know if it was like a reduction or
It's a
if it blocks
70% reduction
70% reduction on each incoming attack for
3 instances.
three-
It's like a 70% refraction.
Okay.
I could be wrong because I don't know.
What about spells like Mystic Flare? Do they burn through it?
only
instantly?
right clicks.
Only right clicks.
And
I was wondering about
yeah, only
overload
right
though.
clicks.
Like, does that count? Like attack modifiers, like clink, searing arrows, and stuff like that.
No, it still counts as one
Diffusal
attack
and whatnot.
instance.
Searing arrows.
So it's-
because it counts as 2 versus refraction.
Right, so it's not like refraction.
Okay.
It only processes a right click, so
Okay.
a physical attack.
That's pretty. Wait, so it doesn't work on spells? So it won't
Right.
work on like Tinker and stuff.
No.
Okay.
Only triggers on right clicks. And I think it used to trigger on creeps, which made it garbage because a creep would right click you
Yeah.
and burn off an instance, but now it's only hero attacks.
And that's actually really good for
Damn,
Sven.
that actually sounds great.
Yeah, and so previously Puppy built it against Wraith King, which is same instance. It's the hero busts in, needs to get like 3 crits, or the first crit, and then do a bunch of damage. But if you can buy yourself a few extra seconds, then
Get out.
get
Just
out.
reset.
Yeah.
Okay, I looked it up,
What you got?
and EG used it against T1 and won.
The Witch Doctor.
Yes, Witch Doctor. And Alliance used it against Virtus Pro and lost.
Okay. Well then maybe it was a denial pick from EG, or maybe they knew that both teams were familiar with it and it was just contested.
That's wild.
When it comes to Witch Doctor, it's definitely an FNG hero.
It is, yeah.
From the Gambit and Virtus Pro days, Witch Doctor is one of those. But
Oh, he BKB'd in time.
can we talk about the team fights maybe less
Sure,
about
we
Witch
can.
Doctor?
He's-
I feel like he's replaceable.
Well, the Ogre almost escaped but got sniped down by Storm, and now the cleave on both of them.
Oh my god.
Down goes the Tidehunter, dual victory. Sven dies though. Who did Morph turn into? Was it Legion? Yeah, so he pressed the attack himself. He had insane attack speed. Snapfire gets the Scatterblast stun with her shard.
Do they have
down
buybacks?
goes the
Only
Witch
on Witch
Doctor.
Doctor? That
Sven
should
has
be a
no
sign.
buyback.
Yeah.
This honestly sort of looks like game. I
Yeah.
don't think, like Dire's, their conditions to win fights are just so complicated. Maybe they would win that if Sven got God Strength off, because he BKB'd exactly when he had to dodge Ravage, but the global came out and he wasn't able to get God Strength off.
How do you even kill this Morphling? It has Satanic Skadi at this point.
Yeah, it's
you aren't
rough.
burning through it.
And he has Lincolns, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
See?
It's not simple to get the duel off or like that. That's a quick BKB reaction, but is it some
quicker
Silver Edge,
global.
Sven? I didn't see what he went in with.
Yeah, Silver Edge.
But it's not like you can like God Strength and then run with Silver Edge. So it's not simple for him to get everything off.
He didn't even kill off the Ogre, like
Yeah.
at the beginning at least.
And they had to
He managed
expend a lot of Storm mana just to finish
Yeah.
off Ogre Magi.
Yeah, they're in a really tough position at the moment. I don't think they're taking this game, but
And
maybe with perfect execution.
they do have like one win condition, I'd say. It's like some Storm Aghanims into a Sven stun, and you cleave like 2 cores together.
Some
It's like not
combo
easy,
combo,
but
yeah.
if you have these types of heroes, that's all you have, right? You need the 5-man black hole type.
It's a reasonable idea because both of them would go through Lincolns if you can storm hammer someone next to the Morphling and AoE Vortex, but
They really need to win this fight.
oh my god, this Morphling is not taking any damage. He's still not taking any damage, and he's gonna have a Satanic after, and EG are just crumbling.
I
This
think
is rough.
And that was
This is-
without Ravage.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's still been on cooldown.
I like that EG went for this play though, to be honest. I feel like
Is it one of those desperate smokes, you think?
it's like a 10% to work, but if you do nothing, you just negate. Like, cause like they're not
It's
making
over.
it to the eggs. Alliance, if they're in formation, when they hit the tier 2 and then hit the tier 3, you're not winning the game. It's impossible. You might as well take a risk and try to force an error. Like, okay, we do a Nico baby when he's morphing down. You know, he accidentally drops the side and kills it. And the
You just
pressure of
try,
the
you
fight.
go
Yeah,
for it. It's
just go
one
for
last
something.
ditch effort.
Well, that was a GG for Alliance against EG, and now that brings them to a 1-1, which I believe puts EG at 5-3 and Alliance at a 3-5. So completely opposite scores.
Yeah, Alliance making a small comeback
I
after
think-
the beginning of yesterday.
Yeah.
When
They're really happy with that because I don't think beating Thunder Predator, how they won the games, especially game 1, like inspired confidence. But the fact that they were to reset for today and take a game off EG, who's like the second favorite for the tournament coming in, I think that should really like motivate them and make them feel good about themselves.
They needed this.
They did,
After
they
the
did.
way they started yesterday, even though they played versus really good teams, 0-4 probably not where you want to be.
I mean, you can copium all you want, like a start to a tournament, but you'll still feel bad. Like you'll still feel like, even if it's not conscious, some like unconscious desperation. Like, guys, we need to win this, and then it just leads to like bad decision making.
And you need a ton of copium here, right? You need to have the positive attitude, the PMA, as much as you can get. The more secure you are in your own place, the better you are at TI, because everyone is under a huge load of emotions.
How about so we're on the quad box right now. Remember, for all of you, we have 4 streams available for you to watch all day. You can watch throughout group stage. We're gonna have so many streams for you to watch. We're watching all 4. If you would like to watch an individual stream with some amazing casters, you can go ahead and head to those individual streams. I do believe it is Dota 2 TI _ and then 2, 3, 4, or 5 to check out these streams. I do believe that if you're watching on Twitch, not only do you get to enjoy the extension, but you also get to enjoy the squad stream to check them all out, as well as us. Whew, great celebration. But for now, let's take a look at Stream D, which looks like it's IG and Thunder Predator.
You see that screen? Instead of spamming full screen in the chat, you just go to other screens.
Exclamation point, watch D. It doesn't do anything, people. You can't control us.
You can try though. If you voted for Insania to come back, maybe it would happen. Try it in the chat.
I think there's potential.
There's potential.
What if they
I'm
did
sure.
like a poll that said, which stream do you
Yeah.
want to watch? A, B, C, D. Oh, speaking of Insania,
Oh my
looks
God.
like
Told
he's
you. The
The
coming
chat is so
back.
powerful.
Is it for me?
What's up, my friend?
You tell me.
I don't know who I'm replacing.
You don't know who you're.
Wait, you really
Are
don't know who
sure
you're
it's
replacing?
communication?
Are you sure it's Tsunami and not
you-
Lizard?
Are you sure
I'm
it's
just kidding.
Oh,
Bye, Lizzie.
I thought you were
I'm
serious.
sorry, you know that?
I'm
It's
sorry.
been like that since the first pub. So you know.
That's what you get
Please.
for picking enchanters.
This man, you
I've had
ruined
beef
my
for a long
career.
time.
You banned all my heroes. Have fun. Bye bye.
Bye, bye, Lizard. Welcome back, Insania. Thanks for
This feels
joining
weird.
us.
I know.
What, being in a
I've
new
never been
scene?
here.
Side chair is a different
Were you like
experience.
always here on this
Yeah,
spot?
he was a
Yeah,
couch boy.
it's the most comfortable
I've
spot.
only sat here. It's very nice.
Yeah, you're close to the host.
Yes.
So you know immediately when you screw up. Like, you can tell from the facial.
What? Wait, do I really do that?
No,
Oh,
you don't. You just lead it away. You're like, all right, let's talk about this instead.
back to the match.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this.
Yeah.
Oh, I learned that from fighting games. All right, back to the match, everybody.
Back to the match.
We are watching IG and Thunder Predator, and this is game 1.
Yeah, big net worth advantage for IG. They're like 24K up, and they breached high ground, and this little doggy is running away. But I don't think Doom's gonna let him go.
Did you play with a lot of Slarks and pubs in Sanya?
Yeah, I did quite a bit.
I thought it was gonna be picked more than it was in TI. Like Medusa, Slark, like maybe a bit more.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think those heroes will tend to be slightly worse in competitive games than they are in pubs, right? You're always going to see more Slarks in pubs.
Yeah, that's true.
I think like Undying has been that type of hero for me for sure. I expected to see it a lot more, and then it's just like not been visible.
You know what I'm a fan of? I'm a fan of the fact that even though it's very early in the morning for Thunder Predators fans, there's still some light cheering going on. You can see the flame in the top corner by their icon.
It's early in the morning, and they're about to lose the game also.
That's true. That's the power. That's the power right there.
I mean, IG are a tough opponent for
Yeah.
sure. I think they're top of their group, right? If I'm not wrong.
They are the top of their group. Well, they started off the day tied with OG at 5-1, and Thunder Predator is coming in from the bottom at 0-4.
I think IG, they only lost was that Undying actually? I think they lost one game to Undying only.
IG lost
Yeah,
their
I think so.
one game to, yes, Undying.
North
Yeah.
America.
Dude, Undying are doing way better than I
They're
expected.
good. They're a
I'm
good
honestly
team.
surprised.
Yeah.
So all I really knew about them was that we scrimmed them before the TI quals. So it's a while back. And we were like trading games. It was basically we played EU servers, we would win. We played US East, they would win.
A European team that plays US East, that's a rare
Were you
occurrence.
that desperate for scrim opponents?
It was really
I
hard to
get
find
it,
scrims.
oh, because you guys were late on the schedule,
Yeah.
right? So no one was scrimming. Yeah, that's rough.
No, I think people were actually. Just nobody was scrimming us.
I was reading your DMs.
No, Sunil told me afterwards that they were scrimming. I was like, God damn it, how did you guys find someone?
Well, I'm saying, when you're not scrimming, you can watch some replays, but you don't have to watch replays because we have amazing games going on right now.
Live
How
games.
about we check out Stream B, which is Virtus Pro and T1. T1 took the first game of the series, so this is game 2. And tell me what do we see here? How's it looking?
Oh snap,
Is it
Crystal
swinging
Maiden.
anyway?
I mean, for me,
Insania.
the first thing that I see is the Sven Spectre matchup. We had this just happen
Yes.
Right.
earlier in Fnatic versus SG, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Sven generally is a good hero against Spectre. You kind of out-farm him and then you just destroy him. He pops in a couple of hits, so that's the first thing. I think Sven was also a hero I expected to be more popular.
I feel like he's getting picked a decent amount here.
Yeah?
I agree.
Like I thought he would be even more popular. I agree
Yeah.
with you, but like I thought he was the big boss, honestly.
Yeah.
Like still carries, but we've seen it a fair amount, I think.
Yeah. And I think this trends back to day one for me, where you see T1 going with more of like this laning style draft, where they're trying to win lanes and use the fact that they have this like this Necro that's going to zone out Sven. Sven is not going to be off to like the best start, whereas VP are doing a bit more of what I think we've seen across the teams that were successful in day one, which is just a lot of team fight and try to play for this timing in the game that once we get to this point, we are much stronger than you.
I had a question, Insania. Have you seen any Snapfire in your games? Because I was talking to Cinderin, and we both said we didn't see much Snapfire. Like,
I
in
saw
the
quite a
pubs.
bit of Snapfire the last week before
Okay.
I came here.
So
So
it
it
just
was like
ramped
a
up.
CIS position 4 players started playing it a lot.
Tsunami, earlier you were calling out Crystal Maiden. What's
Yeah.
up with that?
Another uncontested hero. I think this is her first appearance. I don't think she was banned or picked. And I have never considered it to be like a Whitemon signature or anything. So I'm surprised that T1 are even picking it up. Or Southeast Asia in general have been quiet on Maiden. Carl Doom is a signature, so at least they have some comfort there. But the rest of it, I'm surprised by. And so, Insania, I don't know if you
I
used to
mean,
play Maiden.
AOI is the CM
I played like
specialist.
40 CM games before TI. I think this hero is amazing.
Really?
But then we didn't see it at all at TI, so I was probably wrong. I think historically, C teams have played a lot of Crystal Maiden. There was like 2016, 2017 TNC.
Yeah, back in the day, it
They
was
always played
signature.
CM Ogre supports, and you would play through the map really quickly. It suits the typical aggressive C style, which I actually don't think T1 normally plays. Like they're a more macro-focused team. But I think it suits Whitemon actually. Like he plays a lot of these backline spellcaster supports.
He does.
Usually they're saves, but honestly, like in the right game, Crystal Nova is one of the best saves. It's like some huge thunderclap, right? It's like one of the best spells in Dota, I think.
So what it does is it slows a lot of attack speed, and in that way, like against physical damage, CM is very good at controlling heroes that like commit into fights. So if you think
okay.
about it, like if Sven, for example, is trying to chase someone down, you get frozen, and then once the freeze ends, you get slowed. So you're not getting any hits off. So
That's true.
it becomes in that way a save, right?
I mean, yeah.
Functionally in
in
the
long
game.
fights like CM, I think Frostbite and Nova are just two of the best spells.
Yeah.
Some 6-second cooldown, 8-second cooldown, huge slows and pseudo stuns. I mean, that's why you see everyone like in team fights. They always try to kill Crystal Maiden first.
Yeah.
And there is a storm.
Yeah, that's what I was about to
So-
say. When I pick CM and then the other team picks Storm, I'm just like, I get really, really upset.
Yeah.
I feel very useless.
Now CM, I think the hard part of the hero is that you have to play so positional. You really have to be in trees all the time, and you can't really show yourself.
Yeah.
But then
Especially
you have
when
low
ulti.
cast range on your two main spells. So do you like Aetherlens on CM?
Yes.
I think I love that item.
If you can get it, she's just a boss.
Dude, my chat always flames me for buying Arcane Boots on CM. They're like, you're playing Crystal Maiden, dude. Why are you buying
Boots are
Arcane
good.
Boots?
I've been buying Soul Ring.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I get Soul Ring and Soul Ring Trenko's a fluffy hat, and I take the HP talent, and you're actually
Yeah.
1600 HP.
That's
And
crazy.
some stupid storm jumps you, and you just frostbite them.
Yeah.
And you say, Pepe laugh, why jump 5? And you win the
Worth
fight.
question mark?
That's crazy, actually. 1600 HP at
Maybe
level
like
10?
1500. You're
Level
really tanky.
Wow.
Insania,
No,
don't
no,
let
like
your
level
chat
12.
get you down.
No. My chat's actually really nice.
They can't compare with your 15,000 hours of.
Thank you.
Wait, was it 17 or 15?
Yeah, it was 17. But it's all
Of what?
I'm very fixated on
In the
15,000. 17,000 hours of Dota.
That's not that high for a pro player.
That's right, ask this guy.
I've been playing for 5 years.
Yeah, you haven't played that long. So like, but like you have like, I don't know, some IX Mike. I think he leaves it on all the time. He plays like.
We had
60
this conversation
As the
earlier.
thing gets mentioned,
Yeah.
but what's
The
your
I-
number?
What's yours?
Well-
What's yours?
What's your
I don't
number,
know.
AUI?
Probably 30k something. Like I don't check it, but
Samil had 35, I think. That was
Yeah.
the highest I'd ever seen.
That's ridiculous. So what are we looking at here, gentlemen? It looks like they're on the dire side, and they're. Oh, wait, why? Oh, no, they're chasing down Snapfire.
Okay, wait, so Crystal Maiden, we talked about her.
Yes.
How about as a support duo, Treant Maiden?
it's a lot of slow.
Okay.
And Crystal Maiden is traditionally bad against BKB because I mean all our spells do nothing, and having the overgrowth for that is
okay.
really good. I actually really like T1's like lineup conceptually. I think. I mean, I don't know how Necro fits into it, but the other 4 heroes look really nice to me to play.
Can you explain that? How all 4 heroes
It's just
synergize
like
well?
you have a lot of AoE damage, vision, and you have like anti-BKB, and you have pretty decent kill threat, I'd say. I mean, it's not the best for Storm, but it's like honestly pretty passable. It's not. I don't like playing Storm versus Treant. Like I think Living Armor sort of ruins like Storm because you just can't finish off your one target without using additional mana.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then you have like all 4 of the heroes have like some sort of slow or AoE that you can just like poke people with. T1 historically, the most success they've had is when they can play these like long range nukers and just take fights where they're poking at you and making sure they keep a good concave, and then the other team overcommits and they just take a good fight.
I think that's been like the story of success this event too. Like exactly the kind of situation that you just described where like you kind of pull your opponent into you. You let them bait them into your vision, you bait them into where your heroes are in good position and they don't have to show themselves.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier when they
Yeah.
were on high ground.
Right. So the thing, I think T1, actually this Doom versus Storm thing, it's very, very common in Eastern Europe. They will play this matchup a lot as like a counter to Storm. It's not the best in lane, but you'll outfarm the Storm as soon as you get like somewhat deep into the game. And then there's always a threat of Doom. Any stun, you get Doomed, you're dead.
Right.
And I think they have both Doom and Necro, which is what makes the draft look a little bit awkward, where you're like, okay, but where's the team fight? But the nice thing about it is like, if they can Doom one core and sight the other, then it
That would be
suddenly makes
sick.
a lot of sense, yeah. But it's about getting the damage to get heroes to sight range and to get them to actually die from the Doom and take out. That's a little bit difficult for T1. Whereas VP is much more straightforward. You're just going to go on something, press global, and they're going to die.
God, I feel Whitemon's pain. Just
No,
getting jumped
the
on
white
by a
one, that was
storm.
all according to plan. This was your voice line, Sumi. All according to Keikaku.
All according to
That
Keikaku.
Doom was waiting for the moment.
I know, but as CM, it just sucks,
You have
man.
you got to play with a 5-stack,
I
man. You got to,
know.
because CM has the rare ability that everyone always wants to kill her. You see her solo on the map, like a Spirit Breaker will charge you from his fountain all the way over to you and will commit because he knows that he can get that kill.
But this is exactly what happens. Like, they have to kill CM, so they're able to bait Storm onto him. And I don't know why. Like, CM, she's squishy and slow, but she's not that easy to kill because like you mess up a little bit and her spells get off. You know, you pop her ulti, get extra 20 armor. You can bait a lot of things. Like that, she did not bait that, she just died. It was pathetic.
Case in point is what usually happens to Crystal Maiden.
In lower ranked games.
Yeah. Spectral Dagger
It's like-
finishes off
It's just
Nightfall.
T1's lineup. Like, if you commit in like that on them, when they chase you down, there's so many spells that just keep. Oh, did he dodge that?
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
that was
I-
really good.
That's nicely timed. I'm not used to seeing GPK have this rough of a game
On Storm Spirit?
on anything.
I feel like I've heard some GPK Storm
GPK
stats.
Storm is a bit of a meme.
Is it really?
It's I looked up the stat before TI.
Yeah.
I think he has like a 35% win rate on Storm Spirit in competitive
Really?
games.
Wow.
It's like on a 60% win rate player too, right?
Yeah,
So it's like
all
it's
his
not
other
compared
heroes,
to 50%,
he
it's compared to
balls
higher.
out. Storm Spirit, not his forte.
On the topic of heroes, what do you guys think of Invoker?
He's been never first phased, but I don't think you could ever first phase. It's always quas wax and it's always with team fight ultimates. And so I feel if you're going for a team fighting mid, there are just way better options right now. Invoker has not been setting the world on fire for me from the games that I've seen.
I haven't felt particularly inspired by Invoker. I think he's okay. Like if you have a good EMP game or a good code snap game, but I feel like he doesn't win any lanes, and he always gives like the enemy mid what they want, even if he's supposed like even versus like some Ember or something. I feel like Ember honestly slightly wins that lane.
I think Ember wins that lane actually too.
And then if you have a hero like that, it's hard to put in your draft. Do you think he's strong?
I thought I would see it more than I have. It's more that I think like I didn't think the hero is necessarily the best hero in the game or anything like that, or it would be in every game. But I thought I would see it more, and especially in like I noticed people are picking like Leshrac advancers to Storm. I was expecting probably more Invokers than I've seen, because traditionally it's considered a pretty decent matchup for Invoker, and I think in this meta he does scale up nicely. He does like the games are tending to go late. BKBs are running low in most fights. You're not managing to win during your first like 3 BKB charges. And I think those are usually good signs for a hero like Invoker. So I expected to see it a bit more than I have.
You know the spell list that they have in the client? You know, I
Yeah.
printed that out and taped it to my monitor because I can't for the
Okay.
life of me memorize any of them.
Let's try it.
No, don't do it. Just
fine.
don't do it.
You can
Just
start
do
with
not
whatever-
do it.
How about this?
No,
We'll
no,
go
no,
around
no.
and we all say one
No,
spell each.
no, no.
And then we'll see who drops out first.
Insania, this is my panel. We're not gonna do that because I'm gonna embarrass myself.
I can,
Back to the match.
I can back up your skepticism on Invoker. 8 picks, 25% win rate.
I see.
Oh my god.
I thought it would look better.
That is a really good overgrowth. Even see, look at the CM. Like they're trying to get on top of her, but there's an overgrowth. There's a CM. Oh, she has like 25 armor or something. It's no joke to kill. And this is literally Tranquil Boots nothing CM. Which
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I'm not playing at TI, but in my experience, I never buy Tranquil Boots before Stick or Wand. Because
No,
you don't have enough mana to cast all your spells.
Exactly. CM, one of the biggest problems is you just run out of mana. That's why I started going Aetherlands all the time.
Yeah, you get Arcane Boots.
Yeah.
I mean, her spells, like, if you look at them in a vacuum, her spells are some of the best spells in Dota, just the first two. Her aura is, like, sort of whatever, and her ultimate, honestly, it can be very mediocre. But Nova and Bite are, like, insane spells. Some 50% uptime stun. That's crazy.
Yeah. And it
CM
lasts for a
Stonk's
very
going
long
up in
time.
this panel.
We'll see.
Sorry?
CM Stonk's going
Two
up in this
5
panel.
players in the panel, so.
And 2 CM players too. I love playing CM. But I think CM's Q and her W they're always what they are, you know what I mean? But if I want to like feel like Maiden feels really good to play, it's usually if I can use the ultimate or not. I feel like that's usually a pretty defining factor for me, whether I feel like the hero is worth drafting or not. And
Is that on
I
a
would say this
per-
game, it does not look easy to ult.
So it's on a per draft basis or a per patch basis?
Both.
Okay.
But since when you play 5, you tend to pick your hero fairly early, so you can't really know
How the draft is going to be.
if they're gonna
support.
pick good heroes against you or not. So you're more picking based off what your teammates are picking, right? Or what you're expecting to pick from your teammates. I know I talked about this a bit, but I think especially when you're playing pubs, if you're gonna pick a 5, you should try to think about like what carries are popular right now. Does my hero make sense with most of them, or does it not?
Right.
And if you think like, yeah, this gives my carry player a good variety of options, then it's probably a pretty good pick.
I see.
And CM has that advantage where she's just almost always a good laner.
T1 just got 5 heroes to that fight.
God.
Just free pick off on Sven. They didn't even have to spend Doom.
Like this game looks hard for VP. I think VP generally as a team, they need GPK to take off
Yep.
and set pace. It's a big part of how they play.
Yeah, you can compare this to, who did they play the first game against? I forget. But I think Nightfall, maybe it was Undying. I think it was Undying. Like Nightfall was like 26k net worth, like super early on, just chatting up with Sven because he didn't feel any pressure to do anything early because GPK just takes over the game.
Straight solo slam just to get the stun. Global.
Trading carries right
Is that one of those things that it would be worth it for taking out the carry, both ultis?
Yeah, but I feel like that's a really bad death on Spectre. Like you just killed the enemy Sven, top lane, no reaction, 0 TPs coming in. That means the only place they can be, well, there's two. They can be smoking towards you already, or they can be sitting in a triangle across the map. Like there's nowhere else the enemy team can be. They should just maybe stayed a bit more grouped up.
And that's normal, like when you're playing a game of Dota, you're spending a lot of your time as a core thinking like, where could the enemy team possibly be? So in this situation, it was quite obvious that their only option was to be bottom, right? Because Sven dies top alone, like AOI says, and then that usually means if there's no one there, then they're probably somewhere else.
So in that case, if you're a Spectre, instead of going to the triangle, would you have gone to the Radiant side to farm, or would you have just gone back?
So probably what he was thinking here is that the Radiant team is already moving away from there. Because it's a timing thing, right? If he didn't expect them to sit next to the lane the way they did. He just thought they would keep farming and moving away. And then he would have had that bottom area to farm where he could bait them back and then he could move to his triangle. I think carry players try to like plan out their rotations like this. You probably know it better than I do, AOI, but I feel like there's a lot of this like this small timing sometimes. You read it wrong and then you end up dying.
It's
And
also
that's an
just-
easy mistake, right?
Sorry?
That's
Yeah.
an easy mistake, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he probably saw like a wave hitting his tower bottom.
You don't think he thought about where they are?
I mean, you are thinking where they are, but I think if you make a mistake like that, you're just thinking about your farm pattern.
I see.
Like, because if he took the time to think about where they are, like 23 Savage is very good at that actually, so he would have known where they were. But he's just thinking like, we just got all our heroes to top. Storm probably farmed out the left camps, and he has a TP scroll up. He's like, okay, I want to farm. There's a wave hitting my bot tower. I can't die under my tower because I'm Spectre. If they dive me without Sven alive, we're going to turn and kill them all. So that part's good, but then his continuation was to walk into his Ancients, and that was not good, and it's overextension. Like, TPing bot wasn't bad, but he just had to chill just a little bit. Wait for the pressure top to show a hero, shows one hero, and I mean, it's Spectre. You can't kill her with 3 of those heroes. They actually needed like all 4 of them.
And that's what they had, so
Yeah.
it worked out for them.
I can't really find Silencer's place in this game though. I don't know if I don't really understand the hero well enough, but when I look at the VP's lineup, I don't really see how they're planning to really utilize Silencer.
It's like some Storm
Is it to
jumps in
cover
you
their
global, right?
initiation? Yeah.
Like it's a Meepo Silencer, Storm Silencer, but I agree. Like I think this hero is very underwhelming unless there's something specific for it. Because as the game goes later, like the Lotus Orbs, the BKBs come out, and you're literally a ball.
I think there's so many purges in Dota nowadays, like compared to a bunch of years ago.
It's because, well, like even so, Satanic got it, and then
Yeah.
there's Flicker, there's Stormcrafter,
Lotus Orb.
Lotus Orb.
Sorry.
Bless you.
There's a Witchbane.
Yeah.
But they changed Witchbane. It's no longer AOE, right? It's
No, but
just
you can still use it on someone.
Yeah.
Or yourself.
single target though. But
Yeah, but it's a purge, right?
there's so many dispels now. Silence
Yeah.
as a mechanic in general is just quite weak right now.
It's good very early on. It gets worse later.
And it's
Yeah.
also good to like force things. I don't know if you've seen a lot of the 4 players, but I've seen like some Seneko, he like rushes Orchid on a Shadow Demon, and then the enemy just has to like use BKB super early and he purges them. It's a pretty cool concept, but when it's your ultimate, that's supposed to be the big part of your hero. I mean, you don't pick 5 Silencer for Glaives or Curse, really, right? You're
Yeah.
picking it for global.
Exactly.
If it gets countered that easily, like you're not really the same hero.
Yeah.
Oh man.
VP just, they feel like they're not finding their footing at all in this game.
And
Did not get the deny.
Sven versus Doom is like a weird matchup because historically I think Sven has been seen as good versus Doom, but Doom also just removes Warcry and it makes you really easy to kite. So it becomes like a vision game, who jumps who, right? Before Sven, they're going blinks and stuff. But if you have like some Spectre, some Treant, you might have better vision and you're always able to get the Doom off on Sven.
Yep.
23 walking uphill into death yet again, maybe?
Oh no.
They're gonna turn this though.
Yeah, they get the Shaker and the Silencer.
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if you don't have any you don't have any teamfight cores if you're just getting pickoffs all the time.
Yeah.
It's also like a relativity thing, right? Because it's not like VP's teamfight is some overwhelming thing, right? You only need a lot of teamfight to match your opponent. So if you have like just slightly better or the tempo of the game is better, then you've won teamfight.
Yeah. I mean, that's usually how it goes, right? It's like when we watched the OG games on day one. It was like OG just had slightly later timings that hit slightly harder, and it felt like it was impossible for their opponents to play against them.
Not a lot going on here. I'm
GPK
taking.
is so poor. Sorry.
No worries. I'm just looking at the other stream right now to see if maybe there's some action going on over there. Looks like a little bit of the same thing, some dragon.
Yeah, they're in the landing phase. Right
Yeah.
now. OG.
How did the Alliance EG games go?
1-1.
1-1.
1-1.
Oh, wow.
Alliance played 4 Silencer.
Also,
On Limb?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, as Artesio's
Ember?
Sven, they were ahead, and then he just got kited and died like 3 times in a row.
Yep.
It was honestly super weird.
What did Abed play?
Storm, Legion, Sven core. So there's super single target all in, and they had some like Witch Doctor. Their lineup was not inspiring.
No?
No, that was a bad draft. There was like some. We need to snowball lanes so hard that we win the game. And
I think
so
that
bad.
concept right now does not work.
No,
when
I
I
don't
see
think so
teams
either.
trying to snowball lanes, I just know this is going to be a hard game.
But gentlemen, we're good on this stream for
We
now,
can move
right?
over. Yeah.
Do you want to move over?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at stream A and see what's going on there for a second. We have OG and Aster. This is game 2, and Aster did take the first game off of OG.
Which is very impressive, honestly. Like you go 0-4 to. I guess White Omen coming back must have been such a big confidence boost.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's like Aster, they were in good form coming into TI, I think. They won I-League, they 3-1 Vici, I believe, in the finals. With
Aster always does good in China. That's the thing.
That's been like I think their story
mean,
throughout the year, right?
that is true, but I feel like wait, which one did Borax have a stand-in for? Was that Animajor or
It was
Singapore?
Singapore.
Okay, they had full roster for Animajor, right?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know.
I think IG were missing a player for.
Yes,
yeah,
Animajor.
they're missing their 5.
Yeah.
Oli. Yeah, it was Oli.
Did we switch? Oh, yeah, we did.
Not this monitor. We may need this monitor switched. But yes, the stream is on Aster OG. Yeah, so I mean, anytime Aster gets strong performances in China, they won DPC Season 2. They were my favorites for the Animator because I was like, surely,
Yeah.
at this point, they have learned how to play international opponents. And they've gotten teased enough in China that they've practiced against international opponents. And it just never happens. So them
think
getting
it
a win
was-
against OG is actually amazing to me.
Hasn't that kind of almost been like a staple for their brand, even more than just the
Yes,
players?
very much so.
Yeah, I remember in ESL Hamburg a long time ago, back when we were on Alliance, they came in, they like 6-0'd their group, destroyed everyone, and then we got knocked out, obviously, because that's what we did at that point. So they were like, we need scrims for the playoffs, and we were like, yeah, we'll scrim you. So we scrimmed them once, they beat us in like 50 minutes, and then we scrimmed them again, and then we beat them in 50 minutes, and then they were like, let's play 2 more after we eat. So everybody had food, and then we played again, and then we beat them in half an hour, and then they GG'd at 50 minutes in game 4. And then they just dropped out, 0-4 in the tournament, and they were done.
You shook them that bad, huh?
I don't know what happened, but I understand it now. Like imagine like this team got last. You're top of your group, this team got last, and you just get destroyed by them in scrims. Like, I can imagine it sucks for your morale.
Maybe they need to stop scrimming. Maybe they just stick to the group stage. Let it
So
carry
that means
out
they're
that
like a
way.
very momentum-based team or something,
Probably.
right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they travel to these international lands, they're not like in their comfort zone.
Yeah.
They have one bad game, and it just sounds like they tilt, honestly.
Yeah.
I could see
Which
it.
is
It was a
honestly
different roster,
surprising.
to be fair.
Oh, that was a different roster. for
Completely
Aster?
different
Oh,
roster,
okay, you're
yeah.
just talking about like the brand.
The brand, yeah.
Okay, because I know the brand in China, they get mad at them for taking slots from the
Yeah.
other
Yes.
Chinese teams
That is
and then losing.
honestly, being the owner of Aster has been bad for Burning, because like Burning was venerated as like the untouchable god in China as like the savior, and then
Right.
the more time that Aster spends middling around, the less that Burning's appeal has been. It's been slowly deteriorating in China.
Which is weird, right? Because he's not the coach.
No, he's
No,
not. Yeah, he's like
he's
like
just-
Loda for Alliance. He's just like owns
Yeah,
the
like
org
what?
at this
I
point.
don't. I mean, I know why people associate it, but they really
Yeah.
shouldn't.
I know.
Yeah,
Radiant's bottom
it's very odd.
is under attack.
Is Thompson playing Dragon Knight?
I've never seen Tolson play Dragon Knight.
It sounds like the most.
I bet he's playing
anti-Thompson hero
Tidehunter.
possible.
That's what I was thinking, but then when I look at the
Who's
draft,
playing Beastmaster?
He has the Aegis.
why would No
So
Tail have
he has to be
Aegis?
playing Dragonite, huh? He actually is playing Dragonite.
Yeah, no tails
Yeah.
on Tide.
So the client put OG.
Have you ever seen Thompson play DK? Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
no, please go ahead.
No.
Continue.
I've never seen him play
I want to see what
DK.
items he has.
It's
Does
not
he have
cool
Meteor
enough.
Hammer?
He probably has Meteor Hammer Veil, like
Probably, yeah.
Sanj and Kaya. Like,
Exactly. Or some refresher build.
That's
10
hype,
second
actually.
stuns.
That's really good.
He has a blink and a soul ring and a
What?
bracer.
And he used, oh man, he used
Is
Elder
this
Dragon
like
Form on the first
punishment
life.
for his?
Yeah, probably.
Because his last game, he was
That's tiny, right?
yeah, he was dying a little bit. Both the Tiny game and the Clinks game, you know. He just got Necros like 3 times or something in a row
Right,
versus
right.
I forget who they lost
VP.
to. VP, yeah. So Nose was applying some punishment, you know.
Go play 20 DK games, learn the basics
Okay,
again.
so this isn't as relevant now, but
Yeah.
I always had a theory about Dota that, how to say, electroshock conditioning would be very effective.
Okay.
For
What?
Dota
What?
players.
Back when you only
Put
had
like
one
a collar,
courier,
a shock collar on
Okay.
someone.
if you didn't call the courier, you would get
You get
zapped.
shocked?
Yeah. Do you think that would have been a good idea?
I think Boxy would not be around anymore. No,
never called the
actually
courier,
Boxy
or-
would have probably killed me.
Oh yeah.
Because he always blamed me for not calling courier usage.
But it was him.
I don't know, actually. 'Cause, okay, here's the deal. You know, when you play 5, you're non-stop using the courier for wards.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm like, I might have missed a few times of saying using courier. Because like every time I send it back for a ward in the sentry, I might have missed it once or twice. And I feel like he probably remembers a few too many of those. So it might have been my fault.
So what I'm hearing is that the courier change has changed your life as well.
It was great for our team. I think it was probably the biggest Team Liquid buff throughout all of.
It's funny how much comms it freed up
Yeah.
in the early mid game. Because in the early mid game, I'm gonna say 50% of your comms were around the courier.
Yeah, a lot of it was.
Yeah, I
But-
can see that, especially in the very early game with the bottle and stuff, right? Oh man.
But I think it changed laning quite a bit too. Like with the new couriers, the way it works, like you have much more access to regen.
Right.
You can play a lot more aggressive. Like you can really play matchups in a different way than I think you could before. So
In a
it's
good way, I
changed.
think, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you think it's a good change?
Yes, I think it makes the game better. I think it was bad for me because I put a lot of time into courier management, but I think it was a good change for the game.
How about the change that came with it, which I think justified it, was no more side shot. Do you miss the side
What
shot?
was even in the side shop?
Boots.
Quelling Blades. I
Boots.
mean, they changed it every pack.
Yeah, there was like, I
Yeah,
remember in
at the-
Dota 1, you could get like a Helm of Iron Will.
At the end of its
Yeah.
life, it was Ring of Health,
You could buy boots there, right?
boots. You could finish.
You could finish
arc-
mono boots.
Or yeah, you could
Yeah.
finish Arcanes.
Right, you could buy
Oh,
treads
yeah,
there, but not
okay.
phase boots, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Or
the other
I
way
think
around.
even treads you weren't able to finish there anymore at the very end of its life. So it was
see.
basically just boots, QB, and I don't know if you could buy a stick in the side shop. I don't think you could.
I don't. Oh,
No,
No,
I don't think stick
not
was
a
ever
stick.
in
You
the
could,
shop.
was it
doesn't-
Quelling Blade?
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
Quelling
so-
Blade. Yeah.
I mean, I think
Or
side
Stout
chops
Shield was there, maybe.
aren't
Stout
that
Shield was there, but that
necessary.
got removed even earlier than that.
and you can buy a point booster.
Maybe. I know
No,
you could finish.
maybe
Just
energy
energy
booster in
booster.
Dota 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could finish Arcane Boots from the side shop.
Honestly, I forgot that the side shop had so many items.
There were
that
a
you
lot
guys
of
had.
items.
Could you buy bottle there?
No.
No,
They-
no,
you
no,
could
no.
for a very brief
There-
moment. it
there
would
was
give
a
you,
point, right?
It would give you one charge or something like
Yeah.
that. But they, took
they
it
had to
out.
nerf it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they moved it to the secret shop instead.
Which is also stupid.
Yeah, and so that's all gone now.
Is there
But
any like
I-
old Dota mechanic that you guys miss? They would bring back, like bottle crowing?
I was
or-
actually thinking about not having the stun bars. So I remember it used to be so skillful to chain stun someone
Yeah.
between your allies. But I think overall, like most of the changes in Dota have been positive.
Are
overall.
you salty about the Aegis being shown? Time being
No,
shown?
because see, I can't read, so I can't take Aegis timers.
So it's a buff to you.
Does that
Yeah.
work?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
your teams let you off the hook?
I mean, someone takes it. Sometimes I take it. I take like half of them.
Yeah, I'm the same.
It's like a, how do you say, like,
Dude, okay, so here's.
I even think about taking it and then my brain doesn't work in the moment because I think of the next move, right? Like getting Aegis, okay, so Aegis, you need to control middle lane. So someone, and I'm like, guys, you guys need to control mid, so our 5 are useless here. Okay, go take the farm in the safe lane. I'm like, and I forget to take Roach and Timer.
It happens to me all the time. But my excuse has been like, it's hard to captain. And take Aegis timers.
I feel like the carry
And
should have to
buybacks.
take it. The person
So-
who picks it up should take it.
Dude, our poor carry, I feel so bad for our carry in our team. Our poor carry takes Aegis timers, he times buybacks, and like times cooldowns from spells.
Ooh.
This
do you
poor
do?
man.
What?
He has to do everything on our team.
And what do you do?
Radiant's bottom
Chill.
tower is under attack.
Vibe?
I send good vibes.
Oh, okay. Well, we feel the good vibes here on,
Oh,
on
yeah.
the panel, so
Getting it.
thank you so much for taking the heat so that we can get the cool vibes.
So you like it?
What?
The Aegis being
Aegis.
shown. Time being shown.
I haven't really thought about it, if I'm honest.
I think it's like
I still
taking
claim
Aegis
the
timer
Aegis.
is I still do too actually.
Yeah.
You still have to, because I
Out of
think
habit.
the 5 to 8 minute period in between, you have no time.
Also, you can't always click them and click it. Like it's
Right.
better to just have it copy pasted.
Exactly.
I think it's a mechanic. I like how they did it. Like as long as both teams can see it when they click on the Aegis, I think it's good. I don't think that's something that like it unnecessarily increased the skill for. Like what
That's
called.
what I felt about stun bars.
And it's not like taking Aegis timer some super skillful thing.
No.
Like if they put it for cooldowns on spells, I would be against that.
Yeah.
I think that's like you need to be able to feel that and everything. But I think for Aegis, it's sort of whatever.
What if they showed mana bars on enemies?
So I was
think that'd be
actually
really-
thinking about this just now, because in Han we had that. You know how
Yeah.
you see your allies' mana bars? In Han you saw your enemies' mana bars.
Yeah,
too.
I know someone who downloaded a thing to let them do that in Dota because
Really?
they thought it would be okay.
It's so broken. It fundamentally would change the way
Yeah.
the game works. I think that's something I really hope we never get in Dota.
But
I agree.
How is it that Han was able to get away with it and yet
Han wasn't.
I mean,
it made it the
Paul
like.
was not some perfect game, right?
No, absolutely not. And I think this is like the ability to see your opponent's mana pools is like you're playing with perfect info in some ways. It's like why don't we play with open map? Why do we have fog?
Gentlemen,
It's like moving in that direction.
update from the newsroom. It looks like T1 has taken Virtus Pro to at 0 or 2-0. So that's a
my
2-0 for T1. That means that Virtus Pro is looking kind of rough. Yesterday they went
5-1 yesterday, right?
yesterday they went 5-1.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 5-3 now?
I think it's a little bit of an unexpected result, no?
I would say very
Scored by
unexpected, to be
TI.
honest.
Yeah. I don't
Why
think
is
T1's bad, but I think I expected VP after yesterday's performances to.
At least 1-1, right? Like you're thinking
Yeah.
like, okay, T1 are good enough to take a game, but the thing I'm most worried about is VP seem like they're such a momentum-based young team. Every single tournament they've gone to, I feel like the reason they lose is because they like tilt themselves after the first series and they just ball out or something.
Yeah. No, I would absolutely agree with that. And I mentioned it before, but I think for VP to have a good run this event, I need to see, I think the most important games are just the last 4. Whatever leads them into the playoffs, that's what's going to matter the most. And OG is being pushed here as well by Aster. And they were also like a pretty, could we go to that game?
Yeah, could we go to the OG Astra game? I think on the screen right
That
now it's
would be-
IG Thunder Predator.
Yeah, I think what stream is that? I'm looking my
Stream A,
eyes.
I
Stream A.
Yeah,
Could we hop over to stream
No,
A?
wait.
Wait, is that A?
Stream A. Yes, sorry.
Yes, stream A for.
Debated.
My bad. Although, Aoi, if it gives you any more confidence in VP, they have a coach now, and they did not have a coach for any of the DPC. And so anytime they showed up to a major and things started going poorly, it was up to the 5 players, the oldest one who's 21 years old, to be like, guys, it's okay. Life's good.
DM's our oldest player, right?
Yeah.
He's only 21?
He's
Yeah.
21.
Oh wow, I thought he was older.
I don't know if that's a compliment or.
Oh, it's 'cause
Oh
he's
no,
such an
not in a,
accomplished
it's just the
player.
way he carries himself actually and how
Yeah.
he behaves.
very mature.
Yeah, compared to
I also thought he was older when I talked
Yeah.
to him first time.
the way he carries himself and talks. So a
Okay,
compliment.
glad we clarified
Yes.
that. There's two ways that could have
No,
been
no, no.
taken.
Just sounds like a
compliment,
boomer,
compliment.
right, guys?
Yeah.
He was trying to send me a fax the other day. There's no way he's 21.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, yo, did you guys know, like, okay, if you need to make a phone call
Okay.
and you need to signal that you're making a call or to call someone, you go like this, right?
Yeah.
Do you know that Zoomers, they go like this?
No way.
Go like this?
Really?
No way.
It's like a
No way.
iPhone, right?
Actually?
Yeah, they go like this for a
Oh
call.
my gosh.
I
Wait,
found that
really?
out and it really bothers me. I don't like this.
Really?
I've never felt so old before.
Is
in
that
my
what
life.
you do?
this is the Zoomer.
Oh, that they
thing.
go like this? I've
Yeah.
heard like this.
And oh, that makes sense too. I've seen this
Okay.
because when you're holding
You're
the
holding
phone,
the phone like that.
you hold
like
the phone like
this,
this. Yeah. And then in American Sign Language, if you call someone, this hand sign for call is not this, it's not this, but it's this, because you're not hearing someone will tap you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's very contextual
Yeah, I
in
guess
all
so.
aspects, regardless of age.
Anyways, to relate that to Dota somehow,
Okay.
All
I'm
right.
curious if this is gonna relate.
I was like, whoa, this is gonna be
Let's
fun.
go, AY.
wait, give me
Segue
a
it.
second.
That would have been an amazing
There's the high
segue.
five mechanic, you know?
No, it's about how you view information. Contextualizes like your language in games or comms. Like for example, you can have language like some teams. I don't know what you use, but after team fights, when you're chasing teams and you wanna not commit on them but keep poking them, like we would call it stalking them.
Really?
And it would say like
What?
stalk them,
Okay.
Yeah.
which means keep poking at them, don't let them get away, but don't commit on them,
commit,
and
yeah.
don't let them like TP out.
I see.
And it was like a really good term for like, okay, I say one word, and our entire mentality as a team is adopted, right? Like
Yeah.
you've had that, right? Like don't
Yeah.
let them enter our castle, or like keywords like that, or something like move the flag here, or something like this.
You guys have really funny terms. We don't have that. Ours are
North
boring.
American.
Do you guys not use something
We
like
just
that?
say
though?
we just say reset,
Yeah, reset's
which is like
really common.
middle of a fight, you go move back.
Okay.
Yeah. And reset's like you're still fighting,
Yes, reset means you're waiting for someone to say I'm blinking in or
Yeah.
I'm going on this guy.
or just wait, like draw them in, you know?
Yeah, reset is just like the short pullback, and then full out or pull out.
Yeah.
Just like
There's also
any
like,
any
"Let
form
me
of out is get out. We have another. So this is also a pretty funny thing. We have the I'm dead. You say I'm dead, and then your entire team runs to you to try to help you, and then they all die one by one.
You say that. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm dead means everybody feed one by one.
Everyone TP to me quick.
Yeah.
What do you say for stupid core help me in the back line? Do you have a word
Oh
for
no
that?
no, that one's a speech after the game.
Oh yeah.
If you-
okay.
Next time you watch us play, you should look for this actually. Max will always stand, if I'm playing like Oracle and somebody tries to jump me, Max will sit on top of me.
Yes.
And he was so ready to counter initiate. And then whenever I survive a team fight, Max will say, how good am I at Dota, dude? I'm so good.
I like
It's
that.
Max
the
has
correct
quick
way to
thought, just
team
for
fight, right?
clarification. Huh?
It's the correct way to team fight. You
Yes.
help the back line.
I
It's like
always
an
whine about
extension
it.
committal thing.
Precisely. And if you protect your backline, you're not overextending. It just fixes a lot of core mentality issues.
And you live, and you're
And
safe.
I live.
These
Yeah.
stupid cores, they just
It has
keep
not,
trying
no,
to
no,
get
no,
kills.
no. It has nothing to do with me living. This is about how to help the cores.
Yes, it's
Oh,
how
okay.
to bait the enemy cores in.
Exactly.
Because the enemy cores, as we saw in that last game, they're like, you stupid Crystal Maiden, I'm going to jump and kill you. Like we saw in bottom lane,
course,
yeah.
they've
Storm
been
jumped
conditioned
CM,
for
and then
years.
help the back line.
Exactly.
So then will Koikva help you kill Undying Tombstones? Because that's kind of only the supports issue a lot of times. I feel like, I'm like, please, dude, you have like 10 times my attack speed. Just kill it so that I can get closer to you.
No, our team is great at killing Tombstone. Anything that gives gold, my team is good at killing.
That's true.
Honestly, like, there was a while before Illusions gave gold where like, you'd have these terrible illusions. We're like going for a move, and I'm like, all right, let's go. And this TB illusion is like running into us, and it's just killing the wave. And I'm just watching like my full mana, full HP Lina just like run past it. I'm like, keep. Hello?
do you
and, then
mind
and then I go back as like Oracle. I nuke it. It drops like a third. Like it has 2/3 of its HP
It
left.
starts healing a bit.
It starts healing a bit, and I'm like, oh well, I guess I have to nuke it and purge it again. And I'm like, Max,
Oh,
just
no.
kill the illusion. No, our team did not like killing illusions. That was Team Liquid counter 2 years ago. Just pick illusion heroes, and we won't kill them. You'll free farm.
I feel like in general though, having terminology to
Yeah.
try to explain like complex scenarios in the game with one word is really important for teams.
It really is.
Like especially like, I don't know, like I know in Europe it's like a lot of the pro players I play with in pubs, they always say like I'm connecting here. It's like connecting 5 seconds, stuff like that. Because it just provides so much information in such a short, concise way that doesn't clutter the comms.
Yeah. No, I think every team has their own way of communicating, and like, it's important that you develop that. It's one of the things like when we talk to our sports psychologists, like they always talk about like having these key words that everybody knows what it means. So like you'll say one thing and everybody knows what you mean when you say it. You don't have to explain yourself for 15 seconds. Like I want you guys to chase, but not chase too far. And if they turn,
Stalk
we
it.
turn. You just stalk them.
It's a good term, right?
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's
I've
a
not
good
heard
term.
it before. Or
Alright.
like if you're about to enter a team fight, you're gonna play like a weasel.
Yeah.
Or play like a shark.
Play like a weasel.
Play like a shark.
I really hope you guys say that. It's like mode shark, mode weasel.
Yeah.
Do you guys say that?
No.
Okay. Actually, that'd be pretty good. Like,
No, not bad.
because I think a lot of I've played with like Nightfall in pubs, and he
talks
yells
nonstop,
about the
yeah.
side lanes. Like, play side lanes, play middle, and it honestly made me examine how I think about the map. Like whether you're playing inside out or outside in. That's how I like to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't fight them, so you need to force TPs on the side lanes, force into side. It doesn't matter if you die. Push all the waves in, and get something. Like, make an opportunity to come back. You can't just sit in your base and wait.
Yeah, but I think Dota language in general, it's an interesting thing because like, I would imagine in a lot of pub games when someone's like, hey, let's go kill them, or they say something like that, they have an idea in mind, like I want to go to the triangle, and you don't express it very clearly, so people don't do it, and then you get mad that they're not.
Yeah, my favorite
doing
is,
what you're just
guys,
asking
can
them."
we fight them?
Yeah. No, our team is guilty. We say
You
that all the
literally,
time.
you have 5
Can we
people come
fight?
together, no one has a smoke,
Yeah.
all your waves push in, like, guys, we should be fighting
Can
them.
we go?
Dude, this is a Liquid classic. You're describing our team. We love saying that. Can we fight?
Oh my
Can
god.
we fight?
And then it's like, I can fight. And then someone's like, yeah, I'm down. And then you
I'm
just,
down.
all right, let's go.
Oh my god. I mean, it's not bad to have comms like that either, like that builds off each other,
No.
I think. But it actually tilts me in pubs a bit when pros are like,
No, I
guys, why
understand.
aren't we fighting?
Yeah.
You're like, because you're farming the ancients, you goober.
No,
like,
I hate why aren't we? I think
oh,
those
why?
are the
Yes,
words.
that's a classic.
Why, you don't need to use why in Dota. There's no need. That word is just not needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except for like, why do we suck?
They don't need to ask that
That's
either.
already internalized, so you don't
Yeah,
need to say
We
that.
do suck. There you
Yeah.
go.
I just think you don't need to ask people questions.
I think in
your team,
general,
generally.
questions that make everyone on your team have to pause and think of an answer make
Bad.
your comms and just your play bad. It's like, what item should I buy? And everyone's like
okay.
clicking and thinking, and then they jump your carry and it doesn't BKB.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't care what item you need, let me focus, you know? Like,
So then, when you need to address one of your teammates specifically, how do you say like, I want you to listen to this? You like started by saying like, Mickey.
Their names.
I use
yeah.
names, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we do that a lot. It's like
I
Tommy.
think you have to be
Tommy.
directed,
Okay.
especially for smokes. Like if you want to say let's smoke here, and like there's like levels of communication, right? Like you should have an ideal set, and then everyone should be trying to push towards the ideal or do
Right.
as much communication as they can. But if you want to smoke somewhere and you want to smoke your mid, just like Invoker, come here.
Okay.
You smoke.
Yeah.
If you just say let's smoke here, your 4 is gonna be like, should I come?
Right.
Your 3 is gonna like, do you need me? I'm bad right
Exactly.
for blink.
I think these things depend though. I think depending on what form we're in, like at least for our team, like when you're really reading each other well, you can pretty much say whatever you want. In those scenarios, you can be like, let's go smoke, do this. Everybody knows when they're supposed to be there and when they're not. But I think the worse you're playing, the more clear and the more critical it is that you are clear and the more specific you need to be. Where it's like, I want Tommy and Boxy, bottom tower, 10 seconds. Like, almost to that degree.
Right.
Yeah.
Because the can we fight thing also feels like you're taking a survey. You're like, who is?
Yeah.
Right? Who wants to cooperate?
Right.
and that's actually the worst one.
No, I mean, we laugh at it.
I've
like,
asked
we
that
do
too,
it,
though.
but like, I think
But
most
how else
people,
would you get that information? How do you find out who wants to fight?
I mean, you check, right? You move your camera most of the time.
You can click heroes.
yeah, but how do you know they're like want to cooperate?
That's
if I say you
that's
come
like
fight
when
with
you're
me-
practicing and you
I mean,
learn this timings, right? Where
Okay.
you're supposed to know that.
Honestly,
you're
like there are questions that are important. Like you can ask your carry, when do you want to fight? And like
Okay.
if your game
what's your
plan's a bit
timing,
lost, yeah,
basically,
like
is
what's
the
your
question.
timing?
Yeah.
And I think those are important to ask.
Speaking of what's your timing, what are the timings looking like in this game? Because looks like right now the graph that they just showed earlier shows that
think-
it's trending all the way toward Aster's side.
The GG timing should be soon.
Oh no, comeback timing is
The
happening
comeback?
right now.
Anti
Oh, they
comeback?
really need
Can't
this
kill
Doom.
Doom. Oh, they got him.
Oh my god,
but
he didn't get Doom off.
I don't think he needs to. I think they got this.
No, he
Sphinx
got it off,
anyway.
no?
He still has it in the top bar.
Yeah.
There's still the
It's not
full
a cooldown.
diamond. He didn't. He knew.
He knew.
They left the
Not needed.
gem there. I don't know if Monet's gonna bumble into it. I feel like it's-
So I mean,
Oh,
it's hard.
What's hard?
I'm trying to think of what OG can do here.
put Thompson on a different hero.
Well, they can't really do that in this game. It's also the second game of the series, so
Oh,
it's a
that's
little
true.
too late for
Oh,
that.
Man. Dude, are they about to get 2-0'd by Aster? That has to be like one of the biggest upsets so
I mean, it
far.
must feel good for Aster, right? I mean, I've been
Yeah.
talking
Oh,
a lot
yeah.
about OG's perspective on a lot of this, but for Aster, like their mid player comes back, they go up against arguably one of the toughest opponents here,
Yeah, for sure.
and it looks like they're gonna 2-0 them.
When this match started, the Dota Plus in the client said that it was 63% OG, and now it's trended all the way to 77 on Aster's side. Definitely, that probably feels really nice to have your mid come back and then
Yep.
you do so well. This is the comeback story. This is the redemption arc.
I would love to see it because if nothing else, like I think China will stop making fun of Aster so badly because if they can get it, if they can prove that they're a threat to Western teams, then I'm sure the national pride will come back.
And I think beating OG in China is like a big deal.
I bet.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
I feel like beating OG anywhere is a big deal.
Can we
you think
guess what
more
my
in
win
China?
rate
Was it a
was
big
against
deal?
OG for the past 2 years? I was gonna save this for main stage, but I'll pull it out now.
Ooh,
It's high.
it's high.
6%.
I think up until this last time Sunil joined them, we had something of like 3 losses and like 40 wins against them.
Really?
Yeah. In the last like 2 years.
Wow.
Wow, that's
OG played 40 games in the last
Okay,
2
maybe
years.
like 30 years. 30 games.
OG played 30 games in
you
the
just
last 2
dropped
years.
it by 10 whole matches.
I don't know how many it was. It's a lot.
I feel like OG didn't even play that many officials.
No, they did.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's really high.
That's a
It
lot.
was a really, we didn't even know ourselves. I think Cap brought it up during one of my interviews.
wow.
He was like, yo, you guys have like an absurd win rate against OG.
You guys
Why?
do play weird.
Yes.
Like a lot of no carry lineups.
Yeah,
And maybe
we do play
OG, they want to force some mistakes, but then the carry bristleback hits them. Like, you're not a Sven, you're not farming.
carry
We just
snap
bet in
fire
your
or something.
We
triangle.
just run at them, I think, and they run at us, and we're happy because they're not
Okay.
running away.
Wait, stop.
Who's
you have
the
to
team you
stop.
have the
Don't
worst
give
win
out
rate
your
versus?
That's
your
all.
strats.
Who's the team you have the worst win rate versus, do you know?
Secret probably.
But they
I think
also, you guys
playstyle
also
wise,
run at
Secret
each
just
other.
breaks our mentality.
Okay.
We run into the puppy wall like 4 times, and then like we're like, all right, this is not
I mean,
fun.
historically, I always viewed Secret as a very hold their own jungle team.
Yes, exactly.
But
and
some of the games I saw in the EU were very,
not hold your own jungle.
it's very double team Liquid-esque.
I see.
But
What
Secret would win in the end.
What
Yeah.
is double
Yeah,
team
what? You
liquid?
lost.
I'm
ass?
curious what this means.
It's no carries, run at each other as if
Oh,
there's no
okay.
objectives on the map. It looks really
Liquid on
fun.
It does
steroids.
sound like Team Liquid.
No, it's like it's a pretty good style some games, I think, and
Yeah.
it's not bad. I'm just it's strange
It is.
that you guys
strange, I
beat
agree.
OG that many times because it's still OG.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. That's kind of ridiculous, actually.
Secret
I
did
was-
ruin everyone's dreams. Sorry.
They did. They what?
Like in 2020, they just
Yes. Secret, like it was the most mental war ever.
It
like
was-
to just believe, because you have to convince yourself you believe you can beat them. That's step 1, right, of any game. Like you can't go into it thinking
Sure.
like, oh, it's Secret, we're gonna lose, because then you're going to lose. It's like, all right, we're gonna destroy them, and then
Yeah.
you smoke and you run into puppies, ogres sitting on a cliff, and you're like, ah,
And like, how many times can you realistically lie to yourself
yeah.
before
Like
the
at some
pressure
point,
kicks in?
like even the most delusional of people realize. No, but that was probably the most fun part of 2020 for me was the online purity and Secret and trying to be the team that beats them.
No one
That's
did
like
that.
some-
One that makes them bleed.
And we beat them, I think, twice, which
Oh,
was
yeah?
more than anybody else. did.
Twice out of
That's really
how-
good. But not in the finals.
A lot. Not in the finals.
Not in
No,
the
we
finals.
knocked them out of ESL, and we beat them in some other tournament, and then they came back and completely destroyed us.
As it is. Like, it happens.
Yes.
But that's pretty good though.
Yeah.
Well, we have a special guest coming into the stage.
In a bit.
Welcome in a bit.
I'm just kidding.
No, he's rushed. He can't. He's
Turn
so
around.
excited.
No, come
Just
back.
can't hide it.
Oh. All
I
right.
was right.
You were right.
You were right.
Holy.
Oh my god.
Look who's
Ah,
gonna be
welcome
there.
I've
back.
been graced to replace someone.
Who is it?
Who's it gonna be?
Hunger Games.
I was gonna look at Tsunami and try and get him out, but then I realized I can't. He's too
All right,
handsome.
have fun.
Once.
So handsome.
Goodbye,
Oh,
gents.
Now the couch isn't so
It was
blue
good
anymore.
That's what I was thinking.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, AUI. Come back soon.
Hi guys.
What's up?
Welcome.
Hey. I don't think we've done this before.
We haven't. This is
It's nice to see you.
splendid. You too.
Okay.
See, but now we have the stats that we were hoping for
Oh
earlier
yeah,
with,
now
with,
it's time for all the stuff.
with Radiant and Dire.
Sides. I know you
Should I take
love
off all of
picks
these?
and
That's
One
true.
second.
Okay, so have you noticed any trends throughout the group stage?
4 is off.
Because I think, I don't remember which series it was, but our first series, some team picked Dire twice, or maybe they got first pick twice. I don't know. We didn't see the draft fully.
It
so I need
was-
some details.
Real question is, have we? Because at every event, you have to do the thing where we message the one guy to start collecting it from the
Oh, cool, the
lobbies.
coin flip info?
Yeah, the coin flip
I
info.
assumed you had already done that.
I actually.
Are you kidding me right now? I thought this was your specialty.
Ah, we come back. I'm off the panel already. No, I actually haven't collected that information yet. Normally that's a playoff thing, you know.
Oh, okay.
Group stage casual, no one wants to hear me ramble on about
Amazing.
there's been 32 dire picks and one first, you know, that's
Did anyone ever want to hear that?
no, that's the thing. It's terrible. No, but I can scroll through it now pretty much if you want. Give me a couple minutes to
I'm
process
curious.
and crunch the numbers.
Sure. I mean, you came in with the iPad. Let's put it to
I
use.
think it was.
No, it's my
I think
brain,
it was
please.
Oh, yeah, right.
LGD Secret that we were asking
That's
about.
right. Yeah, LGD Secret was the first series, and since we consider to be setting the meta, then we wanted to see if pick order matters to them, side matters to them.
Yeah, I'll have a gander.
Insania
I think we had a
anecdotally said
theory,
you
right?
liked
That
Dire.
first pick. No, sorry, second pick would be preferred. I think me and AOI discussed it, and I think we said the advantages of second pick seem more attractive at this event.
And that's because
Or it was first pick. I don't remember. It was one or the other. You want either first pick or second
This
pick.
is a huge help.
the reason for second pick and why I think a lot of people were happy about it is just because you get to respond twice, right, at the very end of the draft.
Was that how it goes now?
Yeah, so basically second pick, if you want to go in order, right, it goes first pick is pick, then it's 2 picks,
Right.
pick, and then it's pick, response, pick, response, pick, response, the entire way, right?
I see.
So second pick pretty much controls
The second half of
the,
it.
the final 2 core picks in
Right.
most drafts, right?
I see.
And the recent change to the pick structure was that the second phase picks go alternate each time.
Correct.
So this actually, if you want to nerd into it a little bit, would explain
guy
why we're
wants
seeing so much flex during the TI drafts. Because you're potentially getting counterpicked twice by both the enemy cores, it's very important that you keep your options open and they can't straight up just counterpick your lanes.
Yeah, we're seeing
So-
that a lot on first pick specifically,
Yeah.
right? It's the
Exactly.
idea that you need your first 3 heroes pretty much to be kind of question marks. I think that's why Tundra were able to look so dominant in the tail end or before the TI run pretty much happened, because it's like they were the ones who were picking 3 random heroes. You were a bit confused, and then they'd kind of round out their draft, but by the time you're picking your final hero, it's too late to answer the problems, right, of flexibility. And
It's looking rough in this game, gentlemen.
Aster are doing it.
Asta
Aster are
have
doing it.
2-0 against OG.
They tried.
It's won twice now.
We have to give some props to OG though. They really this game looked really difficult like several minutes ago, but they didn't GG and they kept it up. And even right up until this point, before the GG, like their Tide bought back and tried to ravage. He had his ult. He tried to use it. Unfortunately, they had the BQBs and all that stuff, so it didn't really do anything. But you know, that effort really matters, and I respect a team that will keep fighting until the end.
Yeah, of course. And I think like we're sitting here watching these games, we're reading a lot of like what is going on with the people that are behind the screens. Because like at the end of the day, like we only see the names and we only see the heroes, but there are people that are sitting behind, and their emotions affect this a lot, and especially during TI. So, you know, one of OG's biggest strengths has always been that they're mentally very strong, and you know, sticking through a game and like playing it till the end is like I think what we expect from them, right? And if we wouldn't see that, it would be disappointing,
would be
or a sign that
shocking.
something's wrong, rather.
Yeah.
That is honestly the biggest thing about Pro Dota is people don't really respect or at least appreciate the emotional roller coaster of being a pro, right? Like, I experienced it during coaching, of course, and saying you experienced it being a player, right? So it's the idea that after every win and loss, if you don't know how to cope with that win and loss, it can just devastate your ability to like practice the next day, and like it continue like chain down into effects. And if you're at a tournament and it happens on day 1, for example, not being able to recover, it can remove you from a tournament if you just don't have like the way to deal with it. And it's so hard to bring together like 5 players, a coach and a manager, all onto the same page to have that philosophy. And it's why I think teams or spectators, they really enjoy seeing like OG play, because they have that. You know, Liquid, you know, the band of brothers.
Yeah, but even our team, like for example, if we go back just to Singapore Major, we started day 1 6-0. We 2-0'd PSG LGD, we 2-0'd like everyone, and we were like, damn, we're so good. And then day 2, we got 2-0'd, and we immediately like lost all the good vibes from the 6-0. And I think like this kind of situation, I think, happens a lot. And I think when I think of VP, I really am thinking about the way I remember our own team, and I could totally see a lot of similarities between what I see in the way that their games tend to go and how things happen for them too. So it is a really, really big part, and I think it's one of the biggest reasons why OG is always going to be successful on big stages.
Right. Well, another team that may need to display just a little bit of extra mental fortitude. Let's take a look at Stream D, which is IG versus Thunder Predator. Thunder Predator hasn't really had a great day 1. I believe that they went on day 1. They started off the day 0-4. And now it looks like they're okay. This is like their second series or the first series of the day.
Assuming the stats are on the screen. Actually, they're doing it for us now.
There you go, 6-1, 0-5.
Big plays.
Tsunami, were you aware of this? I know Just look at that. Are you aware of
That's
what's
pretty
currently
cool.
happening on this
I like
game?
that.
Yeah.
No,
I wish
did not know
that I had the
Should we bring
better
that to their
eye.
attention?
Wait, is that live or it already happened?
Does that help?
This is
It
currently.
actually does.
Really?
Yes.
Sure. Feel free
People
to share.
say that when you do this with your eyes and you can see just a little bit further if you like scrunch it up because your
Oh,
eyes
yeah.
are focusing on a single point instead of everything around it. So when I do that, I'm actually just trolling, but it actually does work.
Just to keep everyone updated as well, I believe, unless he's removed himself after game one, because I wouldn't be surprised if Valve did give him the boot for that one. Slax is also tri-casting this series.
I heard him. Yes.
Is he still doing it?
Yeah. So I went
Okay.
to take a break and Tsunami took my spot as a
Yeah,
host.
I saw it too.
And when I went to go get my makeup touched up, I just hear somebody screaming and the makeup. Yep.
Something like that. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
And the makeup people were like, they're having a lot of fun in there. And I just told them yes because Slax is in there.
yeah. His
okay.
one and only appearance. Or maybe he brings back Owie for a cast too. This is the start of
That's
it.
true.
That's true. He did say he would cast with Slax. And remember, for all of you at home, we are watching 4 streams, not 1, but 4 of them. And we have amazing casters to cast these individual games as well. And, if you tune into the individual streams, you might be able to catch a little special surprise, like some tri-cast with BSJ, and also Sir Action Slacks if Chaos is your forte. So make sure you go check it out. I do believe that on Twitch, the streams are Dota2 TI_2, 3, 4, and 5. You can check it out individually if you don't want to listen to us. But yes, back to the match. What are we watching? IG and Thunder Predator with IG up 1 game. And the kill score is looking a little bit toward IG, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to win or that they are super ahead. So, Tigov, tell me just a little bit about what you're seeing here.
I'm kind of looking out of the game for a second, and we just saw OG lose, right?
Yeah.
To Aster, a team
Right.
that we expected maybe not to do so well with their previous stuff. And then we have Thunder Predator entering the series. They're like, okay, if we do lose to IG, we're still looking towards that series against the other kind of losers of the group. And now we've had that upset. Thunder Predator losing the series, they're going to be 0-6, the only team to have not won a single game yet. So it's going to be a true test if they are to lose this single game. How do they cope looking at the group stage, looking at everyone kind of slowly pull away from them? And it's like they have to really, come back in swing, and hopefully they can maybe bring it back in this game to have some type of, one win on their side, because this is going to be the hardest test for the team after this series if they are to lose it 2-0.
They were playing very strong teams, though. We have Alliance here. They also lost to OG, and now they're playing IG, right? Those are really strong teams.
Yeah.
Or later on in the day, they are playing Undying, and Undying may not be at the top of everyone's predictions, but maybe that is a match where they can reset their mental if this one doesn't go well. But if this game goes well, they could be like, we rule, we own, because IG is currently sitting at they started day 2 with like a really, really good score of 5-1, and now they're 6-1.
It's not looking too likely though. What's up with this Nature's Prophet support, Aiden? Is that a thing? Nature's Prophet, I think he has a Glimmer Cape, and I don't know what his other item is.
Man, it's a powerful laning hero. I'm not really sure what the reason for it in this. It's hard to say, right? Because we didn't see the draft order. We don't know what the idea was.
It was more, have you ever seen this in your pubs?
I have not seen a lot of NP5. I
Okay.
could see how the hero's strong in the right games. It feels like flexibility kind of thing, where you can go multiple lanes, etc., etc. So I understand why you could look at NP and be like, this is a good hero. But something I was thinking about specifically regarding the matchup with Thunder Predator and Undying, later on, is they're going to be coming in very, very differently, right?
Yeah.
Even though Thunder Predator has probably only been playing the top end teams of their group, being 0-6, it's hard to just copium it that hard.
You don't copium that one,
No,
not at all.
Whereas Undying have drawn a couple of games against some of the top teams of the group, and they're coming in feeling hot, I think. So it's a tough place to be for Thunder Predator. I mean, it just shows you how it's a very mentally hard thing to do as a player in that position, to be like, we're 0-6, but it's only because we played the toughest opponents, and now we're gonna go show our true skill.
Yeah, and Undying, you look at their group stage remaining, it's you see how Group A is now forming, they still easily can get that upper bracket, most likely a 4th slot or maybe even a 3rd slot, because OG's lost, VP just lost to T1. It's a very obtainable goal, and it is going to be completely two different kind of philosophy, or at least kind of auras of the team going into that game. And
Yeah.
it's just scary. Group stage, like you start losing a couple games, it is so hard to recover. Like we were mentioning
It
before,
becomes
we
an uphill battle instead of like a level one. And like Insania said earlier, it really just depends on your mentality and coming into a game knowing in your mind and in your heart that you can beat them and trying to make it actually come true.
Yeah.
At least they have a coach who should be well familiar with this setting, with Fear. So at least there's some stability to be had in theory, but yeah, this is an uphill battle for sure. And even in this game, it's also looking like an uphill battle.
It really is.
I think I've seen more time Tidehunter in tree lines than actually playing the map right now. Like since we tuned in, they're in the bottom trees. I look down at my notes, I look back up, they're in the top trees. It's they're very much hiding right now, and that's not really a good sign in Dota.
I think they're trying to set up for pickoffs. They
Yeah, for sure.
recognize that they can't play like a teamfight game, but unfortunately they're just
No one's up
IG's
there.
not giving them the opportunities to do it. And if you remember the game in the morning between Secret and PSG LGD, where Secret needed to do the same thing, they were very quick about finding the pickoffs, and they knew how to make that happen.
But they also weren't hiding in trees. They were basically going
Precisely.
into the bottom
So
triangle.
they had a
and
better
hitting them there.
method for accomplishing the same goal. I think it's a pretty similar situation. Maybe Thunder Predator has let it go a little bit too long, and they're a bit further behind now. But in terms of like ideas of how the teams are thinking right now, I think for IG you're just like you're trying to make sure that you contain Thunder Predator and don't give them any space on the map, while Thunder Predator want to try to force some split map situation where they can pick off.
Yeah, this is like one of the best things to see from a team is being able to play in their face and continuously prevent like the puck to escape. Like I don't know how well the vision's being shown right now, but like for Radiant, like they have these like defensive wards when they're so far ahead. Because if you have like this Terrorblade who moves to the enemy jungle or a puck who skips away, you'll see him for a second, and it will allow you the option to send the line down there to set up the kill and continuously pressure. Like pressuring your enemy isn't about just standing at the tier 3s, because they can easily make these side moves that they're mentioning. It's the defensive vision also really kind of adds more pressure too.
Right. It looks like Furion's down there, and oh, nice! Wow.
There's some trees there too.
Whoa.
How did you do that?
I don't know. Magic.
Some real power.
He's just hanging out down there, probably farming up a little bit to try to keep the net worth going.
But then they buy bots, right? And then you can then despawn the trees and bots to the trees, and then
Nice.
suddenly you've unlocked
Gosh.
the aggression of
You
IG.
thought that Necrobook got removed, but there's something just as capable.
All right, I wanted to hold this strat for sophisticated people, right? I didn't want Jenkins
Don't waste
to...
it on us.
No, you're the best candidate, okay? Underlord Ags is a bit of a meme, right? So it's basically like the gate where you spawn it for, like you have like 4,000 units away, anywhere, and then it takes 2 seconds to channel, and you just, whoop, you TP to it, right? You then have Earthspirit Ags as well. So then you put the gate on high ground, Earthspirit goes in, turns the enemy to stone, and then goes, BAM! Kicks him out.
Does it work like that?
No, you don't kick him through the teleport. I mean, you're just using the teleport as like a blink dagger.
Oh.
I don't mean you're kicking him through the gate.
That was
Just
so much more, dude. That would have been so
that would have
much
been
I
hard.
thought you boot him through.
I apologize, but yes,
Thinking
the
of
idea.
portals.
You made me like.
I know. I tricked you. But anyway, it doesn't work like that. But the idea, Earthspirit teleporting to literally anywhere in the base with no like repercussions of using your own blink or your own whatever, and then you get your roll to leave, and you're bringing a key hero.
But the enemy can see the gate pop up.
Yeah, but you have so you
It
TP
takes you
in,
2
and then
seconds to get there,
Yeah,
though.
but 2 seconds is a long time. Short
Exactly.
time.
I feel like your initial word was more accurate.
I will link you some highlights.
You know,
of it
my
working.
friend, people are reacting to blink RPs. I think they'll react to the 2 seconds of the gate swapping.
But now what you're saying is this gate that has formed behind the racks, they don't want to go near it, right?
Sure.
So how do you defend the racks? Because it's now racks, gate, enemy.
Yeah, but when the Earthspirit
It's a
comes
pseudo
through
stun.
the portal,
Yes.
someone's going to react before he is
But
able
they're
to
so
roll.
defensive. Okay. I think that you're subscribing to the idea. You can see me that they're slowly enjoying it. They're not showing it so much right now on the
convinced.
panel, but deep inside, they're enjoying. Look at them. They're giggling at the thought of it.
So I'm
Giggling at the
noticing a lot of teams
viability.
are having a hard time dealing with Tidehunter on the main stage.
Yeah,
and
I
during the
noticed
group
that as
stage.
well. I mean, he was the
So-
most
Wait,
picked hero.
This is
wait, save this conversation real quick, because there is somebody who is maybe more suited for this conversation. Being that Thunder Predator is here, I'm going to step off for the day. Thank you so much for letting me be here. I appreciate
great
you.
time.
I
love.
appreciate you all so much. Avo is going to come and take the host seat. So stay right there. We're just going to do a quick quick swap, and you three can have a great conversation.
Tidehunter.
No.
Yeah, Tidehunter seems to be a real
me and
problem.
You insane. It's the Tidehunter.
Tidehunter seems to be a real issue during this event.
I'm noticing.
And I think a lot of teams are trying different approaches to solving it. I don't know how I feel about the Viper response. Because I'm sure, like, I'm trying to look at this draft and I think outside of Viper, there's not, outside of Viper, there's not really any, okay, I can't talk. Outside of Tide, there's not really any reason to pick Viper.
Yeah.
And I think the Viper response into Tide really only works if you have like a lot of damage and you can really burst them on the Nether Toxin. Or you need some kind of stun into Nether Toxin with Terrorblade wailing on him.
Yeah, I would argue that in theory, if he didn't have a 4/7 Blink Dagger,
And he's playing 5.
That
And it's
is
like
like
immediately like, all right, now
so
you have
I
Viper.
mean, this was the swap potential that you were
Right,
talking about. That makes
right.
Tidehunter a top tier first phase pick.
Precisely.
Is that like they pick Viper and it's like, okay, I didn't want to make him a core anyway.
Yeah, I just feel like Viper is a hero in general. Unless it's like breaking some like Bristleback or some Spectre, it doesn't really have a place in the game to be comfortable because like, even if you beat Tide in lane, right, like you mentioned, 20, 30 minutes later.
I'm not even thinking lane, just in general.
Sure, like
Yeah.
the trade-off, right, of having the availability of a Ravage compared to a break that it just doesn't really match up. So I'm
I
not
think
really
it's
a
more
fan
the
of
fact
Viper.
that the break from Viper gets countered by 2,000 gold.
Yeah.
Any sort of force staff will
Yeah,
get you out.
anything to
No
get
matter
out,
what direction you're facing, you're getting out. And with the function of Tide's Kraken Shell, which consistently purges you, even if you would get forced into the enemy team and you get stunned, you're still going to get a purge and you can get your Ravage off.
And the
So-
thing with Tide is like, even if it is a counted hero, be it some like Timbersaw to some degree, some Viper, you're always going to be able to itemize to press the R button, right? Like your job is, if they're jumping you, you're going to 9 times out of 10 get the Ravage off because you have the Kraken or a Lotus or a Greaves or a Force or BKB in some instances. Like the hero conceptually, if you're able to do the damage with the 4 other heroes, it will always unlock your ability to safely move around the map and take the fights you want, right? It's just mainly about your own positioning. Don't get baited by overstepping and not playing near your Tide. And I think that level of comfort is what you kind of want at a TI, right? Like, if this wasn't TI and maybe some regional stuff, maybe other offlaners would be popping up and there'd be maybe more pressure. But I think day one, people pick TI because it is the comfortable offlane that is so securing. And everyone else goes, wait a second, that's actually just good. Let's play it again.
Yeah, Tidehunter is definitely a strong hero, and it has a lot of uses in like for these reasons, right? I feel like also because of how laning functions right now, and you can fairly comfortably run Tide as a 5, just to get him through the laning phase. It seems like the hero is very powerful, and it's getting consistently picked in the early stages of the drafts for that reason.
First phase almost every time.
Yeah. Plus, it's a great answer to Earthshaker. So whenever Earthshaker makes it back into the meta, and basically the idea is once Earthshaker Blink echoes, you counter with Blink Ravage. And if he echoes you purge it, and you get your Ravage off anyway.
You think we might see maybe Faceless Void start popping up as or you can't kill Tide in time in the chrono?
Maybe. I think Disruptor might make an appearance.
Oh, that's true.
Like
Yeah.
down the line. It's traditionally considered a pretty good hero against Tide.
I think we've not seen much Void in general. Like we've seen it a couple games, but that hero is still very, even like the 5 Void that we saw from China, like dabbled a little bit of that and it still feels rather good.
How about you, Avo? Have you seen any Faceless Void? We're trying to theory craft what an answer to Tidehunter might be, because Tidehunter, as of day 1 group stage, most picked hero, 66% win rate at the end of day 1.
I've noticed. Even Thunder, who's not doing well, is trying it as a 5, which is a classic for them as well.
And they tried to counter IG's interpretation of it as a 5. They picked Viper, and we're saying that's not a particularly good answer to Tidehunter, because IG was just like, okay, that's fine, we'll turn it into a support. And now, good job, you've countered our support who bought a Force Staff anyway.
Yeah, it's tough because the traditional counters to it in lane, like a Razor was traditional counter as well. Like we could see NA teams who used to do this a lot. But the fact that now you can flex it makes it so difficult because what do you do with the Ravage?
It's a good hero. Someone's going to need to figure it out.
It's kind of like the hero, like if you have a big team fight and you're jumping someone, but in the jump you feel like you can't kill that hero, that's when you feel good, right? So it's more of a punishment of if the Tide team doesn't have like explosive damage and it's more of a slower fight, having heroes like, like the Medusa or some Lifestealer-esque hero where if they survive that initial, Ravage stun, but then they can have their own reset mechanism, that allows you to play into Tide, right? But
but I think any hero that, like, let's say I can first pick Tidehunter, and then now I've limited your carry choices to 3 heroes.
Yeah.
Or you have like 2 supports that you have to pick between the 2 of them. I'm at such a big advantage already, and I'm willing to run this hero as my 5 position.
Correct.
And I will still get most of the value out of it. Is like a very good start to any draft.
What do you guys think of the Brewmaster as a potential counter? Because you cycle in the hero and get rid of him for the rest of the fight. He's a hero that can even be played as 5 in NA, for example.
I believe it's been played once already at TI, right? By, was it SG? I think they've run it so far.
It's more than once, I think. I've seen one for sure that got Scepter.
Oh
short.
wow.
So yeah, so far it's
Wait, does
one
that
game
work?
SG loss.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Does what work?
I think Troll just went into range form after being wolf bitten. No, it does not work.
Which one?
No, because if you look at him, he's wolf bitten right now, but he looks like regular Troll. And I figured, because so all the heroes that are able to get longer range after being turned into a wolf get that range, like Metamorphosis,
Right.
etc. Even Tiny Tree grab.
But default range heroes go to melee, right?
Every hero goes to melee,
Yes.
but if you pick up the Tiny Tree after you've been turned to melee, you get the attack
Yes,
range.
okay.
Or TB, if you use meta after you've been turned to a wolf,
Okay,
right.
you get the attack range. So I was thinking maybe if Troll turned to range, that would work, but it doesn't look like it does.
Interesting. I do love the fact that we get to see Lycan plus like someone. Like during DPC we had outgiving Ags to Monkey Kings and Gyros, and that was kind of refreshing. But the Lycan Ag was always like dormant. It was there, and no one really tried it to its full potential. I don't think.
Wasn't it used quite a bit for a while?
What
When
was the
3
pair-
Lycan
what was
with
the pairing,
Necros
though?
was popular, I thought I saw quite a lot of
What was
Ags.
the
Yeah.
pairing though?
They used to do it with Ricky. Remember the Ricky liking was a thing, was popular for a while?
No, he wants to see who was being wolf bitten. He wants to see wolf bite pairings.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah,
Ricky,
yeah,
it was
yeah,
the
yeah,
Ricky.
yeah.
It was the Ricky carry that was being wolf bitten with Lycan.
Whoa.
That was popular for like a short time span. But what,
Invisible.
I'm interested in the offline. Actually, what I asked the wonderful Paul. What is it that's leading for Lycan and other? We saw, for example, Legion yesterday going for Armlet, right? Not your typical offlaner. You're not building for initiation. You're building just to tank, right? We're not seeing the aura initiation offlaners as
In
much.
which series was this?
It was Faith Beyond. It was LGD versus. I forget who they were.
As I might have missed that game. He went Armlet on Legion?
He went first time into Armlet, and apparently,
Okay.
according to Effie, he does this a lot where he actually goes naked Armlet without.
So
even
this
doing-
was a thing in China a while back. A couple of months ago, they were building a lot of armlets, like first item armlets in the offlane, but it never really translated over to Euro. And I think by the time the anime age rolled around, it wasn't really popular. But it was the period between Singapore and Kiev, I think.
What do you think is the strength of that idea? Why is it you can now build an offlaner that can almost act like a pseudo carry, which like to a degree, like just buffing the carry or helping out in damage?
I mean, I think in Lycan's case, it's a lot about laning. He can kind of play alone for most of the lane. And with like these kind of Earthshaker blocks or stuff like that, you'll almost always get a decent laning phase. You can pull creeps with your wolves. So it's a hero that you can pick early. It's very hard to counterpick. And no matter what, I think like for me, mostly the way I've liked it the most is when you pair it up with Tiny. The Tiny Lycan seems kind of dumb because Tiny's like only weakness is that he's clunky and slow.
Kiteable, yeah.
And you remove that away and you give him another crit. So it seems like a really, really strong combo as a pairing. But I guess teams are like developing now and realizing like, hey, we can run it with other heroes as well. It's not just with Tiny.
Yeah.
But I think that's where the idea originates from.
Can we touch on Armlet a bit more? I think it's an item that is one of the most not misunderstood, but most underused items. So I think it is insanely good, like conceptually as an item, right? Like the bonus HP you get when you activate it, the damage, the attack speed, and then the build up as well is pretty strong. Like Wraith Kings like to buy it. I think people saying Wraith King's a bad hero. I kind of debated with this a bit with Aoi, but you know, luckily he's not here, so we don't have to debate again.
No, I also think he's awful.
No, but I think it's really good. Alchemist is pretty good on as well. But just the idea that it's this cheap item with good build up that allows you to both farm and fight. And going back to like the offlane thing, if you want to try and theory craft it a bit, when you were buying Helm of Dominator and these items, you had this like casual Helm of Iron Wall, right? I think people got comfortable with having this type of item at some point in laning stage, and that's the item that builds into Armlet. And it's like 2.5k gold, right? But it does so much for you if you are that physical-esque style of core that can get in and out of fights. It does make you innately strong.
On the LGD Secret Series, Ame was playing Alchemist. He built first item Armlet, and then went to Radiance after that. And so the Armlet was purely just a tank item.
Yeah, exactly.
But my concern is it still viable on non-strength heroes? Because I feel like strength carries are just not very popular right now, which is why you're not seeing the Armlet.
No, I mean, to be clear, it's not like I'm expecting like a jug, you know, to buy like a Terrorblade. It's very much like Wraith King, Lifestealer, Alchemist.
Legion, apparently.
sure, Legion I can see it maybe, but like Lycan as well could easily do it and just be in the face of your opponent, like go for the big double slap type of thing, Echo after.
I used to be the build that Smiling Knight from Empire used to do all the time. It was his favorite build. He's a Lycan spammer as well. And before the whole Helm, the Overlord meta started, that was all he built.
Yeah. I think it was really popular on like an Armlet into Echo Saber into Desto. And I think it's kind of similar to, I've been talking a lot about Silver Edge and why it's so strong. And like when you are a hero that hit item timings every 2.5k gold rather than every 5k gold, you're basically fighting at double the pace of any other hero. You're scaling up much, much faster.
Exactly.
And you're having many more timings throughout the game much earlier. So for that reason, I think like Armlet could be, I could see how it makes sense in that way, but you have to weigh it up against Echo Saber, I think, for most of the heroes that actually want to use it for dealing damage. And I think right now Echo Saber is just probably the stronger item between the two of them in most scenarios. Would you agree?
I think
as on cores, at least. I think, like, for example, this morning, we had a great example of when Armlet's good.
You mean, like, so for when you say Echo Saber and Armlet, I would say for, like, the other than the four I mentioned, Echo Saber, like, is, like, far superior. Like, for, like, your Juggernauts or your Spectres or whatever who want to then disassemble and build into other things. But, like, I wouldn't see, like, I wouldn't see, like, Echo Saber being built on Lifestealer, for example, right? Have you seen it? Just wondering. That's actually a question. Have we seen it being built on, like, these type of heroes?
So.
It's like for the strength heroes.
Not in TI, definitely.
No, I don't think
yeah, I think the easiest way to describe it is for strength heroes, I feel like Armlet is underused. And then other heroes, Echo Saber is like the king of items, right? I think no one could argue
like
with
Sven,
that.
for example. Do you think Sven should be buying more armlets?
No, that's an Echo Saber one, I'd say. I think it's a different use case.
And Tiny?
That again, Echo Saber again.
And I think like those two heroes are like the primary two, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I understand Nyx, I think is core.
Yes.
It just makes the hero good.
Yeah, it does.
What about Sika?
That would probably mean Armlet.
I think you can do either.
Yeah.
I think you can do either.
So I think what you with CK, that hero also is kind of like very undersold at TI so far. It's unpicked, I think,
Uncontested,
right? Yeah.
entirely. I think part of the issue is that Echo Saber still gives mana regen, right?
Yeah, even if it's a bit bad.
And all these strength heroes
They kind of want a little bit of
desperately
yeah,
need
yeah.
it. Like Wraith King, like sure, yeah. Even the build is always changing. Are you taking Hellfire Blast or Wraith Fire Blast these days, or what? Do you max it?
I actually saw a really cool build on Wraith King, if you guys want to keep talking about it. But
sure.
Yeah.
I saw someone go 4-4-0 and buy Soul Ring and just spam stun.
So I saw that one and I was like, is that the new thing now? But
that could be good.
Well, I love strength heroes. I'd like to talk about the strength of the two teams that are playing.
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah.
This is a blast from the past. This
Yes,
looks like
Fnatic
yeah,
LTD.
we're back at Animajor in terms of drafts. I mean, you have the Void Invoker. This was like very, very hot at that point. Same with the Winter Wyvern, a hero that I don't think we've seen more than maybe once so far in the group stages.
Which hero, sorry?
Maybe Winter Wyvern.
I can check for you.
Can you walk me a bit through the strength of each draft that you see here? Or the
yeah,
purpose,
sure.
let's
So,
see the
Tsunami, would you want to talk first? And I'll just evaluate a bit.
Let's go through
With
the
LGD,
Tsunami.
it is definitely a throwback to an older meta, which is we were talking about Faceless Void in general being somewhat underpicked so far because he didn't get substantially nerfed in the past few months. And Cataclysm into Chronosphere is one of the most guaranteed teamfight winning combinations you could hope for. And Winter Wyvern was picked specifically against Sven in an earlier game. Here, I am kind of struggling to see the relevance of it, because I think Tiny will be able to insta-gib through it. Luna Eclipse, you're just kind of setting up, and Timber's just a bunch of pure damage. So the Wyvern's a bit of a question mark for me. And a support duo of Wyvern Bane is also a little peculiar to me.
Okay. Can you see the purpose of this?
So when I think about LGD's draft in this game and Fnatic's, I see, so in terms of scaling, I think LGD has a very, very nice draft. It's hard to keep this Luna alive later into the game, no matter how farmed she gets. That's like the advantage of having the Chronosphere into the Cataclysm. At some point in the game, like at 20, 30, whenever Invoker gets there, you can no longer keep your Luna alive. So the question then becomes, can the other four heroes win this game without Chronosphere? And I think it's not that straightforward, because if this game drags on too much, and unless Fnatic control the map from like this moment up until 20 minutes, I think they're gonna run into this timing of PSG where they just slowly start edging them out in fights. This Timbersaw doesn't really have good matchups in terms of heroes he can kill easily. He doesn't really kill Winter Wyvern. I mean he doesn't really kill Death Prophet. He doesn't really kill Invoker. Invoker's actually quite good at killing him, because high magic damage, a lot of kiting, a lot of stuns, naturally builds Spirit Vessel. And then you have Faceless Void who just jumps back all the damage that you can deal to him, plus the time dilation. So overall, when I look at LGD's cores, they have really good matchups against the cores of Fnatic. But Fnatic has the advantage of having the timing right now in the game where they can kind of roll over the map and try to build a very big gold lead.
That's pretty much what the Timbersaw is trying to do here. Like, even if it doesn't have the obvious, like, oh, we kill a strength hero, the fact that he's able to play behind tier 2 right now, it's giving, you know, Luna the ability to just farm up and go, you know. Of course, this is a tiny support, so we're not going to be seeing this, you know, Echo Silver Edge time where he's going to run through the map. I think that's what gives this Wyvern some merit for PSG, because in the next like 8 or so minutes, when you have that Roshan contest and Fnatic want to get that Aegis and hit high ground, all PSG need to do in this game to feel comfortable is to have that one curse on Luna +1, or that have that one chrono that punishes Fnatic lack of save, to give themselves that like equal footing in terms of items, because right now they're going to be losing all the towers pretty much, right? If Fnatic want to move to a tower and properly fight for it, Bane Wyvern isn't going to be able to be that good at it. Wyvern for sure is one of the better supports, but PSG have to commit 3+ heroes or resources to actually defend a single tower, when it's like a Timber plus any hero behind him chipping away with a catapult. So yeah, right now this is kind of Fnatic's moment in the game to try and kind of exert their heroes.
So to build off what you just said, I think, yeah, it is true that LGD need to bring multiple heroes to all their tower defenses. And this is going to be like what the battle in this game really is. Can LGD slow down Fnatic enough to get their heroes to reach their timings? Because I think once they do, the game from that point onward is pretty straightforward. They're just stronger in fights once they reach that point. So while I think like Fnatic has an opening right now and they need to like push the envelope and really make sure they get there, it has looked hard for teams to do it throughout this event. To like really capitalize on these timings in games to reach like all the way to the end. I think they could even get like one lane up in racks and it still necessarily wouldn't matter.
Why do you think that is?
Because I think simply the only way I see this game playing out in Fnatic's favor is if they're somehow managing to keep Luna alive through Cataclysm. And the only way I see that happening is Roche, and I don't really feel like they have great heroes to enable it.
Okay.
So LGD will most likely be able to fight them at every Roche bit, unless they've wasted their chrono somehow or forced the chrono out in a different way. So I think it's tricky. You don't have a straightforward game plan of this is what we're going to do. We're going to go from here to here to here to here, and then we're going to win. So as a captain, calling for Fnatic it requires some sort of chaos. And whenever there's chaos required, I think LGD, they're an experienced enough team to recognize that, and then they'll try to avoid those situations. So you need to be good at making that kind of chaos happen. We saw Secret do it against them this morning, so it's not impossible.
Right.
But it's difficult.
Okay. Tsunami, at first you weren't, well, you actually criticizing the LGD draft to a degree. I want to actually sing the praises of the Fnatic draft a bit. Add to this point, he is talk about how can Fnatic relish in this chaos.
I was even surprised that they've may have gotten such a substantial net worth advantage already. I wish I saw how the mid lane went, because nothing to say Invoker. Like you were asking like how's Invoker right now, and not a great win rate, and consistently losing lanes, but that's just what Clawspike's Invoker does.
Yeah.
But even at some point they need to start team fighting, and Fnatic is just never letting them team fight. That's what LGD is looking for the entire time, and I think that's the strength of like a Timbersaw, although maybe not right now, because he gets gripped wildly out of position, and they didn't even have Chrono, which is coming off cooldown soon. So maybe a bad example of that. But in theory, the purpose of the Fnatic draft is like, okay, we send in a canary in the cave. You really want to get your full 5-man team fight, but we're not going to give it to you because our heroes are just filtering in one by one.
This is actually the point that Insania was making, though. Timbersaw has no easy kills. Therefore, the way to create space is just putting himself really far out there and closing the map.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you notice how they're running in as 3 heroes, trying to create some sort of opportunity for themselves, because they recognize that this is how they need to play the game. And I wouldn't be surprised to continue seeing them like playing very, very aggressive, but Ama here, right position, right place at the right time, gets a chrono. And I don't really even think it matters so much that he dies here. They're slowing down Fnatic's timings, and that is like the key thing.
But wouldn't you right now be saying this is really good for Fnatic? Because at this point in the game so early on, the respawn times are much shorter than the cooldowns of the spells.
Sure.
So this is potentially going to unlock Fnatic to
I think
go
it's still
to a
too early
slow
for them to
Roshan,
Roche.
right?
Had they had one more hero that could actually Roche, I think yeah. But I think it's too early. I don't think Luna can actually Roche here.
Because like right now, there's no Chrono, there's no
grip,
as well, there's no DP ult.
There's still a winner's curse,
but I would be surprised to see them go to the Roche bit. We'll see.
If there's like a medallion or something, maybe.
But who buys it?
Maybe Ogre, because they've been buying Veil. Maybe in this type of draft, you switch up and go for a casual medallion, but I don't think medallion is probably enough to offset it.
I just don't think they have.
So yeah, no, don't worry. I agree with you on that front. It's kind of like if they don't do Roshan, it's more try and chain more kills together. play as aggressive together on the other side of the map and just keep trying to make things happen, right?
Yeah, I think what you want to avoid is allowing LGD to have all their cooldowns up at the same time.
Yes, exactly.
You want to make sure that they're always using one.
Are they doing it? I see yellow in the Roshan pit.
Oh,
wait, we don't control the... They are trying
They're
it,
doing
okay.
it. All right.
Let's see how fast this goes. There's no Ogre Medallion though.
Yup.
This is kind of like, so basically we've highlighted two ways to play out this game right now. It's like either respect the fact that they have cooldowns at different points now and you fight, or you go for Roshan. And it's really hard to kind of, this is the moment where like hindsight's going to come into play, right? At the end of the game, if Fnatic win because of the Aegis, like, haha, of course, they went there, you know? And if they lose, it's like, of course, they didn't chain the kills together. But it is very hard in games to decide the right read. And
how do you make this call? Is it just based on instinct?
Yeah,
pretty much. You're gonna probably feel like this is the way to go about the game when you're playing.
Do you have a dedicated big cooldown timer? For example, you know, Kezu, you know, prominent
PPD.
off lane. He's a fiend for time up and press.
PPD is our cooldown timer.
No, does he like email you it or does he like call you?
No, he's in our Discord server.
He's in your Discord? That's so good, right?
Nice.
What percent does he get?
Sorry?
What percent of the cut? Or is it just
You would have to ask
exposure?
William, he's the one who hired him.
Ah, okay. Just wondering. Ask
He
him for a friend.
had a good resume, apparently.
I see why you're on the panel now.
Wait, online or at LAN resume, sorry? Did he include the...
No, but anyway, I think so now Aegis, they need to clear towers. I also noticed that actually Luna went Dragonlance into BKB, so that they understand that they're on the timer
Quick
now.
timing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is this what you were talking about earlier about the fast items, trying to get the cheap items? It seems more efficient that way.
I mean, in some ways, right? Because every item you get, you're probably going to try to push a bit and try to accomplish some sort of goal with them. I think in this case, it's more like they understand that. I mean, even if Luna goes Butterfly, Scotty, Satanic, it won't make the difference that they needed to make.
Right.
So spending the gold here is smarter.
Ooh,
and here's the EXO.
That was
tier 1.
An EXO for a tier 1 whilst they're dying bottom as well. That.
Yeah. Fnatic are playing this really well.
They are.
And I think it's important that they use. Oh wow.
Is he?
Oh, with Kata,
There
it
we
makes
go.
sense.
Okay, good. There we go.
That's a very good chrono Kata.
Very, very good chrono. So I think here, like, if you're Fnatic, you want to use this timer. Whatever timer you have now until chrono comes up, this is an important discussion that they're having within the team now of what is it that we're going to do here?
Right.
What do we need to accomplish during this time? Like, are we aiming for some sort of lane of racks? Are we just trying to control the map and get a bigger gold lead and wait for the next Roche? But what is it we need to do? Because this is their opening, right? They have to do something with it.
Yeah, and they're feeling the pressure now because like that single chrono, it's not as if chrono's on cooldown, let's go high ground, right? Like this is we have to farm again, and Fnatic will be using
Or high ground, right? They have to make that decision.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? It's like they're in this kind of awkward fork, which is either we go high ground, but we don't have timber. If we die here, the game's probably PSG favored, or we wait, spells are back up. We don't have Aegis now, so this Cataclysm chrono is going to be very strong. So the next 2 to 3 minutes, less than that, next minute of this game is very critical for Fnatic to win this.
Hello, my friend.
You have been selected.
Hello.
I have been replaced. All right,
well,
good luck. Let me know how it ends.
Okay.
I feel invested now.
You can always watch the stream, you
You
know?
want to stay here? Can we do the 5-man?
Can we do the 5-man?
I don't think we can.
If we have the
I'm
technology.
sure we have the technology.
If
No,
you,
we
like
don't.
Insania, by the way, want to watch the stream or, want to watch the actual game, you can go ahead into the individual streams. You don't have to watch the multicast. But if you want to join us here on the stream and talk about Dota casually with us, you're welcome to. Hey, Ayuan.
Hey, what's up?
You want to get caught up on the game or will you watch?
Yeah, give me a rundown.
So Fnatic is playing an aggressive game. They have managed to actually close on the map pretty nicely. And they're a bit on a timer at a point where the PSG LGD core-to-core matchups will be able to take over. LGD is trying to delay this, but some of the mistakes they've made and also Fnatic's incredible positioning has put them in a pickle right now. Now the question is, what does Fnatic do to really close out this game?
Did you guys watch this one from the start?
No.
Almost. We missed the
like
late
minute
stage.
8, 9-ish.
8, 9, okay.
Yeah.
Because I was just wondering how the Timber Saw did in lane, because this hero, it used to be some first pick hero, it got some nerfs. They're pretty big, and then just disappeared completely.
He was by tier 2s by like minute 9, 10. He was controlling that top side. 3, 4 heroes are coming for him, giving Luna
I mean,
some farm. And
his like early, like his post lane is the same. It's just like his very early game got nerfed pretty heavily.
I'm actually very impressed by the Timbersaw this whole game. I think Death did a great job.
Death in general, like what a whirlwind ride it must have been
Honestly.
for him. He shows up to Singapore Major just because everyone needs a stand-in. I need a Singaporean player. All right, Death, come on in. And then didn't even participate for Season 2 with Fnatic.
Yep.
This was just for the qualifier, and he looked good also, even though Ice has been highly critical of Death in his Southeast Asia power rankings.
It's very interesting.
He put him last.
What?
Yeah, he thought it was
Put him-
really bad.
He made a tier, and then he forgot that Death was around, so he made another tier for Death.
But that's because he was so scared of him. You know, he didn't want to
Clearly.
admit it, but he was like, damn, this guy.
On OB Neon, he quite literally carried them at some point to the single.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I just
But-
remember Def as like the player that went to, you know, when Complexity was doing like a million shuffles of trying to find like a roster they wanted to stick with.
He was the
was-
standing guy.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, it was the Tavo, Zefric, Adam, Miracle, not Miracle.
No,
like,
Miracle.
They were,
The
yeah,
Naga Siren Spammer.
yeah, they were playing different things, and I remember him coming across to Complexity. Like, oh, he's pretty good. And then like he kind of like disappeared a little bit, and he was like Galaxy Racer after that or something. But yeah, it's nice to see him kind of pop back up, and maybe if he does well here, Ice might put him higher up on that
Fingers
tier list.
crossed.
That's what he's playing for, maybe.
He also allowed Sven to actually go to the mid lane, which is where he was meant to be the whole time.
Yeah, that was the main issue that I had with them during the DPC, is that Fnatic had Moon on mid, and they took Chuand, and he... Chuand. We fixed the pronunciation,
Yeah,
right?
don't get flamed by Twitter.
Chuand, who is a mid player, and he had to learn offlane for all of Season 2 DPC, and, well, I mean, you can only try to swap roles so quickly, you're gonna need more than 6 weeks to figure it out. And now he's back on mid, and I think, I mean, Fnatic is... If they managed to beat LGD, as it is, they split versus Vici, which impressed me.
Yeah,
And then
very good.
they beat SG 2-0.
No, they lost to us.
They lost.
Oh, they
Actually.
lost
Well,
us. Oh yeah. Oh yes.
yeah.
And I was
Don't
cold on
discount
Fnatic
SG.
afterwards. Yeah. So then I have no idea what to make of Fnatic. They're pinballing all over the place.
Well,
That's the beauty.
sorry, go ahead.
You know?
I feel like a lot of the teams that had rough day ones are actually bouncing back today.
Yes, T1 is as well.
Yep.
I was going to question, because Lizard actually made a point yesterday, which was really good, which is that he saw Fnatic as a collection of players rather than a team.
yeah.
And not
more of
because
a
they lack
stack than a team.
Yeah, not because they lack unity, but rather because you have a couple of players there who have actually played in multiple positions, including the supporting duo, which have both stated publicly they only want to play 4, even though someone is forced to play 5.
Oh, wow, okay.
You can do the 4.5, you know.
Yeah,
That's
which is what they're doing.
That's pretty common.
Have you ever been in a team like that where a lot of players are not in the ideal position they'd like to play? How do you manage a team like that? Or have you been in one, AY?
I mean, in my head, I don't know why you would form a team like that.
Yeah.
That just sounds wrong, right?
Like, you have a really good player, and
I mean, it's like when Sumail joined Arteezy Fear on EG and he's Sumail offlane. Like, that's the one I think of.
And then Ramsey did it as well, doing
Yeah,
the
but
offlane.
like, there's a reason. Like, I mean, the Ramses one worked out a bit better, I think. But the other one, like, those teams generally perform under their expectation. I think Fnatic, like, if you look at their players, they have really high skill players, but none of their players is like a really big captain.
That's
Like,
true.
I don't know who's doing it now, because Jabs and DJ, they do make calls.
They make
and
calls
they can
together.
be vocal, but like, it's not like some single unity, like some dictatorship that a lot of Dota teams are. I mean, you don't need someone to make all the calls, but you need someone to take responsibility and make it feel good for people to make the calls they need to make.
Aren't teams nowadays kind of like shifting into like two types, which is either the dictatorship of like the overarching calls, and then there's more of like kind of the mix, everyone kind of collective together in the moment. Isn't there kind of like both?
I don't know
now?
anyone who does the everyone together in the moment thing as a like, we don't have a real captain. Because at the end of the day, you need someone, when there's a big decision or a big team talk that happens, you need someone to just say like, I'll take responsibility for making this decision and give confidence to your players. Even in the most dictatorship of dictatorship Dota teams, you still have like core players making calls on their strength, right? Like Dota's never a one-man game microing everyone. Not anymore, at least.
So to you, the captain that you speak of is the one person that's taking responsibility.
Yeah, the captain doesn't even need to make the most calls, but he needs to set up a system where people feel not just comfortable, but good playing and making the calls that they want to make. Like even on like, I don't know, like I think Nigma maybe is the most Kuroki focused team. Even on that team, like his system was so good that they didn't look as bad as many people expected them to, with their coach as a stand-in instead of Kuroki, right?
Right.
Like his system he set up to allow his players to shine is really good.
I do wonder how that would work on Fnatic, to be honest. Because a lot of the players are known as not being very
I mean,
vocal.
I think maybe Death is IGL.
You think so?
I think he makes a lot of calls, from what I know. But
We need to find
it's
out.
weird because like they had Raven before. Wait,
Raven's still there. He's a
they have Raven now, but who did they remove from? Was it 23 Savage?
No, it was Moon.
No, the carry switch. They had 23 Savage, right?
I'm going into the notes, boys.
So 23
Hold tight.
Savage was on Fnatic, and he got kicked for Raven. And then
And he got picked up by T1?
So 23 Savage was supposed to be on Vici. They took Polyo over him,
Yes,
and then he went to Fnatic.
Oh,
and then they kicked him and took Raven.
So
And
the
then
very
T1.
the end of 2020, it was 23 Savage out to Vici Gaming.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
and
then-
what I was told is he was like 23 Savage for Fnatic specifically was hard to coach, I think, like hard to work with for them. But then he looks like, from what I've heard on T1, he's like pretty easy to work with. I don't know. Sometimes players just don't fit. But I also wonder if it's a little bit of like a leadership issue, because I think T1 have a very clear leadership structure compared to Fnatic.
Yeah, that's the important thing, right? I think there's so many different types of carries, but there's the carry that is so authoritative, and it's like, I'm the carry, I know what I want to do to win this game, and they're vocal. And there's carries that are very quiet. I remember there's like VT Faded. He's like rank 1 right now in SEA, and he played on Chaos. But unfortunately, the carry player, he's a little bit quieter compared to other carries within the scene, right? He's insanely good, but like in the clutch moments, back then, he still hadn't really learned, like found his voice, right? And over the previous year, I'm sure he has found that, but I guess that might be the scenario where some teams, when you pick up a carry player, you expect them to come on in, and like at minute 20, 25, they're demanding everything to happen for them.
It's like the type of leadership style and how the team is structured. Because if you look at OG with Ana, like Ana was not a vocal player. But OG obviously won 2 TIs with him because they were able to set up the team around him. I think
They could ask the right questions.
if
at
you
the
have
right
a
time,
player
right?
that's that high skilled, it's a failure. Maybe it's a weakness on his part, but if he doesn't fit into the team, it's like a failure of the team structure and captainship.
I just want to bring it back to the game here. This conversation is interesting, but we just saw like a really incredible teamfight performance by Fnatic. Before Insane left, he was talking about this, right? The chaos they have to create and how they have to like kind of relish in this chaos, and they just did that. They separated so far. The chrono was impossible. They even had a BKB ready for the person caught in the chrono. That's really hard to do, especially if we're talking about a team that has no IGL that's deciding these things.
Maybe they do, right? We
Or,
just don't
sorry,
really
no,
know.
yeah, exactly.
And we don't know, but it's not like the IGL would be the one to tell him to like split up.
No.
Like, that's
Okay,
not what the
that's
IGL would do,
That's
right?
yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
So like the main thing about like captaining and like those communication, that's like the top level of like, we want to play in this area, or we want to move to this objective. All the small intricacies and like the nightmare into a slave and stuff, that's like the individual player kind of showing up and having their individual communication. But going back to this, it's like Fnatic, they needed these pickoffs into that Roshan to be able to then like win the game. Like this is now Fnatic's moment to truly win the game. I don't think they can lose this Aegis without getting some structural damage and then go, don't worry guys, we'll farm for the next one. You know, I think this is their nice window to really make some good plays to go from.
How do you make this happen?
The captain of Fnatic this game, like the most important call you can make is like how you want to approach team fights. And it's like we were talking earlier about trying to take complex terms and theories in Dota and like condense them into like words. So teams will say like play the team fight slow or commit fast.
Oh, you didn't mention that one. You only mentioned stock so far.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of
What
them,
is
right?
stock?
Like, I mean, stalking for me is like you want to chase an opponent, but you don't want to commit on them. Yeah, so you don't let them get away, but you just sort of follow them,
Right.
and you want to remain in like engage in like within reach of engagement.
And then
So for this one, like
slow and fast.
yeah, playing a team fight slow. Like if you look at teams with a lot of team fight, like LGD's lineup, right? They want the team fight to be a committal engagement. They want to get a good chronosphere and pop all their spells at the same time and burst people. If you look at Fnatic's, how they want to play against that is they want like make the team fight sort of spread out and slow it down. Don't have anyone commit, keep poking at each other, and don't let them get like big spells off because you committed on someone you grouped up.
They're able to take down the Wyvern just by poking, and she doesn't have buyback.
Like look at Timbersaw. If he's going in like this, and no one's committing in with him, you know?
Oh, what a chrono.
They got Luna.
They got Timber. Don't really do anything on the Luna, but
They're
Tiny.
They're kind of losing this fight, right?
Oh, now they
Are they
fight.
turning it now?
I feel like this should be good for Fnatic. Like if they don't have enough buybacks on LGD, because they spent so much on Timbersaw. Like he got chronoed, and the only other person that chrono affected was a Luna who got hit by a couple of Cataclysms with Aegis.
And they still have Aegis, right? So this is actually really good now.
Dead Bane.
But
Bane
that's
has
a
a
really nice
BKB,
demonstration
wow.
of understanding the fight, right? It's the fact that you have this kind of imaginary wall in front of Luna, and at all points, like when Timber died, then Tiny was jumping in as well, like replacing the Timbersaw in that kind of wall. So
That's very
if
true.
you want to go for Luna and get rid of the Aegis, you're gonna have to eat through all this. So Yeah, it was a really nice kind of fight construct from Fnatic. But the fact that this is all built around one Aegis, you know? If you don't have this Aegis and the confidence of it, it is hard to replicate, because maybe next time PSG isn't all positioned that like Void up front, 4 behind. Maybe next time they're actually making a wraparound at the same time to stop the backline getting in, or they have the damage to kill the Luna as well in the Chrono. So it's interesting to see in the next fight how Fnatic kind of develops a plan, because when something works one time, you have to safely assume that your enemy will take note of that and then find the kind of the response to that, right?
Well, did they get enough off this Aegis? Because you said they needed some structural advantages. One rack's enough and they can chill now, or?
They should be able to go again, right? Like, there's no Chrono, no DPL. Like, this is still a very nice window for them just to keep hammering down things. The fights that I mentioned were more like when the cooldowns come back into play, like the big fight.
Oh, okay.
But this time it's a very different proposition as well. They actually join in with the Luna, knowing Gage has less timer on it.
Well, that's a big curse.
Oh, but this.
Oh, Cataclysm's too early.
Yeah. They got the Aegis though.
Yeah.
But they just start the Winter Wyvern, but obviously after Curse.
Oh, that's a big. Oh, no.
That's a Fiend's
They
Grip
can't
canceling it.
cancel the Fiend's Grip, but also it doesn't really seem like Luna's dying. A lot of BKB is activated, so this Eclipse is doing no damage also.
Got
And
melted.
LGD are driving them back.
Whose Orchid wasn't there towards the end?
I think it was Wyverns.
That was
Spells
clutch.
are back up, and yeah, without the Aegis now, it's pretty disastrous.
So in the last bottom fight, I think Fnatic, how they played it was Timbersaw would poke in, he would get vision for everyone, Luna would stand there, and no one would commit up with the Timbersaw when he gets jumped. Honestly, I think Tiny jumping on, like in that bottom fight, didn't look quite correct to me, but I think he thought he could save Timbersaw. If you compare it to this middle fight, like Luna's hitting it with Aegis, and I don't know how 2 heroes get cursed with her. I think that's pretty poor planning.
Like, especially the Ogre, right?
Yeah.
Like, the Timber should be away in, yeah.
They should have just kept poking with Timber.
One man
like,
curse, yeah.
They have to commit so much to kill Timber. And honestly, like, they could make better plans in this if you want to breach high ground. High ground's not simple anymore. Like, it could be like Timbersaw's gonna just farm a little bit, get buyback, and they're gonna do that plan. And they're gonna waste Cataclysm and Chrono on Timbersaw. He's gonna buyback, and you will take both sets of Raxes. Instead, because they didn't plan for it properly, like they just got team wiped, and honestly, this game's not looking that simple for them to win.
Yeah.
As the game gets later and later, like LGD are gonna start having enough damage where they don't need to commit all their spells at the same time to kill people.
So what leads to the? What do you, as someone's been on a team, what leads to this potential poor planning? What could lead to the point that a team fight doesn't look as good? Like you just got a great team fight, and now you just have a team fight that, as Jenkins comes in.
There's just a lot of things going on in Dota. So sometimes you don't have the ability to plan something like that. Like a lot of what I talk about in Dota, like even not just on the analyst, but even as a player, is like idealized scenarios and what you're supposed to try to aim for. Like ideally, they'll come up with a slightly more complex plan and be able to execute it. Realistically, you don't have time for that, or you just want to keep going. I mean, it should be okay to make mistakes in scenarios like this, but I wish they would have taken like a bit more time to plan it. I don't feel like they're under that much pressure.
It's also like, outside of planning, you also need to trust in your players to understand a scenario, and with the experience of their practice in pubs and also as a team in general, be able to find a solution to the problem themselves, right? Like you can't spoon feed everything to every player in every moment of the game, right? And that's kind of where you lean on individual talents plus what the team's meant to be bringing.
And if you look here, like Tiny's, he's actually gone for the Wind Waker. So they're like crafting plans on how to counter the committal from OG. It's very good versus Coral Kata. Let's see it here maybe? Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, there's the Wind Waker.
That's really good. Cop does 4, has no buyback.
Is that going to be enough for the women? Here's where the amount of teamfight that you're talking about comes into play, though. It's so difficult to counter every single piece of teamfight in LGD's grab.
And just Ame's itemization, I think, was just correct this game. And like it all comes down to failing that mid push with Aegis.
Yep.
Like if they'd taken a bit slower, thought about what their win condition for the fight was, which is just to take these slower fights, poking with Timbersaw a bit, they wouldn't have lost a mid fight. And this fight here is like a consequence of the last one.
What do you think, Jenkins?
I think Fnatic's winning this is a perfect matchup. I think LGD is going to pop off, popping off, but you're not considering the multicast.
And the fortification. when they're defending their base as they lose.
I feel like this game's over.
They should just go straight for throne, right?
But the ogre's not the one winning.
Are you
So
okay?
what does that say about your analysis, Jenkins? Sorry, TI close qualifier participant, Jenkins.
Analysts talk a lot of trash. They know something.
Actually, what we know is that your mic is currently not working, so you should stop talking. But we are seeing the game coming to an end, as I was pointing out. It was a well-performed game by Fnatic, but it does feel like one small misstep leads to this immediately.
It's the hardest of games.
I think Ama's itemization was very good. Like if he had itemized even a bit more defensive, like what happened was he hit Luna for like 2 seconds, and then they revealed the Wind Waker as a really good purchase from Tiny, and they just managed to kill.
Who got
Chuen?
the Wind Waker?
It was Tiny.
Tiny got the Wind Waker. I
Yep.
see.
His plan right now is just blink.
What role is he?
He's the
4.
Oh, that's cool. So he's just got Blink Wind Waker?
Yeah, he's just
Yeah.
getting on
That's
in.
dope, dude.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
dope against Void Invoker. Very nice.
It's also just like a sort of nice Eos game because the heroes aren't simple to catch with their heroes. Like if you do some Eos into Toss into Avalanche, it's pretty long stun. They don't have the best lockdown
Like
on
toss
their
back,
team.
you can like set up and create enough time to toss back to like an ogre, so the ogre can get in range too, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm not just trying to justify the ogre. Don't look at me like that.
No, you just
I'm
keep saying
serious.
ogre.
That wasn't a joke. Ogre is good, okay?
It is. Secret's playing with it.
I don't
Winning
think
and
the
losing.
game is up to the ogre, to be honest. So
No,
to
it's-
justify you.
This is past the ogre winning.
Yeah,
phase.
yeah, this-
You know, this is the
Yeah,
for the
30-minute pass.
participants.
Ogre said early game timing.
yeah.
Those 50-minute wins are critical on Ogre's performance. That is.
Absolutely. That's where the multicast really starts stacking up.
If that hero gets items though, he's actually a beast in the late game. Like if you can get to like just an Aether Lens, like Aether Lens, and you survive the BKBs, you ignite someone for 30 seconds
so
and you
good.
stun them.
Yep.
Yeah. I played with Whisper, and he was playing Carry Ogre. And
Carry
he-
or offlane ogre?
Carry Ogre.
Okay.
Like actual Carry Ogre, and he just went,
Did someone steal his lane?
maybe. Maybe somebody did. I don't know.
Whose lane?
you know?
Who stole
I
it?
see.
I don't know.
Someone
That's
was
very
playing.
interesting. He was Carry Ogre, somebody stole his lane.
How do you build?
He went for Aether Lens, Ags, and then into like tank items, you know, Heart, Lotus Orb, stuff like that. But yeah, he was just running in and stunning people for 2,000 damage and being a tank, and he actually carried the game. He was like 17-2 at the end of the game.
It wasn't going to be your offlane performance that carried the game, so that makes sense.
Oh, I didn't say that I was offlane. I don't know why you'd assume that. I wouldn't steal from
He was a spectator watching
W
flying.
God.
It would be really bad if an analyst at events stole the lane of a player competing at TI.
That would be insane.
Yeah,
That would,
That would not
terrible
happen.
behavior.
Not
No,
not okay.
no, not okay.
Glad we're in agreement. So what is Fnatic's? I mean, you were saying the game looks solo, but what if you're Fnatic right now? Obviously, you still think you have a chance. What are you trying to do? What are you accomplishing to pump up your players? Or is this your
Honestly,
time
if
to
I was
deliberate?
playing on Fnatic, I would think that the only way we win is if we get a pick off on the side lane. I think
Okay.
like it's important to believe you can win, but it's important to be realistic about your win conditions. Because like if you just say, guys, we can still win or something like this,
It's like empty information to
yeah,
the team, right?
it doesn't
help
mean anything.
you win the
'cause
game.
Honestly, right now they have one path to winning, and that's
Right.
they need to outnumber LGD in some place, and the only place you will be able to outnumber a team that's ahead is on the side lane.
Oh, that was cool.
Ooh, or if they could have got a pick off like that,
That
like, that
would've
could have led to it. But otherwise, like their win condition is really hard.
Like right now for Fnatic, it's pretty much like what Ali said, and also just you've got to a point where you actually do have items to save yourself from chrono. So if you're not getting multiple hero chrono where Cataclysm is then killing one hero, maybe in your base if there was no Aegis, no cheese, etc. But this is kind of like we wish we could fast forward the game 5 minutes where no team actually, you know, pushed against each other, and then you could maybe look for that. But yeah, very much it's PSG's game to win, and just make sure if they do chrono a hero, they're not chronoing just one, where Tiny can use this very expensive Wind Waker to turn it around and maybe you get some damage back out.
I do think a Luna Rapier is almost always good. Like you can always win the game at some point. If you have like Satanic Rapier, even with the nerfs, it does enough damage that you could, especially with like a Daedalus, you can outcarry this lineup.
They actually might have just picked off. Oh, that's the.
Okay, Aegis down, pretty much for free.
That wasn't free Aegis. That was the Fire Blast of the Ogre that got that as well.
Huge Fire Blast, yeah.
Literally broken.
Aim's Chronos a
Oh,
bit.
he tried to go for the Wind Waker, but he actually just blinked into the chrono, or walked into the chrono.
Oh, yes, double.
There's the
Yeah, that's
refresher.
a double. Yeah.
LGD actually need to back off here, I think. Their Exo's starting to run out.
That's 4 buybacks from the side of Fnatic. They need to.
Wise just, he's going to sacrifice himself, but they are going to get out of there. I think the
Does
problem
Tiny-
right now.
Oh,
BP.
maybe a little small pick-up.
And now this is the time where you have 0 spells on PSG.
He's so tanky.
He's still
Get away
his
from the
cheese.
Siphon.
He's not going to use it, I think. but-
No, does he have buyback? Yeah, he's fine.
Oh, they're
How
still looking for
aggressive is
more.
Fnatic right now?
They
How much
have to.
gold do they have? Okay, Luna has 1,200 gold. Okay, there's no way this is just like a rapier and click to tier 4s.
No, well, you know, if we're talking about like possible win conditions, that is one. I've seen like Luna late game rapiers,
Yeah.
even post nerf. It's one of the few heroes that like rapier's still quite good on, as long as you have Satanic Daedalus, so that it makes it so that the bouncing glaives that come from the Q actually heal you to full, and then also can crit and like one-shot people.
Fnatic right now, they're smoking up in the hope just to find, you know, a cheeky PSG player trying to get an extra ancient camp flank right now. But you know, PSG is not the type of team where they're going to be sending one hero out. The positioning on the minimap, they're hugging well behind the ancient, not even by the tier 3s where you can be picked off by a smoke. So Fnatic were hoping after that team fight, run across, punish no chrono, maybe they get one more kill. Suddenly now PSG is playing 60-second dead plus then a 40-second dead and continuously being only 4 to 3 heroes. But yeah, they just wait, they chill, they reset.
I feel like
Not really trying.
Satanic is sort of the wrong item to go for on Chuen?
Twin.
Chuen? I don't know how to say it.
No, that's great.
That's
You did a
right?
good job.
Okay.
On Queen of Pain.
Yeah, because he's like itemizing Satanic so that they can. It's like a team fight item, but I think he should just get a Hex, and they should just try to do like Hex Blood from someone.
Pickoffs, yeah.
It's weird because they have like 2 saves on supports, but like the win condition they saw, I guess that they were going for is like we fight high ground with a bunch of buybacks. I don't know if it's a win condition. It's like a desperation play because they're gonna come high ground with Aegis. But I feel like they should still be playing for a silent pickoff and to try to force a mistake.
This is kind of like fake hope happening right now for Fnatic because they're playing in a position where they want to take a fight, but if they lose the fight, they lose the game, right? They have no buybacks. So this is like critical now where Quap has buyback. Quap needs to be the one like offering herself up, like kill me, please, waste a chrono to kill me or waste something to kill me, and then maybe they can then take the fight because Invoker has buyback, DP has buyback, Bane has buyback. It's going to be very difficult for Fnatic to actively take a big team fight.
Yeah, LGD's playing it real safe. They were going for like maybe a wraparound there, but then just taking the high ground for themselves. This is kind of what we saw Secret do earlier, where it's just like, you know what, you come fight us. Like, we're in the winning position. Just come fight us. Come like assault our high ground. We're not going to give you any opening into this game. Why bother? I mean, especially when you can secure the Roche area.
LGD's always done this. It's a very difficult team to go and say, oh, let's hope they make a mistake. Like,
Yeah.
it's not a team that does that.
Yeah, they turtle. That's how they.
I would even say the turtle. I feel like most of the time they have a really good understanding of what's like the risk assessment of each player.
Sure,
right?
sure. It's just that's what they've said in interviews. Like they just turtle and like wait for somebody else to
fair.
make a mistake.
They don't-
'Cause
they
know
don't-
people will get impatient and that they're not going to mess up.
They have a lot of confidence in themselves.
I think
100%.
LGD's concept of lanes is probably the best. Like at the Animator, even going back to the players when they were on wings, like they're the ones who started like double lane control and like taking areas of the map over just playing.
Can you elaborate on double lane control, please?
Like, I mean, there are 3 lanes in Dota, so if you
Right.
control 2 of them, you're gonna take more map control than your opponent, farm them. You have 2 lanes shoving on. So Wings was always the best at that back then. That's why they like dominated so hard just with this one concept. I think it's what a lot of teams took from TI6. And it's the same on LGD. Like how they move around the map, they will get lanes pushed out that you wouldn't think their heroes necessarily deserve to push out, and it'll lead to them getting better positions. Also, the extra information, as you guys were mentioning, does make it harder to pick them off.
That's just like the beautiful thing in Dota. There's always something to do, and in a losing game, even just having like a hero that's not meant to be pushing lanes, being like the most stupid of positions, deeply push or skipping away or doing something, that is so much value added to your team because they have 2 things to respond to that. They either have to come and kill this like pathetic support hero who's like out there vibing by himself. You kill him, then it's like another 30-second trek to another objective, or you let him push the lane, then he's actually just farming up, getting himself back in. And then all this information from just a lane being pushed means you now just can't play that entire corner of the map because if it's hitting here, it's like, oh, I assume they're smoked, or I assume they're not playing the bottom side, right? So, yeah, it's a very crucial thing for players to just understand and just try and replicate continuously.
We were actually discussing this, Jenkins and myself, the idea that like the whole potential tactical feeding and going for plays that are unorthodox, sometimes it's what leads a game that seems lost to turn it around. Because at that point, you're going to lose the game if this continues normally, right? So playing normal Dota is no longer your option.
Yeah, it kind of it accomplishes two things. It's like if you're like tactically feeding, the way that you do that is by being like, I'm going to push your lanes in front of your base because you don't want your lanes to be in. You're going to come kill me. So you're getting lanes in, but then you're also forcing the enemy team to come kill you, which means that you're making space elsewhere whenever that's happening. So it's like a two-factor thing, and sometimes dying is actually worth that. And to push the mid lane out too, sometimes because it's just such a dangerous lane.
Another Wind Waker on Timbersaw now.
We have a GG. We have a GG from Team Spirit. So Elephant just won that game. I just wanted to let you guys know. Congratulations, Elephant.
Okay. How's Vici Quincy going?
I'm actually curious in LGD Fnatic though. I hope we can go back to that game. LGD Fnatic, because they're having a team fight right now, and this might be the last one for LG or for Fnatic.
I think it's just gone to a point where Ahmed, he's so tanky and does so much damage that he's not even having to commit Chronosphere early. He hit Timbersaw for like 15 seconds and no one could deal with him.
So he gets chronoed into Wind Waker and then bashed for the eternity of his life.
Yeah.
He didn't even get to like press any buttons. So we get to see this GG as well. That's pleasant.
Nice. I like Jabs' build though. The Blink Wind Waker Ether Lens is really cool. And that's just like...
It plays for that second Aegis timing of we can really utilize it, but when you make like a small mistake, it's like, okay, now we can't make it.
If they didn't mess up the mid-high ground, he would have had Wind Waker.
I don't know if I was there for that, but he
you were not.
He had he had a refresher on Void, so the Wind Waker is like ineffective at that point. And it's funny because like you think Wind Waker is the counter to these Chronospheres and stuff like that, but refresher is so cheap now. I kind of feel like a 7,000 gold item there's like almost no place for Wind Waker really.
Timbersaw also built one though, so they have one for each.
But then still, you're spending 14,000 gold, and then what if they just kill other
To be honest, I feel like if he spent the gold on more teamish items when they went high ground, they had maybe took a little bit slower. Like we could have seen Fnatic taking that game. I think that's one that they'll really want to watch the replay together with their coach.
I'm really curious about getting to see another game, of course. I personally would love to see Vici versus Quincy Crew. I don't know if you guys would be interested in that.
We can. I was gonna, we can. Yeah, sure, we can. Quincy's having a bit
I know we have two North Americans.
Having a rough time
two fans of
That's
Vici.
true.
Secret SG, I feel like could be closer.
I'm leaning.
Really?
Fine. Okay, we'll go to.
I didn't want to contradict
kind of insane,
you.
but
just go against. Why would I ask you?
Just from what we've seen today.
Can we vote? Can we just do a vote? So what do you want? Secret?
Okay. Well, let's vote. Who wants Vici versus Quincy Crew?
I want to watch Quincy.
I want.
Oh, it's 2 for 2. Oh no.
No, I'm the host. My vote doesn't count, so we'll go SG Secret.
You first.
Secret SG.
Oh, don't put it on me.
Okay, for production.
Why did you say
I'll flip my phone.
I'll
flip my phone.
Okay,
If it's
flip it.
face up, if it's
SG.
face up like this, it's SG.
Yeah. Oh, it's.
Stop being so indecisive.
Okay, we're in SG. That's fine.
Yeah, there we go. Just,
But that was for Quincy. I don't care.
I'm sorry, UI. Jenkins. Yeah.
I don't know. We can do that thing where we can quickly assess this game and then go into the other game. You know.
Yeah, that's
we
fine.
could do that.
Okay,
so
sure.
Rather than
All right,
sweating
that's
through
totally,
this.
completely reasonable.
So,
okay, we go ahead and do a quick pudge peep here. Oh, we ain't got a pudge. All right, well, go ahead and
Back
hop
to you,
into
Avo.
All right, back to you, Tigo. Give me a quick assessment of SG's draft. Win conditions, ideas. What are they going for?
I mean, that's a very deep question. We've just joined.
Is it because you can't see the draft?
I can answer it.
No, I'm just looking. I'm processing.
Oh, you can
right
answer
now.
it
Easily.
Give me the answer.
Easily.
Okay. So you got the Mirana Earthshaker, easy setup in. All right, there's something happening in the game right now. I don't know why I started doing play-by-play. I forgot this is not a casting thing. This is just a bit of a couch situation. So I'll keep analyzing here.
Wait, can you bring me back to
Oh,
reality?
that was a cheeky skewer.
See,
He missed a double RP, but he made like a good play to make
right now we're all just watching, so there's no point.
this.
It's obvious. It's so obvious.
I mean, yeah.
Wait, can you tell me a bit about what you're seeing in these two drafts to bring us into the game? A little quick analysis here.
So Earthshaker offline has been picked a lot this tournament.
Okay.
I think OG has ran it a few times, sometimes with some Scarif or something. It's definitely a strong hero, but what it lacks sort of is the normal. He wants to initiate, but what Earthshaker wants is he wants to like fissure and just wait for a good Echo Slam. He doesn't want to go in first like a Tidehunter or a Mars would. So what SG have done to make up for that weakness of having an offline Earthshaker is to put that sort of hero in their mid lane with the Mars. I'm not too sure how it's working out. I don't know what the draft order was really. But I would say this is like a very low damage draft coming out from SG because of that.
Okay.
Because they're trying to compensate for the lack of like anchoring teamfight and Earthshaker with the Mars, they honestly don't have any damage come out from their mid. And Ao and Mirana are also two relatively low damage supports. I mean, Mirana can do damage if you have a really good game, but it's usually pretty low. On the other side, you're gonna have like a fire shielded, bloodlusted Dusa. I feel like it should be extremely hard for SG to win this game. It's not impossible, but I feel like if Secret play this game like taking high percentage fights and playing off range, Dusa can't die. Pass that one RP.
Anything to add?
I'm always
No, Tika.
Sure. Okay. You pointed at me.
Oh my god, no.
Tika.
No, yeah, I think building on the point about Aoi's making, it's like SG's draft feels very much like they want Sven. The weakness of Sven is getting kited later on into the game, and they have overcommitted to kind of control to enable Sven to get damage off. But then Secret's response to that within the draft that again we didn't see is they have Magnus for repositioning, BPPs and stuns. They got Medusa, who is, one of the best heroes against any of these melee style cores. You just stone gaze, turn to stone. And they have the tankiness annoyance of Ogre, the classic puppy Ogre to run around. So I feel like now that we sit down and we look at these drafts a bit more, SG's lineup, if not against like a Medusa or like a Magnus, it has its merits, but just for matchups alone, it feels so hard. If they didn't have this advantage where they're dictating like every arena and kill, Secret can easily just move through the map.
Oh my god! What an arrow.
That was nice.
Holy shit.
they actually
Fiorlacor has like
Dude, what a
1,000
legend.
Podom games because he plays Podom in every single one of the NA games I get.
He does.
To be fair, this team used to have Flea in the team, so they had to replace him with another Mirana player.
It's only fair. It's only fair.
Yeah, otherwise how do you adapt your strats to that?
Well, before that kill, I was gonna say that with SG, I'm always worried when Costabile is like not top of net worth.
Yeah.
Costabile? All right. And whenever Costabile is not the top of net worth, whenever 40R is like, would you like to correct me?
ADR.
Would you like to correct me, for God's sake? Whenever he is not top of net worth, whenever ADR is close to him, although he has a 4 in his name.
Why would he type 4DR if he wants to be called ADR?
Very.
Oh, come on.
Because
How old are you, Aoi? How do you not know back in the day when the 4 used to be an A, the 3 was the E?
yeah, it's just
You never had lead speak?
You're telling me I'm okay. It's lead speak. That's it.
It's lead speak. I'm not even joking. That's what the 4
Okay,
is.
he's getting called 40R then. For God's sake.
Okay, 40R then.
This team looks the best when like the two non-carry cores are like not high on net worth, and when Costabile is top of net worth by like a huge margin, and which it looks a lot better now that they just killed the Medusa with that ridiculously high skill play from Fiorlacor to set that up. I think the relocate also was pretty sick. Like the timing on that, like the Mars Spear as well, like they all had to be there for that to work.
It was just overall clutch because they were like Zai tried to make this really quick movement to mid where he skewered the Sven back, but they managed to like clutch out saving the Sven and turn it into a good play.
Yeah, exactly. There's multiple elements to it. Oh, this is not going to go well.
Welcome to the panel, Flex. We have TI finalist Sir Action Flex on the panel now.
Hello, everyone.
Higher degree than you do, Jenkins. How does that make you feel?
Higher what?
Degree.
Yeah, that's not hard.
Well,
We have-
Howie won,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in order of importance, really.
as always.
We have 3 members of the Arkosh Gaming content team.
No,
That
I
is
was a
true.
player.
4 if you would like to. Oh yeah, he was a player. Correct, he got kicked off.
This is true. I heard there's a lot of bad blood between you and Arkosh, actually.
I hate everyone.
Not
on
the
that
content team.
The content team's great.
This is not necessary to talk about in any way. This is the International 10, everybody. Welcome back. We have quite a show. Avo, this is the first time I've ever seen you. I've ever worked with you.
Yeah, it's actually Avo, so I would
Okay.
appreciate. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we have SG versus Secret. We already gave a little bit of an outlook. Now that Slacks is here, I would appreciate if we actually went over to the other game I was very curious about watching.
What the heck? I want to watch Secret.
Did you not want to watch Quincy Crew?
Okay, switch it.
Yep. Quincy Crew versus Vici Gaming. If we can just switch over there, I would really appreciate that. Because
Fantastic.
we are the multicast. We watch all the games.
That's right. In case you were lost right here. Wow, that's a good time to switch over.
I knew this.
My goodness, you are really psychic, Avo.
Slacks, who's your least favorite North American player?
You.
That's a pro player.
Not you, then. Jesus. Least favorite? That's such a harsh thing to say. It'd really take me a lot of time.
I think it's Gremlo.
No, stop talking about this. We're at the International. For the love of Pete. I don't really, I guess, fear. You know?
Fear? You don't like fear?
I mean, I was at a All-Star match, and I asked him I made a funny joke, and I put the microphone in his face, and he stared at the camera, and he didn't say anything, and then later I was like, hey, I thought that was pretty funny that you didn't laugh, and then he still didn't say anything. Off camera to my face. And when I started walking away, he gave me a wedgie.
Really?
No, that didn't happen. The last part didn't happen. But no, all Dota players are wonderful, honestly.
Except for fear.
Except for fear, of course. But I wouldn't hate any player.
I can't believe you answered the question.
Yeah.
Except again, I will say except for Pylai Die, because I have told this story many times about my starting point where I asked him for an interview and he said he was too busy, and then someone else asked him for a video interview in front of my face and he did it.
Wow.
Heartbreaking stuff.
That's like spitting on your face.
It was Pylai Die. I have not forgotten it. Anyway.
Well, this game seems to be going quite well for Vici. Jenkins, you're an
He's
NA
like
pro.
the European fear.
He really is. But let's get back to the game.
Yep.
This game is not going very well for Quincy. We've had a bit of just okay performance from them until now.
Yeah.
I mean, they lost 2-0, but...
Pretty bad performance, right?
Well, the first game was against
easy.
LGD, I believe. So it's... I don't know if that's considered bad that you lose against LGD. Right. And then Beast Coast, they tied, which is okay.
I mean, it depends on the expectations for the team, right? Like, I think for them, as players, they think it's a bad performance.
Because you want to win it all.
I mean, more than that, it's like, I think, like how they played in the games, it didn't look like the usual Quincy crew. Like, they weren't dominating runes, they weren't playing around Quinn. I don't really know what happened. We had like some, I think it was like IO Treant supports or something. Like, it's not traditional Quincy crew heroes. I think they felt a bit out of their element with their picks. And
how does this draft look to you for Quincy crew standards?
I don't think this is like a weird draft too, right? Like Snapfire Tide supports.
Darkseer, is that a hero still? I thought Darkseer was like pretty mediocre.
Darkseer won a few games with VP. They were running Darkseer Bounty Hunter.
He's good really good against Terrorblade.
The Divide drafts.
I think he's a hero where if his lane is good, he will carry the game. But he was picked and Vici were able to get the Doom counter to him. So that's a pretty big deal because obviously you just Doom him. And he's a good lane matchup.
His lane is good, he'll carry the game. A Darkseer. Aren't they never supposed to lose lane, honestly?
Darkseer? Darkseer's a really bad lane.
He's hard to lane with now. Like the nerfs, I felt the mana cost nerfs and then damage nerfs as well. It's like you need like 4 or 5 levels on him before you're back to the same hero that he used to be. And then like if you get a soul ring, you're constantly low HP because you're spamming it.
True.
And so if there's any kill threat on the enemy team, they just kill you. It can be quite sad. It's really good against Terrorblade though, because you just get a better version of him.
That's right, the wall.
Yeah, you wall.
Walls and walls. That's the old Darkseer saying, my friend. I know.
You can't say that because that means butt.
Well, that's your name for me from now on.
You can't call me butt. That's too much. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm drawing the line here.
Thank you.
So what does Quincy crew do to get back into this game against Vici? What is the battle plan look like?
Yeah, I think they need to play off the Ravage.
That's
get a good
NSS,
Ravage wall off, burst a couple heroes, and be able to reset the fight with Sleep. If they can like sort of take their fights on burst like that, they can win fights. But it's like not simple whenever you're playing these like Void Spirit and Doom with Blink.
Oh, there we go.
I don't even know if Doom has Blink, but he's getting doomed off.
Nope. And that's
the most
dead queen.
I love those setups, man. The naughty roddy setups. The Rod of Atos. It just comes out of nowhere. The range on that sucker. There you go, Jenkins. There's your evil Terrorblade clone.
It's killing him, but his whole team is dead, unfortunately. He's dead. You do have to kill it, though. I like that they're focusing the wall illusion. Like, you genuinely have to do that. Otherwise, the Terrorblade will tear through you.
I do feel like that was a little bit disconnected, though. Like, they used a wall, and the Snapfire ulti was just a bit delayed. If they had got, like, wall into Ravage, Snapfire ulti, and it got a cookie after, like, I think they should have been able to burst Terrorblade there. There's no real saves on Vici. I don't think Weaver has the eggs or anything yet.
No, he's going for the Gleipnir. He's the one who used the
Okay.
Atos.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I like that build. I think there's games where the eggs is called for. I think there's games where you can scale and be a carry.
The eggs is like pretty enemy lineup specific, right?
It is,
Because it's been
yeah.
really nerfed. It used to
It
be
has.
you just pick Weaver, like Puppy will play 5 Weaver, rush eggs, and he'll be like the most important hero in the game.
It's honestly bad against Tide. Like, I
Yeah.
went for eggs and somebody screamed at me to get eggs in a Tide game the other day, and it's like he just double ravages. And if you're anywhere near enough to ag somebody, you're gonna get ravaged, and then you just die as well.
You don't even get the time that's off because it's really short range.
Yeah, it's tiny. It's sad. It's a sad life. He did get Lotus. I do like that.
PYW is quite enough. I mean, he actually used to run the Weaver for back before when it was actually really popular when he was on Serenity. It used to be a popular hero he used to run as well, so he's abuses this hero a lot. He's probably really happy it's back in meta.
It's a great 4. One thing that made me realize is this is gonna sound really stupid.
No, from you?
Aghanim's Labyrinth. Okay, let me tell you about Ag's.
He's just here to make.
Let me tell you about Ag's Labyrinth.
Yeah,
which,
let's go.
Which Sir Action Slugs, by the way, tried to carry him to get the high ranks. Get
I got the high rank.
Did you?
He was horrible.
you?
He was horrible. I couldn't.
Excuse
he got,
me?
He got kicked out of the party very quickly.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Aghanim's Labyrinth. Weaver
Yeah.
is a top tier. It was in every single lineup to do the bosses quickly because the minus armor on the bugs. It's actually like one of the best supporting tools in the game. It gives you like it is genuinely like one of the highest minus armor spells in the entire game, especially if you can get like duration on it because the bugs take extra hits and things like that. And then there's now the minus armor talent is at level 20 as well, and the bug hits is at level 15.
Which is much better.
So now you get both of the talents. So like people will have like minus 50 armor, and this is from a support hero. It also has invis detection. It's a great support, and the changes to the talents definitely helped that a lot.
That's really heartbreaking stuff. I mean, a guy like Slardar, his ultimate is taking down armor. That thing used to just be called like armor corruption, right? And
It
now
was,
he's being
yeah.
It was
replaced.
amplified damage.
Amplified damage.
Oh, whatever.
Same thing.
Now he's like little bugs beat him, tiny little
Bugs beat
babies.
him. Oh, yeah.
Legitimately babies.
Yeah. Disgusting.
No, that makes more sense though, because bugs can crawl through your armor and then take it off you.
What
How
in
does
the hell?
Slardar do that?
he points at you, and you get intimidated.
Right, exactly. I
Yeah.
don't think that's.
It's a corrosive
have you ever-
haze. Acid rain, that's real, not bugs undressing. Well, maybe
I don't know
you've
if
been
you've
watching
watched
the wrong
Disney
kind of-
movies, but they are always the
Right.
one.
What's
What
happening?
website you're spending
Back
time
to the
on?
game.
What?
I don't know what websites you're spending time on.
I'm telling you, it's all the
Back to the
children.
game.
Back to the game now,
Back to the
gentlemen.
game.
Back to the game. As we see, I believe that is double damage,
It is indeed.
in case you've never seen that before.
I think one of Quincy
Glad
Crew's
you're
other
here.
win conditions is if they wall Vacuum Terrorblade ETs together and stun them, like you get the ET aura on the Terrorblade. So the illusion will actually kill Terrorblade
That's
in like
true.
3 seconds.
Yeah, that is true.
Bro, they
They
got everything they need. This is the TI1, TI2 draft, the Naga Darkseer.
They just need to be
It's
able
been
to
improved, actually.
vacuum people during sleep.
You can
Can
do
you
that.
do that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They made it so you can't.
Yeah, you can. No, you can vacuum now invulnerable units. In fact, fun fact that my.
Wait, you can do
This
it
is
again
true.
during
Say
sleep?
it. I know this one.
Yeah, okay. You
Say
can
it.
vacuum Storm Spirit during its ball lightning and
Yeah,
stop
but
it.
does it work? Because they specifically nerfed it so that you couldn't do it during sleep.
Well, we're
That's a
about
good
to
question.
see right now, my friend.
I actually think you can too now. That,
Pretty sure.
like,
I
in the
think you
change
probably
mode.
can. I've just never seen it.
Darkseer
so.
turn around and vacuum them.
He
right.
is dying.
they
That's
got the
denied. That's
deny.
pretty cool.
That's pretty
He
great.
has no buyback, so it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
his entire team is dying.
Oh
That's too bad.
my.
I just feel like it's weird to put MSS on Tidehunter. Like I know they've done it before,
Yeah.
but I think when Quincy Crew, like everyone knows when they excel, maybe this is because everyone knows that, it's when they exert dominance through mid lane control and runes.
Yes.
Like Quinn he's a top 3 MMR player for a reason.
Yeah.
It's because like if he can take control of the game, he will turn his team into some like insanely like high tempo team that will run people over.
Damn,
But
you're
they
re-
haven't looked like that.
You're really up to date on the MMR, eh? Because he was like 2 up until a week ago. Now he's number 3. I think it's GPK, nothing to
It's
say.
been like nothing to say GBK and Quinn for like
Yeah,
the last
yeah.
while, and then 4th is like Yatoro.
Yeah.
Howie 2000 has transcended things like MMR. This guy just plays ranked or unranked party games with literal randos every single day.
I've been playing rank now.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, on EU servers. They're very easy. I play on Wi-Fi on a laptop without any like chair or table, and I gain like
Trackpad?
500 MMR. Like EU is actually so easy.
Wow.
All right. Well.
No trackpad.
Are you gonna donate it back to NA when you?
No, I don't want to play on A-pubs.
Okay, I see.
All right.
That-
Is it easy because people are nicer, or is it easy because people are bad?
Sorry.
I think it's because European MMR is inflated. Like they have too many players, so like your MMR just naturally goes up.
That is actually what Bisco said when they came to Animajor as well. And then they dropped first. So, you know.
There's many lessons to be learned in Europe. They have a tradition here. It's called first. It's not a tradition, more like a satanic ritual. It's called Who Gets Pudged First. That's a game they like to play. You start the game, and whatever team ends up getting pudged first, they sacrifice the game and they lose. And it's a meta I wasn't familiar with in this region. But as soon as you enter a game, some guys, 2 dudes on each team, and whoever gets it, it's over. So I hate it, but that's Dota Pups for you.
I did not know Jenkins was an EU player.
I have been playing EU.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I think LGD, they've done a good job of identifying their win condition in this game. It's basically, if Darkseer is dead, they cannot lose a fight. Like, honestly, it doesn't matter Dooming the Nagastar and the Queen of Pain. They will not do enough damage to Vichi's lineup. Sorry, I said LGD, but I meant Vici.
Yeah.
Okay.
One annoying thing with Darkseer versus Terrorblade when you're dealing with an ET is that you spawn the illusion of TB, and so you have this great way of like killing the TB's team, but then the Elder Titan lets you kill the TB illusion because it has 0 armor.
The aura doesn't work on illusions.
Does it?
No.
Nerd fight!
All right.
Get him! Hell yeah.
But minus armor doesn't affect illusions. Like if you slaughter ramp on illusion, it doesn't work.
Really?
Minus armor doesn't work on illusion.
What?
I actually don't know that either.
I had no idea.
So Haze will just give you vision, that's it.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it says
TA
minus armor, but it doesn't actually do anything.
Oh, it's the visual bug.
It's the same as plus armor doesn't work on illusions. Like if you give an illusion AC aura, it doesn't do anything.
Really?
Yeah, it's only base armor, right?
So
like,
if you're
plate mail
TA
doesn't work
and you're
on
like
illusions.
Deso Meld striking illusions, is that why it does so little
Yeah,
damage?
it doesn't do that much damage.
Oh my god, that makes so much sense.
That sounds like a Jenkins YouTube video
If
right
only
here.
we had analysts.
I mean, that should probably be in a tooltip somewhere.
No, you don't
well,
deserve to
let's
know how
not
the game
get
works.
ridiculous.
This is Dota 2.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
There's
That
something
was
called
too far.
a skill ceiling. Perhaps you've heard of it.
Okay. All right. You literally could not in Aghanim's Labyrinth. You were
I
a waste
honestly
of, a waste
literally
of
had no
lives.
idea what you guys were talking about. I don't even know what armor is. To be quite frank with you, I don't know how to calculate it. I don't know how to increase or decrease it. I know that people die though when bugs get on them.
And again, like Vici, they just identified how to take these fights. Darkseer's dead before the fight even begins. And like it's just GG. Like,
GG.
Now we get to go to SG versus Secret.
Hey, we're going back, baby.
Quincy are having a rough one, right? They're 1 in are they 1 in 5 now?
Let me see.
They were 1-1 with
They
Beast
lost
Coast.
2 against
1 and 5.
LGD,
2 against
1
LGD.
against
5,
Beast
yeah.
Coast.
Yeah, 2-0. So they've gone 0-4 against
I mean,
China.
LGD, Vici.
Wait, no,
Maybe-
they won. That little square, was it not lit up? Did they not win 1 against Quincy?
They won.
Sorry, against Vici?
No, they won again. They won 1 against Beast Coast.
Okay, that's it. And
They
this was
got
the-
2-0 by Vici, right? Like
They got
lost
2-0
both
by
games.
they got
Okay.
2-0 by LG, 2-0 by Vici.
All right. To be fair, LGD and Vici are also some of the strongest contenders.
I was gonna say it's like some NA copium maybe, but you know, Beast Coast is
Yeah,
looking
but
pretty.
I'm European.
I
I'm
know.
saying
I got
this, so
you.
it's
Right,
fine.
right. I'm saying from our side of the perspective, people are gonna be like, oh, NA copium, which you know to a degree, of course.
Yep.
But these teams are looking very
if
good.
you don't
Beast
mind-
Coast is looking good, very good.
Thank you. If you don't mind, then we go to SA Copium. I would really be interested to see how SG
Yeah,
versus-
same here.
Oh yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's take a peep.
I know you're one of the few people who has believed in that SG might actually be better than people are saying.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. I mean, they're the teams that they've taken games off of prior to coming to this event. It's like it's good teams. I think they took a game off of T1, who got third at the Animajor, and then second place in ESL, almost won the whole thing. So, I see.
Thank you, Jenkins.
No.
Thank you for this wonderful part of the game. Really appreciate
all
that.
I'm saying is like people think, oh, they're the SA qualifier team. They're gonna be bad. But it's like, well, no. They're one of the.
No, I don't care about this. What would you like to? What would you like to see here? Do you want to do some draft analysis? I'm excited. I know Aoi loves drafts, so would you like to see Fnatic versus
Anything
LGD?
but the image on the screen right now. Get that off. Oh, thank you. Whew, that was Kyle.
There's Kyle on
We don't
there.
want that.
To me, it looked like there's a small child in that's capitalist, and Kyle is the very proud father, because Cap was sitting a little farther back and kind of looking up at him. And
Yeah, it's like Lord of the Rings.
yes,
Yeah.
of course, with Gandalf.
How they filmed it.
Yeah.
You know.
Why'd they call him Gandalf if he's not even an elf?
So next stream. You know, the draft's already done on A. Well, let's go to B. What do you think, Bob?
Isn't
I think we can only
I
go
don't
to
understand.
A.
Yeah, I think we only go to A
this
now.
is-
Oh no,
let's
B
go to-
just okay. B
we
is
can go
up.
stream B.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the draft on B, to be honest. I would like to hear some draft analysis from a TI winner and Jenkins.
Well, TI second place.
That's right.
You should throw some respect on that name.
I
got you.
apologize.
Throw some respect onto
TI
this.
winner, TI close qualifier participant,
Yes.
and TI second place.
Well,
You did almost qualify for TI
he did.
on Team Red. Wait, did you? No, you just
No, I
you just
prevented
you just
Quinn-
ruined someone.
Quinn Callahan. Stan King retired because of me.
Yeah, if you didn't win that, my
I
team
played
would not
with
have gone
real
directly to
Warriors.
TI.
Oh,
Oh wow, that
discount Matt Damon.
Yeah,
It's been
yeah.
a long
Oh, yeah.
time.
This draft is going quick, so
Yes, let's
tell,
go.
tell me what you're
Tinker!
seeing here, Aoi. I'd be curious. You see the gyro IO again.
I need it on the bigger screen.
Yes.
I'm gonna wait till I can see.
Okay, Jenkins, do you need it on the bigger screen? You don't. I believe
No,
in
I'm
you.
good. I'm good.
Do you want me to read the heroes to you?
I'm really surprised. Not sorry. I'm really surprised that LGD picked Tinker into Storm. This
Yes.
is traditionally a hard counter to the hero. You just zip on him in the trees. Although, with the new shield, you can actually get away from a Storm Spirit. Like
Yeah, I
the new
don't think-
tanky Tinker, it kind of feels hard to just jump on him and kill him like you used to. Because before it was like, if you catch Tinker, he's dead. It's not actually like that anymore. It's not about catching him. It's about like somehow catching him and locking him down for long enough to kill him. He's like a tanky hero. Spirit Vessel's good against Tinker. It's so sad to have to say that.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, he
But
looks
it's true.
like a tanky hero. Look at those like shake weights.
Yeah,
He
he
could
used to turn
probably-
into a tank when you BKB'd in Dota 1.
What?
He would literally turn into a tank. That was his motto.
Oh, it's true, because he was
Yeah.
the goblin.
Well, we don't
technician.
talk about that.
Sorry, he was redacted,
Yeah.
and then he turned into redacted. That was
Yes.
very good.
That is super weird. Because even Pangolier, I remember Thompson used to play mid Pangolier against Tinker mid as his counter to the
Yeah.
hero. So that's Storm and Pangolier, which I think are usually pretty good against Tinker.
And Io.
They have to have some idea.
Well, he's actually very good against the Io Gyro
I think,
combo.
I
but
think
if you get
Tinker's
it-
good
but
against IO.
Yeah,
But if you
and
get
the
but
Io
if you get a
Gyro.
jump with like Storm, you can always have follow up.
true.
Is the thing. If I'm Tinker, it's annoying to be. I mean, if it's just Io and Gyro, like I don't care.
Are we certain that's going to be a mid tinker though? What's
No,
an
no,
offlane tinker?
could easily be a support or offlane.
They can do
tinker,
anything
for
right
sure.
now, honestly.
They can do anything.
So I value your opinion, honestly. What do you think about Tinker in general? Do you think it's good? I really only see like PSG, LGD, or one of the only teams
I
that's
think it's
picking it up.
broken. I'm surprised
I
you
did
brought
not
up
say
I'm
you.
so sorry.
I do not
I'm so
value
sorry,
your.
Slugs.
No, I can't continue. What were you gonna say? You think it's good?
I just think it's broken. I mean, at least in places where people don't have any team coordination and where it's very toxic, if you play pubs like SCA or SA, there's so many Tinker spammers and so many people there playing with us 4, 3, 2. I think it works for many more positions. Nothing to say is one of the few Tinker spammers in this tournament.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm hoping Jabs plays it. Do you remember when Jabs used to play mid for the only Thai team that existed and destroyed with Tinker? He was so good. I really want to see him play Tinker 4.
Yeah. But LGD, they always seem like they're picking weird stuff and goofing off. I'm just interested if it's going to become a meta pick that's a lot of people will start picking up.
I think that like the mid Tinker, if you go for the Shiva's build, then you get Bloodstone, Shivas, honestly not even eggs. Like I think
Really?
just Strength Blink, and you just go purely for this like AoE and like tankiness, Sanjin Kaya. It's like borderline unbeatable late game. You just do so much damage, and you are so unkillable with so much effective HP that like in the time that they're trying to kill you, you kill them. And it's AoE. It's AoE too, and he gives vision. It's like this hero, if he sees you somewhere on the map, if you're not with if you're not with friends, he will chase you and kill you no matter where you go. It's really nuts, and I'm surprised we're not seeing it more.
Okay. And would you agree with the sentiment, Ali?
I think a lot of people were surprised that Tinker wasn't being picked more this tournament.
Okay.
Like even saw on Twitter, I think it was like Ponlo, like I don't know how to say his name.
Ponlo.
Paulson or something. Paulson.
No, Paulson
Yeah, no, I saw him.
and Ponlo are different people.
It was
The longer one that stood in for Quincy Crew.
Paulson.
Yeah, that guy. He was tweeting how he's like he thought Tinker would come in. I agree. Like in my pubs, this hero's pretty strong. We saw quite a few TI players practicing this hero in pubs.
Oh, yeah.
I think like Whisper got a chance to play as Tinker here, right? I'm pretty sure Beast Coast ran Tinker.
Did they run it against Secret?
I haven't been able to catch everything.
I'm not too sure, but I've seen a couple pubs where he has just
I know Whisper
destroyed
pops
Tinker.
off with it. Yeah, he's
He
a
actually
Tinker
made me
player.
think that offlane Tinker is better than mid Tinker.
Yeah, he's been playing it for ages though, even before it was a thing.
Yeah.
I feel like it makes more sense as an offlaner now because you don't just steal farm. Like
you also hit 2 people with rockets, which is very nice.
Yeah, it's the laning.
Like, unironically,
the
like,
laning
it's nice.
is really good. But I mean, like before, it was like you didn't want to play offlane Tinker because it would consume farm from your team who needs it. But it's like he's like a ganking hero now. Like he just fights.
Yeah.
You don't really farm. There's like the ancient stacking thing, which is actually something cool you can do from the offlane.
Can you
like,
explain that, please?
You can smoke at the ancients and then use the laser AoE to clear a stack of ancients, and so
Without them attacking you at all.
yeah, they don't hit you. The thing is, the reason that it's important that they don't hit you is because if they hit you, they spread out, and so the laser is not going to AoE and hit all of them. Oh, he's walking right up the high ground, eh?
This guy is a freaking champion. Look at that, no fear. He's probably gonna die for it, but it was a Sigma move right there. That guy did not care.
That's true. Sometimes you have to make a statement in Dota.
You do.
That means you make the wrong play.
Dude,
but
this
it's
is going to be a
this
big
ET
damage
has a lot of
ET.
damage.
Yeah, that's like 5 heroes.
Oh, run, little
Okay, he's too
Isle.
slow. He didn't hit a single hero.
He's fat and slow.
Ooh. Very
Look at
menacing
that
though.
damage.
Oof,
Yeah, that was nice.
that was great.
Yeah, Headdress and tier 2 aura though, so Isle's not even gonna have to go home to heal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of regen in Dota compared to before.
It is true, mana regen as well. Like Weaver starts with like 2 mana regen, and Sakuchi's 60 mana.
Even in the last patch, I think every hero that didn't have base regen got at least
Got
0.25.
it, yeah.
And it sounds really small, but actually it does end up making a difference.
Oh, Terrorblade, a little big for his britches here. Oh,
That
yo,
is very
going down.
alone.
These statements this man's making. Gracious. All right.
Dota will actually live as well.
Yeah, that
Actually,
is not
Slaughter wants to
good.
die. Like, I think he would prefer to just die there.
Yeah,
Me
especially
too.
the Disruptor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has no mana or HP. I wonder what he's even gonna do now.
Is the lane between Tinker and Storm though not Tinker favored a bit? Until level 6?
I think they both just farm.
Okay.
Maybe Tinker has like
It's
a couple
bit,
more denies.
bit Tinker favored, yeah, but not that bad.
Alright.
Although now, I wonder if you go like early points in the shield so that Storm can't kill you at 6, because I remember it used to be so bad that like you would need to go for like a 3rd Null Talisman and a Raindrop in order to survive Storm just zipping from tower and killing you. Like you actually needed to build some sort of like tanky item, otherwise like if you show in a lane, he can just kill you from full.
I don't feel like the current Tinker should win any lanes that hard. Like they should just buy one salve and be fine. Your cooldowns are pretty long in Laser and Rocket. Like you'll win slightly because you have to spend more on regen, but as long as they know the matchup.
It's true. It's true because it's not like you
Ooh,
can.
that's a good deny.
It's not like you can like do more damage than the nukes literally do. It's you just need enough regen.
He's very slow, right?
He's
like
slow.
He's 290 or 295, so he can't really get hits off slacks.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about, so I'm just
He's
making an
agreeing.
agreeable statement. Of course. You know, I like Tinker now. A testament to Ice Frog, that hero was very prominent in my most hated patch, the Tinker patch, where he, as I call it, where he takes the ancients with the robots. That was one of the worst Dota experiences in human history. You didn't know if you were going to win the game, if your guy could even play Tinker till 50 minutes. But now I like new Tinker. He's interesting. He, has a completely different play style. It's cool. What was your most hated patch, Allie?
When they put in the 5 shrines in the base.
Oh,
I thought that was the lowest skill Dota
Yeah.
I've ever seen.
That was also like wasn't that the gold swing patch
yeah, it's an
too?
insane
the
comeback
one
mechanic
as well?
with shrines. Going high ground was
Sniper troll.
It was annoying because honestly, you should still be able to close out games back then, but it was such a pain to do.
That was I remember the first game that was ever on that big swing patch. It was amazing. It was like at a major event, and a team got team wiped, and the graph went. It was like a 90-degree. It was incredible.
That was a really good read coming out from who's playing the disruptor? Is it Shinkyu?
I'm not sure if it's Syncure or...
Okay, so it's Y.
Oh, no, it's Y.
It's Y. So he saw that Storm was going for the rune, and his response was just, I'm just going to TP mid.
Yeah.
And I think one of the biggest differences between as you climb up higher and more, and you see in these pro games, is your TP scroll usage. Because it's very easy to call missing or understand this hero can get here at X time. But it's very hard to predict when someone just TPs, and with the increase in tower TP range, because you can TP further away from the tower, you're just already
There's
in the
like
fight.
no time to react.
Yeah.
I remember there was like a meta. It's even without the TP range. Like I remember there was a point where people stopped running to lanes because it was getting too predictable with like MIA calls, and people just started TPing instead and then running back to lanes. But you're right, with the extra TP range, it's like even less time to react.
And maybe it was a bit more prominent in the. Ooh. That's a big kill.
Tinker is dominating this lane.
And he got a gank, but yeah, he is. Now he's starting to snowball. It's like he's going to give a lot back to his team. I don't think he's going to get boots. He's just going to go straight for that blink. And this is like some dream Tinker game. I don't even think Storm has a TP to come back.
He's so good.
He's going to get double water rune.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not. Isle is there to
Oh,
prevent it.
that crafty square. Nothing to say though, honestly. Every time I see him on Tinker, it's like a one game. I haven't seen this guy have a rough time yet.
He used to be a spammer. Back when he was playing in Malaysia and teams that were not very good, he used to play Tinker like a madman.
Did you see that griefing move that little demon cube just did?
Yeah.
He
That was
waited at the water room till Tinker wanted it, and then he put the high five up and he took it. He wanted him to see the high five.
I think he was full resources. Like he could have just killed it.
Yeah.
But he needed to get closer for the high five.
That's
and then
right.
take it in
I
front of
didn't
him.
realize he high five because the little ball looks like the high five above.
You
so-
would be yeah.
I
And
thought it was
that's
just a reflection.
Oh, that's why you have to get closer so the Tinker can also see
Oh,
you.
true.
That's
like,
right.
Yeah.
It was
Fair.
truly toxic behavior, and that I can only applaud by Fnatic.
Yeah. Well,
That's an Isle starter versus
that's
Outer
Jabs
Titan.
playing IO. He's their highest rated player, I believe, by like a large. He's like ranked 6
He's
Wow.
crazy good.
as a
Jabs?
4. But as a 4.
Does he play 4 in pubs though? Are you sure?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, most support players will play core occasionally, but he plays it mostly
Wow.
core.
You say occasionally. I know a fair amount of support players that only play core in ranked.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not.
What, in the pro scene?
That's
What?
rough.
In the pro scene?
Yeah,
I mean-
like support players that when they play ranked, they just play core to practice.
When
For example,
Why? What's wrong with
Schofield only plays carry when he plays ranked.
I mean, Schofield plays anything.
Yeah, he plays core because he thinks he's better, which he probably is.
TP's coming out?
I don't feel like Schofield even thinks that he has a role. He just plays. He just
Yeah.
enjoys playing.
That's-
He literally randomed for like an entire year, and then was the first person in South America to hit. Was it 11K or 10K? I think it was 10K back when 10K was the highest.
Maybe.
Yeah, he was like the 4th or 5th person to 10K. And he was random.
He did start out playing carry. In fact, one of the famous phrases in South America about him is that when they asked him, what heroes do you like playing, like what do you think is the meta? He goes, I make my own meta. The meta adapts to me.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep.
He doesn't say a thing.
No, that's the only thing he said actually in the whole interview. The rest was just him being quiet. It was
Yeah,
really,
yeah.
really
That's how
awkward.
he is in
interview.
That's
pubs.
really messed up.
That was a 50-minute interview.
Wow.
Yeah.
I say stuff like that and people just laugh.
But what Jabs does in his pubs, and I think this is a big reason why he's so high rated, is that he builds.
Look at the high five. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Well, he does shit like this. Like he just loves the game. Number one, he just loves outskilling people.
He does, yeah.
But he builds crazy builds. It's hard to find games where he's done the same builds like over and over again. It doesn't repeat things. He just goes whatever for the game. And so sometimes he'll have like Desolator, Monkey King Bar on Mirana 4 or something, like whatever he thinks like can carry the game. So he's not just like, oh, I'm a support. He'll just get whatever he's allowed to get.
And I think when you see that from a player, I think it usually means they're really like thoughtful about their itemization. I think a lot of people look at item builds in Dota like this is an item build for a hero. But what itemization generally is in Dota is you're supposed to look at your team and the opponent's team and figure out what problem you have in the game. And you're supposed to use items to fix that problem. And generally standard builds will be standard builds. Like, on Terrible, you build Scotty because the problem you have is that you're not tanky enough and you can't hit people. You need to slow in the HP. But if you itemize from that perspective, like your builds will have more variation because you have different problems in any given game.
That's a very good take.
Yeah, like the Yule Scepter Wind Waker thing that he did in the previous game, I think was actually really smart and a sick build solution to like the Faceless Void, and you never see it.
Whoa, wow, wee wah. What was that damage? Goodness gracious, this Tinker.
I would like to remind people that Slacks come from casting a game, which is why.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, this
One of
Tinker
our-
is like, this is what the new Tinker is to me. Is like just ganking side lanes. Like you're not about farming big stacks anymore. You're purely about like other playmaker heroes go and do something, and you're just like, I will provide you whatever damage you need to kill people.
Oh, like him.
Yeah, exactly. Like a hero like Magnus, at this point, usually can't do anything. He's just useless until he gets like a blink dagger. RP feels useless. Yeah, he's literally
It's
just killing
pretty
people.
cool, right? The two supports both give vision. Like if you get a Disruptor heal or put an Astral Spear on someone, you'll see them, and that just allows Tinker to cast his spells. It's like the good old
Bounty Hunter.
Tinker that people used to have to play against.
And
Tinker, he does do a lot of damage right now.
And they're playing in two separate areas too. It's like both of the supports he's able to rotate to right now. So it's like he's got hubs that he can go to get kills.
Because traditionally, like Tinker Terribly just sounds awful. Like you just have two idiot cores who are gonna farm forever.
Yeah.
But how LGD is playing, they're just gonna make it work because, again, like they can itemize or play in a way that makes up for their weaknesses.
I mean, even Fnatic identified this, which is why they're playing more aggressively to find farm in the mid lane, because that's the only lane that they have left.
And yeah, I mean, at the same time, like, it is a pretty free Storm game, right? It's only Disruptor that catches you, and that's relatively unreliable.
Whoa! I don't know about that.
Why
I
don't
he
you
gets
agree?
himself an Ags on a Disruptor, and Storm Spirit's coming after him. I've had many an overextending Storm on a Disruptor that has quite regretted their choice in the mid
He's
to
a
late
position
game.
5 Disruptor, though, so the eggs isn't going to come for, like, a long time.
Philosopher's Stone.
Philosopher's Stone won't come for a while.
Think about it, Alex.
I am thinking about it.
All right.
If he does get to, like, some eggs blink on Disruptor, you will catch Storm, though. You are right.
Thank you.
Yules is pretty cool because
thought about it.
you can Yules into Static Storm.
Did they change
Yeah, but then he
something
can
about...
BKB himself.
Glimpse and Zip.
Let him do it. He
Is
does
that what we're gonna say?
No, never mind. I was thinking,
Glimpse into
if you
what?
use yourself
Zip
and Disruptor
glimpse.
ultis you, you can blink out.
If you
Was it
Yules
always like
yourself
that?
and Disruptor ultis you, you
Yeah.
can blink out.
How are you doing?
Same for Naga Sleep. Like I feel like they changed it
I don't
in the
think it works.
patch where they put leg compensation. But if you Naga Song, Static Storm, like a Sand King, he just blinks out. I feel like you couldn't do that with
Really?
Static
The
Storm
lag
before.
compensation patch.
I don't know. Like I swear you could do it before.
I see what you mean. Like they used to give you a small second of invulnerability where you can. It's the same when they press the BKB. During
No,
Nagas.
BKB has priority.
Yeah, but like that was. But it's because when you use the Yules, you get a small second where you can input the actions. Same with when you talk about the song.
Yeah, but like
No.
Yeah, there was the
Because
second of
Disruptor
invulnerability
used to
before.
have priority. Like Disruptor with
did.
Aghanims,
You
you can't
couldn't
BKB
get out of it, yeah.
And I was pretty sure it used to be the same for Auto Naga Sleep. Like you couldn't blink out of it. I could have been wrong, but
But now you can.
yeah, now you can. Like I tested it. I was like, I think Disruptor Naga sounds so good this patch. And someone told me, he's like, I don't like that combo
So
anymore
could you
because I just blink out of
So
it.
can you blink out of Song Jakiro stun then?
You could always do that.
You could?
Yes.
Ice Path isn't like instant.
Ice Path
the
is not
moment-
instant.
Really? It's like refreshes every X amount of.
I don't know what it is, but you could blink out that one before.
Oh,
So could you do the same?
sucks.
All right, you can.
Goodness gracious. People think about this stuff?
I mean,
I
it's a
still click
very
on
big
my
deal.
TP scrolls. So you guys are thinking about like the things you can blink out of that are
What do you mean
stunned?
you click on your TP scrolls? You're immortal.
Yeah,
He still does that though. That's what.
Do you still have the dollar sign as a hotkey?
I do.
That's a good hotkey. How do you
Making
press it? Do you
money,
have to press shift?
baby. Woo!
Do you have to press like shift in the thing?
Of course.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. That's reasonable.
If you haven't checked
Two-handed hockey.
the best piece of
Takes
content
two hands.
to ever exist in the Dota world, please check when
Hotkeys?
Purge finds out what Slacks is hockey.
Okay, well, you know.
If you're new to the Dota world, this is how you're supposed to play Dota. So Slacks
And also
will teach
check
you.
out twitch.tv/Purge Gamers while you're at it.
Indeed, and
For great
Dr. K,
content.
since you're at it.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, Dr. K.
What is this?
There's some weird show.
Oh, it feels good to watch the IO die. though.
Nothing to say as he's just killed heroes everywhere. They just set up. They have like a lot of like movement spells with the skewer and the glimpse. And you just track him with the spear and the disruptor kill, and he's just outputting so much damage this game. Most importantly, that's just like they have a Magnus Terribly lineup, which is relatively greedy, but it hasn't felt like they are sitting back farming. But Ame, he's just had such a free game. Like he's top net worth. It's a dream Ame scenario. He's just gonna come up and clean up the game at some point.
Magdom is a really cool build because there's like a point in the game where Blink Dagger is just kind of useless. Like you barely even have the damage, or you just don't need RP really. You don't need a Blink RP. It scales really well because it's this BKB piercing stun. So you just run around with the Dom and not be useless before the Blink, which is super nice. Mech was another thing that people used to do back when like Mech was good. Grouping up with a Mech was a lot better, yeah.
Like even like if you think about the Magnus Blink, it's sort of a weird hero to go Blink on first, right? Like you compare it to like, I don't know, like a Slaughter or a Centaur where you can always provide kill threat. Magnus can only provide kill threat every, I don't know what RP is now, 120, 130?
Something like that.
And it does like 50 damage.
Yeah.
I think they buffed it. It does like 100 damage
Yeah,
now.
it's big
Yeah,
damage
it's really
now.
big.
Huge
but
damage.
he doesn't set up kill threat in the same way that other Blink Dagger heroes do. But he has really high starting strength gain, and I don't know his talents are anymore because they changed so much, but I'm assuming he still has some tanky talents.
Yeah, he's a beefy boy. You don't need anything, and he's a beefy boy, so.
I was in a game once with a mag that had a helm of the, oh my goodness gracious, gyrocopter. He's going to die. Avert your eyes, children at home, if you don't like death. Okay, great.
Where's the boy Io at?
Where's that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was thinking the same thing.
I feel like
He's busy high-fiving somebody.
Do you think maybe Jabs knew Gyro was going to die? It's just
He
left
did
him.
come in to die with him, so.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
There we go. They actually got a counter kill because of that.
Oh, actually, yeah, they got a turnaround.
Yeah. Look at the heads up.
That's probably worth it, honestly.
Yeah.
So you beat with the
That's a good
gyrocopter.
kill.
Slardar's the top net worth to death. This does look like, Fnatic plays a lot better whenever death is popping off. He's like always he's in every single play that they make. So if there's any game where I'm like, oh, Fnatic's gonna win, it's when death is having a good game. But there are two heroes more farmed than him on the enemy side, so that is also an issue.
But he's a slaughter. I'm actually equally impressed that he's the most
I mean,
farmed.
not a hero that farms quickly, so he's getting kills. Like he's active.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead,
No,
Slacks.
please. I was making a non-point, but I'm really impressed with Fnatic. I mean, this game is not too far behind. They came back from a very big lead on Tinker, and this is, let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, PSG LGD. This is who many people think are going to win the tournament. I mean, people have been sleeping on this team. Death is playing out of his mind. I got to say, shout out to the Sea Boys. I mean, this is a big deal for them. They haven't won yet, but I'm still impressed. Oh, don't show the graphs. No, stop.
I think T1.
Are they listening to us?
I hope not.
T1 won their series today too, right?
They did, actually.
They 2-0'd. Who did they 2-0? It was a pretty good team.
VP?
VP, yeah, they 2-0'd VP, and VP was looking dominant. So,
Well,
I felt like T1's the type of team I feel like they can.
I was saying this off camera. When I talked to their manager today, they always said they were in super high spirits because we can't do any worse.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
that's
so
good.
it's a really
I feel
good
like
mentality.
they're a super.
Do you think their manager would tell you if like our players are depressed right now?
they
or
would
breaking
tell them
down?
that. Yeah, they would. Tell
Look,
them.
are we?
I've talked to
why
a
do you
lot
want
of
to real
managers.
though? Do they ever do that?
Let me tell you a story about
Yes, but
Suns
they don't
fan.
think I'm gonna explain it on panel.
Yeah,
They trust me enough.
No, I actually shouldn't tell that story.
No, I'd love to hear the story you were thinking
Suns
about.
fan, let's
Suns
hear
fan
it.
was having a bad time with DC, and I knocked on his door one time. And this is at TI when they, oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. Oh yes, murder. Okay, it's that. Anyway, it was at TI. DC wasn't doing so hot at the time. It was before their big turnaround. I knock on his door, and he lets me in silently. The door creaks open. I walk in, and he's sitting on the edge of his bed in his underwear, staring at the wall. And I say, everything going okay? And he puts his hand in his hands, and he goes, no. And I walked out. It was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. So managers don't really keep a lot on their sleeve, all right?
But Sunshine wasn't a manager.
Oh, he was? Oh, yeah, he was the owner.
No, he's a big, successful businessman owner that he's tricking you into feeling bad for him. He made a lot of money.
Yeah?
He
After
drives
I
a
left, he just started
Lamborghini.
laughing and
That's
rubbing
true.
money all over his body.
Suns fan drives a Lamborghini, and he was driving me one time to Chipotle, and he made me get in the trunk.
Wow.
Because he said that I was too dirty to enter into the actual part of the car.
It wasn't
the hull
wrong.
of the car.
I mean,
Yeah, and that's from his DC
I would
money.
imagine when you sit down, there's some sort of stain when you move up. Maybe
That's what
some
he said.
grease.
These were his exact words.
What did you call the seat of the car? The hole?
The hull.
The hull.
The hole of the car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jenkins doesn't understand how cars work.
I
To
could
him,
not
they're
enter
like
into the
rocket
hull.
ships.
Is it because in Canada everyone drives those things that clean ice? Is that why?
Zamboni?
Yeah, the Zamboni.
Zamboni.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we can afford them. Otherwise, we drive polar bears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do love my polar bear.
Yeah. What do you call him? I call mine Prince Philip.
They're like,
I forgot we had two
I had a
Canadians
lot
on the
of bad
panel.
jokes, but I didn't want to say it.
Ah, there you go. All right, well, back to the game anyway, as we continue. Roshan going to be melting. Of course, anytime you see a Slardar game, that Roshan is going to be an insta target for that team with the incredible amount of minus armor that happens there. And
Yeah, that was Fnatic taking Roche.
Impressive stuff.
Pango Slaughter, I guess.
What is the goal? Can anybody read the number? Is it 2K? Because I feel like it's been kind of close.
I think it is 2K.
It's kind of close, yeah. Gyro's popping off again. He's getting farmed. I mean, the Slardar. It's a type of hero you're gonna give back eventually. It's like there's you can't just farm on Slardar.
Can a Gyro Ayo beat a TB? And it's just purely the cortical.
Oh,
Big RP?
yeah,
Big RP?
looking good. Following up with the Elder Titan.
Oh, they don't want
Nobody's
meta, I
dying. Where are the deaths? Oh, there we go. Okay.
They're all dead.
Dude, let's go. Fnatic.
And this is what we're saying about Tinker in the draft, right? Like, you're picking him into Storm and Pangolier. It's not a simple Tinker game, even with the start that he had.
Yeah.
But Death, he really baited that fight. He lived on 1 HP. I'm surprised they still didn't have meta. I don't know if they didn't have it or Ame didn't want to pop it. But what I thought happened before that Roshan was LGD won a fight where they killed Storm +1, right? They had like a good disruptor ulti. And I thought they got Roshan because of that, but maybe I just missed all the events and they still don't have meta.
Yeah, this is a great game. Jeez. I don't know what's going on in the other games right now. I don't really care.
No,
this is like, I'm staying right
Oh, another
here.
Tinker. We do have another Tinker in another game.
I don't care.
Do we actually?
He seems like he's like popping off a little bit day 2.
People are starting to realize.
The meta forms.
I kind of think it's going to keep going this way. Maybe main stage will be different, but I feel like by the end of the groups, we're going to have like Tinker in every single game.
I want to compliment Fnatic actually in this game because we used to talk about how T1 is one of the best teamfight teams, right? But I think Fnatic is really looking up there as well. Their teamfight execution has been impeccable for the most part. C teams in general.
Yep. A testament to Ice Frog, though, on this Tinker, man. Everybody was laughing at him. Keen conveyance. Shard for March. But it's found a real niche. It's been really cool to watch it develop. I hope it becomes the big deal of the tournament.
Is that what people said? That Tinker was bad when they took away his...
Yeah, they did. Yeah, it was like, there was a period where people were picking it off lane in support, and everybody's like, this is the real deal. And then 42% win rate, everybody thought it was terrible. And then people started going for like the Strength Blink and Shiva's Guard and things like that. And then it started popping off again. The win rate went up.
But then you look back with all those innovations of Tinker, and you look back at such the classic IL gyro. Still, oh, the Reaper comes. Who doth thine pick, Muscle Man? Oh no!
You spoke about Tinker too much. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you have to be
time to
replaced.
go. Oh! Surprise plays.
Oh my God!
I'm sorry, I'm making.
Listen, you'd make a great reality show producer.
You really would.
The twist.
Yeah,
Goodbye,
exactly.
Howie.
Sadly,
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
M.
Take
Night
a
Shyamalan.
seat.
it's not going to be
there.
as smart as
Welcome.
it was, but
Good to see you.
hello.
How's it going, Giga Chad?
Business
What's going on
handshake.
Jenkins always tries to do this with Lizard. It's
What's the
handshake?
problem?
yeah, he loves.
He's got a firm grip.
Isn't it for? He doesn't do it to you.
No, he's never touched my hands actually.
Really?
Here? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He keeps saying he's afraid of fingers.
I have never said that in my life. Why would,
I'm
why would
genuinely
anybody say
worried.
that?
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway,
I'm afraid of
back to the game.
So we've been spent a
disease.
lot of time praising Fnatic. Ame, however, our Terrorblade, pretty scary guy.
No, that glimpse is gonna.
They got him.
There's the storm counter. we're
Maybe
talking
not
about.
for long though. I believe.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, he's out of there anyway.
So
Okay,
they
I
had the
see.
kinetic field for vision, right? And that's why.
Do you? Nah, it's fine.
Okay,
The smoke
counter
out.
smoke,
Dude,
though.
this is a cool smoke. There's no way you're gonna expect this.
It's a
There's storm-
really good one. Yeah.
That
I
was a
agree.
dope smoke, dude. Fnatic was like on the retreat.
Oh, what a
my
golden
God!
thunder.
What a call! I'm actually mind blown by this.
That's really
How
good.
do you do this when your storm is zipping to base?
That's the SCA special.
Dude, this is so smart.
Oh.
Did he just whip RP or was that a fake?
That was a fake
Oh, was
out
it a fake
RP.
out? Oh, okay.
Then he took 3 RP cancels in front of them to tilt them more. Then he went back in. Fnatic is my favorite team at the International. These guys are disgusting.
That was LGD that did that though. So
Whatever.
Yeah, close enough. It's only 2 teams.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. 50-50
man.
chance of getting it
50-50.
right.
I
What
love.
about this Tinker? Nothing to say.
Okay, so that was an impressive play for Fnatic. You already praised them, but Lizard, what did LGD do there that was so right?
I don't know. I just asked you, man. Come on, give me.
He did.
Howie, can you come?
Let me watch the game a little bit. No, but it was really impressive for Fnatic because you really don't expect the smoke, Then again, PSG LGD, they fought on without the Terrorblade, without him having the meta, and they managed to bait them into an area where they actually have wards. So they managed to.
That's clever. Yeah.
They had enough vision to follow up with a good RP.
That's the chess of Dota. You know, an incredible smoke into an incredible bait into vision, into a Magnus just out there gyrating on the outside of the team fight. That's what I'm about.
I want to ask you, Jenkins, a professional player, of course.
Okay, qualifier player, of course.
Genuinely, I do want to ask you this. When you see a play like this, like the smoke, right, you can obviously read the enemy team is to a degree being aggressive. Do you ever use that to your advantage? Do you ever consider that when you're having these plays? Like the mentality of the enemy team as they're coming at you or running away or whatever?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like if you're LGD there, you're thinking the exact same thing we are, which is like, holy shit, they just smoked with one guy going back to base. And I mean, it's like insane. And so you know that they're feeling aggressive. You know that they're making some like crazy move on you, and that they're going to over chase. And that's exactly what allowed that to be such a good bait from them. Was that they were like, okay, they're going to keep chasing. Just keep tinker rocketing, tinker rocketing. We'll set up with the counter initiation with the RP. Absolutely, yeah. They read that, and that's why the bait
follow up
worked.
on that, when you do a move such as that one, you need to understand your limits. You get one kill and you get out because you only got it because you caught them off guard. Right?
Yeah.
They didn't expect four men just smoke up like that when Storm is nowhere near. However, the moment it clicks, why are we running?
Yeah,
it goes the other way where it's like now you have one hero dead. You're supposed to be the ones running away. It's like, all right, let's go. Like, let's do the same thing they just did to us.
Guys, nice little scout out by the Elder Titan there from the Pango. Guessed where your boy was, and he's just trapped. Look at him, trapped like a palanquin rat. He's got nowhere to go except for out of that situation.
What's a palanquin?
That's what Pango is.
Really? I thought it was a pangolin.
Oh, I thought he said palanquin. Isn't that how you pronounce it?
I don't know.
Uh-oh. They're in danger.
What do you think, Avo? How do you pronounce it?
Oh no, Jenkins. What do you think?
Wow, that was a lotus orb of a question right there. Well done, everybody. So this game, if I'm not incorrect, isn't this gonna, be a little bit now? Everyone's gonna play a little bit quieter to like LGD. They want to make space for Terrorblade. Fnatic, they just got beat pretty hard. Are things going to quiet down, or is it still going to be high-octane murder like we've been seeing?
It should be high-octane from Fnatic at least. They should be the ones pressuring at the moment a little bit with this gyrocopter. You don't really want to go too late, but you do have this Storm who can be an answer to Tinker and to Terrorblade. It looks like a pretty solid Storm game, right? What do they have? They have Disruptor, and that's pretty much. Yeah, it's a perfect Storm game.
Yeah. There's no hard lockdown for him.
Except of course Lizard, Disruptors, Aghanim's of Terror. Now let me pitch this to you since Owie.
This to Owie as well.
All right, it's the best Storm counter because he overextend. Oh my God, they're pushing barracks.
No, Aghanim's on Disruptor is good versus anything later on. The problem is you have to have some reliable control, and they don't have any reliable control to actually lock down the Storm and follow up with the static Storm. Unless you're a god of Dota, you buy that Aghanim's and you kind of predict where he's gonna zip in.
Exactly.
Is that your point?
That is the point.
Why am I saying this then? It must be wrong.
No, it is true. Storm Spirit has to commit fully to his jump in, expecting that he can get out. The mere threat of Static Storm, Aghanim Scepter makes a Storm Spirit play completely.
So next level him is zip in and TP out.
You're selling me on it. Now this might be your expert salesmanship that you do. You often trick Reddit into upvoting your posts, for example.
Oh no, available right now in the game. You can use it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And they did extend the range on the Disruptor ulti. So if you're trying to catch a Storm when he's not expecting it, you're much more likely to do that now. You can cover a bigger radius.
Okay, it looks like they're pushing racks here. We should probably stop talking about this. Terrorblade is dead.
Who force-tapped them forward?
That is right. That's what you are.
That aggressive force-staff was great, actually.
Wait a minute, how did Terrorblade die?
Terrorblade was aggressively force-staffed in the back.
Very nice.
Incredible. And they get a free Roshan. Guys, this is Fnatic's game.
Yeah, that was a really good
This is
force.
Storm's game. This really is how it feels. There aren't any counters there. Maybe once you get the Hex, there's nothing to say. Buying it, he has...
And Pango as well, to be honest. Pango's in a pretty free game.
Oh my goodness gracious. I think production was telling us that he was accidentally force-staffed. Is that correct, though?
Oh.
But I believe Disruptor
looked
has
I believe
force-staffed?
production.
Yeah, that looked like it.
Maybe he thought it was the Agnum Scepter instead.
We just like to call it on stream A. We get a GG. The
A
game
GG
just
on
ended.
stream A.
Yes, indeed.
Spirits win.
Oh my goodness.
The game ended, Lizard.
Thank you. That's a
There we
2-0
go.
for Team Spirit.
Oh, wow.
Your boy's prediction of Elephant getting dropped in groups gets closer and closer. Everybody's hyping up this team. I don't buy it, Jenkins. I don't buy it, Lizard. Overhyped. All right?
You know what?
Back to Fnatic versus RPG.
Thank you.
They don't
Oh, that was
exactly.
Okay, that was not that incredible. I saw two-man horn toss. And
Yeah,
got
I saw that
excited.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
To his point, we were waiting for Elephant in the first season, and after every game we would be like, okay, this is... They had a bit of a slump, it didn't really work out, but next week, certainly. Here comes next week, they do the same. And there's just such high caliber of players that we gave them 2 full seasons. Maybe in the last week of the last seasons we admitted, okay, this isn't working.
But to
it's
be
not gonna
fair, they had a
happen.
really good first day. No.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's true.
They're
we
1-1
only saw them
and 2.
lose
You know,
against
they're not doing horribly. They're doing fine.
Yeah, exactly.
They're doing fine.
Oh no.
Also, isn't Elephant... Oh no, they're in group. Oh, they're in the group of death. So they
Yeah,
actually,
they're in the death
They
group.
could actually be the ones to be eliminated. Slacks might be right.
Possibly.
It is possible. In fact,
Yeah.
Quincy Crew in Group B is the one that's also looking very possible.
I actually picked Quincy Crew to be the
Eliminated one?
eliminated ones. Yeah. I did.
Yikes, that's a betrayal.
Well,
We were at breakfast and he looked Quinn in the eye and he said, you guys are going to do great. I'll never forget it. You're a sick freak.
how did you? I actually waved at him. I was like, "Hi, Quinn," and then he bowed his head down and looked at the floor.
Wow.
He bowed at you.
No, he didn't bow at me. He bowed his head in despair.
Oh, to try to
in disgust.
avoid you. I
Yeah.
see. Right,
He
right,
spit,
right.
and then he
Afraid of
spit
you?
on the floor next to me.
He's lying now.
Makes sense.
You can always tell when
And
he
you
starts
weren't.
lying.
And you weren't lying.
I was telling the truth.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway,
Continue.
Quincy Crew interactions aside, it
Yeah.
would honestly be just sad to see them leave, to be honest, because they were actually performing really well even internationally.
Well, Quincy always, people always say that, but as the season went on, every time they faced an international team, it was getting rougher and rougher. I mean, they stomp NA, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but their story at TI is that they have to
NA though.
win groups and then drop immediately. That was their story at TI.
True.
So if they don't win groups, that's breaking the storyline. Maybe that's where they do the lower bracket run.
I don't believe in storylines, not because I can't read, but because
Aesop betrayed me once, a long time ago. He swindled me.
Who did? Swindle
Aesop. The guy with the fables. It's
yes,
okay. I'm
exactly.
sorry.
Aesop's fable is too highbrow for Jake.
sorry.
ASAP Rocky?
That's what I thought.
He's an artist.
We're on the same
Okay.
wavelength, man.
I appreciate that. I got your Storm Chasers thing.
That's good.
I don't really know if it's good that this is happening, but
Probably,
It's not.
Probably
Back to
not.
the game, Pat.
Thank you so much. That's
So-
our #1 chat wheel line for our new boy. And back to the game. That's this panel. As we continue. Okay, so all this pressure put on by Fnatic early. But as we talked about, Ame, that quiet Terrorblade.
he's way too tanky. He has that Satanic, Skadi as well.
This time, as he approaches high ground, he's going to disable help from teammates to make sure that he can survive.
Yeah.
So I asked this earlier, but what do you think about the Terrorblade versus IO Gyro? Because usually Terrorblade Gyrocopter matchup is kind of Terrorblade favored. Does the IO change that? Is that enough?
I don't think the IO changes it, but anytime you have a Slardar in the game, he always makes it so that you win the carry matchup. That's like the best thing about the heroes. Everything else sucks, but
But TB has a ton of armor, though.
he does.
That's
It's
a plus
true,
for him.
but Slardar is so much minus armor that almost always it's enough to like tip the balance. So I think if he Slardar amps the TB and they isolate him, the Gyro will win. It's not like one of those unwinnable. Like sometimes TB just gets so tanky it's unwinnable, but whenever there's a Slardar in the game, that never happens.
And the Storm also helps a lot there.
The Storm helps for
great
sure. Yeah.
anti-TV.
The Storm especially helps because he can kill everybody else while
you deal with TB.
Yeah, while the TB is being dealt with.
I'm actually surprised that they didn't manage to use this Aegis a little bit more aggressively, because they do have the Storm and the Pango that are uncountered for now and can zip in, create stuff, then you relocate in.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the next couple of minutes, you're going to be playing versus Tinker with Hex.
Yeah.
And things change then, because at
Right.
the same time,
relocate.
Oh, that's a boring one.
Very boring.
nice relocate.
No, thank you for pointing that out. I was really excited to see that.
Very good one.
But no, I agree with you. And they did just use a nice amount of ults from LGD as well. Yeah, that was a,
There's a smoke.
Earth Splitter going out there. And there he goes, the Aegis. We're relocating the creeps instead of relocating for murder. I mean, like it.
But look at his positioning. They're literally waiting for them. They understand that the smoke is happening. They're just waiting on the high ground to break it, those two heroes at least. However, LGD, instead of running into their own jungle where they are absolutely sure Fnatic is, they went into the Radiant and they're just going to ward it up and set up camp instead. This is good because Roshan has a long time until he spawns.
I see.
If this happened, let's say 2 minutes after, when you can't be sure if Rosh will spawn or not, you couldn't really gamble. You couldn't go into the Radiant jungle.
Holy woly, is that the Grand Canyon? Is that Mount Everest that I see before my eyes? That was the largest graph I've ever seen.
It was quite large.
Okay, thank you.
You know, now that I'm thinking about what you said, Blizzard.
Not this, to the moon.
Wow, continue.
The TB in particular, playing on the Radiant side jungle, doesn't actually seem that bad in terms of burst control, because then you're sending illusions down the two lanes that are the
Mid and
farthest
bottom,
away
yeah.
from Roche, right? So, but it's like you're not committed to necessarily being there. You're only committed to like having the TB close enough that he can send the illusions, and then they can position near the river like
Okay.
this.
This is beautiful.
This is really nice.
But-
Why is it beautiful? As explained.
It's the same deal like before, but it looks like DJ will actually run into and break his smoke. Yeah, he's going in. They don't have any counters to him though.
They avoided him nicely. But Storm is free, as you mentioned.
Run, Elder Titan.
That crit.
It just doesn't feel good playing Elder Titan into
Oh,
the
there
Storm.
you go.
There's the hex that
Yeah.
Lizard was talking about.
Yeah,
This is the
called
problem.
it.
I really think that they had this game, but they missed their timings a little bit. And also they gave Aegis to the Gyro.
Who you think should have gone Aegis?
It's fine if you give it to Gyro, but if you use it aggressively, maybe you try and push that high ground somehow.
Yeah, usually
Take an
giving it to the
objective.
Gyro means you want to siege
Yeah.
over a Storm,
they
which is a
didn't.
common thing. It's just really hard against a Tinker to siege. So that's and Magnus, who can like horn toss and pull you into Fountain.
That's true.
It is difficult. So you'd maybe like Storm so that he can zip across the map and get a kill in retrospect may have actually been the right choice.
You know what? People talk about LGD so much about their map movements and what they do, but my favorite thing about this team are games like this right here.
Oh boy.
Boom. Patience. These guys are so. Oh, look at that!
it's the Storm.
Storm
It's the
on
Storm.
I've been telling you guys all day.
Slacks was right.
Oh my!
That's a
Where's Owie
dieback.
2000? Owie, give me your Aegis. Give it to me. I told you the
I
Storm
believe.
counter.
I was on your side.
Thank you.
I was
That's
on your
true.
side.
Slacks was right. Jenkins was almost right.
Yeah,
Thank
I was with him.
Almost right
supportive.
is as close as he gets.
Yeah, that's good for me.
That's
I'll take it.
fantastic.
Yeah.
But anyway, patience from this team. They just wait for their timing so much. We're going to go ahead and watch this fight one more time.
You know,
Look
Wow,
at that.
So nice. Exactly.
Exactly as I said.
That's exactly.
Literally exact.
You're a genius. You're a
Thank
goddamn
you.
genius,
Like,
Lax.
It's not all
ended
about
the
me.
game.
that's why he's an
Is a
analyst.
Storm dead without buyback?
That's why we hire him for TI.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That is good. That is why you coached the team to second place at TI.
Thank you.
What do you mean coach? He was sub.
As a sixth player, as
Thank
a coach.
you.
Oh, right.
I'll just
he did
keep
everything.
thanking you.
Mentally, if he needed to be there.
Anyway, back to the game.
I actually would like to touch on Slack's point because he's totally right about
Don't
the
touch me.
patience.
No, go ahead.
You're totally right about the patience point.
Yeah,
I think
patience.
LGD might be the most confident team when they make plays. They
Yes.
they always know that's the right play. I've never seen them double back or doubt themselves.
No
Honestly,
blunders.
No.
If you think about the Pango going onto the high ground, like you have no vision there.
Yes.
And that's why I said this is beautiful from PSG LGD. They're doing literally the same thing that Fnatic was. But they weren't feeling pressure to push that high ground, to try and test their strength. Meanwhile, for some reason, Fnatic, you can see that they are reluctant. They move away towards the river, and then suddenly DJ is like, nah, screw this. I'm a Pango. Beast mode on, rolls on high ground, and then his whole team, by the time they follow up,
But it's normal to do that because you can't explain the whole team fight right before the team fight happens. So I'm always very impressed. I don't know how LGD comms will sound like, but if I spoke Mandarin, I'd love to hear what they're trying to tell each other, how they're so efficient with these team fights.
Yeah. So I'm going to detract a little bit because this is the multi-stream, however, and I'm seeing on some of our other channels, we actually do have another Dawnbreaker, and I'm interested. Oh, wow, that was a nice, sheep and blink away. What do you guys think about Dawnbreaker? I thought everyone was saying, oh, what a broken hero, it can do anything. Have you guys noticed that? Do you feel like it's very strong?
Looked pretty solid on Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Like they played her on position 4 and won with her. However, on position 1.
Oh, he's getting 2 shot by 2.
My
that's
God.
just gone.
Good
Sorry.
lord, he's so important for team fights too.
Yep. He can't do these YOLO plays at this point anymore.
He's trying though. Maybe he snatches Aegis or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can you Ghost Scepter during the roll? You're magic immune, right? So you probably can't.
Why would you want to?
So he can't die to the Terrorblade.
That's a good question, actually.
I don't think you can.
I don't
never
think you
saw
can.
it. I never saw that play.
Yeah.
And someone would have done it by now for sure.
Dude, TB is doing so much damage.
No steals here today from Mr. Storm. He got distracted by kills. He
Raven
goes into the
snatched it.
static.
Yeah,
nice.
Raven took
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
Got it.
He has
So
it.
yeah, there was a steal from
Okay.
Raven.
Now the question is, does it matter?
No. He's dead. Twice, though.
He is hexed. Yeah, he's perma-hexed.
Wait, cheese.
Even without the Hex, the Gyro versus the Terrorblade there, this is not making it out of line.
Maybe with like an IO.
He
I
forces
don't
him.
know if they had relocate or anything like that, but it's just not possible.
This is just, such domination from this team. I mean, Fnatic was looking hot in this game, and this is why they're so formidable, man. You can't make mistakes. Even when they make mistakes and force staff their own boys to their death. Maybe
They're
it's some
just
kind of
testing
plan.
their
Where
strength.
is the Static Storm? Okay, not yet, but
He bought back too, so he could
doesn't
do the
have
static storm.
It's on cooldown.
yeah.
It's on
Right.
cooldown.
He actually bought back so that they could siege together and end the game, which is really cool. Classic LGD. They do.
Honestly.
They use buybacks like in situations other teams are not comfortable.
oh, this
that's
is
a
pretty
nice
neat.
start,
Let's
yeah.
go. Combo, wombo
They
combo.
got him.
All right.
Yeah, he
well,
has no
Storm's
buyback
dead.
as
Game's
well on
over.
TB. But Storm's dead.
Okay, dokie.
I think he's just winning this alone, it looks like.
LGD domination, but I mean, I still gotta say though, Fnatic impressed. They just need a little bit more, what do you call it? When you know.
A bit more
Fnatic?
decisiveness, magic.
No.
Temperance?
Yeah, temperance.
Prudence.
No.
No.
Temperance though. Very good stuff. I don't know. I can see them picking up some games, but they got a little bit to learn if they want to get to the big LGD leagues.
The game ends. And as the game ends, so will my time on this panel.
No! No!
Don't leave us.
Anyone but you, please.
But we do
Not
have
anyone.
a wonderful hostess that's going to come in here. Not to replace me, but to one-up me, to upgrade me.
No!
Her, na-
Not her!
her name is Shiva.
Sumail?
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 Yes,
You need to get back in your game!
Sumail, the wonderful hostess, Sumail. Thank you, yes. And we'll be doing the swap anytime now as we swap to the next game as well.
Okay.
Or watch Moxie and Purge, that's fine too.
We're gonna miss you, man. You did absolutely fantastic wrangling this team.
This
of
was my hardest
commentary
job.
men.
Yeah.
Yes, but
It
you were
doesn't look
very
like an
good.
easy panel, so good job.
Thanks. Lizard, while we're switching out hosts, I do have a magical question for you. How do you stay so fit and be a Dota player? I find as a person, I play 8 to 12 hours of Dota. I don't have time to do anything.
Right.
And we have a lot of viewers. Is there some kind of ritual you have, like, to...
Yes, I really hate myself. I play
Okay,
a lot
great.
of Dota,
Well,
and I
check
work
that.
out a lot, so
All right.
all pain.
Is it like a way, do you lose games and use it to like, oof?
That's it. I
Okay.
actually enjoy playing this game a lot, I'm lying. Why? Because I get rid of the rage and
Yeah,
it.
it only fills me with rage. But anyway, in our multi-stream, as you guys see, we are now going to go into SG versus Team Secret, which is somehow still happening. And wow.
And it actually has the hero, and she dies instantly.
Well, yes, but we did get to see Dawnbreaker for
Wait a
half a
minute.
second.
Is that a sniper?
That is
there
a
was-
sniper?
There's a sniper in this
On
game.
Team Secret?
Oh my god!
Nani? I sure wish we had a resident sniper expert here, but Jenkins, what do you think about that hero? Is it anywhere near? I think Sniper was one of the only unpicked heroes of the last event.
Yeah, well, if we look at some of these other Division 1 teams, actually in North America, Division 1 team Arkosh Gaming
Shut up, Jenkins.
picks
Continue.
a lot of Sniper. This hero, the Concussive Grenade, did you know that it stuns you while you're being knocked back? And so when they increased the stun radius on the grenade, do not laugh, this is a very serious hero. When they increased the stun radius, the knockback speed is still the same. What does that mean? Lo and behold, Sniper now has a long stun in the Concussive Grenade. Accidental, I'm sure, but one of the best buffs possible to one of the most prolific, strong heroes in the game. Best, longest range carry that you could possibly find.
So he stuns himself for longer? Is that what you just said?
No, no, I didn't say that. He stuns
Okay.
the opponents. He might stun himself, but the opponents get stunned for longer.
But he stuns himself for longer too, right?
No, he doesn't.
No.
Okay.
That
We'll
would
see
be
more.
that would be fun. Yeah, I agree.
If
with
You
nothing-
think so?
Yeah,
For
yeah.
sure, if nothing else, because of Medusa. If Medusa is being picked quite a bit, and he's a natural counter. Because of that, we should be seeing.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh yeah, I'm with you.
All right.
Sniper's S tier for Sniper, not because
For
he's good.
suck, is that in suck tier? Is Sniper?
You could say that.
Okay. Well, I mean, if
There he
any
goes.
team can make
He's
it
being taken down. There, yeah,
All
that's
right.
about right.
pretty neat.
That's about how she goes. If you attack him, he will die.
Thank you,
on Sniper.
Jenkins. I feel like I'm paneling with Purge. Wonderful information
Thank
here.
you. I really do appreciate that.
No problem. But yes,
great guy.
if you attack him, he will die. And if you call her, she shall come with your horrible comments. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined with Shaver to save.
My horrible comments? That's what I walk on
No, we're saying that we're doing so bad without you. You shall come to save Dota.
Always.
And here she is again.
Any time of the week I'm here.
Hey, Sheaves.
Hey, how are you guys all doing?
Oh, we're doing fantastic. I will speak for the panel very well. Don't listen to Lizard. He's in a real bummer mood today.
Why?
Yep, he said he hates himself. He works out because he's sad. Very depressing.
Working out does give endorphins, so it should make you feel happy.
That's what they say. I've never felt an endorphin working out in my life.
Hey, I heard you ask Lizard about how you measure your health or keep your health up with the gaming and everything. You've had quite the transformation
I
since
sure have.
TI9 as
Yeah.
well. How'd you do it?
Every single time that I fed in a game, I did a sit-up. I play a lot of techies. A lot of suicide.
Do you count the suicide?
I do.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's a lot of crunches.
So those abs are rock
It
hard.
hurts to move. They're iron, guys. Let me tell you. If you start off where I am, whew, Daddy was in Divine 2. I did a lot of crunches. All right, I fed a lot. So anyway,
SC versus
I love paneling with you. God bless.
No, everybody's working out, obviously. So keep spamming techies. I didn't think I'd ever say that, but
Welcome to the dark side.
Oh, welcome to the dark side indeed.
Whoa.
Tech is actually one of the few heroes that we haven't seen. We've seen so many different heroes. It's great.
Sound the alarm for that hero, my friends.
Yeah, that. I mean, please don't buff it.
Please.
What are the little gremlin guys in Dota? There's two of them. Sniper, Gyro.
Little gremlin guys.
Versus each other. I feel like they all counter each other in a
Timbersaw?
cyclical way. Yes,
Timbersaw is there.
Timber counters Alk. Alk counters Gyro. Gyro counters Sniper.
Does he though?
Sniper counters Tinker.
What?
What?
What's wrong with you? Are you all right?
You're the lore guy.
Yeah, that's okay. Anyway, let's look at this team fight we didn't talk about while Jenkins was having some sort of mental episode.
This Roche fight, I've only caught a little bit of the start of this game, and now this Roche fight seems like Team Secret is kind of securing themselves the series, if you will.
I will.
Very exciting, which actually, well, if they can't reach high ground, it's actually still exciting. Otherwise, maybe not as much. Hey, Jenkins.
He's just looking at me and smiling. I can't. I'm sorry. There's nothing. I'm not laughing at you.
It's him.
Their name
looking
are
at
the
me.
keen folk, my friend.
Okay.
Not little gremlins.
All right. Oh, he's still alive. Sniper peeping around.
Yeah, that's right.
God, he's such a good hero.
We saw Sniper yesterday played by
grenade.
Alliance.
Sorry, he grenaded to the high ground. It was
That's
very
okay.
impressive.
Also, was one of the Alliance victories actually with the Sniper.
With Sniper?
Was it
Sniper has
versus
100%
Medusa?
win rate, I
Wow.
believe, at the moment.
I think that game was also versus a Medusa too. So it was.
That is good.
I generally think the hero is good. I think he's not in the. When it comes to Sniper, he's had worse patches. Like he's in a good spot.
Well, he's had also better patches. though.
He's had. I remember one patch in which that wasn't great.
All right, there's one thing that I remember Effie said yesterday regarding the Sniper.
Yeah.
Is what for a lot of people that don't really play Dota that much, but still a little bit, and also have played it in the past maybe a lot, that will be something that's very difficult for them to wrap their heads around. Sniper now is a man fighter. He will actually stand and hit you and you die, rather than, oh, if you jump him, he's dead. Like, that's a big change.
That's exactly what Jenkins said earlier.
Oh, sorry, Jenkins.
Did I say
Pretty
that?
much.
It
Well,
doesn't
the
matter.
opposite, but I was
Many, just like in our viewers, simply tune out as soon as Jenkins begins speaking.
Sniper is a multifaceted hero. What a lot of people don't realize, he's the best setup in the game for Pudge, actually.
Oh my God.
Stop.
Any sort of relocation hero.
Stop! As we continue.
Is it Pudge 0% win rate at the moment?
Wait. Oh, you're right. It was Aster, right?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, no.
My
There
boy
was just one.
Baboka.
Hey, Aster's been doing really well today.
Yeah.
Right album
Yeah.
play again. He's still struggling. I believe there was a post about his current situation, but he is definitely helping their team step to the next level. Like that was needed yesterday.
Yeah.
It was a rough day for them today. I'm sure it's still a rough day for them as well, but at least they're getting the wins out, which is important at this group stage. And seems like Team Secret having a decent day as well. They were the first team, the only team so far to take game off of PSG LGD.
Nice.
That's impressive.
That's what you wanted to have as Team Secret. That's like your number one crosshairs. Mm-hmm. We've been talking so much about Sniper, but no, I agree with you. He's more of shotgun these days, you know?
Yeah,
he just gets in there and he's
You literally
rambling
just
it up.
stand and shoot. And if you're a melee hero and you're trying to get to Sniper, if he has you in his sights, you cannot. It just pushes you back constantly later on in the game. You literally cannot approach him.
The grenade actually helps that too, though, because
Exactly.
he creates distance. It's like that seems to be the way that he's being balanced, is where it's
You know,
like,
you can jump over the arena with the grenade.
Oh yeah, because
Mars gets on top of you,
Yeah?
you just jump out.
Z index.
We got any other facts? Any other facts about the grenade that we want to share? Any other things that
You've
it
no
does?
problem with the Z index?
Any other facts with the grenade?
It disarms.
I hate my life. When do I get replaced on the bench?
Whenever you want, really. If you shout loud enough, someone will come to get you. To escort you
Toss a
off.
grenade onto me, please. No, but it looks like Secret's absolutely dominating this game. And SG, they put in a lot of effort in the beginning, but we saw a real swing. But this is the same story we saw in our last one. It's the same that we see so many times on these multi-streams, and it really is what I consider the defining aspect of a tier 1 team versus these other ones. These, new and up-and-coming teams, especially qualifier teams that come in, they have everything but that experience to
They're
know.
hovering over the grenade, yeah.
There's a little bit of history
There's
here,
a lot
though.
to this ability.
SG, slightly different roster, of course, was the one that knocked out Team Secret of the Kiev Major. They're one of the first teams that made such a big uptick. It was the first major that there was a South American team even making it to a Valve event. You know, SG, they did really well there. And they are a team that if you are looking for any records, SG will probably hold the one with the longest games. So they're not going to tap out anytime soon. They are not done yet, even though they are on the back foot. Lizard, it's only 13K. That's, in the grand scheme of things, not that much.
You can defend your high ground. You have this Gyro Invoker Sand King as well. But the problem is, one Sniper comes with his grenade.
Let me tell you about the concussive shot.
Oh no!
There's something we haven't touched on in this game. All right, as we see the grenade being
What did I
utilized
come into?
very effectively.
There's a carry Vengeful Spirit.
Hey.
That's a
we didn't even
Matumba
talk.
Venge.
Matumba Venge.
And he is really, to me, is the secondary carry. He's kind of the mid. Anytime there's a sniper, he is the main. He's the president that you protect.
President, sure. I mean, they got some great synergy with the
Prime
minus armors for
Minister.
the sniper
The
as well.
Prime Minister of Pain.
Who is Zai then?
He's Slardar.
Yeah, no. I mean, in this regime.
Why is it a regime?
We said
I
don't know about
president.
regime.
That's a democratically elected official.
Zai would be the okay. Actually, I'm
The president of the pin pull, huh? All right.
he's the Secret Service.
He's the bodyguard.
Yeah,
The
there you go.
bodyguard. I like it. Yeah, it seems like a well-rounded draft, but I like SG's chances for comeback potential.
That
They're
is
gonna
a
actually
blink on
try it
gyro.
right now
oh
as
my
well.
God, Costa Bile is a
It's a
trap.
good item though.
It's a great item.
Versus sniper,
He's
you need.
dead.
Oh my goodness,
He
this
is
sniper
dying.
is so stupid.
Okay, Sheever.
I'm sorry,
That grenade. That was
I'm
nice.
getting flashbacks of the ho-ho ha-ha.
Tinker's
hee-hee,
rising,
ha-ha
Sniper's
moments.
was so
rising.
And please, don't let this be a sniper meta.
You know, the great thing about the grenade is that when
I am gonna
There is
switch spots with Jenkins.
This draft of Secret, there's so much minus armor to combo with
Yes.
sniper as well.
There
Everything
is.
works around that. You have Vengeful Vengeful Slardar, Snapfire, and Elder Titan. Every single hero is in this game to make Nisha hit harder.
Yeah.
yeah, you're right, and you have a save with the cookie.
what is this? A sniper just being the first one to walk up high ground? You never see
like,
this.
He's
in the
sieging
past.
from melee range. He's in the base.
He is in the
hitting
base
things.
first. I know he's got a swap to back him up just in case, but that's actually mad.
Yeah.
Just the state of that hero. We're gonna see that hero pop up a lot more, I would imagine.
The world is bizarre. Tinker is a tank hero. Sniper is a frontliner. I mean, this is really the keen convergence here at this international. They are just all over the place, these little
The
guys.
mobility that he has is just so impressive.
Yeah. I do like the presence of mind from SG. Obviously, if there's a sniper walking up to you in your base, you might get triggered to go a little bit deeper to get that sniper. But they were actually very safe, putting themselves in the fountain. No swap in potential either for Matu because they know they have one shot left. There's one fight, one high ground defense, maybe two if they're lucky. Let's go. One Rex left. I mean, this is it's gonna be a tough one though.
Sure.
I'm already somewhat eyeing the other options out there.
Oh wow!
games.
You're gonna just abandon this game and
No,
say
no,
Sniper
no.
has it?
I'm not ready to abandon SG just yet.
Okay.
I again, if there's any team that does a good job at high ground defense and makes their enemy team work for it, it's SG.
You know why I think that is? Because Tavo is a nature's prophet spammer. He's a specialist. This guy is used to ratting.
Knows how to rat.
He just likes to inflict pain upon his enemies. And so even if he's going to lose, he will keep playing and make the game as annoying and infuriating as possible. And then Costabile is one of the 1v5 carries in NASA. So he's always going to want
I
to
really
go late.
want to believe you, but Secret is just so good at the same thing.
You're right.
They're so good. I've been hurt by this team. When it comes to split pushing, there is no coming back.
Yeah, that's true. This is like the worst team to do that against.
Oh no. Can't afford to be losing such an invaluable person. Am I wrong on a? Oh wow.
I mean, this could just be the last ditch
They
effort there.
They
No
relocated
buyback
in.
on that gyro. No kills. Yeah, the GG gets
Oh,
called.
Yeah,
yeah.
as well,
let's
just getting
get
a
out.
triple kill, monster kill streak on the Snapfire, you know?
Yeah,
classic.
they needed like that one perfect fight.
Yeah.
Didn't get it. Very sad. Very sad indeed, but good for Team Secret. So happy times for the Team Secret fans as
It's
well.
a nice attempt from SG. This last ditch effort, you just go in if maybe there's a small chance that you switch up the game and change it, but
Let's take a look at all the games, see what's going on right now.
Sure.
Oh, let's take a
little
look in
look
Team
at
Secret's room first. Ooh.
Oh, Puppy's standing up. He's mad. They won, but not
He's
fast
happy.
enough. He's getting the bat.
he's happy.
On his way
cornered.
to Actually, where is he on his way to?
He's on his way to get the machete under the
No.
table.
I think he already. You know what? That's his computer that he's standing at right now.
Yeah.
I think he just walked around to give everyone a high five, and then he came back to his computer.
I think he was replacing his monitor.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Don't think that that's the case. I think his monitor
he
is
does look
working
actually
okay.
very happy.
He does, yeah. Content happy is all good. I mean, again, they are having a decent day. They of course still have one game later today against Elephant, and in the meantime, there's also loads of other games going on. Is this a democracy here?
No.
Does anybody have a?
This is, as you said, a regime, and you've taken over. So take it away, my girl.
Well, to be fair, I was curious about Undying Thunder Predator, but I see that there's a pause at that point. So of that stream.
Lame.
So let's go IG Virtus Pro, which is at the moment on stream A. If you want to catch the official broadcast for the commentary team, that is Sven and Sinner, that will be on the microphone without slacks this time, so you're safe.
Yeah.
And yeah. Look at this, by the way. These two teams have so many fans watching them in the client.
Yeah.
Look at their logos being on literal fire. That's cool.
That is sick. Actually, I believe
is
that's
it
the cheer
correlated with the
function.
amount of...
Is that the cheer function?
The more cheer is happening, the bigger the flames get.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, so the more people are actively clicking cheer.
Damn, Virtus Pro is
If you click
burning
really
out.
hard, it goes all the way around the border. Don't stop ever clicking ever. And I will say, it is fun, as we leave that sniper game, to watch the sniper now. I have to admit, with the grenade, it reminds me of like a Titanfall speedrunner. He's just bouncing around all over the damn place.
By the way, your wish is once again granted. There's a Dawnbreaker on the side of Virtus Pro. Is it carry though?
Yeah.
Is it?
Is it?
Can't really
Let's
say for sure.
see. It's a tough one to decipher from this.
It is, right?
It looks like it, yeah.
It is.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's a carried on.
I mean, they had variant.
Against Timber, that's tough.
They had different success, right? They had some success and then, well, okay, let's put it this way. Yesterday they won all their games with it, and then today it got figured out by T1.
They usually win the lane, and then later on they just throw it by diving a little bit too hard. And I had this discussion with one of ex-Virtus Pro coaches. He's like, Dawnbreaker is the perfect hero for this team because the most experience they have is from pubs. They play like it's a pub. If they're fast enough, they will win. And Dawnbreaker is IO +1. Like IO gyro, you have this core that can follow any single move that you do on the map
for sure.
without needing a relocate. He has his ulti to work with.
That's like Spectre as well.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, Spectre is probably a better
I'll give
comparison.
some background information on this hero. I had a chance to talk to ROTK and asked him. I said, can you just leak one thing to me? How good is Dawnbreaker? And he looked me dead in the eyes like ROTK does. He lowered his brow and he said, garbage. And then he walked away. So
When was this?
2 days ago.
Yeah, I heard he said Meepo is garbage as well and needs to be buffed. Like the worst hero right now in the game.
Meepo?
Meepo, yeah.
No, I don't.
For sure, needs to be
I don't
buffed
think
hard.
he said that.
I heard him.
But
Over the
he's
dinner.
one of the few heroes that hasn't been picked yet, right? So
Exactly.
you
Hasn't
can
been
make
picked.
yourself a case right there.
That's true. The two heroes that have not been picked yet, or how many, all need buffs. If you're listening right now, they need them bad, and
Apart
no
from
matter
what?
what it is,
Apart from
Apart from
all of
techies.
them.
Apart from techies.
That's what I meant.
That was the joke, lizard.
I feel like the 0% win
I'll
rate
shut up.
heroes.
Shut up now.
You're
I'll
doing
shut up.
great.
It's fine.
No, go ahead, Jenkins. The 0% heroes.
Yes, the 0% win rate heroes need to be buffed.
That's right.
The only team that picked my boy was a team that.
Hey, but you can't blame that on the hero because they were playing with the stand-in. So
That's
no
what I'm
buffs
saying.
needed.
They knew that they're like, all right, we're,
No
we're
buffs
done
needed.
on day one. Like, we're waiting day two.
Yep.
We're just going to have fun, pick the worst hero in the game, and they pick it. And now there's a stat. Oh, it's not an unpicked hero, so it's good.
I know most people will be aware which hero Jenkins is talking about, but he's talking about Pudge for people that are not aware.
No,
who he's
I
talking
actually,
about.
maybe I'm dumb, but I am surprised by that. I thought that Pudge was in a kind of workable
Decent
state.
position?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like not at all, not even as like a support.
2% win rate.
Yeah.
It's doesn't win any core matchup. If you die once, you're.
Ooh. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
If you die once, any hero in the game can kill you. And as a support, you just lose the lane and then need 6,000 gold before you can be an Oracle.
6,000?
Blink, Ether, and
And shard.
Shard.
Yeah, but
and then
why
probably
don't
even
you just
4
hook
step.
them?
Well, we have a
when
little
you
bit
do
of
laser hooks as much as Jenkins,
of a
you need
flaws.
Blink Ether Shard.
Atos.
Atos.
Okay,
Overwhelming
She
Blink.
wants to slow everything down.
Atos is actually
Sorry,
pretty
Shiva.
dope.
No, we're good. The pause. You guys talked long enough for the pause. I was ready to jump games.
has no mercy.
I have no mercy.
Pause!
No patience.
No. Shiver, please give them a little bit of time. It's the international,
Jenkins,
for goodness
please
sake.
don't say
Nobody
Atos is
wait.
good for
Nobody
pause.
waits. No. Exactly.
is.
It's
It's a
the
block,
international. There's no time for breaks.
That's true. For my
It's now or
anniversary,
never.
my 10-year anniversary with my wife, I took her to the amusement park and I spent a bunch of money buying us the Fast Pass.
Yes.
And we kept going on rides, and she kept saying, I think I need a break. And I said, no brakes on the Fast Pass, no brakes on the Fast Pass. I said it like 10 times, and we were on the whirly-durly, and she vomited on a father and his daughter across from us.
I am not surprised.
So, breaks are good sometimes. The 10-year anniversary did not go well.
What was the velocity of the vomit?
Yeah,
Heavy. But let's continue. I actually thought a bird was, forget it. As we continue on to the stream, again, at the International 10 here, group stage day 2,
Yeah.
October 8th.
Is it?
As you go back into the lane, JT, will this be the first? Yeah, he's still
I
alive.
mean, he is just grooving. He's got loads of stick charges as well. He's not going to die anytime soon.
He's
I'm
baiting.
surprised that he's doing this well versus a silencer plus Dawnbreaker, because this lane, he's really controlling the lane well. I don't know what's up, but they're not managing, and he's probably dead.
Now he's got some regen.
Maybe this time. Nah, this time he actually died.
So
He has
mad.
been living
Told ya.
on the edge the whole time, though. He deserved to die at some point.
Does
He has a
now
shaker.
the question is, does Silencer have his glaives yet? Because then you lose the int. You
Well-
don't retroactively get the int anymore.
Was he that close? What's the AoE on that?
I think if you killed somebody and you have the glaives, you get
You
the
get
int.
it, yeah.
I
matter
think
what.
if he
Global.
gets the end, we see a big -2 above his head. We didn't see
Yeah,
that.
I don't think he has glaives. I think that's why.
So, quick question for you guys, and this is another hot take that I think might be correct though. I think Timbersaw is going to end up being one of the best picks of the tournament because of how many predominant strength heroes there are. People keep talking about these big tanky fighters.
Tiny
I think,
and stuff.
Yeah, I think that Timbersaw, when he gets his chance, will soon, around the middle of the tournament, be one of the most picked.
Counterpoint, and I
Yes.
know we are not the best people to have this discussion.
Counterpoint is we ignore the analysts. Hit me, Shiver.
I have heard from Insania
Yeah.
that right now position 5 feels really strong. Yes? And that ruins the laning stage of a Timber, and if Timber has not a good laning stage, he's not good. Please.
That's true. Usually you want to dominate the lane as Timber.
Uh-oh. You
Sorry,
got
Slacks.
one wrong take.
My take wasn't
Oh,
that
thank
bad.
God.
Enjoy, guys. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Please bring intelligence to this dead place, Effie.
I have a very high MMR
Thank
couch and chair as well. This is great.
Thank God.
Welcome, Effie. How you doing?
I'm good.
Excited for some more Dota 2?
I thought we were banned from paneling together.
Yeah, I thought you guys were never in the schedule.
We weren't.
Because someone complained. No. Nobody complained.
Slacks requested this. He was begging, he was texting on his phone, get me out.
Get me out.
I'm just like admiring Jenkins' hair.
Right?
It's majestic.
Thank you. I didn't shower.
I can tell.
I know, that's what she
The
said.
natural oils are
Really
curling your
doing
hair.
it.
Yeah,
Doing a good job.
it's true.
All right. So we have got another core Dawnbreaker. So far, are there any other teams playing Dawnbreaker other than Virtus Pro?
I don't think so.
No, not really, right?
I really haven't seen Dawnbreaker anywhere but in Virtus Pro hands.
I saw a look being exchanged.
She just
What
looks at
is
me
this?
and starts laughing.
No, but you looked at her as well. You guys, Lizard was talking, and both of them at the same time.
I don't know.
I just have that look. See, you're doing it now too. What is it? What is this? Oh God, this is high school all over again. People just looking and laughing.
There isn't. It's just that Jenkins,
Yes.
I feel, looks very pretty. That's so
That is the nicest thing somebody said about me.
Nice.
That's really
I
nice.
like the pink shirt and your curly hair.
That's too much. Don't compliment me. Call me a piece of garbage, please.
Don't worry, we'll balance it out.
Okay, yeah, well, with Slacks, especially coming from Slacks to you, it's just very, very confusing.
It's the polar opposite, right?
Yes.
Slacks, and now we get Effie.
Yes, I would like to be insulted.
You are so wonderful.
That's not
an insult.
But he acts the way he reacts. You'd think it is an insult.
That's fair. That is fair. So she has a good point there. As long as you react to compliments in that way, people will continue giving you compliments.
I don't want compliments. I'm a Dota player. Call me horrible.
You're not used to it.
You're so
I'm not.
good at
I feel
Dota.
like nobody
2
is on this
seconds.
game.
Your 2K MMR trash.
Hey, you can't say
kind of
that.
normal now, right?
I do. I do.
You just called everybody in the Twitch chat
No.
trash.
No.
That was me.
2K MMR.
That was me complimenting him because he doesn't like to get.
Okay.
But there's 2K
You're
MMR
saying
and there's 2K MMR,
She
MMR
has
trash.
a high level of respect for everybody that's 2K.
Of course, all 2K players are good Dota players.
Don't break him before our good Dota.
No, they're wonderful.
Wonderful.
Just like Jenkins.
Listen, everybody starts somewhere, okay? Heralds are some of my favorite Dota players. They enjoy the game.
Dude, they are actually carefree.
They don't care.
They don't care. They just play. Hey, you want to play a game of Sniper? Fine, I'll take it. On the off lane together with wherever.
Exactly.
They go anywhere.
Yeah.
Anti-mage sniper lanes? Fine, go for it.
There's good ideas because they have so little care that they're not constrained by the same
concept
set of rules
yeah.
that we have as non-heralds.
What's the lowest MMR player that you've seen?
0.
0?
Yeah.
Did you spectate any of his games?
Oh yeah.
And what separates him from the rest?
There's many of them. Usually, going AFK. That's always one. A lot of going AFK.
Yeah.
Pizzas being delivered. All sorts of. I'm not going to name any specific brands unless they choose to sponsor the stream. Yeah, AFK, random heroes, random builds, not listening, but not carefree. What a way to live.
Carefree. That would be nice.
They do have a lot of fun.
Yeah. When was the last time you had fun playing Dota, Effie?
It's been a while. Recently, I've had a lot of fun buying Veil on Silencer. Speaking of Silencer, there's one over there.
Does it work with the glaives?
There is a dead one.
Does it work? No, it doesn't. I don't think. No, it doesn't.
That'd be really OP on OD if that worked actually.
It was just about the
for
damage,
sure.
right, from the arcane
It doesn't.
curse and last word.
Yeah.
But I had a lot of fun doing that, but then it got nerfed a little bit, and then I just stopped doing it. But was it really me having fun, or did I just enjoy the wins that I got?
Or you enjoyed making the enemy feel miserable and
I was
dumb.
gonna say, I think the Silencer is the least fun
Lack
hero
of
in the entire
intelligence.
game.
See, it's not fun, but I had fun doing it. So maybe what that means is that this hero, when you win with it, he's fun.
If you're Pudge and you die a single time to Silencer, I actually consider Silencer to be the hardest counter to Pudge in the game. Because
it's
if you,
not.
You
it
can't
is.
hook, like
if you
after
die
a
a
couple?
single time, you can't hook and dismember. You need a null talisman or soul ring. It's so pathetic and embarrassing to be Pudge against Silencer.
Was that the first rotation from
Yes,
Dawnbreaker with you?
and it looked stupid. Not stupid. It looked like very, very strong. Why are not more people playing Dawnbreaker? Because, that Morphling died so fast.
Yeah, but they aren't really winning with this positional one, Dawnbreaker, quite a bit.
They are.
They
only
won
lost one game.
I can talk about Dawnbreaker a little bit, but actually, you're right, Jenkins, because you don't buy stat items on Pudge anyway. I was thinking about how other strength heroes buy stat items, so it doesn't matter. But
Yeah.
Get a soul ring, whatever. It's cheap.
It's still so sad. You have to have Soul Ring, or your mana pool is not enough to cast your spells. And he has 2 spells only. It's not like there's 4, for God's sakes.
Two spells.
Some sticks and urn also can work in certain circumstances.
No, because it doesn't increase your max mana. Is the problem.
And you're right, Lizard. So far, they are 3 games as a core. They've played it once as a support, which was a win. But 3 games where Nightfall played it, and only one of those versus OG was a victory.
Yeah, these 2 other games, they were also doing really, really well at the beginning. They catch you off guard. Like, it's not something that you encounter every day. You don't expect this carry Dawnbreaker to be picked against you.
Sure, but shouldn't someone later on take over for the damage portion of it all?
I was going to say, I actually think it works really well in this lineup because they have Nature's Prophet, who
is almost always going to like eventually become a carry. You're going to get Nullifier, Assault Cuirass, Mjolnir, like stuff like that, maybe Gleipnir, I don't know. But like you will eventually do right-click damage as a nature, so with some other semi-carry that does that, it does sound really good.
They have some global potential, right?
Right, so actually about Dawnbreaker, I don't think she lacks damage in any way. Like she has no issue with her scaling because as a carry Dawnbreaker, you're typically going to get the 2 Starbreaker charge talent, and you just do it twice and you just insta-kill anybody. The issue is how she fares going up against typical carry matchups, and one of those is Morphling. Actually, they lost to OG with their Dawnbreaker carry versus Simil's Morphling carry. So the only issue is when the game goes in a way that they don't particularly expect, she's going to get outscaled by a lot of the favorites of this pouch, right? An example would be Tiny, another example would be Medusa, another example would be Morphling. So I would just put her in like high tempo lineups, but the way VP have played her actually was just pairing her with heals. So they've played her with Io, they've played her with Undying, they've played her with anything that will build some kind of Holy Locket and just press it on her, right?
Well, it looks like they listened to you and they're playing it with high tempo lineup this time around at least. And this Void Spirit and Nature's Prophet as the other 2 cores and position 4 Clockwork. It's only tempo. That's the only thing they've got. They have to be playing the game actively.
They kind of have 4 global heroes and then a Void Spear to like set up. They have Nature's TP, they have Global Silence, they have Clockwork Rocket, which I understand is not totally global. I'm just
It's
saying,
still global.
technically
It
it counts.
It counts.
And then obviously Dawnbreaker can ult in, but
Can they catch
a
it?
play like this can actually happen, and they don't get the catch, but they can all be there very quickly at any play.
And Void Spirit also very mobile.
Super
even
mobile,
as the only non-global core
Yeah, it's like
hero.
him and the Clockwork are like setup heroes for all of the other heroes to get there and contribute.
And they have such huge gap closing capabilities that they don't even have to be global. They'll reach. They'll be their own.
Absolutely.
For sure, yeah.
And another thing that carry Dawnbreaker does give you that a lot of carries don't is, so typically as a game progresses into the late game, your carry will have purchased a BKB earlier, right? And there will have been at least 2 or 3 team fights. So your BKB charges go down, and then your window of, I suppose, like effectiveness is that BKB, that 6-second BKB, right? But Dawn, as a carry, if you do get the Starbreaker charge ton instead of the hammer one, which a lot of people do go for mistakenly, I think, as a core, you have that 6-second late game BKB with the 2 Starbreaker BKBs from her shard, right?
They don't even need anybody else.
Is that an Orchid on Clockwork?
Is that an Orchid exactly?
I think it is.
I think I saw the silence.
I don't know how you kill a Morphling there without an Orchid.
Because he's not, Morphling is also not building into a Manta early on. He went for the, I believe he went for
I'm pretty sure that's an
Falcon
Orchid Clock. I mean, we'll see eventually.
We're gonna click.
just
No, not
kidding.
yet, not yet.
I saw the silence though, as well.
It might just be global because it's on cool.
Oh, it's
and
global.
Could be.
Alright, we're
Yeah,
very
yeah.
dumb. Yeah, that was global. That was
baited
global.
me.
I'm like,
You baited me.
it's very far
But look,
away. I forgot
they
there's a silencer in this game.
They can do this the whole time. This time around, though, actually they can't because IG shows up with more heroes. But overall, hook shot in, and then either you have, well, we talked about it, you have everybody joining in
The
if needed.
follow-up, yeah.
They literally only needed 2 people on the side of the map when they killed Morphling. Of course, they use Global Silence, sure, fine, but Silencer doesn't actually need to be there. He could be pressuring some other tower somewhere. Question is it good enough here? Because it's good now, but will it scale?
Moment the Manta is up on Morphling, it stops being.
Yeah,
practiced.
I was gonna say too. Like, I feel like this is a perfect Timbersaw game. Other than like in the laning stage, it's hard against the silencer, but they don't have the burst to kill him with any of the other heroes. He's great against Nature's Prophet, who's like literally a tree spawning guy. You can easily just do like a ton of damage if he tries to put trees on you. You can never capture him. Dawnbreaker's a hero with insane strength gain and stats, and a strength hero, so you can tear through her. And Clockwork, another strength hero, and like they don't have enough magic burst to kill Timber. So I see why they picked. I don't know when they picked it this game because I don't think we caught the draft. But
Effie, is Timber going for some duels, Lotus? What do you think this game?
Definitely, you need to either go Lotus or Yules, right? And that's the point that I wanted to make, is that while Silencer is a cool hero, he stops being effective at some point, right? So I'm really concerned, Blizzard, that VP are on a timer again, because it's not just the Dawnbreaker to Morphling matchup, it's also how much of a crux can global be for them once they're just dispels. And especially Abaddon, right? I consider Silencer a very strong counter to Abaddon because you just global, he can't do anything about it. He can't dispel it the way that he usually does if you stun him. The target that you choose to kill during a global will die up until he gets the dispel.
And how do you guys know? I also have a follow-up question on that. Sorry, Shiver, for taking
It's all good.
Your job a little bit away.
That's fine.
Prophet
I'm
went for an
just
orchid.
chilling.
Yeah, Prophet went for an orchid.
Yeah.
And now you have, the moment they get these Yules and Lotuses and Mantas or Morphling, will they counter the global and the orchid as well? Plus the Prophet won't farm as fast as he might have been able if you went for a different build. I know Maelstrom isn't popular right now, but maybe that was an option.
That's a very good point that you make, that as the game goes on, the Orchid will kind of be useless because they're building for Silencer anyway, but they're not playing for that. They're playing for this window right now, right? So we talked about high tempo, but if you're limiting your draft to just being effective when Global Silence is up, you've got this mess of a game waiting for you after 20 minutes.
Yeah. They're also not too great with the tower pushing other than the Prophet. It's not going very, very well at the moment anyway.
Yeah, so this Orchid is going to be very good against all of these heroes up until they do have the dispels. So I would like for VP to just not stop and just keep doing what they're doing, but Blizzard raises a very good point. That net worth is going to be useless very soon.
Yep. By the way, also on Stream C, it was Thunder Predator versus Undying, still going on by the way. But game 1 is over, and Undying were victorious over Thunder Predator. So good on them. Thunder Predator, a little rocky day. A little rocky. Hopefully they are able to make a comeback.
They had some problems recently as well. Coming into the TI on the Dota pit didn't look that great.
No.
I feel like they fear came to the team, right, to coach, and.
They started looking worse?
They started looking worse. He brought stability to this chaos that worked before. That's how I feel.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Remember Singapore Major, that chaos is what brought them as far as they went.
That being said, Thunder Predator already before Fear, okay, so season 1 they did good, right? Made a lot of waves. Season 2 they fell flat, but they've continued being flat. It's more like that Fear wasn't able to bring back the flame, I think maybe, or something like that. It feels like something's not clicking.
It happens. Sometimes the patch changes as well, and suddenly you can't find. You can't figure it out. You can't find your old
and then,
form.
And then, like, because you can't find your form, you're like feeling kind of tilted. Maybe some internal issues going on.
You spiral out.
It spirals. It spirals. Yeah.
Unfortunately, they're still one of the few teams that haven't gotten a single win to their name.
Yikes.
They came pretty close a couple of times. It's not that they're not competitive and performing poorly in the games, they're just not doing well enough to secure wins. And that brings me back to Lizard's point of, is someone trying to bring order into the chaos that we knew them as actually good for them or bad for them? I think in the long run, yes, it will be good for them because to compete at the highest level, you do need
that,
to refine yourselves, your gameplay, your communication, etc. But it's a long process of adjustment, right? And you just don't feel like yourself as a Dota player while you're changing.
Yeah.
And I just don't think there's a single team that would deny Fear to be their coach.
For sure. Oh yeah, for sure. If TI Winner wants to coach you. Speaking of TI Winners, actually, Aoi 42,000 always says to me that when he's coaching me,
42,000.
Jenkins, I'm going to teach you this. You're going to go lose some pubs. Of course, I was losing anyway. But he says, you're going to lose some pubs, but then eventually you're going to win. Sometimes when you learn and you're internalizing concepts, there's a period where you're losing a lot and then you get better eventually. In my case, just keep losing. But for Thunder Predator, maybe just so happens that TI, or maybe just the group stage or the first couple days, or when they're losing, and maybe they
that happens
kick it off.
That actually happens
day 3
with
and 4.
teams a lot when they try to, like these trash tier teams that I was playing in,
Yeah.
when we would try to
Liquid and so forth.
Well, not that bad. But no, I'm kidding. But
Insania is not here to defend himself.
I can't do that.
No flaming Team Liquid when Insania is not here, okay?
I agree.
Didn't you played against them, right? Way back in the day.
Way back in the day, I was
on.
winning
Whatever
against
team
the stacks, and then suddenly he actually worked harder. And and this is my point, because they actually did that. They learned the game while we were just playing it. Eventually, they will lose, but once they start utilizing the knowledge that they've gained throughout time, you won't stand a chance because they're gonna leapfrog over you.
A lot of Dota is just like people just play pubs for years and years and years, and it takes like meeting the right coach, meeting the right person to say the things to you and be like, look, like you have to fix this.
Or just doing it yourself.
Yeah, well, that can take longer though. That can take a lot longer, and I feel like fear coming in, like could very easily be that scenario where you're taking a bunch of like unpolished gems and like, you know, polishing them essentially, and that could take a long time because they've been pub stars forever.
Right, but there could also be the scenario that maybe it's not the right fit for them. Obviously, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but there are different kinds of personality types that mesh together, and even if you're a TI winner and obviously an excellent Dota player, it doesn't necessarily mean you're the right coach for a specific team.
And on top of that, Fear himself, the only team that he's coached so far was EG when he was on the sidelines due to his arm. But before that, he doesn't have that experience, and I would imagine coaching is very, very different from actually playing. So yeah, there's maybe two teams. I mean, the team is learning, but also the coach is learning. Also, with now Dawnbreaker dying and IG have made that lead no longer existing on the side of VP, I think it's about time to switch. I really would like to see a new game. Yeah, I already know which one as well, and I'm sure that you guys are very interested as well into what's going on Stream B. So if that is possible, to see the quad box, and then I will direct you to my choice, because Democracy,
it's gone? You're not gonna...
Gone for a little bit.
Actually, Somi took our democracy away yesterday, and now you're continuing.
I mean, sometimes it's the right time for democracy, and sometimes there's just none. And I think, I think Aster versus Alliance, we want to check that out, because we are seeing a different Aster than what we saw yesterday. We have, of course, 86 no longer standing in. White Album has been playing. And Alliance, they had a little bit of a rough start, but they've been ramping it up and they've been doing better and better as well. They were able to tie today with EG as well. So I'm very curious.
Alliance tied with EG?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, good for them, bringing it back.
Yep.
Last night they won versus Thunder Predator, right? That was the last series.
That was the last series they had.
They needed a couple of wins.
You know, I feel like that's the type of team when their backs against the wall, they come in clutch.
Yes,
I really think that. We asked them that during ESL. They disagreed. I disagree with their disagreement.
Well,
my friend.
During
Yeah, do you wanna?
Hey,
Come with me?
Jenkins, it's time.
Am I getting?
There's no twist?
There's no twist.
No twist.
I just
I'm safe for now.
There goes my career.
The whole career, actually.
No.
Good to see you.
Bye, Jenkins. Thank you for calling
Bye-bye.
on. Hello, Avo. How you doing?
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How does it feel being on that couch instead of sitting on my chair?
I'm slowly getting downgraded. Next is I'm gonna go to the booths and cast.
Am I the
Wait,
ultimate downgrade here? Is that what you're saying?
No, from hosting to analyst to caster to JJ.
Okay, there's a lot of layers to unpack here. First of all, he says host is the most important job, so this is great. Second, he's dissed casters being lower.
I used to be one.
That was not too long ago.
Yeah, it was not too long ago. 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Is that how long it takes to switch sides and flame them?
Yes. That's I know my role now. I gotta talk to the top. You know, gotta be part of the block.
What do you think of the transformation of Aster and Alliance so far in the group stages?
I am very impressed with Aster. I actually didn't. I mean, we were all thinking that Aster was not looking too great coming into this tournament. Then they get sick. I am very surprised that they're doing as well as they are, to be honest. I know they're not doing super well, but
they're doing a lot better than yesterday.
They did amazing today.
Exactly.
They played impeccably, and yesterday I was of the opinion that it would be so hard for them to bounce back, even if White Album did get better by today. I just would have assumed that the first day would have gotten to them. Just the whole COVID situation in general would have gotten to them. They might have felt like maybe just bad luck was on their side, and that could have created some kind of mental tilt or anything like that. But that's not what they showed us today. They were back in action.
And keep in mind, just a little bit of insight, you beautiful people, from the seasons. White Album, he's definitely not playing on the level that he can. Okay? You can talk whatever you want to.
No, he has, but there was a post today, right?
Exactly.
He's not able to
read the
actually
post.
properly eat.
Yeah, I read the post and I completely agree with it. When you're looking at White Album, usually he's the flashiest player on the team. He's the one that makes all kinds of plays. Today, they were winning even though he was very passive. I think he's playing as Storm now. Storm was the hero he played in the OG game too. And you couldn't truly feel a lot of his presence. Right? He wasn't doing any mad plays. He was never the first one that zips in. But they still won. So there's definitely something in this team.
And to just touch up a little bit on White Album as a player, we discussed this briefly in yesterday's panel, Ava. But do you remember when we were talking about how Aster draft in a very specific way around their mid player? So just playing with a stand-in yesterday with a more limited hero pool didn't even allow them to play the kinds of draft that they practiced and the ones that they got used to. So just to have that back and to have that little confidence boost back, I did not think would be enough, but it most definitely was. And White Album does have off days and on days, it feels like, especially throughout this season. But I would describe Aster as a team that is made or broken around this particular player. And if you look at this draft especially, like, the two core heroes are, I mean, with the exception of the offlane, are Faceless Void and Storm Spirit. But which of those heroes actually benefits more from an IO?
Storm.
It's the Storm Spirit.
I agree.
This is really how they build and shape their drafts. So
Yeah, Void is kind of left on his own when you think about that last fight. White Album dominated. He actually saved the Void Spirit, so he sacrificed himself so that Void can survive. However, at the same time, I don't see the big damage in the Chronosphere. It has to be Void. Like, he's on his own. What else is there?
Yeah.
Right? On their side, there's no Snapfire.
There is a lot of setup though, with the brambles and the fears. There's you can if you get a good chrono, you can set up a lot. Which, by the way, this is one of the first Dark Willows that we see this tournament.
that's a very good point, too. I was about to bring that up. Well, yes, there is not enough chrono damage. You do have the Dark Willow follow-up. Like, if you do Bramble and Terrorize right after the chrono, Storm can come in and do the damage afterwards, and so can Doom. Like, he does have the backup in his team.
Though. Rough life.
And they caught him. Is this a bad Storm? No, they don't. They have enough catch for Storm. I've seen this Storm versus Tiny Mirana matchup. You're feeling like, okay, they can't really catch me, but then suddenly toss into arrow, toss avalanche in the spot, just follow up with an arrow. It's usually enough damage, right?
But it does feel like the Storm has. It's not the worst Storm.
It's not the worst. You can jump the Weaver, jump the Mirana as well.
In fact, it actually reminds me a lot of a Draft Alliance I was running yesterday with the Void Sniper, where like the Void doesn't seem to be the be-all end-all unless you get into the hyper late game. He's there for the chrono, and you have a secondary win condition, almost like a dual core. How often Lifestealer used to be played this way. It's interesting that they're doing this against Alliance particularly.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Wraith King has not seen a lot of success here. What are we thinking about Wraith King on the side of Alliance? Because
it's against Chrono.
And
it's against Chrono?
And Effie.
And
Chrono.
the Doom.
And the Doom.
And the Doom.
Yeah.
Fair.
So, yeah, I was about to comment. So, Wraith King is typically a carry that I think is used to full capacity when he is playing against high cooldown lineups. Right? If you're picking Wraith King into a low cooldown lineup, it better be a Wraith King patchman because he dies twice so quickly, especially if he's being played from behind. So this is one of the lineups that really can make it work. But we also saw success from that hero today. PSG LGD did beat Secret with it. So
into a Doom as well.
It was another Doom game. Yeah.
So he has his games, but he doesn't have them the way that he used to when you could just pick him every game and win. If you guys remember those days were atrocious.
Do you remember what carry LGD was against in that game with Wraith King?
I'm sure Shiver has no.
Yes, I do actually.
Shiver,
when they were playing Wraith, when PSG LGD was playing Wraith King, Team Secret was playing Klinks as a carry.
Right.
They had the Klinks Kunkka Doom trifecta.
So I thought that game actually was a really good Wraith King game because we saw it later and it was also against a Doom, but it was against a Slark as well. And that was the loss for Wraith King that we saw because the Slark just actually destroys you, just keeps the stack, kills you twice really quickly as you were mentioning it. So I do feel like the hero, before I think he had a lot more liberty as long as he had a counter. And now I feel like if you don't have a full draft against them, that 60-second cooldown nerf is one of the biggest nerfs I've seen in a long time. It's a huge nerf.
So with Klinks as well, and just to talk about that draft a little bit before we close it up, Wraith King is not a hero who has some kind of inherent mechanism where he can get on top of Klinks, and that's what you have to do as a melee carry, right? So when you think about carries that do well against Kings, you'll think of something like a PA or something like an Ursa. But Wraith Kings love to build Silver Edge this patch, right? They love to build...
Everyone does, right?
Everyone, right? So this is a good patch to even play something like Wraith King against Klings, which I would say that sounds atrocious. That does not sound great. But it really can be, depending on what you build it into. But I wanted to disagree on something, actually. We were talking about how Dire doesn't have catch. I disagree completely.
I thought we did. I thought we said they had sufficient catch. We said they had
Sufficient catch, yeah. But I would say it's not a good Storm game for... It's not just the Mirana Tiny. For me, I see Ember and Mirana, and this is like the chains into arrow combination. How do you play against that usually? You build dispels, right? You don't have any...
Right? Hanskin Mirana.
Yeah, you don't have any natural dispels on the side of Aster. So you would have your support usually build a Lotus or a Force Staff or something like that. But Willow and Io are not heroes who build these items, right? Io does need a couple of items before he can go for something like a Lotus. And Willow plays differently than other supports in that she doesn't build Glimmers and she doesn't like to build Force Staffs. And so that's a huge disadvantage that
can
Radiant
be problematic for
Yeah.
White Album. Definitely, he needs to perhaps itemize on his own to deal with the catch.
The BKB probably is just I don't think he can
That's
use
the
it.
item here. He can't do anything else. I would say.
So we're saying points for both teams, for both Aster and Alliance, to be good for this game specifically. But the way you guys are talking, you feel like Alliance is favored in this game specifically.
So far, when I look at the game in the last couple of minutes, it does look like Alliance is doing really well. At the same time, I stand by the point that I don't see sufficient usage of the Chronosphere. I'm the kind of a guy that if I have a Chrono, I want to combo it with something big. Be it Snapfire, be it Phoenix, whatever that deals Invoker, whatever that deals actual Lina. And that's how we usually see the hero. However, in this game, they have a ton of catch, but not a lot of damage.
That was only just the first tower that Aster was able to take as well. So that might be a problem, considering that Alliance has a way easier time apparently taking out the towers, the buildings.
Eventually, S4 also transforms into a core, into a complete carry, let's put it that way, because that's what Tiny is in this patch. It doesn't matter where you're playing for, you go for this Echo Saber blink.
So I would actually say that I prefer Alliance's draft, but I'm not going to go ahead and say that they have the advantage at the moment, right? Because both drafts can win, and if Aster execute the way that we know they're capable of, they should be able to take these really strong team fights with the follow-up with the Willow that we mentioned and Doom deleting a hero. It's just that Alliance's draft for me, like individually ticks a lot of boxes, right? What's something that Doom doesn't necessarily like to play against? It's the dual core lineups, and you can't really Doom the Wraith King, so look who you're dealing with. You also have to Doom the Ember or the Tiny. There's just so many Doom targets. And
they're all difficult, right? Even the Ember, it's not an easy hero to Doom.
It's frustrating to have so many cores. So even if you delete one from the fight, there are others, right? And that's just very useful to have versus
sorry, I'm distracted because we just saw a Timbersaw. Well, I saw a Timbersaw that is JT's from IG Timbersaw standing in front of the fountain of Virtus Pro, getting attacked by one of VP's heroes, and all he was doing is standing there and pressing his high five button. I think that kind of shows us how that game was going.
All right.
And then he walked up the high ground, proven point, and walked back down. And I think IG is about to be able to force
Those
out
are some
the GG
sick
VP.
mental games,
But
right?
that is
JT.
IG is known for their sick mental games.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. And I think if you're JT, you've been pummeled on lane. You know, this is payback. It's like,
Especially when you're playing a Timber.
yes, especially.
It
when
has
you're
to go
playing.
one way or the other. You either tip him after he destroys you in the lane or vice versa.
And IG did just take the games to take the victory versus VP. So that is a GG. Now we're back on the quad box, and personally, I think Alliance Aster is a little even. I kind of want to check in with OG T1.
Sure.
Because that game has also just begun.
Fight, it's a team fight.
It was a team fight, but people at home, if you want to, it's stream B. It's stream B, stream 3 that is, because...
And you can go there and have the stream in full screen.
Yeah,
You will
in
not
full
believe that
screen,
technology.
With
Twitch
casters.
With casters.
Yeah.
Moxie and Purge are there.
Wow.
There's Twitch extensions. You'll be treated like royalty, and we are not gonna gonna look at Aster Alliance for the moment. Although, no, I want to go OGT1. OGT1.
That's actually a sick game. Yeah,
I agree.
Matchup is really solid. T1, they didn't really impress yesterday, but they also had really difficult matchups.
Yes, they did have difficult matchups. They had a 2-0 today against.
It was VP.
It was a VP, yeah, absolutely.
If there is one team that I could take from SCA as the mascot of the whole region, it would be T1. They just have so many stories. They're just such a fun team to watch.
Yeah.
Like Whitemon, besides his musical talents, and his songs that probably shouldn't be talked about.
No, let's not. He is the
is,
first Indonesian Dota 2 player making it to TI. I believe.
There's two of them.
Look at it with Zephyr.
On this TI.
So they're the first.
Yeah.
So there's never been in all the 10 years or the 9 years before this, they're the first.
I'll tell you that he's the perfect teammate. Like that guy does not stop laughing. He's so cheerful. Like when you see him, he's one of those people that you just want to be around.
I think that both Indonesians on that team in general, I'm really glad to see Indonesia back on the main stage, to be honest. There's actually, if you look up Zephyr, and you look up his old videos, he used to, every time he was on a new team in Indonesia, they used to make like this whole, reveal video.
Yeah.
And they had like impeccable production, and they would showcase Zephyr, like, look, Zephyr's on our team. This team was not making it even past open qualifiers, but they cared so much, right? The community was always there.
It's a very big community.
It's a very big community. They had the Evos, the RRQs, they've been fighting for a long time, and I'm personally so happy for T1 to make it here and show these storylines.
Do people maybe know the song Dota Oako? Is that the sort of production that you're talking about?
No, I mean like
tire.
No, I mean like actual genuine good
You don't know Dota Oako?
It's a meme. Well, meme.
I'm sure that we're not the only ones. I'm sure there's loads of people at home that are having question marks above their heads right now as well.
Shiver, is there a chance that we can get T1's game on the main?
Yes, there is.
I'd be pumped for this.
There is already. I will make sure.
You know the song, right?
I've been shown this song by people in S. I live in.
Would you recommend it?
I would recommend just watching that video. I don't know. I don't think this. I think the video itself is a treasure. I've seen it karaokeed as well by multiple SCA people.
Whitemon as well.
Yes, I think it was Was it Whitemon? Okay.
I feel like we're missing out on this big
You're
slice of
definitely
Dota culture now.
You're missing out.
Just check it after. In SCA, the memes like write themselves. You have to go to the Facebook pages where they hang out.
That's what I'm missing.
Yeah. It's wonderful. And in general, T1 is the representation of SCA as well, because it's a multicultural team in general. They actually have like a combination of the veterans. The storyline for SCA was always they don't have captains, right? They don't have someone to lead them. Cuckoo is that person. Cuckoo to me is one of the top.
Master.
Yeah, Master Cuckoo. I apologize. Is one of the top voices in that region.
Please use the right name for him.
I know. I should always be. They call him Koo in the team, but it's Master Cuckoo. He's just that voice that you can trust. That is starting to raise SCA's levels a bit higher into something they were kind of lacking, which is consistency. I mean, he reigned in Carl. I have never seen a bigger maverick than Carl. That player used to be like a 50-50 chance. Sometimes he'll throw the game, sometimes he'll win, but he'll meme all the way. And when you see him on T1, he's one of the more consistent. I mean, he's still him, but he's much more consistent now with Cuckoo. He actually understands when to stop diving, which is very impressive.
I think Cuckoo in particular does very well with T1 too. But something that I wanted to talk about actually with the mention of captains was, so I talked to Panlu, who's a very, very high MMR SCA player and
from Singapore,
coach, and he has a lot of experience in that region. And he tells me that an issue that he feels with the SCA scene isn't just the lack of captains, but the lack of captains who can be role models, in the sense that they're stoic and calm, like the Kuros and the Puppies of the world. People who teammates can kind of look to as that calm,
the rock
of the team,
the puppy.
Yes.
So that personality type, he thinks is missing from the SCA captain. And that's not to say Cuckoo isn't a rock or isn't the rock, because he is the rock of T1, but just as a general statement. So I thought that was really interesting, and I was wondering, what is it in particular about that region that kind of has all these animated characters and no one who's willing to be the boring dad?
You know what I really think?
If you play pubs there, I think you understand that perfectly.
I think it's the same reason as why it's not the case, the same case in South America. because people grow up on LAN cafe culture.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree.
And everybody is just like, if you've been to a LAN cafe in SA or an SEA, is loud. Everybody's loud. Nobody's calm, cool, and collected, because then you're not part of the group. Then you're probably just sitting in a corner somewhere, and like it's a very social activity, right?
So there are no boring father figure types that are.
I mean, they
present themselves there.
Well, that's not that. So the boring father figure types in SEA, I think SA 2, they are forced to go more into the organizational side. Like Mushi, for example, was that for a while, and what he did was just raise up a bunch of players. Right? He can't be well, he tried to captain, but he is better off trying to help out the scene than he is actually captaining a team. So you sometimes lose these figures along the way.
I think, though, one thing, Lizard, that you can comment on as well, because I know that you know that there's now coaches that are fulfilling that role, right?
Yeah, for sure.
For SEA.
Yeah, there are. There's March as well.
Yep. Oh yeah, March is huge.
There are definitely coaches there that are helping out. It's getting better, and this storyline of SEA not having that stoic figure, I think it's getting outdated a little bit, because time is passing, and how long can we be saying this? Because they do have some veterans already. We have DJ Jabs, we have players that have been on 4 or 5 TIs. You don't really need more experience than that to be that figure for your team. Because eventually you get exposed to it, and then you realize what it is, and you need to transfer it further.
So you think it's a process that's constantly evolving, especially in
also not being exposed to LAN cafes, I think Shiver's point is better. Because that shit is wild. I watched a couple of those. There's a...
Oh dear.
Oh, I have to. There's a ESWC. Everyone from the Balkans, especially Serbia, will know this video. It's Navi versus 4GL. So Balkans had a CIS in general had a very similar thing back like 10 days ago. There's a video in which one particular player, shout out to Gogi, stands up, screams at poor Dandy from like 2 meters while he's chronosphering him at the same time. He's just standing, he doesn't care. You know, they're winning, it's fun. And so, some areas, they just have more eccentric personalities, and you can't change that. There's beauty in it.
Yeah.
Hey, Evo, how do you feel that OG has been very, very vocal with your voice line?
I'm honored. I was angry, though, that Nautilus had to just write it, just buy it.
Well, he was on cooldown.
Oh, was it on cooldown? Never mind. I take that back. I think they're awesome. I actually shouted out Seb for that. I thought OG likes weird sounds, so I made an odd sound, and it worked. So
you made your line with OG in mind.
Oh yeah, of course. Because who else spams voice lines?
I was gonna say the 2 voice lines, Lizard, that are being spammed is these 2 right here.
For sure.
I don't think mine's being spammed that much.
Excuse me? Have you watched VP play recently?
Save does use it a lot.
A lot.
Just saying.
It's the other voice line spamming team, so you know.
I've actually seen a lot of teams spam FEs.
Yeah,
yes,
same.
I was told that it's pretty toxic, but it can also be a force for good.
Yeah, if something humorous happens.
Yeah, for
Force
sure.
for good. Don't assume that laughter is toxic.
Yeah, that would be bad to associate laughter with toxicity.
But that's just Dota, though. Everything in Dota. Have you ever tried complimenting someone in a Dota game? They'll think you're being sarcastic. That's just how people are in this game.
Right.
It's just weird. It's like Jenkins when you compliment him. I understand him completely. I don't agree with all things he says, but I understand that point. If someone compliments you, you're like, what do you mean?
Hey, by the way, there's another Willow in this game. So 2 Willows at the same time, after not being picked on the first day at all, I believe. And Tops and Tinker having a great time so far. This game looks like OG is running away with it.
I love the fact that they have Night Stalker and Tinker as well. They have these 2 heroes that really complement each other. You get so much vision for the Tinker to move across the map and do whatever he wants to. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we have Master Ku with the Midas. So this guy, he's not messing around. He's going to have the top net for it. And like, is he there yet? No, but he's getting there slowly.
Right. And on the subject on the subject of Willow, I think Willow is a hero that we should have seen a little bit more, actually, because I like to think of her as a very high DPS solution, so to speak. And if you remember during the Animator meta when DK was a force of nature in every game. Every team had a different approach at first and how to deal with it, right? So we saw some witch doctors being picked up from Maledict, right? We saw some hoodwinks. We saw obviously the emergence of Luna as a popular carry. We just saw these any kind of high damage to deal with the DK. And Willow is actually a solution as well for some teams. They're like, wait, why don't we just pick a support hero that can bedlam him and maybe get it out of the way, and we can kind of pick a core that we want more than just some kind of DK solution. So I was wondering when someone would try Willow out in this Tiny and Medusa and Undying and Sven meta.
Do you maybe think that in this particular game there's a ton of AoE damage versus Dark Willow, so Dark Realm isn't really that useful? Or is it something that you don't care about?
I mean, you don't really care, right? It's not like you're going first into these team fights. It's not like Willow's job this game is to face check and shatter on, right? It's just like a nice ability.
Why is T1 crumbling? What's happening? They're just fighting one by one. They lose one hero, then they go back in. But no tail. It's a position 5 Legion. Does he truly care here? I don't think so.
He bought a lot of time for the rest of his team to get out there. By the way, the Aster versus Alliance game that we were watching earlier, Alliance was able to take the first game there, so the Race King Supreme, and indeed not enough damage through the Chrono, probably, with that plan falling a little bit. So that's Aster's first loss of today. Of course, there will be a game 2 there as well. On stream C, we have Undying still playing up against
Thunder Predator.
Thunder Predator, thank you. And OGT1. So, okay, now it's a democracy.
OGT1.
I'd like to watch OGT1.
I mean, that's already...
But it'd be nice to glimpse at Undying Thunder to see how they're doing.
Yeah, can we do a quick
a quick check?
A little quick check. A little quick check on Alliance Thunder Predator. Thunder Predator is still the only team without a win. Sorry. And do we believe in this draft? The anti-mage?
Anti-mage TA. Okay, check done. Let's go back.
You're not a fan, right?
That's it.
A bit too greedy.
I don't think anyone in the world can be a fan of those heroes combined together.
Yeah, I can see the AM idea. You're kind of, I guess, playing versus Storm and Medusa. There's a lot of mana to be drained and taken away. If you manage to get like super late, perhaps it can work for you, but you're not going to.
Right, and there are alternate ways of playing TA as well, where you don't necessarily have to go Deso Dragonlance and just jungle. You can just rush Blink. You can rush
the other
Blink
team
and try
is
to
just as
fight.
greedy when you think about it. They have Medusa and Storm. So.
Don't look at last hits from the mid lane.
Why?
He got kind of handled.
Yeah, no, this is really bad because if you're picking TA to play an early high tempo game with that Blink Dagger build that we're talking about, which you have to do, for everyone at home who hasn't played Dota in a while, there's this concept of sharing the triangle or safe farming spaces that you really can't distribute with your position 1 and your position 2. And anti-mage and TA together is a very notorious combination that people despise because there's not enough room on the map for these two heroes, especially in the first 20 minutes.
Well, there's not enough room in the lane itself because at the moment Leo Styles getting destroyed by Bryle, so I think we are indeed ready to swap back to a game.
I opened Leo Styles Dota buff and it says PGL Milosh. So whoever you are, Milosh from PGL Production, shame on you for changing the guys in the crew.
He might have upset
Or is it
him.
his, maybe?
No, Milos is his Steam name at the moment.
Oh, so he's
never mind that.
Maybe he's trying to be from PGL. I don't know.
It says PGL dot.
No, that's his Steam name at the moment. I'm not even kidding.
Leo Style is a bit of a memer, I think.
See. Okay.
Yeah, he's
Did we switch? Oh, we did switch.
Yeah, we swapped back, don't worry.
Yeah, so just to finish up the thought is if you're picking TA and you're going to play high tempo Dota, you absolutely cannot lose your lane. You do not have space to come back in the triangle. So that's why we were pretty confident in saying, let's get out of there. But obviously anything can happen, right? Like,
yeah,
they
Imagine
I like your positivity. On the bright side for Thunder Predator, I believe they only had 2 series today because I don't think they have a game. They don't have a game in the last slot of the day, so they can hopefully recover. Well, obviously, again, the game is not yet over, but I hope they can recover for tomorrow and do something.
They need as much time as possible.
Yeah, they need a little bit of time.
Think about it a little bit.
Ooh, we got exciting 4-man smoke coming out from OG here, where they are still very well in the lead. But I do like the draft of T1 in the sense that no matter how far behind they get, they're always able to put up a fight.
Oh, this is...
That's a T1 special as well.
Yeah, this is SCA bread and butter, right?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Like the Medusa and whatnot. You like
The Medusa, the Doom is also the greedy Doom as well. Then Old 11 also implemented that into his builds because he played with SCA people so much.
Okay,
I mean,
well.
T1 is a poke and prod team, right? They will try to force you into a bad fight. They will always try to get back into the game no matter what. I've never seen a team that you have to play, that it's harder to play against them when they're losing. Because if you make a single mistake, they will punish you very hard.
And they can lose the lanes.
Yeah.
Coming from the seasons at least,
Yes.
especially when 23 Savage came into the team, they can lose the lanes. It can happen, but they'll set up a decent high ground defense around the triangle or their own objectives and come back from one of two team fights. Medusa is definitely that sort of a hero.
I just want to comment on the play that just happened because OG just got rushed, but they did it in a very clean way. They distributed their smoke heroes very intelligently, right? They smoked all 5 of their heroes, but they only had Elsie and Morphling in the pit with Press the Attack and Morphling's insane damage. And then they ran Willow and Night Stalker up the high ground, and then to make it look like they're smoked into their jungle and ready to fight them. So they see this Night Stalker and he ults, and they all just kind of run away. They're like, oh guys, they're here, let's back off a little bit. But they're just kind of a decoy. And by the time that they realized, wait, they're roshing, they walk down, but Willow's already got the brambles on a staircase, and they can't even contest the pit. So that was just really nicely played. It may sound a little bit simple. Would I call it simple?
No,
it may have looked simple, but it may have looked simple, but it was actually there was a lot more thought that went into it than.
I agree. There's a saying to make it as simple as possible, but no simpler, and that's the good way to look at Dota. No need to complicate things way too much. There are some very intuitive things in it.
Just do
OG's
simple
one.
Dota really well.
Yeah, that's it. When you understand something really well, you can separate it into very simple examples.
This game is starting to
rationalize.
look like the high ground defense is the only way back for T1 though. They try to take the H's. They get punished for it so hard. I'm very sad.
Is it a little bit too early, Ava? What do you think?
What?
To defend the high ground? Or should you be farming the map a bit more?
No, I think
Usually, I mean.
it's okay against an OG because you know how they play, right? You know they're gonna force a fight, and you want to play their game. The thing is, maybe T1 is playing too much into OG's game.
Look at that damage. Medusa's out of mana. It's.
No, she's dead. Tinker's gonna kill her.
Oh, the blink out.
Actually, very good Ravage defense.
Just on the corner.
That Ravage missed, but it was a good zone out Ravage, so Medusa could get out.
Zoning Shiver Ravage.
I know a lot about zoning Ravages. I am still like this morning I saw like Tidehunter was most picked hero yesterday of the entire day. I don't think my voice line was used once.
People, please.
That was
Shiver's voice line.
Voice line.
Exactly.
It's so good.
Start spamming it.
Absolutely.
Look at that situation. You should do
No
it.
one would do this for my voice.
They are also spamming a lot of Team Nigma's
What did you expect?
sprays.
Yeah. So, Tiny is an absurd hero. I have to get it off my chest. Like that was ridiculous.
What, the amount of damage that he can deal?
Yes, he two-shots these buildings and heroes, and Medusa just gets rocketed twice and then right-clicks by Tiny a couple of times, just completely out of mana.
What do you actually think about this combo with Legion plus Tiny that OG is rolling all the time?
It's
Didn't they
so
lose
good.
last time?
You don't even need a
it's so
BKB
good.
anymore. Easy.
And not just that, he benefits so greatly from the attack speed.
Right.
You just put it on him and he hits buildings. It sounds
You
really nice.
whip him.
And
A similar-
like, go on, you little rock, hit those barracks for
The
me.
pet pebble.
A similar concept actually is Disruptor Shard using the Thunder Strike on Tiny as well. Something that I've seen a few times.
I feel like teams are discovering two things. Tiny is extremely broken. If you make Tiny go fast, even more broken. So Wolfbite, the Legion Commander Shard, just allow him to gap close. The moment he can do that, you can't stop him.
I will say, I don't think, though Dusa theoretically, the core to core against Tiny is nice because you stop his burst damage, you know, the old Tiny. I think her tempo can't really match his for the most part. We've seen more answers like Clinks be successful rather than the Dusa.
He's doubling her network, so
yeah, well, that also helps, of course, right? But it's really tough for Dusa at 20 minutes to be able to fight him immediately and run at him, unless you go maybe for the old Ags build, which I don't think has been used.
Look at Dobson.
Well, Dusa, I think, is in a very good place right now in terms of the patch and
I
how
think
I
she's
would
good.
rate her in tiers. I would put her in an A tier.
Oh.
And she's an SEA specialty hero, but those points you make are so good. There's no way she comes online before Tiny does.
They will continue fighting, it looks like, without Topson, who has died while diving the fountain on his own. He thought that he was creating enough space for his teammates to take Raxes, but obviously they weren't serious enough to follow up on his genius plan.
I love this team. they actually just baited them out into their own high ground so they could go and take this fight.
Easy. I do think that T1, for their high ground defense, for their comeback potential, they needed perfect vision, and they are the ones to... Like, they picked Night Stalker a lot already. Have not been able to make it work, but they have to deal with the Seb Night Stalker this game, so the vision game is all in the hands of OG. Most of the time.
I'm with you, Effie. That's absurd. Did he just tank a Doom?
That is absurd. That is another rampage. I think it's the first rampage of the day?
There was one before as well.
But there was one yesterday.
Yes, with Whisper.
Yes, but was there one today? Yeah, you think so?
I saw.
Well,
what is this? How is he still alive?
I don't even know. It's...
You mean Cuckoo?
The GG, thank you. Yes,
No,
they'll put an end to their suffering. Okay, well, this is only game one, though. And we have learned today that OG is not unbeatable. They have already dropped games, so maybe, I don't know, maybe find a solution to that Tinker. Maybe not let them have Tiny, maybe a better route.
Yeah, maybe Medusa is a little bit too...
Maybe just win next time?
Yeah, just win.
Just win?
OG really just, when it's TI season, I don't know what goes on with them, but there's like this button that just...
They're relaxed.
turned on us.
You know what I felt yesterday about Virtus Pro as well as OG and I think IG too? They're so careless in their games. That's how it feels like. They're just making these very fluid moves.
They already won two. They'll just take another.
They're just having fun.
It's fine.
I don't know about, for sure. OG have fun and they're so relaxed, and I think their biggest strength is just their mental endurance, the mindset that they approach TI, the mindset that they approach Dota is their greatest strength by far, I would say. And it is so important during TI to keep this kind of mindset, because a lot of these more promising teams seem to be really nervous and seem to be choking, right? And you hear a little bit of talk going on from the players, and you hear things, and all you hear is they're so nervous, they're so scared, they're upset with themselves because they choked a little bit, right? And that mental factor plays into TI and results so much in a way that OG shows us how important it is.
Yeah. Let's see if there is some choking going on the game that is still live right now with Undying taking on Thunder Predator. As I said earlier, Thunder Predator is the only team without a win to their name, and you know, even if you like, I feel like even if you lose the first for the first 2 days, right? There is always a chance to come back. It doesn't matter, you can win the rest of your games. But I can only imagine the extra pressure you feel in a game like this. Like it's gonna get harder with every game. To get that mental fortitude that you're talking about.
And Thunder Predator has been a team that's been lacking it. I don't know if I think this meme there made it to the English scene, but Thunder Predator had they had some really weird roster shuffles in which they got rid of Frank, then Frank came back in. And everyone knew that there was like some internal issues, but the org said it was a communication issue. Okay. And then the joke became that, oh, Frank can't speak. That's why there was a communication issue. Frank can't speak. And there's actually been a lot of stories about how Thunder has, like when they get put to the test, they can't speak together as teammates. Sometimes they'll get a bit too excited. Sometimes you'll take it a bit too far, and they can't find the things that fixes them. That's why they have moved much more so than Beast Coast, who stayed together for 2 years. So I really hope for them to recover, if anything, just to see good Dota from them.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the frustrating bit for me is, for Thunder Predator, we've seen them do it, Lizard. We've seen them do so well earlier this year.
Yeah, we've seen them, but it was a different time, a different age.
It was a very different meta. It was the best meta for them.
Yeah.
I think that might have been the best patch for Thunder Predator in a
Why
long
do you think so? Aggressiveness and
the aggressiveness and farming, right?
Yeah.
Like they have both things. Minos needs a bunch of farm so he doesn't die, which he likes doing sometimes, and you also like to be aggressive with Leo so he can make plays all over the map. That was the patch.
Do you think that they're still trying to do the same thing? I mean, obviously.
I don't know. I don't know if they haven't. I feel like they've lost their identity a bit. I think Thunder used to be a very charismatic team, in the Singapore Major at least. And now I just don't see it as much, at least in ESLs, for example.
It's probably, back to what Effie said, it's probably the worst thing that can happen to you as a team is that you lose confidence right before TI.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's points to be made for playing in tournaments right before TI. Of course, it's decent practice. But maybe they should just stop playing after Singapore, was what you're saying, or what? That's not how that works.
For sure.
Is that timer 15?
That is a minute 15, now turning 16 in a second. Yeah, that mid lane that we talked about with the TA versus Storm got so out of control that Storm did really great. We have Medusa nice and fat, and Undying. I mean, I feel like they're cruising. You can make a case that Thunder Predator has got a good shot later on in the game if they hold on for long enough. But it's gonna be really rough because even if you just look straight at drafts, it's not like they'll guarantee win if the game goes long enough, right? It's
AM is holding on this top 3 net worth, but
yeah. So I'm gonna assume AM had the easiest lane because like it's a Tidehunter. It's very, very easy for him to farm. But even with his ideal lane, he got a 15-minute Battle Fury, and TA got completely destroyed mid. And in the past, TA was considered a Storm Spirit counter, right? Because she was so strong on lane, her refraction didn't get burned when you denied, right? So she could just deny everything and lasted everything, and Storm really couldn't do much to her. But if Storm wins the lane, which he does now, once refraction is lost, he has a very easy time and he goes into the jungle and he gets his levels, he kills TA with such ease because Overload is such an effective tool at removing refraction. So he just scales better than she does, and he kills her easily, and Anti-Mage is really far behind in net worth, so Storm can kill Anti-Mage too. He just goes in on him, gets a little bit of follow-up from Global, he's dead.
I don't blame them though. Emo played TA, he crushed with it, they're feeling it, they're like, if he can do it, let's try it out as well. The hero looks strong.
So if you allow me to shift perspective a bit, I would like to also sing Undying's praises here because they're actually one of the teams that I would hate to lose against. They follow I want to say a similar style necessarily as Quincy Group, but this oppressive style that Quincy also has is very present in Undying. They will not let you go. Like if they have the lead, they will snowball out of control very hard. I think this comes from the practice they got in NA, honestly. They played against a lot of teams that honestly were not at their level. And they learned how to crush him. They learned how to play from in front.
So they're good at exploiting weaknesses.
They are. They're very, very good at that. I would be scared to lose my lanes against Undying because they're good at doing that. And that's why sometimes they pick these greedy lineups. You go, will they get away with it? Well, if they do, the game's over.
So the one thing whenever I see Undying is, this guy, he doesn't get enough praise. Maybe deserves, maybe not Saberlight. I remember him when he was in Hippomaniacs.
Yes, Czech team.
Yeah, Czech team, national team. They were qualifying for WCG or something like that in Athens.
WESG.
Yeah, probably. I was there casting it, and that guy's having just so much fun playing his offlane heroes. He innovates, and that's what I like a lot. I remember he started the Axe phase boots into just running mid lane. He wins the lane and just straight up with phase boots runs mid. Ganks the mid laner, continues playing. Plus his tweets are
really funny.
Well, I'm not sure if I would call them funny, but interesting.
I think they're funny.
Yeah?
Depends on how you read them.
Yeah,
sure.
I read them as jest. I take him as a jester, but a good Dota playing jester. He's also had a huge experience. He used to, when he subbed in for Quincy Crew, I think he learned a lot from like really veteran players. I'd give my left arm to get a chance of playing under MSS and SVG. Imagine that.
If you lose your left arm, you're going to be a lot worse at the game, though.
Yeah, but I'm already done in that regard, so at least I'll use my brain for something, right? Maybe I can be a coach afterwards.
Sure.
Okay, we all make sacrifices for Dota.
Oh my God.
That's one way of looking at it.
This went
Some
dark.
people lose their left arm, some people lose their sanity.
I think that's the case for Saberlight. And maybe Moon as well.
Relationships.
Sanity?
I have to say it.
I see. Yeah, possible.
Yeah, but judging by his tweets.
Okay, so what you guys are all saying also still, there is, like, Undying, a strong team, but Thunder Predator still has a chance, surely, right? No? Yeah?
They do. It's hard to write them off, but it's
yes, they have a chance.
There's always a chance, and there is a chance that Anti-Mage just carries.
Yeah.
It's going to be a feat, though, because they're playing against a Storm Spirit who's ahead with an Aegis. with a TA who's 4th in net worth, which you cannot be as a TA. TA's strength comes from her net worth lead, right? TA lineups usually win because at minute 20, they're like 8K or 9K gold ahead because of their TA. So you've just got this -1 hero on your team and an anti-mage. What are you going to do here exactly?
Okay, let's see. The genuine alternative, because I've seen this once in a really bad TA game from SCA. I forgot who was playing it.
Okay.
You go Ags, right? Ignore the usual TA playstyle. You go Ags, you start cutting lanes like crazy. That's all your role is, and you just delay the game endlessly for an anti-mage. It's really, I mean, Storm can catch you, right? But you're meant to die. Meanwhile, anti-mage is doing something similar, but anti-mage can actually deal with the Storm. And you just delay the game endlessly, hoping that anti-mage will be the one to carry you, because you're done for the game.
That was actually a popular playstyle in some of my pods recently, like maybe a month ago, in which there was a TA mid on my team, and then suddenly she disappears and I don't see her ever again, and I lose, and I don't know what happened.
You can't ever push.
Yeah, but when it comes to this scenario, in this game, I think scenario for Thunder Predator in which they win is Storm makes a mistake, Brawl zips in way too deep, AM counters, and then they get a couple of kills on that Storm and bounce back off of that. I don't really see that happening. You have to count on the enemy's mistakes.
Exactly.
But if you could bait it out somehow, it would be a winning option for Thunder Predator.
Well, hopefully that happens so that they can get some confidence back. But
Yeah.
I really like the concept that you mentioned of this TA just kind of sacrificing yourself to just push out lanes. And when you think about it, there are 3 slow heroes on Undying's side, right? Tidehunter, Silencer, Medusa. They don't really move around the map with ease. But TA didn't even go for that build, right? Just a typical Blink Deso. So they don't have the tools to play in a way that will allow them to get these key pickoffs.
No, I think we are gonna give this game a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
Because we just have seen 3 heroes feed one by one. And I think Undying is doing really well, and I don't want to take anything away from them. I feel like they're cruising through this game, and they got it on lock. For Thunder Predator's sake, I hope that they are able to prove us wrong, but with Undying already knocking on high ground. Yeah, I think it's time to check in with IG versus Virtus Pro. They are going on stream A. If you, of course, want to continue watching Undying versus Thunder Predator, you can do so on stream C, which is on the TI4 stream. There's 5 TI streams total. And it is commentated by Gareth and Lacoste, so you're in for a treat there, regardless of how the game plays out. But let's look at IGVP. That's a little bit of a more even game because we're only just started. So let's first take a look at the draft because we have not seen a lot of Drow Rangers.
A breath of fresh air right here. There is no more copium in the air. Thunder Predator this, Thunder Predator that. We can actually watch a game that's winnable for either one of these 2 teams.
By the way, also interesting to note for just a quick second, Undying only had 1 series, that's that one. So they have an easy day today by the looks of things. But yeah, sorry.
What's the last hero, sorry, on the...
The last hero on
Undying.
VP is Undying.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. And again, we got a Drow Ranger. We don't really see her. I think this is one of the first ones this tournament.
Maybe one more, right? There was one more. No,
if it was today, I was only able to do all the first.
Maybe it was some stream that I was watching.
Actually.
Okay. I don't remember, to be honest. I think it might be the first.
Yeah.
So I actually like Drow Ranger in this game in particular, right? Because this ET and Drow lane is incredibly strong. When you think about Drow, you typically need some Undying type support to body for you in the lane and throughout the game because you don't need a save hero, you just need someone who can be that magnet kind of for enemy damage for you. But also she's got silence versus 2 really pesky heroes, which are Weaver and Puck. And you have to deal with these heroes somehow. And there aren't any kind of instant disables on this team, with the exception of telekinesis, which, until you get more levels in it, it's not that great. But a good gust on Puck will allow Storm to kill him. And a good gust on Weaver, he's dead, right? So this can be a very good Drow game.
Like a guy that plays 5, but only as an ET that buys Agnums first.
So plays 5.
Cool. Real 5. I have to say, I love playing with Drow Ranger because it's one of those rare carries that actually not only do you protect her, but she gives you enough slow to get that damage
Yeah.
in. If you manage to get to level 3 and that level 2 Astral Spirit, suddenly the lane should be very easy for you. But they are playing versus the strongest position 4, in my opinion, right now in the meta, that's Weaver, and then Shaker as well, who's extremely capable of blocking out the Drow Ranger and the Elder Titan, and if they manage to plan those fissures properly, they can separate her away from the ET and get a couple of kills.
That's true, but I would say that Earthshaker, I wouldn't consider him as a strong laner as a 3, right? He can do a lot of shenanigans, like pulling the creeps and stuff, you know, the fissures especially, but he is the kind of hero that I think Drow can just eat up. And Drow is actually one of the better heroes of farming jungle camp, so when ET does his creep shenanigans, you also can go jungle.
Who separated here at ET, so he'll be able to most likely...
But that Gust is really, I like that they took an early point.
Still.
Because that's what they picked her for, right? The Gust is just too good.
Oh, okay. Ollie lives. That was
impressive. That was very good.
That was so
he did the
on
math.
brand.
He did the math.
That was impressive, yeah. He just shut you up immediately as heard of that play.
Yeah, I was gonna make a point because in the past, Drow Ranger has always seemed like comparable with Disruptor in the sense that you are great when you're ahead. You're great when you're doing well, because when you get to chase people down, there's no running away from a Drow, right? But once the shoe's on the other foot, once you're getting chased down instead, Drow is all of a sudden a lot more reliable on teammates to get away. Nice.
Oh no.
I don't get him off that cliff.
They can
But
get
is that
him
no
off that
longer
cliff.
the case? Sorry. Is it no longer the case that the Drow is not that good anymore?
So,
or the Drow is not bad anymore when you're behind?
Drow is a unique hero for me in the case where it really just depends on who's on her team and who she's playing against. Like, she's a draft-dependent hero.
I agree.
But I wouldn't say that Drow from behind is bad, because I think one of her biggest strengths is that she can match heroes like Luna and Medusa in damage with far less net worth. Drow isn't a hero who's item dependent to do damage. She just needs to be a safe distance away from the enemies and just right click them, right? She alone, without 1 or 2 items down, she'll do what she needs to do, right? So you just need to make sure she doesn't get caught and she doesn't die, and that's why you have to build around her. A lot of people used to think that, oh, Ursa is so great versus Drow because he gets on top of her. He really isn't, though. She kites him out so well. Like,
When did they get Weaver out of
Sven
prison?
so well. She kites out any kind of jump
He's just
carry
stuck
so well.
there. His TP was on cooldown when he got there.
He literally TP'd.
Oh, there he is.
He TP'd to the tier 2. I was thinking maybe, just maybe DM will be kind enough
to fissure him off.
Fissure him off the cliff, but
no.
What do you do now? Put him mid, get some experience, boy. You suffered enough.
Did we save?
No, Save ended up having to save himself with the teleport off.
Oh, they missed the Gust. This might be a chance, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Storm's here.
Friend
bait, actually.
Emo helping out.
This is another thing, by the way, that Drow, not the easiest hero to just jump and kill unless you have like a high damage hero immediately. And sometimes you can bait out, especially with the Storm. It's actually a really good technique to do that. Maybe not like mid-late game when everyone has enough farm to burst you, but now, yes.
What do you think? Was VP a little bit too aggressive, considering Storm was full mana, had TP ready, and it's IG you're playing against? They love to respond.
I would think so, especially because I don't think that Earthshaker is that strong right now. He's not that kind of offlaner, right? He'll bring you something once he gets his first core item, but right now he's really just a fisherman.
I think Earthshaker as an offlaner is quite strong, not the strongest, but he needs to win his lane, right? So versus a ranged hero,
he struggles.
That's not where he's effective.
Because he needs his first item. He needs that either blink, yeah, let's be honest.
But versus something like a PA or any kind of melee carry that isn't an anti-mage, because you just don't want to lose your mana on that hero, he can out-deny them and just bully them away from creep waves. So that's where his strength would be. But also this Ags build that people are doing on Core Shaker, Drow is very good against it because
gust him out, it's true.
Gust him and just stop him, right? So this is why the Drow picks it out.
So do you two think that maybe they should have approached the lane in a bit of a different way? Because Shaker has many ways of laning, right?
Right.
Maybe some fissure blocks, mess up the equilibrium.
But we didn't really get to see how the lane started from the very beginning.
They were
fighting. Just saw it towards the end, right?
I don't know, because you have a Weaver, right? So even though Earthshaker can play this differently, what do you do with your Weaver? Do you just send him as a tri-lane? Do you go gank?
Hunt some couriers.
You're right, honestly. I feel like Weaver is the kind of hero, at least right now as a 4, that you're either playing in the lane and trying to hit the 5, or else you kind of fall behind a bit in experience. So I understand why they try to fight a bit more. I don't think it was the wrong choice necessarily.
It's either that or you end up on a cliff, so
I've never seen that for a Weaver specifically.
Which is funny because we should see more often, perhaps not Weaver, but Rubik will be played more because of the Weaver.
Yes, it's true. Rubik is a huge Weaver counter.
It just benefits from the Sukuchi,
It's a
right?
Sukuchi, yeah. And then you have the telekinesis being quite an instant stun, because then you can actually go in up close and personal. Yeah.
I like that you guys bring up Rubik because I feel like Rubik's reintroduction into the meta was just the rise in popularity of all these other heroes. Nothing else really. It's just that, oh, Earthshaker is good. Oh, Weaver is good.
Yeah.
It's the cycles, right?
Yeah, it's, oh, look at all these, Spirit Breaker is good. All these heroes just like, oh.
Oh, he stole Tombstone, actually. That's another good thing that Rubik can do this game.
Great,
Very useful.
Great steal, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm really glad Rubik's back in meta because metas without Rubik, so boring.
The patch life cycles of heroes.
Yeah, and Rubik always seems to be good around TI, so it's very fitting that Rubik and Shaker. Well, we've just jinxed him a little bit.
Is it intentional?
No. You mean
Rubik is a very fun hero to watch. Shaker as well. It's a fairly simple concept that creates nice scenarios for even a casual viewer who mostly tune in during TI. So,
Is there anything more satisfying
than 10,000 IQ genius plans his patches to make Rubik weak before TI, Rubik and Shaker, but
we
finds the way to bring them back into the meta.
You have someone that has hang around slacks for a little bit way too much here. I wonder who it is.
There was a time, though, when Rubik was not that popular, and that was the best TI final ever, which was TI 4. So I don't know why people are complaining. 15 minutes of Dota is what I'm looking for when I'm looking for my TI finals.
Maybe
Sorry, hey, excuse me. It was at least 17 minutes, okay?
What was it, the $10,000 primal split. That was, because he avoided the rock in time. What a great play.
I'm surprised you remember so clearly.
Because that is actually, no joke, one of my favorite finals. I thought it was very precise. 14 minutes, 52 seconds that play happened.
Jesus.
In the meantime, by the way, Stream C had about a similar experience as TI4 with Thunder Predator got beaten by Undying. As we saw, especially the draft in Game 2 was a problem. For Undying, that was their only series today. We'll see them again tomorrow. Thunder Predator was their last series today as well. Hopefully they can make a little bit of a comeback tomorrow because so far they are still the only team that does not have a single game win to their name. Also with, of course, PSG LGD losing a game, there's no team anymore that doesn't have a single loss. So, you know, we are thinking back to a lot of the majors and thinking like, okay, there used to be a very even split in the majors. It was so even. Nobody knew who was going to get eliminated. Seems to be a little bit more clear, a little bit more clear difference in skill this TI compared to the previous major, but at least everybody has got at least one loss.
Well, I'd say Group B has. I think anyone in Group B can still be eliminated.
Yeah.
I feel like Group A just has the one scapegoat right now.
That's true. And I think for that reason, a lot of people, when they saw the groups.
By the way, do we want to just quickly check in Aster Alliance? We have not seen their drafts yet. Yeah, let's check in with Stream B to just quickly get a little bit of an update on who is ahead for that one. Even though they were only 8 minutes into the game.
So what are the drafts?
The draft. So we got on the Alliance side, we got a Legion Commander, a Puck, a Faceless Void, a Snapfire, an Elder Titan, and they're facing up against Team Aster, who's got a Troll, an Io, a Shaker, and a Weaver and a Leshrac. That is a Shaker, right? He's dead, but it looks like Shaker. Yeah. No. Yeah. It's a Shaker.
I thought that was mixed from here. It is a Shaker. Yeah.
Hello.
I do apologise. Me and Shiva had a pre-plan for this.
Yeah.
So I now feel bad because I've only got 2 beverages, but not enough for everyone. Bye, Lizard. I love you very much. Thank you.
You're not going to get a drink.
You're getting nothing other than leaving, unfortunately, yes.
So you're coming towards me first now?
I'm not allowed to.
Wait,
because...
Do you want me to give you the tea?
What?
This is the fix to the problem. I will give you Shiva's drink. Please bestow it upon her, upon passing it to the glorious Effie, please. And then from Effie, please pass this glorious cup to the glorious Shiva, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
And in future panels, what I will do in the group.
Yeah.
Everyone please put their favorite drink. So
How are you able to carry all of them on?
I did work in a restaurant for like 4 to 5 years.
Can you get any drink I could ask for?
I will do
Can you do
any
like
of
this?
your requests drink-based, yes.
Can you hold 4 in one?
I'm sure I could try, but...
Because you gotta hold your notes in the other
yeah,
one.
exactly. And I got my notes here. So, yeah, future panels.
Wait, where did those notes come from? You were carrying 2
Yes,
things.
I was, yeah.
Where was the notebook?
Great question, Shiva. I have been practicing for TI, and this thing can disappear at my command. Ooh, gone.
Do not want to know.
Don't question.
I'm not. I'd rather not.
Thank you. But yeah, like I said, any panel I'll come on in the future, I'll make sure that I bring drinks for everyone.
Hey, hydration's very important. Everybody at home,
Thank you very much.
What
make
drink
sure
would
you
you
drink
like in the
enough
future? Like a
water.
just a simple water, right? I guess we can't do brands.
Coffee
How do you like your coffee?
Yeah, how do you like your coffee?
with milk and 3 sugars.
A splash of milk, or you
3
go?
sugars?
Oh, that's a lot of sugar. How big is the mug here? Are we saying like it's a big mug? Is like the sugar
And
going
how
around?
big is the sugar?
It's not like an espresso-sized cup. It's a mug.
Sure,
Mug.
it's this mug.
Bigger than that,
Are we
hopefully.
talking 3
Yeah,
sugar
that big.
cubes or 3 sugar bags?
The little sugar packets that they have in the hotel.
Brown sugar or white
Is that
sugar?
a lot of sugar?
That is a lot of
Fair
sugar.
amount of sugar.
Normally we go for like 1 to maybe 2 if you're thinking about it.
Sugar is quite
But the packets are not the same as a sugar cube. A sugar cube is a lot of sugar.
Isn't a packet a teaspoon?
Yeah,
I
if
think
you
the
put 3
packet is-
sugar cubes, that'd be insane.
Yeah, that's insane. But it's
I
not.
used to when I was a kid, to be fair. When I drank my tea, I used to do splash of milk and like 5 sugar cubes. I was giddy, bouncing off the walls.
Well, if a packet is a teaspoon, that is perfect. That's the correct amount.
3 teaspoons?
I've recently tried to downgrade to 2 sugars.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
But you've not been like
It's not the same. Like I do it sometimes. Oh, I'm feeling edgy today. Or I'm feeling grown up, right? So I'll put 2 sugars. And I like my coffee a little bitter because it's more bitter without 3 sugars.
True. How about what drink you want, Avo?
I don't like sweet things, so I'd like a chocolate milk, please.
What?
Yes.
That is
Yes.
sweet.
That is
Excuse me?
inherently sweet, yeah. I nodded, yeah, but I was like, wait, no.
And
One
with
of
2
the-
sugars, please, actually, inside the chocolate
This
milk.
logic is horrendous.
One of the, because there, you probably have noticed in
Are
the
you
breakfast
making
room,
fun of me?
slight detour from the Dota, in the breakfast room in the hotel, there are 2 coffee machines. Both of them do hot chocolate. Both of them are made very differently.
I've
And
not
the
realized.
lattes.
They do them very differently as well. There's just different ways of doing the milk. So the chocolate milk on one is a lot more sugary than the chocolate milk on the other. There's also one chocolate milk that's a lot more milky than the other.
Okay.
So make sure you compare and see which chocolate milk is your flavor, and then let T know which one it is and how you
Again,
like your chocolate milk.
That's perfectly
And
fine.
I have no idea how I'm going to segue that back to the game, but I do want to hear your thoughts about the series, because so far, of course, we saw Lions take game 1. We were having some criticism on Aster's draft at that point, where we felt that they did not have a very coherent draft. They did not have damage through the chrono and all that. Now the Faces Void is on the side of Alliance. Have they got an answer to everything that Aster has brought to the table?
I think this, if you answer to the, is there damage for the chronal?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
This
An
time they
abundance,
fixed that,
yes.
right?
They,
There's a ton
they
of
have
it.
that, yes.
I actually think that, honestly, both sides are pretty good. I like that Aster's trying to try out new IO combinations. I feel like that's something that we've been missing. We're seeing a bit of IO Sven these days. I'm not entirely sold on the troll just yet, though. In this draft, I think it's okay. I'm not sold on the hero.
No.
I think it's one of those things where like we didn't see the draft, but when Alliance has heroes like Legion, Puck, Void, and Aster has a single form of like frontline, which is going to be the troll. Like Shaker's a reinitiator, Io's backing the person up. Leshrac can do that if he has like Shroud BKB, but even if he's frontlining, like Alliance have like the perfect executors for whoever wants to poke their head in first, and it does put a lot of emphasis on Aster re-engaging well. But yeah, I think I prefer Alliance's draft from the quick take.
Interestingly enough, Alliance's draft is something that you would have seen Aster play like 5 months ago at the UC, right? This is something they're used to, because this All-State Void pairing is very popular for reasons we talked about yesterday, but for anyone who missed it, Void is not a hero that likes to be disabled, so having an All-State behind him who can just dispel and heal and give him that attack speed is...
What a chrono.
Wow, this is a nice chrono.
That was pretty
That's
naughty.
a Nico baby spell.
That's a Nico baby
clean.
chrono right there.
And the draw on the side.
TI9 Mineski vibes, right? That's impressive.
They're not in the lower bracket yet, but...
I mean, they upgraded from the Lotus Sphere to the Nico Baby Sphere. Quite the upgrade.
So clean. As you were saying, Effie.
What was I saying? That was really nice.
Yeah,
It was a very good point.
Reminiscent of Alliance's draft, were reminiscent of Aster themselves.
Yes.
Or
Legion
any
Void.
kind of Chinese team during season 2 of the DPC like played similar things, but also just the ET and Snapfire with the Void, tried and true, and just, they have the damage for Chrono. They have like the dispel for Void. He is their big boy hero this game. Like that is his job. I don't think Aster's draft is bad in any way. I feel like something may have went wrong in laning that we didn't see.
Yeah, I'd expect Troll to do better.
So it's hard to get a read exactly on why the game looks like this from this end, but Troll should not suffer in that lane in any way, especially with an IO.
Exactly. That's why you pick Troll partially. He's one of the better carry laners out there, and right. And Lesh, I would expect, will also have a bit more farm. Even if his lane didn't go too well, you can always get the small camp or even get a couple of stacks, especially with an IO in your team. Yeah.
If you want to talk about Aster's draft, it can honestly be very snowbally if they do get the ball rolling, because a lot of Alliance's draft is around Chronosphere. So when that's down, and
Like now.
Yep, when that's down, look what Aster have. They have Leshrac, who's just going to barrel down these lanes and get these towers. They have the IO to keep them safe and alive. They've got the Troll, who can also just right-click away at the towers or just farm up to his choosing. And they have the security of the Earthshaker. I think Aster's draft is much more battle-ready all the time than Alliance's. It just seems like we came at an awkward point of the game where we couldn't see what led up to this point. But Roshan is a really nice and easy objective that Aster can take too, that they can plan around the next Chronosphere or something like that, and Alliance don't necessarily have a mechanism to fight it to. And I know you love to talk about Roshan. So.
I mean, Roshan, we've got Vision, there's a lot of...
favorite thing.
I like talking about the things that like the viewer doesn't always get to see so well, so I sound like a lunatic, you know? Mate, look at that wall! Just like, we have no idea what you're on about. I'm literally talking about a hill on the other side of the map, and
Speaking of Roshan.
It's right here, it's right there, and...
Do they have Chrono for it?
Alliance is going to do first. Can Aster contest? They can, of course, relocate over if they want to, but they're going to be too late. They know what's going on, though. If they're teleporting over, they're going to be too late.
The nice thing with...
Are they going to still try? They're going to be...
By Alliance. To use that Chrono to just take Roshan, take it away from them, because they knew that that's an objective that they would play for next if they decided to smoke at them instead of go Rosh.
It's one of those things where like, you know the cooldown's coming back up, so they take it as it's like, okay, Chrono's up in 10 seconds, guys. Then they go Roshan, then they hit the big Chrono here, as you see. So.
That was a zone out Chrono, genuinely as well. Like you put it in the,
That was one where he knew that Aegis was gonna get burned, but it was.
It's first Aegis, so it's fine.
Yeah, this was worse because they denied the Aegis to Aster.
Basically going off of
the Troll.
Yeah, going off of what Effie was saying about the whole skirmishing. Like Aster thrives on like cheap items running at you. You waste a Chrono, we respawn in 20, we go again, right? So if Alliance take away that Aegis, it completely removes a skirmishing lineup's ability to play the skirmishing style, right? They now kind of look and go, wait, how do we fight them now? Because we just lost a fight and they just took away the Aegis from the map. If we want to fight them, it's going to be kind of an awkward engagement. So yeah, Alliance just reading their opponent's draft and then going for it pretty well.
Yeah.
It was a really nice call by them to do Rush there. I don't even think Aster themselves were ready for it. They just started to set up in their jungle and all of a sudden...
Value of Snapfire, right? You go to like Solar Crest plus Little Shredder. Like, you look at Alliance's draft outside of Snapfire and you go, yeah, they're not doing it until like minute 25 plus, right? But you get this Pos 5 or whatever who can kind of slot in and just... Also Pos 4, sorry, but...
Also, the choice of the Crystallis on Void actually meant a lot there. You actually get so much DPS on a relatively cheap item.
Does he have?
Crystallis.
So what else does he have, sorry?
I did not see. I just saw the Crystallis. I thought the red,
that's pretty high
red sword.
Oh wow,
okay.
They know.
That's very Nico. This is why.
That is very Nico, but I think it's Crystallis Mask of Madness, I believe.
Yeah.
And then Sanj. That's a huge DPS build. It actually would allow you to make Roshan plays with Void.
That's kind of what like Gyrocopter players, I know like Matumba Man really enjoyed this in Gyrocopter where he'd just go for like treads, one like Wraith Band into not Daedalus. Be very clear, sorry. A Crystallis. And then it was like that just allowed him to pump out so much more damage. And it's just like low-key damage, and yeah, I could maybe see Void doing it as well.
So Aster want to take advantage of Chrono being on cooldown and decide to run into their triangle, but E tier actually thwarted them almost instantly, and that's one of his strengths, the Echo Stomp, just defending these areas, defending either the pit or the triangle or any kind of choke point, that's where he thrives as a hero outside of the laning phase and outside of comboing with something like a Chronosphere.
Yeah. I guess also one of the upsides for Alliance is that they know that Aster wants to go every time Chrono is on cooldown, right? So they can play very well around that. And I feel like they got the ropes in their hands, the reins. They are doing quite well. How different is Alliance today compared to Alliance yesterday? Because they, of course, didn't have a great start, but today they seem like reborn.
I think their drafts are actually a big difference.
Yeah?
I mean, look, Alliance is a team that is just tried and true. They know what drafts they like, and they'll go for those. Anything with the Void is ideal. But we did see some experimentation the first day. I don't think it was bad experimentation, but it's groups. You're meant to try out the meta.
Yeah.
And now I see a much clearer identity. They've kind of settled in these team fights, kind of fast-ish carries. Void is somewhat there. These cheap item builders as well. I mean, now he's going to die, but... For the most part, I think
that's the caster's curse. Don't worry.
Yes,
it happens to everyone, including.
It wasn't Nika Baby, right?
Analyst.
No, it was S4 still, but
cheeky S4 kill. You can tick whatever. So move on. Alliance isn't going to be too downbeat.
It's fine.
But in the meantime, Chrono is off cooldown, and by the time LC's alive, they can make their next play and look to make it.
Mm-hmm. Also, S4 was playing a lot of LC, right? I recall seeing him like 2 or 3 plays.
This is his second game. Well, okay, unless he played a previous game as well, because I have not registered that one. But earlier he played yesterday against Thunder Predator.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just overstating it.
And he's played 2 Legion pubs where he lost one.
Oh, there we go. That's what I was talking about.
That being said, S4 is a very veteran player. I'm sure he's played Legion Commander quite a bit on the off lane for sure.
I think S4 might have more games on certain heroes than some players in this TI have competitive games overall.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. Yeah.
The nice thing as well for Alliance's lineup is they don't really feel like they have any pressure in this game, right? Like a Troll Warlord, he's the type of hero. I think why we're seeing him kind of appear but disappear as well as the tournament progresses. He's very good in lane, but then he gets lost in these early engagements. The cheap items he buys does not help him from getting kited. And then he needs the BKB. But if he goes BKB too early, he doesn't have the damage. And if he gets it too late, he's already been kited and lost the complete map, right? So it's a very weird and awkward hero that you either have to crush your lane, protect your jungle, and have a 1 item advantage to really get into your opponent's face and win the game. Otherwise, you're seeing this, like, Alliance has so many beautiful ways just to make sure that Aster is playing on the fringe of the fight, hoping for the slam, hoping for maybe that relocate to reset, and without that, it's so difficult. And I think that's maybe why we'll see Troll lose faith in this tournament a bit, because the weakness is so present.
And just to add a little extra comment on something T said, which is very nice, it doesn't feel like they're under pressure. And that's because they took away the Aegis from the skirmish lineup. It rewrote the flow of this entire game for what Astra envisioned for it.
That being said...
yeah, this is... but like, the way that we're describing this does kind of result in these plays, right? Like, they are playing in the enemy jungle trying to do this. Point. Bye.
You have been selected.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye, Effie.
Hey there, Effie.
Yeah, like,
this awkward silence as someone is called from the group. Goodbye. See you in a little bit, hopefully.
I like 10 minutes to talk. Bye. Talk later.
Was she in the middle of a point?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Ari walks in.
Okay, could you finish the sentence, please?
Yeah.
Void's dead.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
He just respawned. What were you guys talking about, though?
That Void just died. That literally was it.
So, okay, TLDR, we're basically talking about how Alliance's draft, they've got, all the team fight, yada, yada, yada. Aster, they rely on Troll not getting kited, but he needs a BKB, he's getting kited. Troll's an awkward hero because without BKB, he's kind of lost, and Alliance has a lot of answers to deal with this the single front line of Aster, and then, pretty much that. And then Alliance fell victim to their own over-aggression because Aster were able to push the Troll in. TLDR done. Cool. Yeah, that was the.
That was the TLDR.
Yeah,
so Aster actually is on fire now.
Yeah, that's
because this is a concept that was talked about yesterday as well, where if you know that your enemy's got a great 5-man lineup to fight all the time, and when they're alive, when they're all alive, is that once 1 or 2 is dead, you just continue hunting.
Yeah.
Just always get that number advantage. So Aster finding their stride. What do you think about the drafts now that you've had a second to look at them, Ernest?
My initial thought is when I see Troll, he's like really lane focused as a carry. He doesn't provide. His scale is weird because he does scale, but his timings are more items than a lot of other heroes. And I actually sort of like the idea that Monet had, because if you go for some Maelstrom or Battle Fairy type items, then you need like 3 or 4 slots sometimes to really hit with this hero. Like you get kited really hard. But Diffuser BKB is an item build that lets you do more, and because you have Isle, you don't need as much sustain. So it makes a lot of sense with his lineup.
And the Falcon Blade as well.
Oh, he has Falcon Blade as well? Okay. I do like that item right now. I think it's...
Me too.
I think it's like numerically strong, and sometimes pros are like really slow on catching on to these trends. Like if you think of like when people are all buying Aquilas, even like these range in heroes, like Aquila was that strong for like 2 years before that. But people weren't really buying it, and then all of a sudden they'll start catching on. I think it's the same for Falcon Blade.
That's the most amazing thing in Dota though, is when there's so many things in the game, and like pros and anyone playing, they don't really respect the idea of something, or they haven't tried it, and like Dota's a game of feel. So if they haven't got it in their inventory, like it's kind of bad, right? They read the quick stats like and then they try it that one game, and they don't know why exactly, but it's like, this feels good. And everyone just jumps on the idea. Like there's always that one item or one trend that kind of appears from just feel.
The thing is in Dota, even if you try it in a game and it feels good or bad, it doesn't even tell you if it's the item. There are like so many variables that it's hard to isolate. Sorry, what were you saying, Alvin?
I was going to say, I find it hard to compare, because what other item would you be able to buy that gives you, actually, after this team fight first? He's got an Edge Chronos every single time, right?
Yeah,
that was a very cool reload.
He has Edge Chronos into the Jewels a lot, but the relocate
was also really good.
I wish we get a replay, because technically that chrono is one of those chronos where it allows the IO to get the relocate tether in, because he's
on
not
going to
get
yeah. But he's been trying to get them on the edge for the
duel.
For the duel.
I feel like Isles should always get relocates now though, because there's like new technology where you press the relocate and then
that's true.
You just hover your mouse button over the Troll's portrait and you look at your relocate timer. And when that, like you can do it like so that you relocate as soon as you start moving, like every single time if you do that.
Just to clarify, relocate is cancelled when you're stunned.
Yes. So the chrono, if you are tethering into the chrono,
exactly,
everybody dies. This game has been blown wide open once again by Aster, so it's fairly even. It will go on for a little bit longer, and I do think we should check back in it later. But I do also think we should look at Stream C. We have, of course, the draft still going on for the first series, for the first game of the SA Showdown. By the way, SA versus SA in Beast Coast versus SG. But I want to see OG versus T1 for a little bit, because that game has been going on for like 5 to 10 minutes, and I think, from what I saw in the miniature version that we have, it looked like an active hype game.
Yeah, and also in game, did you cover game 1?
Half. I mean, we're covering everything.
Okay,
We're
cool,
the
nice.
multicast pig. Please. Sorry.
I mean, normally you just watch all of OG games, you know what I'm saying? So
wow. I mean, that's what we're doing right now.
I know, right?
That's what we swapped now.
Yeah, good. Yeah, cool. What was I saying? No, I was just going to say, because it was really exciting to see Tinker, of course. We've seen Tinker from PSG. SG played it today as well. I think that hero, it's the type of hero that will rise in popularity. Just, it is so, like, you forget how tanky the hero is. And I don't want to say easy, but it's so nice to get to the point where you're tanky, because it's like you buy Blink, maybe Aether, Ags, BKB, and at that point, you can play so aggressive on the map. If you get jumped, you're still going to probably survive, right? And
yeah, I mean, you also have defense matrix, so you can. They have to do that much damage in order for it to disable your Blink.
Yeah.
I think Undying are playing it as well, or I don't know if their game finished, but I think Tinker's like 5-0 right now.
They were playing it earlier.
I think they won that game.
They won
they won game 1.
So I don't know if it's 5-0 or 6-0 now, but Tinker's looked really good. This game also, OG has an Ember. I think that's the other hero. I think he's 8-0. I don't know what he is now. I was reading the stats earlier.
Do not fear me.
But this hero has looked really strong. I'm surprised it's actually only picked 8 games, especially with a lot of the heroes being picked in Dota right now. Like he's a pretty reliable like spirit catcher right now. I don't feel like the Orchid threat on him is as big as it used to be. I don't know why. It's just like how your heroes position around the map. You're less likely to be alone and like split pushing. And he just got way more stable with the Flame Guard buffs.
So Tinker is 5 games, 100% win rate, and Ember was the other one you're asking for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ember is 8 games, 100% win rate.
Wow.
On point.
And other 100% win rate heroes, Nyx has 3 games, probably not really warranted.
And Wyvern had high.
And Wyvern is like 5 games now, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
5
wins?
games, 100% again wins, yeah.
Impressive.
I mean, those stats are like weird because when the heroes are picked that little, you often get them in really good games for them. But I was actually looking at Ember, and he was just like picked like second phase. It's not like some last pick Embers where it's a perfect game for him. I mean, oftentimes you'll see a Storm or something, but I actually saw him in some lineups where it did not look like a good Ember game, and he was just pulling through.
So you feel like this is a good Ember game?
Yeah, it is a good Ember game.
Why?
It's not simple to catch him, and he has heroes that he can constantly poke.
I mean, hey, Thompson just made a good case for it as well.
I think the nice way. Wait, sorry, you take it?
I was gonna say to add to that point is that he has to the poking point. You have 2 heroes that you don't really want to hard commit on, like Venge and Troll. Ember can just poke and prod from a distance. Sometimes you can kill Venge by accident.
Just looking elsewhere, mate.
It's also always nice when you have like some save. Like even if you get caught in Ember this game, the Legion's just gonna press to attack you, and you're always gonna get out.
I think in general, like the reason why the Spirit heroes are always so strong is because they punish lineups that don't have both frontline and also backline save. Like if an Ember Spirit jumps into T1's lineup right now, the only way that they actually lock him down or like punish him, it's like the perfect combination of multiple heroes coming together, right? It's not simply like, I've jawed him, he's dead, right? And that concept alone allows for these Void Spirits or Embers, even if they have a bad lane, the game that they provide, if you see the front line go in and he's already, mingling with your like support heroes or preventing your core entering the fight, that simple kind of positioning, it unlocks you to always have the numbers advantage, right? You can focus 4 on 1, Embers distracting 3. So I think just that concept, it will always make sure Spirit heroes are happy within the meta.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of things that are happy, Virtus Pro not so happy. Virtus Pro lost. Great segue, thank you, Pete. Virtus Pro actually lost all their games today, so that was a rough one for them. This was their last game. They went 0-4.
Did they win all their games the first day?
They had 3 series and they won 5 games out of the 6. Right. They tied with OG. On the other side, IG cruising. They only lost 1 game so far out of the entire thing. They are doing great.
They're looking great.
Yeah, IG on fire. Yeah, let's go to let's make it a democracy. OGT1 or Aster Alliance?
How about curveball?
Oh,
curveball. OGT1 for like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Vibe out what the draft are saying. Then we dip to the SA showdown.
Yeah.
Vibe out what they're doing, and by then we can then see Aster or Alliance win or lose. To then go to another game.
All aboard?
I support that.
Sure.
All aboard? All right, OGT1, see how it goes, 5-ish minutes. Do you think that's enough for, because normally that's when OG take a lead, right? Do you think that's enough for them to...
5 minutes?
No. I mean, no, I'm talking about in the first 20 minutes, because in 5 minutes...
Okay. I thought you meant like, I love OG so much that they win in like 5 minutes.
No, but this is normally the moment where either they're getting very behind or ahead. Like the game, in a lot of the times, for OG, the game is at least fluctuating one side.
To be honest, like the net worth is even, but I would feel really confident as OG this game. I feel like Slark in a game like this is very simple to play, and Troll's not a hero that, like there's so much stuff to kite him this game. Even you get some like Rubik's Shard, like it won't be simple to lock onto a target and kill them.
Oh, look at this.
I actually think this Jakiro is better for OG than it is for T1. Like I think the Rubik stealing Jakiro spell is going to be more useful than anything Jakiro can do this game.
But Jakiro is kind of like the same here as like a Warlock or something, right? Where if the game's going well, you're having all fun, you're hitting the bonds, you're goleming. But if the game's feeling bad, you're relying on your team to set up the play for you to then have impact. You could of course do default push out lanes, etc., but you're not making anything cleanly happen on the map. And when I see OG's lineup, this is probably where either they got crushed a little bit in lanes, or the game was even and they started sacrificing heroes or made these like smaller skirmishes to ensure Slark can accelerate his farm. Because like the trend I've seen so far with OG is they will sacrifice having kills themselves, but Sumo will always be able to like farm safely until he's ready to join the labs. And then it's like, oh, we're 10 kills down, 20 kills down. Let me help real quick. Here's my, Scardy Maelstrom or, my BKB whatever. Like, it's pretty refreshing stuff.
Yeah, and for people at home as well that might be unaware, if you're playing Jakiro, when he breathes anything that does damage or stuns, takes a big swing back and then he goes. It takes a long time because otherwise his spells would just be too good. But guess what? Rubik, he doesn't need to breathe. or something. He just pumps. It's called the cast point, the amount of, I guess, delay you want to call it before your spell is cast out, and Rubik doesn't have that.
Yeah.
So
he doesn't inhale. He just exhales.
0.1 now.
I think 0.1 or 0.2 because it was realized. Wait a second, it's kind of strong, but it's still a lot faster than Jakiro, and that means that his spells are just. It means the spells for Rubik are just way easier to aim than for Jakiro.
His spell also buffs how good his spells are.
Yeah, on top of that, yeah.
Ice Frog did realize this for Jakiro because all his spells are yeah, so his jaw breath is now 0.2, which is kind of like a just.
But is Ice Path still?
Ice Path's still a big one.
Yeah.
And that's the one you care about, right?
Yes.
Especially because against dual breath you have double dispel this game.
It's a big
and the
difference,
cone of the dual breath is pretty big nowadays as well.
The fact that dual breath is faster though, it means you can actually hide Ice Path. Pretty much the same as hiding
Ice Path?
Yeah, if you Ice Path and then you dual breath after.
All right.
To cover it.
Yeah.
It's faster than Anchor Smash, so it's not simple to steal from Jakiro anymore.
Oh, it's just it's splendid. I love when these heroes that are clunky slowly start getting slightly less clunky with quality of life. It's 10 patches later, you're like, whoa, what's this hero become?
Yeah, this is the third or fourth Jakiro that we've seen, so there must be something.
Yeah, but wasn't the other one by Thunder Predator, and they also lost that game?
Didn't Alliance also lose to Jakiro?
Yeah.
I think Alliance won a game with it.
I saw played twice against Monkey King and they lost both games.
Yeah.
I think.
You were commenting about this. Didn't you say that you didn't think
No,
Jakiro
they
was that
lost
good
with
against
it.
Monkey?
Jakiro is currently 1 game, 1 loss. So yeah.
So they must have won that game.
Versus Monkey King, you can't macro part of trees anymore. It's pretty
That's
nice
true.
in lane because you can stop his Jingu from building up. There's so much attack speed still. But I actually played a bunch of Jakiro against Monkey King supports, and you don't feel that good dual breath liquid firing a support in lane. You want to put all your damage onto the core. So I wouldn't say he's particularly good versus Monkey King anymore. I actually like playing Jakiro versus Legion Commander. Lane is I think it's overrated how good Legion is in lane versus him. You can sort of just keep liquid firing him. You're pretty tanky and you can dual breath double wave him. And then once you have lane advantage, you can play for pose and eventually, you're really good versus team fight versus him.
I mean, that's a good Ice Path though. But he did do the dual breath for straight after indeed as well.
Yeah,
Because we're saying that you're not worried for OG, but these kills are pretty good for T1.
No, that was a really good fight for T1. I'm surprised that OG is taking sort of that's a weird fight to take. I didn't see, if you're defending your safe lane, generally you take fights closer to your tier 1. And it's just a better fight. You can get tower aura, you're closer to TPs, potentially use buybacks. It's one of the worst places in the early game to fight in your safe lane, up towards their tower.
Also, I didn't see when the troll picked up BKB, but I assume that this probably was the fight because he had, I think it was Falcon, Maelstrom, BKB, and around 20 minutes sounds right. So this also may be one of those moments where OG's yeah, we can just keep fighting them with, our Slark's the top guy. They go on in and it's oh wait, he's got BKB. This isn't a simple, run them over fight. Because I think most troll games, it's he either wins lanes, continues rolling, or he wins lane, gets a bit difficult, finds BKB, gets that one good fight, but then the team that loses to the fight will adapt and kind of make sure they don't fall victim to we're underneath him and he's got BKB. But this is a pretty kind of close game where even though OG has all the kite and the prolong, if they just overcommit to one engagement and they get punished by an Ice Path or an Overgrowth and they're able to collapse and get that troll into the fight, it could easily go T1's way. It's very 50-50.
T?
Yeah.
You said 5 minutes is what you want here.
Yeah, so
and the 5 minutes are done.
I was this is kind of, I was trying to do the segue of the segue, you know what I'm saying?
I did hear that.
You picking up what I'm putting down?
Can we see this Roshan fight?
Yeah, let's see this Roshan fight because this is actually we're I feel at a crossroads in this game. Yeah.
This is beautiful, yeah.
Good swap.
Nice Ice Path.
That was a very good
nice Wukong.
fight.
Oh, I thought we were going to keep doing it.
Sorry, that was just a very impressive play.
How did they kill Sumail?
Just didn't
because they used to press the attack really early and he just Wait, what did he die to?
We'll get a replay in a second.
Yeah, we
Okay.
will. We will. They're gonna get Sev
I
here
feel
as
like
well.
that's
Ooh,
two
they should
sort
get Sev
of-
here as well.
Unexpected deaths from Sumail there.
Yeah, just outside Roshan as well. Like this bot death and in this death, this is. I look forward to the highlight that will
I mean,
pick up.
and it's big because yeah, Cuckoo died, but he's got nagged, so he actually didn't die.
It had to be. It had to be either like an ice bath, right? I honestly didn't.
I mean, they
see
had
the
an ice
slide
bath
down.
They
over
wasted
the
they wasted
Wukong.
Presta attack,
Yeah.
but
Oh, wow.
like in my head, like Slark doesn't die this game, like not like that.
No, 100%. Like they have soft stuns. You know, it's sort of like a chrono, the black hole, that thing which is like, gotcha. We found your position. You're dead. Like they have magic missile, a vortex from storm, a clunky ice bath, or an overgrowth. Like all these spells are very visual in how they they stun you, right? So it is surprising seeing a Slark go down in this fight, especially first. You know, when all the resources are available.
Yeah, very big. A big win for T1, getting that Aegis as well, getting now the net worth lead on their side and getting control over the Radiant Triangle for now. It's a good start to come back into the game.
I guess we won't see the replay. I was really curious on
Yeah.
the Slark. That's all I want to see.
I'm bated breath.
We do not have the control here. If there's a replay, the comment. Oh, let's see. Name and shame. Shame and name. Cap and Kyle did not ask for a replay.
Kyle.
Kyle.
I've never seen that Treant build before though. 144. Like they nerfed the early levels on Q, so all the Treant games I've seen have been like 4-2-4, like 4-1-4.
I will tell you guys that there's no need to check in with Alliance versus Aster anymore because Aster won game 2, so that series is actually tied right now. They ended that a lot faster than what we were thinking, but congratulations to them tying that series up. Again, it was a very important day for Aster. They did not win Aster game 2 and
They had
Alliance game 1. So
were they the one that drove?
IO Troll.
Okay.
Troll IO. They had some really good fights in there as well, and the Chronospheres, they were on point, but that was the only thing the Alliance was relying on, right?
Yeah.
Ooh. I have news. We have the replay because technology is on our side. Hello.
Oh yeah. Wait, is this a multi-stream exclusive?
This is a multi-stream exclusive.
This is a multi-stream exclusive.
Okay,
right
how did the Slark die? Because he died very fast.
Ah, there it is. The ice. Yeah, he got ice bathed into vortex.
He's just stuck in the macro pyre
what did
with
he
the
die to?
overgrowth.
Did he not? Yeah, he got overgrowth.
He has
Overgrowth
ulti,
and
he has
macro pyre.
Keel, but those don't stun you.
No, it's true.
Overgrowth and macro pyre.
Yeah, but overgrowth doesn't stun
We
you.
have the
He didn't use
technology.
his stun.
Bring it back.
Bring it back? Can we do
Oh,
that?
sorry, his ultimate. He didn't use his ultimate, apparently.
He did not use his
honestly, in
ultimate.
Dota, like people just make mistakes.
Yeah.
Sure.
But
This is a
Sumail's
mistake.
like when the pressure's high, like he literally is like Sumail's strength as a player is that when everyone's under pressure, he's literally the same or better than he normally is, and everyone else is crumbling.
But that just looked like it was an ice bath layered with a vortex from Storm, and then after that vortex, you would assume that would have been an ultimate, right?
Okay.
Because it was an overgrowth at the very end of all CC.
I mean, he was there's like a high percentage who's just stunned for it, but
Yeah, exactly.
Sumail, he's just mad fighting troll.
But very good from T1 to be able to isolate him in the fight and use their minimal stuns they have available to lock that hero down. But then guess what? Whoop, out of the replay and into another fight.
Yeah.
These are sort of how I like think the fight should go for.
That's unfortunate. I do want to point out, though, regardless of how this fight plays out, T1 is falling into the trap
Yes.
that they
the
did
fight,
in game 1 as well. The OG wants to fight, and T1, we know they love to fight, Avo. They're not going to back down from a fight, right?
Yeah, it's tough because you're usually the team fighting team that's baiting others into your team fights.
Yeah,
and then OG does your style, like, well, who's right? And OG sometimes has better reads. I feel like T1 sometimes does fight better when they're actually losing. If you notice when they lose, they think a lot more about their positioning and they're very precise about it because I guess their back is against the wall. They really understand it.
He cannot click Monkey King. Don't click me then. Done. Simple. Logic. All right. Sorry, Carl, mate. You can't play Dota anymore.
Can't click.
It's quite problematic.
Yeah, that's a really
He
odd
can
point.
click him. I can confirm that
That was a click?
that was a click.
I mean, during the pause, you can't click him because that's actually a change that happened a couple of years ago, right?
That one's super buggy though. Sometimes you can just click everything.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Depends on-
one person on your team can click and
Oh,
the others
really?
can't. Yeah, it's really weird.
'Cause there was a discussion, right, where when it first happens, like if there's a pause in a competitive match, should it just be like no information shown? So
Black
no
screen.
one, black screen.
Nobody can see anything.
But that alone is so disorientating, where it completely removes you from the game, right?
So now you can't
Okay.
move your camera You can't click on the heroes.
You can move camera.
But you can't click on heroes.
Occasionally.
You can sometimes click on heroes.
You shouldn't be able to click on heroes.
So that fight, I don't know what happened because we didn't quite see the beginning of it, but Troll lost his Aegis in a really aggressive position. Like just hitting the enemy tier 1. And then the moment he popped out, he pressed BKB, which seems like a mistake to me because there's not that many stuns, and I think he still had a Venge swap. As a result, like his team's committed. There's a theory in Dota team fighting. It's like if you commit, you have to get kills or like win the fight immediately. And what committing is like if you blow Ravage or big ultimates, or even in this case, it's just using Troll BKB. Because after his BKB ended, like he can't hit anything this game. The only core he can hypothetically hit this game is Legion Commander. Because like, how do you hit Monk? Like you can't hit Slark, you can't hit Ember.
This fight has been going on forever. I feel like we're not getting a break.
Yeah.
This is a good thing for T1 at the moment, though. At the moment, yes.
I just don't think T1 was ready for that level of damage to come out from slot.
Oh,
control,
Thompson.
right?
Yeah, it's the second time this happens where it doesn't get to activate Shadow Dance because it gets bursted too quickly.
I love this game for the fact that like it's so close where OG.
Did they get him? Oh, that was so close. Or did he have an app vortex? Yeah, he did.
You're dead.
I mean, this is a bloodbath of a game. I'm glad we stuck here.
Yeah. Do we get more exclusive replays? Because we're the cool kids.
Can we get an exclusive replay of Sumail dying again?
You want to see Sumail dying again?
I want to understand what happens. Because they press the attack. He still has his ultimate.
You're still talking about the same
No,
replay.
in this fight. We didn't get to really see it.
It was a very similar situation.
Sumail died at the very start again.
Well, we have put the request
This
in.
is
We'll
for
see
learning.
if we get graced by the replay
See,
gods.
production, like, they gave us something really nice and now we're just abusing them.
Yes. That's how it works.
But they're like, wow, we're making this so much better. Like, yeah, they're loving it. They're like, oh my god, replays, yes!
Yeah, that's what
Nice.
I said.
Okay.
So
this is
they use
Sumail
press
already
attack.
BKB'd. He's on cooldown.
No, that was a press attack shard.
Oh, okay.
And then
Oh, yeah, he doesn't have BKB. So good.
He goes back in.
Yeah, as you do, look. He's gonna get surprised in a second.
By what?
That's a replay.
Oh, he just got
bug.
orchided.
Yeah, he's
It was just a really well-timed
Orchid.
orchid,
was it? Oh,
and
I
then
thought
they
it was- okay,
hold
yeah.
him at the end of it. So he wasn't expecting it. Honestly, a little bit overplaying his hand once they used the press attack. I think
They're using it like to take away like attack slows when he doesn't have Dark Pack and like just go. You're the king of the fight, right? But then it's like that timely orchid layered then with another vortex. I think right now the hidden hero right now for T1 is it's the Storm, right? Because like all of these like soft stuns we're seeing that are connecting, Storm's instantly then capitalizing on that connecting and going, wait a second, we can chain this into a 4 or 5 second silence or stun to then enable Troll to do some damage. But
Anybody want more replays?
No,
soon, yeah, very much soon.
The T1, the way T1 is proposing these fights is really good though now, because they understand what you were pointing out, the saves, the lack of catch they have, so they're forcing them to overextend every single time, and then punishing them on like very precise timings. It's hard to
exactly,
be able to do that.
like the way that we're phrasing it, it sounds like Sumail's not pressing his buttons well. But realistically, we need
Someone else on the side of T1 is pressing their buttons
We have to
well.
spin this narrative for sure.
Yes.
This is very much T1
Ooh,
connecting
and everybody's
so
cheering. I
cleanly.
do like the fires on the side. It
That's
makes me
very
happy.
That is true.
And I do like the
It
teams
grows,
that
right?
have very defined colors. You know, it's red versus blue. It's cool.
But this is so reminiscent of like OG playstyle, right? Like even if they die, they're back at it again, right? They've hit the timing of which they are content to fight. They have these enabling heroes to push cores into every fight, and they might fall short to their own playstyle, but then they can also break down teams. And this is where the true test is how T1 rebuttals to this, because they win the middle for the previous fight pretty well, because they pick up Sumail, but the next fight, it's so hard to keep that composure, to understand the angle of approach, keep the vision up, because OG's are going to be there, no matter what.
There's also one big difference between when we see OG win a fight and when we see T1 win a fight. And it is going back and forth, but all the fights that T1 ends up winning are still on their side of the map. While when OG wins a fight, oftentimes it's also on T1's side of the map. So they're, like, T1's not able to really advance their map control, unfortunately for them, in this game so far. You guys want to check in real quick on the SA Showdown?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Also, for people, Stream A has begun with their final series there of the day, which is Team Secret versus Elephant. Make sure to check that out if you want to. It is Sven and Synderen that are covering that one. And
that's always great.
Pretty sure Team Secret won the draft already. So
and they do a monkey thing.
What, that's it?
No, I
one
think-
hero?
they got
Mars
Monkey?
Wisp makes like it's not that good
You
together.
don't like
and
it?
Mars is like he's just a pathetic hero this tournament.
Yeah,
I
but
believe-
Elephant's been
Really?
making everything work.
But also SG ran Io, Mars, Sven, something else earlier today, and they lost pretty handedly. So
It's just Ao Mars isn't a good combo, I think. They
we
don't-
can see later, right?
Yeah, I mean we'll see
we
what
will
happens
check
there. But
that later. It's fine. Maybe they can surprise us
In
there.
20 minutes.
Yes, but
Elephant has won
wanna
the
check
game.
out-
they might destroy them because
Let's,
honestly, I have no idea what I'm talking
Let's
about.
take a look at Stream C. Also, for people wondering, of course, Stream D will continue with OG versus T1. That is on the D stream, and that is with Cap and Kyle, and that is on Dota TI _5. This is the SA Showdown.
I'm getting the feeling that these days, Whisper is starting to get angry that Hector is the SA farmer. These days, especially on his Timber Saw, he's been the one carrying the team. To many degrees, the win condition. And Hector just comes in at the end, super farmed, and just is the nail in the coffin. It's really tough. I think you might just have to start banning the Timber Saw against this team as a comfort pick.
I think that's when Beast Coast actually plays the best. It's when Whisper has good games.
Yeah, the dual core lineup between carry and offlane with like a Thompson style mid laner, Chris Luck.
Yeah.
Who just plays space.
Quinn, I was talking to Quinn about Chris Luck, and he says he doesn't have, like everyone has a hero pool, but Chris Luck has a hero ocean. Yeah. Like he'll break out anything, literally anything that he thinks will win the game. You'll see LC mid, you'll see his Slark mid, plus all the traditional heroes.
Yeah, he was one of the few players, I believe, even played like 1 or 2 Spirit Breaker mid games. You know, when Zhao 8 was doing it, he was like, maybe I can appreciate. And then after 2 games, like, nah, not for me. But yeah, very versatile.
I think one of the things that is working very well for Beast Coast this tournament as well, where other teams maybe sometimes have a question mark in terms of whether they perform well under pressure or not, Beast Coast has already proven previous TI that they can perform under pressure. They can deal with that, they can thrive on it, and they don't like. I feel like that's like a weight off their shoulders that they don't even have to think about.
They have Papita right now,
They
which is
do,
their coach, or Mariano as people know him now. That guy is a Dota player, yes, but he's also a lifestyle guru.
Oh yeah,
I'm not kidding. The man
has
reads
that aura for sure.
He reads so many of these books on how to like better yourself, sports psychology. You know, the famous story about him is that when he used to, well, he still plays, but when he played, whenever he loses a game, as he's losing, when he makes mistakes, he writes them all down in a little notebook during the game, which he then reviews post-game.
like every
his
time
pub?
you're dead.
What?
Like in a pub?
No, like in a competitive game. When he dies, he will
Today I
write
didn't
down
play
why he
sport.
thinks he dies, and then he will then review this afterwards.
Doesn't
Obviously,
that just sound bad in competitive though?
not in the higher level tiers, but like when you're playing group stages, stuff like that, he sees it all as a learning opportunity.
Are you saying as a player, he's literally writing it down?
When he's dead, when he's not touching the
But
map.
shouldn't, okay, so I've been told that when I'm dead,
Yeah, you
I have
should
the,
look around. And
Yeah, I have
thank
the
you.
tendency to look at my phone,
Yeah,
check
but
the
Papita
weather.
dies. No. Papita dies a lot, so you have to learn to do something with those deaths,
That
right?
just sounds bad to me. Like him doing it doesn't make it good.
Okay, but let's take the
But he is
said-
very. It does make him very focused on improvement, which
Let's
I guess
take-
makes him a good coach as
the
well.
essence of it is the fact him doing it during a game, that could be bad, but the idea of continuous self-improvement, looking at yourself before finding fault in others, that is a really hard thing to find in a player, a coach, or anyone in life, really. So the fact that he's having that, if he moves to a coaching role, and then of course, therefore, you're technically, not in any of the game or internal play, sure, it's going to be helpful, and that type of player, or person, sorry, is very hard to find in a team, right? So
Yeah, especially in SA, honestly.
Yeah.
And he sees himself as a team captain, so many times, maybe he finalizes his roles. Maybe he writes like one single point down, and then he finalizes after the game. But the whole idea is that he uses every game as an opportunity for self-improvement.
You know what a nice thing, actually, is sticky notes. If you're trying to...
Is this what we're discussing now? No taking
When you die,
So basically, have a sticky note. If there's something in Dota that you really want to improve at, don't overcrowd it, just one thing. You write on the sticky note what you want to do, and you stick it on like the corner of your monitor, right?
like
so when you're,
check out enemy items more.
yeah, just like one, but
Sure.
you keep it short. Like you keep it the title of the idea, right? So when you're playing, you're constantly reminding yourself of that thing that you're constantly trying to like improve at. So you might not actually do it in your game, but if you have like D ward, or something like that, just like trivial. As you're playing, you glance at, I need to buy my sentry. I need 4 sentries to control the jungle. Yeah, I think that honestly is a really simple but effective way to take your notes into the game without it being, literally opening a notepad and browsing,
I really agree with that one. I think,
Yes!
like everyone, I've actually done that in teams I've coached. Like
I have too.
notepads. You put sticky note.
Yep.
And I think what it comes down to is isolating factors in Dota for learning about is incredibly hard because the game's really complex and you don't often know why you're doing something and whether it's right or wrong. Because you can do the wrong thing and still have a good outcome, and the same the other way. If you can isolate something, just in general, you learn it faster, right? It's the same as, like, I don't know, if you learn a language and you go into some immersion program, you'll learn it faster than if you're like doing it
Reading
less
a book,
frequently.
right?
Yeah.
It's like, for example, taking Roshan, you'd assume it's the simplest act of you killing Roshan, right? But the levels of doing Roshan is you move to the area, but you're controlling it with vision. You're doing Roshan, but it's like one hero by himself. You're either fully committing with all spells. Like, there's so many levels of Roshan that, like, remembering the phrasing for that call, like in a game, you can't like spell out every move, right? You need to have it as like, not a code, but like the simplicity of like fully commit or like a play in the area or etc. right? So just the levels of this, like, that's the type of learning that, you know, pro players will be doing, because when they make calls, there will be like habits or phrases that they will kind of develop as a team, so they know if they move to Roshan, it's playing around a ward but not committing, it's baiting out a scan, stuff like that. And that's where like writing that as a phrasing or a note, it helps quickly ingrain it into a team, so you're never making those mistakes again.
We've not seen Tinker support before today in this TI group stage, right? I think this is the first time.
This is a Tinker support?
Yeah,
Position 4, yeah.
I think this makes perfect sense, to be honest. It's 4,
Very
right?
obnoxious.
Yeah, it's 4.
It's this constant defensive matrix. There's a lot of support items that you can refresh and are very useful as well. Glimmer Cape being one of the top ones. 4 stuff as well. And you also are pretty good dead laning support if you go for the shard and mid game.
Oh, but you can just TP out. You can just TP out,
TP out?
Sully? No.
Oh.
I mean, it was ambitious. But at the same time, it's just a support that died. They used a lot for it.
I just love Vision plus Tinker, right? Like, SG crushed a game the other day, I think it was yesterday. Night Stalker, Veno, Tinker.
They have Night Stalker again!
Exactly,
And
Steve.
traps!
Thank you so much. This is the back and forth that, you know, carried through DPC. The Night Stalker and the Tinker and the traps, that is why I like seeing it in the support, right? Or even in as a core, right? It's just the simplicity of this Tinker will be obnoxious in the game. You're not relying on heroes fighting. It's just simply time gives Tinker damage. TED Talk is over.
And ignites. Also great with Vision.
I think every single person that has graced this beautiful studio has said, Ignite lasts like 30 seconds if it multicasts. It's beautiful.
Great.
I think every person, if we had a bingo card for talent that has said Ignite lasts a long time, or is good.
Well, this is the multicast chat.
Yeah.
I know, and we have
We are highlighting everything, and we should
great.
highlight it multiple times, because I know a lot of the people that watch us have very busy lives as well.
Yes.
So if we repeat ourselves, it's for the good of the people that don't have as much time to watch Dota as some other people out there. So
like we do. Let's be honest,
like we do. So we like repeating ourselves sometimes.
We also just love Ignite.
Especially if it's good points like Ignite.
Ignite, it's a great spell. Oh, it's so good. Ding, 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 ding. Ah, I just love multicast.
Yeah. But this game specifically, of course, Beast Coast is still ahead in net worth, but the game feels very even, and this Tinker, as position 4, is still feeling very disruptive.
I take it the Tiny versus PL matchup is a good matchup for Tiny, right? Because it constantly deals area damage with a shard. So I don't think we've seen it before.
I don't know, actually.
I've not seen
you
the
can
fight
play
yet.
off PL shard too, and that should be
just
decent
stay
with
away.
Tiny. Yeah. I think it's probably a matchup where you're like okay playing against PL, but I don't think PL will feel that pressured. Generally, like, illusions have pretty high armor because PL just has high base armor. So usually the things that counter PL are magical burst, or Sven, who does I think a little bit more physical cleave than Tiny. Honestly, I'm completely talking out of no knowledge though, because I've never seen the matchup.
Right.
Well, we are seeing the matchup right now. We will also keep you up to date with the other streams. Right now is OG victory over T1, and that means that turned out to be a 2-0 in favor of OG. So I mean, we saw a little bit of the comeback potential, but again, it was in OG's favor most of the exchanges.
It's just like the fact that we were able to witness T1 playing exceptionally well at killing off a Slark, but the fact that we had to see, you know, that high level of play to kill one Slark, that doesn't happen every single fight, right? We saw it twice though. That was pretty. You rarely see it twice.
And they had an Ember problem.
And they had a lot
Sumail
of
is just messing up though. Like, I don't think T1 did anything that special.
Okay, Aoi, I haven't won a
He just
TI,
ran
so I
in
can't
and they
phrase
just
it like
stunned
this,
him.
all right? I'm an average coach, so I gotta phrase it in a way
they
that
have
praises
LC,
people.
They would use their LC save, and then Sumail would try to go ham, and then they would just stun and kill him.
Okay, Aoi gave us the permission to flame Sumail.
Sumail did not press the buttons in the
making
correct
mistakes
order.
doesn't make you a bad player. That's just Dota. Everyone makes a ton of mistakes in Dota.
Yeah.
But like, it's
Some
how you
mistakes
like.
are made, some good plays are made.
Yeah, like it's the fact that Sumail, he didn't tilt after he made a couple of mistakes. Like he's still gonna carry that game.
Oh, 100%. That's like the OG mantra, right? Like
Yeah,
if
if you go into
they're laughing
Dota
about it.
and you think you can never make mistakes, like I don't know how you're going to improve, how you're going to push your limits or become a good Dota player. It's just natural, not just in Dota, but in general, right? Like if you're trying to learn, you're going to mess up.
That's like the best advice, right? For I think my biggest pet peeve when I listen to players trying to improve is when they make like a support player goes, I just got the bad carries in my game. My carries are just bad. They got the good carries. It's like that individual logic just.
Radiant's middle tower.
I've heard the story now, but that just simple idea, the fact that it's like in Dota there's so many complexities and things that you can do as a player, be it 5, be it carry, to win the game, or at least win moments in the game that swing it your way. And if you're leaving the game and your first thing you're thinking about is, oh, there's a smurf, oh, there was a guy, you know, all these like meaningless things, you're just not getting better at the game. You're being stagnant in the bracket that you're in.
And to be honest, Sumail actually spoke about this as well. I remember one TI panel he was in where he was talking about how really high-level players, he actually was referring to no one, will sometimes harp themselves on small mistakes that make it more so, because they usually play really, really well. They're not used to this. And he was saying that that's an important mentality change. It's important to actually be able to come up from that. That's actually one of the biggest weaknesses of being such a high-skilled player.
Yeah, so you should be able to know you made a mistake
and just chill.
Write it down and let it go.
Yeah, not even when you're dead, just write it down while you're in the game.
Yes.
That's the best
Like,
advice.
I'm bad.
I missed the last hit.
Dude, if I was in a boot camp and I saw my teammate writing down stuff during a game.
Pause. Excuse me.
Bye now.
Later, Avo.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Effie, welcome back.
What are your thoughts on if you die in a competitive game, you open up a notebook and you write down a line every
Why
time
you died?
die?
Like what the
In an
mistake was
official.
that you made.
During the game.
During the game, as you're dead.
Dear diary.
It doesn't have to take long. You can have the notebook open next to you, but you will take those 5 seconds that it takes to say, dive on their tower.
What are my thoughts on that?
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't do it personally. I'm a professional player. Does anyone do that? Is there context here?
Does it, apparently. Because obviously he's coaching right now, and he is very big on improvement and life coach.
Imagine people just lie. And everyone's like,
I mean, Avo has said it so convincingly. I'll believe anything he says, so he does it. Okay? We don't have to. We can trust Avo.
That's true.
Well, my thoughts on that are if it works for you, sure.
Well, there's a reason he's here as a coach rather than a player.
Also why we're here as panelists.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, I can't imagine someone actually doing that. I feel like it'll take your focus out of the game a little bit, or like annoy you or tilt you, or just.
You're just like focusing so much on a past mistake when after the game you literally have perfect hindsight with a replay.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you can't, if in a game, if you can like isolate exactly what you did wrong perfectly, it probably means you're thinking a bit too much about it.
Yeah.
Because there's so many things in Dota to think about. And
And
you
if
don't
you
even
can
have
do
perfect
if you
information.
do it during the game, surely you can also do it after the game,
And better,
then it's
right?
better
Like
to do it then. Yeah.
you're a bit removed from the situation, you have full access to information.
Yes.
You actually click on people and help your team.
No, for sure. If you wanna actually contemplate, or in some people's case, write down your mistakes, just do it when the game's over, because you can't really get into a headspace where you're just distracted or thinking about other things.
Have you ever seen the PL versus Tiny matchup?
We can use hindsight right now, Alexander.
Yeah.
I think Tiny wins.
Well, we
PL's
thought that
winning it.
too, but at the moment that's not the case.
I mean, in the
last
overall
5
scope
minutes?
of the game,
Yeah.
not
I thought it's like playable for both, but I've literally never seen the matchup.
So in this previous fight, whilst we were commenting on notepads, the Tiny and PL were like locked into each other, but the PL just doppels and disengages to kill the next guy, right? So when Tiny thinks he's connected onto the PL resets, goes again, and there isn't like this secret-esque Rubik who's lifting the Tiny back up and putting him into the new place, right?
Right. So I was talking about Tiny versus PL, like mono a mono, them fighting each other.
I mean, Dota's never a vacuum, right?
Yeah, exactly. So in the general scope of the game, it would just depend on your draft. Any matchup where you can say something like that, you have to think about how your team complements you and what PL can do to your team.
Because let's be honest, the other 4 heroes versus PL, very sad.
I would also love to go into a lobby and just have a 6-slotted Tiny be a 6-slotted PL and just A-click. It's kind of...
Offlane Tinker?
I feel like PL doesn't win many of those.
Support Tinker.
You have to use a doppel.
Yeah, Support Tinker.
It's Support Tinker, yeah.
Interesting.
I played some 4 Tinker when the patch hit, and like in my head it was like really good.
Yeah, it was
but
very
I played
popular
it
for a
and
while.
I realized like I can't check runes. I move around super slow. I have no stuns or slows.
Yep,
Like the idea of defense matrix is good, but I didn't feel like I was doing what I wanted from a 4 position. Same for 5, honestly, because I think when the hero came out, a lot of people were trying him on support.
Yeah.
And it's slowly like, I haven't seen any support Tinkers recently. It's all cores.
This is maybe why SG is trying it with a Night Stalker, because you play your lane, Night Stalker's pretty tanky, Tinker can annoy, and then at least then you have that every nighttime timing where Tinker will never really get jumped because Night Stalker will be front, and they've paired it with 2 very aggro skirmishing cores to fully get into that timing, right? I guess it's not really panning out because, of course, PL is like the ultimate scaling style hero that can play around that, and then Timbersaw is such a beefy boy up front where he can just kind of soak that type of damage.
In my head, Timbersaw had no threat in early. Like, we didn't watch it, but like, if Timbersaw ever has a good start, you can't bring your 4 position in at all. Like, he's gonna provide some 200 damage, some like 1 raindrop, and Timbersaw will be happy.
Exactly.
I think the essence of Night Stalker and Tinker, which is a really nice combination actually, is just Night Stalker provides the flying vision and Tinker just spams his rockets, similar to a bounty hunter. But I don't see why he would have to do that from a support role. I'm not the biggest fan of support Tinker personally for reasons that Curtis mentioned, but also because the way that he's being played, you're blinking into fights, and you don't really want to blink into fights as a support, even if you do have defense matrix.
Yeah, I think this game is pretty much done, and we have the draft about to finish on Stream B, by the way. Vici versus Team Spirit is going on right there. I was gonna jump to Team Secret versus Elephant, but there is a pause right now, but I believe that it's only a fairly short pause, so hopefully we check that while we check out the draft. Yeah, that was the last pick Shadow Fiend for Vici.
I saw it earlier with the Morphling. He went physical damage, I think.
We also saw it against a DP as well in laning phase yesterday.
I'm not imagining it, right? That did happen.
Fine. You're
The
good.
physical damage and stuff with the Morphling.
We've seen it.
I can't remember.
The main thing here, as we kind of conclude the SG series, is if they are to lose 2-0 to Beast Coast, they're in this position where it sets themselves up to be
Okay, let's go Stream A, by the way.
That's fine. That's cool. I like Stream A.
While you continue your
Thank
point.
you. It's just the idea that SG in the future, they have to play up against PSG, the top of the pack, and then eventually Quincy Crew.
Yeah.
And Quincy Crew is currently sitting at 1 win, 5 losses. So when you kind of already kind of see in the future where it'll be Quincy versus some team for the potential last place, teams like SG who are in that kind of field, they need to get these earlier wins. So when they play up against the potential last place team, it's not the scenario where if they lose 2-0, they're actually out. They need it to be where like they can draw or they don't even care about the series. And yeah, right now, SG, Spirit, even Fnatic to some degree, they all need to start clawing some wins so they can push Quincy Crew further down in the pecking order.
How have Spirit done today? I couldn't catch their games.
Unfortunately, I believe not so hot. They lost 2-0 to... No, they didn't. No, that's day 1, sorry. Actually, no, they beat Elephant 2-0. They actually look really good.
They 2-0 Elephant?
Yeah.
That's great.
And they play Vici Gaming.
I don't mean that's great because I dislike Elephant, it's just because I wanted Spirit to gain some momentum.
Effie hates Elephant.
No, I love Elephant. Stop it.
PSG bias hates Elephant.
No,
Wow,
not
crazy.
true. I love Elephant and
I like
Doesn't
Elephant.
like
and
the
I think the
animal.
strongest here.
Very
I'm
smart
gonna give you a hot take to prove how much of an Elephant fan I am. I think the strongest mid laner in China is actually on that team.
Interesting.
Like better than nothing to say.
But why?
Yes.
What's the? Is it because of like laning prowess, hero puddle?
That combined with experience. I think experience is what gives maybe the
Of course.
I mean,
Good old
sometimes,
maybe.
sorry.
He has played at a lot of TI finals and fallen into it.
That's why he edges out Emo or Nothing to Say for me, even though Emo is really fun to watch too.
But I need to triple check their results, but they've been dropping games, I believe. let me triple check this before I go down this narrative. Yeah, they're 3-5 right now. And I think most people coming into this tournament, they were like, personally, I saw Elephant as like the type of team that would be the OG of China, right? Where they didn't really do much in DPC, but they have the players, they have the pedigree, but when they come back to international stage, they should just be able to kind of find that rhythm and at least look like they're like a top 6 contending team. And when, so far their results, just to refresh everyone, they beat Beast Coast 2-0, they drew 1-1 with Fnatic, and they've lost 2-0 to both Vici Gaming and Team Spirit.
So the big difference in Elephant, I think, outside of just, okay, they're on international stage again, has mostly been swapping out their position 5. They had Red Panda, and they did a trade with R&D.
For Super, right?
For Super.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just having Super, who's a much more conventional 5 player, much more traditional, the on Elephant just fit them that much better. And actually, same goes for Red Panda. Ever since he switched to RNG, he has fit that team much better too. So sometimes one player can just make a huge impact on how all 5 of you can just get together and have an idea of the game.
Elephant has looked a bit weird this tournament, like even on an individual level. I remember watching, I don't remember who they were playing, but Eurus was playing Tiny and then a Lycan, and he like ran up the high ground mid tier 3 against Earthshaker and just got triple stunned before BKB, and they're up 3k, and then the momentum just completely shifted, and the next time I looked, they're just down 10k. It's like not a mistake that you would expect of like 2019 Eurus, and like maybe.
That's a nice little combo. Yeah, and I believe, Beast Coast just beat SG on Stream C. So that's pretty good for if you're a Beast Coast fan.
I think
but if you're SG, not so much.
Yeah, I think this is very expected of Beast Coast. Of all the SA teams in this tournament, I think most people expected them to do the best, and they most want to be the TI contender.
Yeah, I think when you look at the 3 SA teams, I think Beast Coast is the one team that has shown that in the region, once they get to international stage, they're able to kind of muster kind of that thing you need to perform well, right? To be able to take games with better teams and to ride that wave. And we are yet to really see, maybe Thunder Predator had it in that first major. Obviously, they have not seen it yet at this TI. And kind of SG's on and off. They feel like they could, but they're still not there yet. And I think...
It is SG's first event, basically, right?
Yeah, this is true. Not for some players, but at least as a roster. And I think Beast Coast has consistently shown that. And I think the second game, though, that's going to be a kind of a big tell, because SA v SA, it's like really anyone's game, right? Like, even though SG is kind of the new kids on the block, I don't think anyone can look at that series and go, okay, Beast Coast will win the second game, right? So I think hopefully for Brazil and for that entire region, I want to see SG just win a couple more games. I don't want to see them be the ones maybe playing against Quincy in that kind of last place spot.
SG are hard to read unless you watch the region a lot, I guess, but even them winning the TI qualifiers is a huge surprise for a lot of people, because most expected no ping to just take it.
100%.
Because throughout the SA DBC, the 2 teams that were always neck and neck were No Ping and Beast Coast. And then all of a sudden SG, which I think got 5th place in season 2, I'm sorry.
They were nearly eliminated,
They were 5th or something like that, 5th or 6th place, win the TI qualifiers over No Ping. No Ping kind of choked a little bit, I would say.
Yeah. Because they had...
It's not that they faced each other in the finals, because they faced a completely different team.
They went like upper bracket to lower bracket
SG,
out.
yeah,
Like, they weren't even like contenders. They weren't like,
So a lot of people had high hopes for them. I think I did too, but I remember talking to Bowie about this, and he thinks that their first couple of days, how they perform in group stages, is going to impact the way that they play, because they're just not quite there mentally yet.
Because like as well, building on that, like these newer teams are going to be a little more emotional. Like even if you look at SG, like their coach is a coach that hasn't like coached other teams. Right? He's come from like the pub scene into kind of coaching, right? A Romanian lad called Magnus. I can't pronounce it fully, but it's a kind of a new lad, kind of basically like how I went to coach these, like the Brazilians, the Chaos team. It's like I'm just like a top 300 pub player, suddenly becoming a coach, right? Like the transition from that to coaching isn't really like the natural progression, right? Normally you're competing, then you pivot to coaching, right? So it is very much like a newer style of team where they swapped a couple players as Team Brazil moving to SG. Then they picked up a coach as well. So they're very much like riding on the momentum of them enjoying playing together and the experience they've had individually, rather than it all being bound around like one super experienced, authoritative like leader who's going to take them through the higher heights. But this is where you hope to see them kind of connect some dots, but alas, we're back to Secret and Elephant.
Alas. But I think most of us at home and anyone who sees an underdog story will always root for it. You always want to see a team that no one has expectations for do very well. So it's always sad to see teams underperform. In particular, I would say SG and Thunder Predator, even though SG did look much better.
So I saw the start of oh, sorry, go ahead and finish. Sorry, I was just looking at the game.
We forgot that there's a game, so we should probably get back to it anyway.
When I saw the start of this draft, I thought Secret's draft array looked really good off the first two, like compared to IO Mars. Because in my head, like I don't think IO Mars is that robust a lane. Like I think it's pretty punishable. It's not Mars. He doesn't use the regen from IO as well as I think other heroes do, because he's only 2 armor. Doesn't really man fight the same way. But Secret actually picked a Faceless Void into that instead of like a stronger laner, and they're actually punishing them quite hard. Like that was 3 kills from their dual offlane coming in. And I just saw Luna have huge stacks, so they're actually looking quite good in this lane.
I think we've seen this before though today, where teams, I think Fnatic have done it against PSG. The idea like you have this Luna versus Void, where you think that this early lead's going to be good enough, but it's that second Aegis. If you don't get it, it's the high ground siege with the Aegis. Do you get 2 racks from it or just 1? And it's that constant fear. And that Secret, they on paper they should maybe lose a couple of these early fights. Like the damage is lacking outside of maybe the big Epi or some Sunstrike, but in time that's when Secret comes online. So I think this lead, it needs to be an extra 5k gold plus an Aegis, and then like the decisiveness of taking the map.
I think
that's
it's a
the
bit
strength of Luna, though.
Yeah,
sure.
that is the strength of Luna for sure. She is like one of the fastest farmers. She hits building. But I think it's a bit different than the Fnatic game, because in the Fnatic game they had to build Wind Wakers to try to save their Luna, right? Like
This time they have reload,
bought
right?
it. Yeah, they have reload, and eventually they'll have Weaver eggs if they want that.
Yep, that's true.
So I do agree with the scenario. Just as Effie mentioned, like playing Luna in general, you want that scenario.
Yep, 100%.
The hero. But I think their scaling will be a bit better than Fnatic's was that game.
Yeah, because also Void Spirit is like the X factor here. Because he is like, we mentioned it earlier, the spirits, the idea that they thrive because he's all able to get the back lane. And if Void's going in, but then suddenly Void Spirit is coming in as well, and he's stopping like the Sand King or the Disruptor layering anything on top, it then allows for the simplicity of any save to come through. So for sure, Elephant do have the team fight strength that Fnatic lacked in their game. It's just kind of execution, right? The vision, like the kind of Dota 101.
In the same vein as the Astra Alliance game, the Secret's team fighting is so dependent on their high cooldowns, right? Whereas Luna, once she gets that net worth lead, if they can either bait out a fight or Secret take a bad one, they can just have free reign to kind of take the map or hit the buildings, right? So my concern for Secret is just that, like, they will have to execute their team fight flawlessly and get a huge lead from it so that they don't get choked out in the couple of minutes that their spells are done.
Yeah, this is like next 7 to 8 minutes is going to be pretty important. I was just triple checking what game time was. It's so far away, it's so hard to see. But yeah, it's like 30 minutes, so like this is a chrono for a position 5, right? Yeah. And early on this is fine, but in like 10, 15 minutes time, this is going to, or even like 5 minutes time, this is like a chrono that's going to have to be for that Roshan contest, for what we've been mentioning already.
I do like how Encourage just blow their spells to kill support early. I think, like, even though they killed the Weaver, I think the bigger thing is they actually forced the Mars to TP there. And this is during a time where Mars, he wants to be fighting using his arena, but now he's sort of stuck in a safe lane. They are doing a cool play where he TP'd in, but he actually didn't show himself, and he's just hiding in the trees, waiting to set up a play.
But they were killing bottom, so like...
They do have vision on Monkey, sorry for interrupting you, but he got scattered out there, that's why he revealed himself.
Did you see him?
Yeah, you see the jump.
I don't think they saw the Mars, because Monkey went to hit the tower. He didn't have that much vision of him.
Interesting.
If he was higher,
Monkey wouldn't have walked up and hit the tower if he saw him, right?
If he had the, if Monkey had the talent, he would have seen him, I think. Maybe not. But he did bonk him down, so we do have replay potential, but it's probably not. It's probably not needed. If you have high graphics, you can see the trees shimmer. So
but it's
is that true?
I believe.
Sorry,
so.
Effie.
I was like, what?
No, that was like, I hate playing with Monkey King in my pub, so can I see him always?
Maybe I pulled that out of my butt. I don't know, but yeah, I'll test. I'll test that tonight for you.
Sorry,
pal.
what were you saying, Effie?
I was saying, we reached the point in the game where now Io's job is to just play with Luna.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he just wants to stack the triangle a little bit more, but we're just going to see them running around together instead of Io running around Mars and relocating in on these Mars setups, which is, it kind of reminds me of Team Spirit a little bit. It's how they like to play their Mars. Just have them alone in a side lane, hiding in the trees like you did near that tier 1, and just go for a kill.
And when Mars has a good game like this, I think it actually lets him function with Io a lot better. Because he's actually a hero that needs a few items in order to actually be I don't know, like a real offlane. Like, he needs items to frontline and he needs items to initiate. It's not like Tidehunter where all you really need is a Blink Dagger because you're more tanky with Kraken Shell. You don't really get that bulwark that early on Mars.
It's like the early Yules or the Hood, and then you want the Blink, and then after Blink, you quickly want BKB because you're now putting yourself in vulnerable positions. And after, yeah. Ooh,
Was that
that's pretty
2
close.
crowns on Monkey King?
Yeah, I think some monkeys are doing.
You go for the
Atos?
right? Yeah. DD has spawned bot.
I can see, I mean, they're against Void Spirit. You don't want to have to. Yeah. Atos is honestly an underrated item this patch right now. It's I think it's 12. They buffed it a bit. I don't know if it's 12 or 14 stats now, but they gave it a decent buff and they made the projectile faster, so it actually catches people.
And it's kind of that awkward item where, remember when Monkey King support first came around? It was like the media hammer, the style of like you're in the trees, but that pressure's coming from nowhere. Kind of same applies with Atos, right? It's like this soft disable that's going to appear, and it forces this core to have to defensively use spells or items. Otherwise, there's that threat of that +1 coming in. So.
And the build-up of Atos is actually really cheap and nice.
Yeah.
Right, with the exception of the later components, just having those crowns early, the stats. It's the reason why I'm enjoying heroes like Skyriff Mage recently, where it just feels easier, right? And the build-up into Gleipnir, if you do choose to do it, is a plus. That item feels like it's in a really good place right now. I wonder if did Monkey King take the Vision talent or the Stun talent?
Vision is the right one, I think. So maybe next time they click him. I don't even know that for sure, so I will check.
It is the right one, it is.
Okay,
right.
it is?
The left one is Boundless Strike.
Okay, so Volker has Orchid, Midas, Travels. He has a lot of items this game. He's actually top net worth in this game.
That's really impressive with the Luna farming stats.
There's
Io Luna even, right?
There are like Invoker games where if the enemy doesn't pressure towers, you can get fat really quick. Like when I was working with like Hellbird Smashers and Stormstorm was on the team, right? Like he's obviously thousands of Invoker games, right? And it's the simple read is if they can't hit, or if they don't hit my towers or can't hit my towers, I can be the most farmed hero in the game at like 20 minutes. So that maybe is Elephant choosing to play for their own timings more than hitting the buildings. But I think right now, even though Elephant has Luna, I think they're respecting that one fight that Secret can create, which is, you know, the Monkey King vision or the damage from Sand King, the void setup. Like, I feel like they're respecting that, which is indirectly enabling Invoker to become just this farmed, you know, beast, this top net worth for Secret.
Honestly, I think that when Yapster dodged the arena in the Dire Jungle, I think that was really important because if they had arena when Mars got his blink right away, I think they could have made that move that to stop Invoker's farm where you go collapse on mid tower. Instead, like, that was really close. He leaps off the tree and then all of a sudden you're missing your blink timing.
That's a very good point because when you look at Elephant's draft, it's not that they don't really have a means to take a fight without arena. Sure, Void Spirit can go in and Astral Remnant, but that's not the same as having an arena spear, right? You haven't set up your heroes correctly, and you're not going to kill a hero fast enough, or they can't counter-initiate with Tornado, followed by Chrono, followed by Epi, or Disruptor ulti.
Also, you see it there, Secret 5 and 3, Elephant 3 and 5. It is so important to note that this series, it's the fact that there are 3 teams currently sitting on the fringe of upper bracket. You've got Secret, Beast Coast, and Elephant, and after the result of this series, potentially all of them could be sitting, 5-3 or 3-5, for example. And it's the fact that you need them to be, 5-5, right? And it's the fact that you need them to be able to win this series for either team to push them down and go, okay, haha, you now have to play against Beast Coast potentially, right? So this is very much a pivotal moment for upper bracket.
I feel like this Invoker's net worth is a bit of an oversight by Elephant, and I just don't think they expected him to match the Luna. I'm worried that if they do take a fight, Invoker just is surprisingly strong, they're not really in a good position to win this game because they will get overwhelmed by Secret's teamfight eventually if they're giving them so much of the map. Look, they still haven't crossed the river on Elephant.
And they smoked up. I mean, they saw that Secret was going for the Roshan, so they smoked to scout that. But I think you're right. It does feel a bit awkward for our IO lineup to have to play so tight defensively like that, right? Like usually with IO, if you can split them up a bit, push the side lanes in a bit, get a relocate, you can get some really good fight opportunities. I also want to mention, I think the Orchid on Nisha was sort of like a reaction to the itemization of the Void Spirit. Because Void Spirit, he doesn't really want to have to buy Yos or BKB or any of these items. But as soon as Nisha saw that he was going for Aghanims first, he just buys an Orchid, and you're exactly right. Like, Void Spirit can't jump in anymore and start fights. They had to wait for the arena, had to wait for the right initiation. Even against Mars, it's not simple to get arena and spear off against someone like Nisha.
Yeah, if you look at like the items though, right? It's like you have Orchid. They're just dodging this, and Sai has Burrow 3.
Just got glimpsed back.
Ooh, that's a good chrono into a monkey ring.
And he doesn't actually get the reload off, gets flipped by the chrono.
This is looking scary. I'm sorry for this is looking really scary for Elephant because they smoked up first, but it was the Weaver who led. Mars came in afterwards. The arena came in, but Disruptor glimpsed him back.
And like you see here from Matu, he's rushed this BKB, and like you're mentioning Orchid, but Elephant's itemization is like it's kill hungry, right? Like they've got Blink Dagger, they've got Hood on Mars to be able to tank up. You got the Void Spirit going Ags, but Secret, if they just all you got the double crown Monkey King, the defensive Orchid on Invoker, Sand King just being a reactionary hero, and then Matu going straight for a BKB. They're allowing Elephant to be like, okay, if you want to fight us, we're going to make sure every bit of gold we spend is so that we can take that perfect defensive fight. We don't need our spells because we have the items to allow us to stay present in the fight. And you're seeing it here where Elephant kind of like half commit to this area. We're seeing them like throw spells awkwardly onto a Sand King, but they're not really connecting. And Matu's, like, if this was 5 minutes earlier, he'd be scared to be positioned here. He doesn't have the BKB, but he hits the good chrono. Relocate gets kind of a little bit whiffed. And now this Luna with her BKB timing is running away from the engagement. And I think this is where Secret just had a really good read on the game, itemized defensively, and then Elephant, of course, never really used their aggressive items they bought. So they're kind of both mirrored to Secret looking pretty good right now.
I would say Weaver leading the smoke too was a big mistake.
That's true.
Because at the very least, getting the arena spear and Disruptor would have been better than what happened.
I think in this sense, Elephant was trying to be like, okay, let's throw the hero that might be able to like unlock the vision so we get the good arena, but it just never came. So like, you either send Weaver first, so that Void Spirit and Mars instantly jump when they see the entire fight, or they start with the stunning hero to instantly kill. So in this scenario, for sure, maybe the stunning hero going up first would have netted them like the surprise, but Matu had great positioning.
I feel like if you want vision, you can just give the ward to like your Mars or Void Spirit there. They
Plonk
just
it down,
pop
yeah,
it and
100%.
jump. Because as both, like as Effie said, like Weaver going first, it's just awkward.
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest, you don't want this bug to run up. The entire purpose of this hero as a support is pretty much just swarm. So if you use swarm to initiate in a fight, like you're gonna hit one hero max. You want them to like sort of come in later, you can get like multiple people swarms, and then just sort of poke at the back lines.
And he's got the Vessel as well, so he's kind of chipping as well. Oh, the glimpse. Yeah, this Luna's kind of getting a bit kited.
Luna didn't have BKB up, huh?
Used it in the previous fight.
This is when Invoker strength comes into play. If your Invoker is that high in net worth, even if you don't have cooldowns, this hero is a team fighter by himself. He's a force of nature by himself. Look how easily he evaporated the Luna with no
There's
BKB.
3 buybacks from the Elephant side, and I'm not even sure they're gonna win this fight.
They have to disengage. The value of Wukong's, right? They have detection.
Okay, so they did get Matu. I didn't quite see how he died, but
he popped inside his chrono.
Okay, that's very important for them. If you spend 3 buybacks like this, you need to get Roshan though.
Yeah.
They do have bugs and they have Luna Oral, but Invoker, he's just a complete menace this game.
If he has spells, there's no way they take this.
Yeah, I agree.
Nothing to say earlier.
He's
He
so
went
high
for
level.
BKB Ags, one item, and then it was just Refresher. Like he was just making sure he could use his entire toolkit multiple times. It was really, really good.
And look at that net worth. That is not how you would expect going into the Luna IO draft. That's rough, man. Elephant understood that after they lost that team fight in Secret's Triangle, that it was their time to go. And they did. They got the tier 1 mid. They were like, can we turn this into Roshan? But Secret decided to fight it anyway, even without their cooldowns. And why were they able to fight it without cooldowns? Because of how strong Invoker is. He alone is able to kill the Luna. They don't need Chrono. They don't need Epicenter. All he needed was a kinetic field and the Meteor like we just saw in the replay.
and the confidence of just BKBs. Just like Elephant doesn't really have them yet, other than Luna. So Invoker, he's throwing all his spells down, perfect control like you mentioned, and then he's also like, if you do get on me, where's your damage? Like, you're not really killing me with right clicks, right? So.
And this is the scary part. Now they have their spells again.
Yep. Yeah, like when you're in the lead and you have the cooldowns, that's when you can control every game, right? Like every fight you choose, it's going to be that chrono. So winning this one defensive fight gives Secret the ability to be proactive.
This is an interesting smoke because this could go horribly wrong for them.
I think they feel desperate. They just bought back 3 heroes. They know that Chronosphere's down. There's like in their eyes, I think there's their only chance to come back.
If they lose this fight, do we go to the Spirit game? Is that the real question we've got? Oh, hi Shiva.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you trying to show off?
Well, no, I'm trying to one-up you. Well, actually, two-up you in
Luckily,
this case.
they didn't see it on stream.
They did not, but I will tell them anyway. When you came on, you only brought drinks for one extra person.
Yes.
I have brought drinks for everyone, including you. I walked on with 4 mugs in my hand.
Thanks, Shiva.
In one hand. I want to point that out.
Thank
4
you.
mugs in one hand. Nobody saw it, but it happened. Could you pass this on, please?
It was very impressive.
Thank you. Thank
I was
you.
in awe.
It is all nice, hydrating.
Why, thank you. Oh, it's
water.
cold.
It's water.
Yeah, no, but it's cold.
Well,
It's good.
It wasn't cold, no.
what?
It's a good temperature. This is
It's
the
a
best
decent
water
temperature. It's cold enough that you can. It's cold
It's
enough
actually
to be
true.
refreshing,
Yeah.
but not too cold, so you can still chuck it if you want to.
No. I just like the mug. It's a nice soft
That's
mug.
why she's the best.
There you go.
You should be.
I know the right
new
water
tea governor.
What? Already you're trying to get replaced? That's bad, man.
What did I miss, guys?
Secret masterclass. of
Secret masterclass?
Defensive aggression. There you go.
I mean, this game looks very even. Okay,
That's
maybe.
phrasing it the PMA way, or Elephant's inability to cross the river.
Elephant, they had to lead this game.
Yeah.
But honestly, the farm differential between like Luna Isle and the other heroes on the enemy team wasn't as big as we thought it should be, just because Nisha, he got super farmed on Invoker. He had like some Orchid, Travels, Midas really early in the game. And he's just sort of stalling on the fights. Matu, he's also playing a bit of a sacrificial lamb this game in the team fights, who go forward a bit. And, you know, I watched a lot of like, I think everyone that's a Dota fan has watched like some Miracle highlight videos on Invoker.
Yeah. APM, go
You know,
for the
whenever he
roof.
gets a rampage, I think 3 of the kills are him like right-clicking people with alacrity. And a lot of the moves are like really fancy. He's doing the right thing, but that hero does a lot of right-click damage, especially when you have Orchid Midas. So he's just alacritying and right-clicking people.
Yeah, great combo with the Faces Void. But you know, if you just tuned in or walked in like I did, I see the kills even. I see the net worth even. Surely Elephant is not that out of it.
It's even if it looks even, it shouldn't be because there are heroes in Dota that if they are even with a team, they haven't done their job.
Okay,
And
so
one
you
of
feel
those-
that that's the case.
One of those heroes is Luna, the other is Alchemist, another is Tiri. Just heroes like this, you don't want to see them even in net worth because that means that they're not as strong as the person with even net worth because these heroes need more items to be effective. And that is their inherent strength, right? Their ability to come online faster. Sven is so terrifying because of how quickly he gets 6-slotted. But if you pair him up against a 6-slotted Morphling, that 6-slotted Morphling is far stronger than a 6-slotted.
But the strength in this case to Sven would be that he gets 6-slotted faster.
Yes.
Compared, and Luna should have been that, and unfortunately, not the case for Elephant.
But that's the thing. Luna was far, far ahead of the Void. It's just that Invoker managed to keep up in net worth. So, props to Nisha.
Props to Nisha indeed. By the way, for people wondering, I believe hold. Elephant attempting. Secret also going for that smoke, but not getting anything out of it. For people curious, on the stream D, they just went in game with Quincy Crew versus Fnatic. You can watch that on TI5 with Cap and Kyle. Then there is Beast Coast taking on SG in game 2, which just, well, actually you can see it, it just finished the draft.
That's a CK.
That is a CK. Is that the first CK?
Oh, I think
it is.
Yeah, I think it is.
Jeez,
Like,
I'm
we should do that
actually
at some
so
point, please.
impressed.
But
So many heroes.
Give it like 15 minutes so we can kill heroes. Then we go there, please.
Sure. We get 50. We'll go to that game.
Later.
Peak
yeah.
timing of the
Yeah.
CK. Don't worry.
Thank you.
And then there's also VG Gaming versus Team Spirit going on, and I actually think we should check in with Stream B because we haven't really, unless you did it while I was away.
Maybe no, we didn't. Sorry.
Okay,
Shiva.
let's check Vici Team Spirit because we haven't really seen them that much yet, and we're just curious how it goes because this is game 1 of this 2-game series, and Team Spirit has seemingly found their groove today, right? Effie, that was the case.
Elephant was getting spicy there. I was curious. It looks like we tuned into something really exciting here.
And if you, by the way, want to continue checking out Team Secret versus Elephant, that is on stream 2 because it is stream A, and that is with Sons Fantasy.
Yeah, absolutely, Shaver. Spirit seem to have found their groove finally, and I'm really glad that they have because this is a team that people were whispering about. They look so strong in scrims, and they've been just evolving throughout the season, playing better and better. They're an excellent macro team. They make really good decisions, and they have a very good sense of how they want to play each game or how to approach it. But their day 1 series were very difficult. They were up against, was it Secret or OG?
Secret OGD.
They were against Secret and then LGD, and they just got 2-0'd by both of those teams. And a lot of us were just concerned that they wouldn't be able to recuperate from that. But it looks like they've hit their stride. They beat Elephant, and now they're going into this game looking very strong.
Yeah. What do we think about the draft of this one?
It's hard.
We got an IO. Okay, so I will tell you exactly what's happening.
Okay, now we're.
Okay, for some reason I was so confused we saw the wrong game. I only just noticed.
It was a secret game I was on.
All right, so I'll tell you what's happening. I was going to tell you what's happening, but I can't see it anymore.
We don't see
Oh, it's okay. We got this covered.
Wait, do you want to see how cool my vision can be?
How cool can your vision be?
Wait, which one is it? It's bottom right?
Top right.
Top right.
This is a good start.
Okay.
Wait, top right. No, let me do it.
Okay.
Disruptor.
Yes.
Grim?
No, it's Ember Tiny, Snapfire Mag, and then
Wait, you
Morph
can see
Shadow Fiend. I'm closer than you. That looks like an Elder Titan.
This is a mini game.
Shaker hood.
I see Morphling. I see
Yeah.
something purple or pink potentially.
What?
Or red? Is that a Bloodseeker?
It's a
That was
Shadow
a
Fiend.
lot of colors.
Let's go to stream B for the moment to see everything enlarged for a second.
Yes, Elder type. Okay.
What was the red?
It
orange
was red.
thing?
It was SF.
Yeah, I
What was
said the whole
pink
draft.
and orange.
What?
You know, reddish.
Oh,
pinkish,
reddish,
you know,
okay.
The hues. The warm hues.
And with the right gem on the Arcana, he's definitely pink.
So I want to see what build SF
Sort of.
did this game because last time I saw Morphling SF did physical, and Morphling went for more of a hybrid build. I think something that's become almost sort of standard, honestly, in Dota is that you want a mix of magical and physical damage on your cores. Otherwise, it's just too easy to itemize against. Like, pretend you play against some, I don't know, TA Lycan. You'll just build 2 plate mills on every core hero and they won't deal any damage. But if you have to build plate mill plus hood, all of a sudden, like, you have half the protection against each type and you're much more vulnerable.
What's the game time right now?
Okay, so he's gone.
It is
Falcon
21,
Blade, BKB,
about to be
Shadow Blade.
22 minutes.
He's going right click.
If you have any questions about items on any hero, please ask me. I remembered the website to fix this problem, so now we can do this. All right, guys.
What does Morphling have?
Morphling, he has threats, manta, wand, 1 blade into a morbid and a circlet. 313 KDA.
What website is this?
This is Track Dota. It basically just gives you like live stats on the games.
That's really helpful, actually.
So if you can't like watch the game and you don't have Twitch,
And you don't
load
have
this
sound
up
or something?
to track. Yeah, you can kind of. It's basically like watching the game through the mini map, pretty much. So it's pretty helpful on like on panels, for example. I completely forgot. Yeah.
Can we do SF and also Ember and Tiny?
Yeah, SF's got Treads, Falcon Blade, and a BKB, going towards a Shadow Blade. Oh wait, we just saw it there. And Ember, wow, coincidentally.
Wow.
Basically kind of the same items, but a Maelstrom.
Ember feeling rich. How do we feel like Team Spirit's doing? Because they look to be in control of the map with their amount of pressure they're putting on this top lane right now.
I feel like every time I see Tiny with a Spirit Hero, it feels so good when there isn't this natural front line, this kind of rebuttal to the engagement. And like Vici Gaming right now, that comes in online when the Morph has like the BKB or the Shadow Fiend has his way to stand up in front. And I think this may be why Spirit's able to muscle up right now a little bit earlier, is because Vici Gaming lacks that level-dependent frontlining hero.
I would agree to that, yeah. It's hard to say what led up to this point, right? Every time we tune in, it's kind of like being in the middle of a story.
It's very hard.
It's kind of like being in the middle of a story and you don't know where
that's
it's
the point.
going.
It's our job to figure out what point in the story we are, basically giving a summary to people that can't watch 4
that's why
games
we're
at the
going to
same time,
Quincy
which
Crew.
is most people, by the way. What?
And that's why we're going to Quincy Crew right now.
No, not
that's
yet.
me, that's
No,
me,
I
that's me,
want to properly summarize this game first because,
it was a meme.
you know, this game from an untrained. Sorry, guys, hit the mic from an untrained eye.
I did that once too.
It looks very even again. Is this game even? This one does not have a Luna that made it uneven, even though it looked even.
Well, even in net worth, I mean, it could definitely go anywhere. What we tuned into is Spirit taking the Dire Jungle and taking their outpost, right? So it looks like they've taken control of a very important part of the map. So maybe it won't be even much longer. The next 5 minutes we'll probably see a net worth spike for Team Spirit. And especially if they get this Aegis, they're probably just going to take even more. They're going to try to progress to the triangle if they can. But for the most part, no, they're not out of it at all.
I feel like every time I see Ember, and there's no like real clear answer to him, which I haven't really seen this tournament, Seer just ends up popping off though. Like, not even necessarily in kills, but you just look at his damage stats and oh, what an Echo Slam! Who's gonna Aegis?
Vici Gaming got it.
Old 11.
Oh, nice RP, maybe?
Let him play by 11.
That was blind, right? Like he doesn't have
It had
vision
to
in the pet. He's just going in because they know they're roshing, but he doesn't know for sure, and that's
They
a
did
huge
Spirit.
swing.
Did they send an Astral Spirit before he landed?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I feel
Well,
like Tiny with a beaky bead. if we had Astral Spirit.
Technology might be on our side if we could have a replay of that.
Honestly, a little bit of inexperience from Team Spirit, or maybe it's just their support does a bit
Yeah,
awkward.
yeah, it's a Spirit. There's a Spirit.
So there's an
But
easy
there's no
Spirit on top of
hesitation
him.
though.
I feel like you beaky before.
We have was that? No, sorry.
But that was a
my
slow-mo
brain.
replay, so the Spirit was in there for 0.5 seconds.
Okay, so they just put the Spirit and an instant jump.
Instant follow-up,
Okay.
right? So they had the read on the Roche, and he went in the
Thank
second
you.
he got the vision.
It's like, I think T-Gov was mentioning this earlier, but there are like steps to taking Roshan. It starts with like taking vision control of the area. With how much map control T-Spirit had with the couple of pickoffs they had in the Dire Jungle, I feel like a smoke should never connect like that, or you're literally echo slamming the heroes on the Roshan pet.
This is like the bait Roshan play. Like if you have to think of a Roshan, you look at their lineup, they're not going to Roshan and 100 to 0ing it in like 20 seconds, 15 seconds. They might with a Solar Crest plus 2-3 heroes, but this is like the type of one where you slow do it. You want to bring them to the fight, because I look at these lineups and both of them are super flashy, where if they connect their their spells,
You don't
they
want to
could.
connect smells.
No.
That would be weird.
Oh my god, my team smell the BO.
Very awkward.
Ugh, lavender. But yeah, like if you connect your spells, you can blow up this fight. Like this is honestly the type of game that both teams should have moments where they hit like beautiful combinations of spells, right? And that's where Spirit kind of offered it up to Vici Gaming, and they gave them that kind of entry into the fight. And like I was mentioning, a more experienced team probably wouldn't just all in on a Roshan there. They would put one hero in the pit, force a scan, have mag in the area, everyone ready, kill the heroes, then do the Roshan.
That is something that Spirit has been working on throughout the season, right? We know they're talented. We know they enjoy playing together. They have fun playing Dota, and they've got what it takes to be up there.
Yeah.
With all the teams that are competing at this level. It's just the lack of experience is something that they've been refining. And honestly, they've gotten to such a great point throughout the season to here, where the Team Spirit of DPC Season 1 looks nothing like this Spirit.
They wouldn't be here for sure. Like the evolution of what DPC provided was the type of thing that Spirit needed, that continuous competition to be able to improve, right? So for sure, Team Spirit is one of the perfect examples of why the DPC is, working out for certain teams. Because if it wasn't here, we'd probably only have, the usual show up.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm thinking this game. See, I feel like this game is gonna take about maybe 10 more minutes before it blows out of control. Next Roshan. Is that a fair point?
I think that sounds about right.
RP.
Oh, that's a really good skewer into RP though.
Or
We pick off on Shalfin.
But they can't push with that. Right?
Yeah, they won't really be able to push, and I think they're I don't know what Radiant's timing is here, but Vici, they want to fight despite that happening because they actually did hit their timing.
I love Caster cursing games, by the way.
I think, like Morphling, he had his Aghanims. Maybe, like, his biggest one is going to be when he gets BKB, but Vici, they should feel strong taking any fight right now. Like, that fight in Roshan was so big for them because, like, we looked at Morphling's items. He had, like, man to nothing. And it was not inspiring. Like, if Spirit were able to get the Aegis and sort of control the map, like, the Aghanims plus BKB would have come so late for Morphling, and then I think they might have been, like, confined to their base this game. Instead, like, this one play from Oda 11 and whoever's playing the Outer Titan. Sorry, I don't know if it's a 4 or 5.
That's
but
DY.
It's DY Outer Titan? Okay. I guess he has lower net worth, that makes sense. It's completely turns this game on its head.
It feels like an overstep by Ori, though.
That was a bit far off. It was a good skewer, but honestly, they could have just gone for the RP into skewer, and the same thing would have happened. So maybe a little bit over-aggressive.
Could we maybe switch games for a little bit while we wait for these games to flesh out a little bit? Well, because all streams are in their like final series, right?
Yeah.
And I am seeing a lot of action on the Secret versus Elephant game, so I think we check in there first and we just go through the motions, check them all out. So let's start with stream A. By the way, if you want to continue watching Vici Gaming versus Team Spirit, Moxie and Purge will take you through that on TI, Dota TI, and then it's channel 3. And yeah, like I said, a lot of action in this one. Because it looks like this is still anyone's game.
We just tuned in to like
the best moment.
Yeah, it was like the chrono into, unfortunately, no layered damage. The damage then came after, and yeah, Matuma Man just 100-0.
It was looking so bad for Elephant when we left.
Yeah. Perfect. We now get to try and piece it together again.
Yep. What happened in the meantime?
Before we switched to a different stream, it was looking really good for Elephant because they took a fight and they forced a Disruptor buyback and they couldn't re-engage even with the glimpse into kinetic field. But we switched out after that, so I'm not sure what happened, but it looked like Elephant still had more footing in the game than we gave them credit for.
That's there where they start the fight, they chrono 2, but they've already isolated the Void Spirit.
Yeah.
So
They
in their
already
mind,
used Sunstrike, so they had no Cataclysm for the chrono.
so it's like they feel like they can 100-0 this Void Spirit because they kind of like zoned out the rest.
But then
But
they
unfortunately, when you don't do that, that's the type of play where if you kill him, you probably turn and you try and do more. But because you don't get the kill and he kites away, you're now out of position and yeah. Whew.
But he doesn't have Cataclysm.
Aeon Gun.
Does he even have Axe on him?
Oh yeah, Aeon Disc maybe.
So he had Aeon Disc, and then he got the Yield Scepter off, and he was able to buy a lot of time. Did I see that right? He doesn't have Aghanims.
Correct. He has Shiva's, Orchid, Midas, Octarine, BKB, and Boots of Travel on the Invoker.
Here's the thing though, what AUI was talking about before that was so important was Void Spirit not being able to go in because of his like lack of survivability items. But now he's at a point where he has this Eels and Aeon Disc, and if he can Astral step in, force the Invoker BKB, and disengage the fight without dying, that gives them a really big window to actually kill him. And what we tuned into is the Arena and the Luna Eclipse just shredding the entire team. So if Void Spirit's actually at the point where he is now controlling the pace, or poking and prodding and forcing these important spells or forcing these important items, then Elephant have a really good chance at Luna just overpowering them at a certain point, I would say.
Doesn't it feel weird that he doesn't have Cataclysm though?
A little bit. Yeah.
Like he has Sand King, he has Void. I feel like almost every game I see him for an Invoker, at some point you're picking him so that he can get this Cataclysm.
Is he at least queuing it up?
I think maybe the counter argument to this, and maybe why he didn't opt for it, is because there is this Weaver who now has the Axe in the game, and the idea of the pressure on Secret to chrono that hero and find the Weaver so you can basically cover, you can CC the Weaver, then kill the guy with Cataclysm, right? I think maybe Secret's leaning more on longer fights, prolong it. The chrono's kind of there, but they're not really using it.
They know. We tuned in on this one on the right time, didn't we?
This is perfect.
They know.
Sounds right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but there's a Weaver still
but
there.
there's an Aeon Disc that...
Nice relocate save.
Yeah.
Relocate save. Weaver still dies.
The instant buyback.
I mean, this fight does look pretty decent for Elephant. Because that was, well, there's no epicenter, but chrono down.
They have Epi up.
I like that Weaver chose to TP
No, I mean,
into
like
the
the-
fight
it
and not
wasn't
time lapse
the-
back.
Yeah, I
in.
agree. I think
That
saving
made
is
it
really
so that they
important.
couldn't commit. Had he time lapse back in, that would have actually been a window for Secret to take a fight.
Shove doesn't have buyback yet.
Yeah, we got a monkey buyback. Yapzor's on his way back, but at this point, I mean, they really know that they need to contest that Aegis, but that's
Really
a,
nice done.
that's a. If
That's a dieback.
Yapzor is the only one that dies here,
That is a dieback. Secret right now are falling victim to the survivability and kite of Elephant's lineup, where they go for that chrono. And I think, again, it's the idea of the cataclysm thing. It's like, they chronos one guy, but because you haven't already found the Weaver, and then because even if you find the Weaver and lock him down like they did, there's the Eye coming in as well. So a one-man chrono, it won't feel good this game. The chrono needs to be with the Weaver +1, but of course Elephant, their positioning, they're always going to make sure they're offering up one target, and Weaver's on one side and Eyes on the other. They're always going to have a save now for this chrono.
what does the IO shard do again?
It makes it stun if you jump into it. It's
Oh, it's the old tether?
It does a nuke.
Huh?
It also does a nuke.
It doesn't nuke, and
And
it's
it
like
gives you bonus move speed, I believe.
10% bonus move speed. I think you can only apply once every 7 seconds or something.
And
It's
speaking
pretty
of-
good, right?
It is a really good chart. Speaking of, I think it's one of the reasons why IO feels so strong is that in the past, if you wanted to kill the IO, you would just jump on him, right? But if you jump on him when he's tethered, you're actually just going to stun yourself, right? So if you're an Earthshaker trying to control this backline IO and kill him, and you just blink in, the tether shard is going to stun you, and IO has a means to just leave. So it's a really cool thing that they added, I would say. It just made IO that much more viable, in my opinion.
Well, and with that Aegis, all of a sudden Elephant 10k ahead. They got Luna top of the net worth. They got the Aegis. Secret.
When we left the game, in my head I didn't account for the potential that Weaver would actually get to his Ags. It kind of felt like a distant possibility because Invoker was topping the net worth and they had all these huge teamfight spells and it looked like they had a good reign or control over the game at that point.
When he actually got the Witchbane, which is huge, because what you would want to do in the engagement is you would want to get like the chrono off for sacking stuff. Off, and then Invoker will Orchid the Weaver. But now he has a self-dispel, and you're right, because I don't know his exact progression, but it looks like he went for Spirit Vessel before Eggs.
He did,
with a
yeah,
5-position
yeah.
Weaver. And that's a lot of gold, but he's quite rich this game.
Something happened between this and the last 10 minutes where he was able to secure farm for himself, which is so important. And if Elephant do end up taking this win, like I'm going to be so impressed by this Weaver's ability to just conjure something up for himself.
I do really think like having like Cataclysm isn't necessarily about the double Sunstrike. It's also about like you get full vision of the enemy hero. It's like effectively a haunt, right? And like if they had that, like for example that Roshan pet, like Luna's dead there if the Cataclysm hits her in the chrono, because they tanking Sunder. Maybe Invoker gets an Orchid on the Weaver or something, and they would have killed Luna, and this game could have been completely different.
That's true, because like that's the main thing there, sorry. It's like when you commit to the chrono, you don't have to 100 to 0 him right in that moment, right? And then you catter on top to just kind of half kill him, and at least give Sand King or Disrupt that opportunity to find where the saves are. So yeah, it's pretty needed, I guess, at some point.
I mean, I'm sure he had his reasons for not getting it. It's just, for me, I'm
Who needs a tissue?
Me, please, really badly.
Shall I go collect it for
we
you?
can throw the tissue box. I like
Do you want
it.
me to just go get it for you guys?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
I know that when I got up earlier, and he's coming to get it.
I thought I just. Sorry to
I got up earlier and I dropped everything, so it's probably better that he gets it.
I had a
TI
really
went out,
funny
please have your
nose.
tissue. Thank you, my lord.
Thanks for doing camera off. It's so awkward.
Blow your nose, girl. Live your
I'm not gonna
life.
blow my nose. I can't.
Can we mute his?
Oh, they killed my mic. Thank you.
It's gonna be so loud, we're gonna pick it up.
No, it's not. Don't say
You know
that.
what he's not realizing? That there is now someone meticulously looking at AY blowing his nose so they know when A, he's muted, has to be muted, or B, when he has to say something. Oh, that's pretty funny.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, sorry, Curtis.
Does that feel better?
Is that good?
I mean, it's getting evening here, so it's a little bit more chilly, so people get a runny nose when it's chilly very frequently, so it's all
I wish
good.
I brought my jacket, that's for sure. Yeah,
it's also raining at the moment, so that brings the coolness. It's really autumn.
You know what's nice about being here though? Because with the rain, it simulates like a fake crowd. A very soft like.
That is true, but continuously. The question is it for us or for the games?
Oh, it's obviously for the games.
That's quite poetic, actually.
I'm a lot
That's
more
true.
meaningful, you know. Maybe on the outside I don't look it, but you know.
So it looks like Elephant was not able to force a fight with their Aegis.
So sad.
How big of a problem for them is that? Their Aegis is about to run out.
I think in most games there's Faceless Void, you're feeling pretty reliant on Aegis, but it's a bit less this game just because they have the dual save on supports. I think they would have liked to push the tempo a bit more, but it's not necessarily a wasted Aegis, right? Like they got a lot of map control from this. They've extended lead a lot. I can't read the number. I think it's like 9K now.
Yeah.
Because it looked like it went from 2 digits to 1.
This is
Yeah, it's on the edge. It's flicking back and forth there. It looks also like Nisha was doing very good on the Invoker on making sure those waves were constantly pushed out, so that Elephant didn't really have a good place to make.
But this is the type of game where Elephant has come back into it due to Secret going mid, having the rats, and having the comeback from your own base. Elephant is very scared to go to the enemy base because everything we've praised them on, positioning of Weaver, positioning of Io, the tankiness, etc., that is completely removed when you're isolated at an enemy's tower because it's so hard to position when you're in like hitting an objective, right? I think that's why Elephant, they are respecting the fact that even though they're winning fights, it's only because in an open area where they can kind of move in and out. If they hit a building, Secret probably will just demolish the fight. There's no contest there. So Elephant, they're gonna continue playing side lanes, waiting for that opportunity to find that pickoff, to force a buyback, do it again, and that's when they're gonna go high ground. This could last a pretty long time, this game.
Secret have to find a way. Maybe just the Monkey King giving vision and the Sand King going for it, but he has to find a way to get this Io and this Weaver in the backline. And it's just really difficult. There's so much sustain, there's so much durability, there's an ability to reset. Your big Chrono kind of becomes nothing if you're going on the Luna and she gets saved.
Also, they can save each other, right? Like that's the thing with double save supports. They have a lot of weaknesses generally in Dota, but once you get to this point in the game, it's very hard to deal with. Because oftentimes what teamfights come down to is, if your front line can jump their back line, you're going to feel good in the fight.
So this game is gonna stall for a little bit longer until the next Roche fight, which is in 1 minute. Because obviously I'm eyeing 3 other games going on at the same time, but this one still piques my interest because I think that the next Roche fight, if the previous one was anything to go by, it could be a deciding game. In the meantime,
Cheeky little smoke
as well, because if they win this, they have a chance of securing Roche.
Ooh, Yang has an Abyssal, did I see that right?
Which hero, sorry?
On Mars.
I'm looking at the wrong game. 1 second.
Also,
because that's very cool. Like you can blink in Abyssal Sound and spear them backwards, and that
Correct.
can be like your initiation.
He does have Abyssal.
Nice.
Can confirm.
I haven't seen Abyssal on Mars very often, but it does make up for their weaknesses. Like their 2 supports are double saved, so they don't have the normal stuns that you usually have. And Voice Break can go in, but it's not like you're gonna go in on like 1-2 heroes. It's not real stuns.
That's the beauty of these 50-minute plus games that go into an hour,
I
right?
like this itemization though. Like he has a problem, he thinks, how can I solve this problem?
Buy
Okay,
it.
I'm gonna buy an Abyssal Blade. Like it's not a normal item on Mars, but I think it's the correct one this game.
what is Secret's plan here? Are they gonna be able to jump him actually? He's alone defending the base. The rest of his team is not there.
Does he? I don't think he has buyback.
Oh, he does.
Oh, he has
He
buyback
does.
again. Okay.
Dead for a very long time.
It is a support.
Had been a while.
Oh, nice silence though. Because he has an Abyssal, but does he have...
That's an Aghanim Disruptor ulti.
Weaver isn't alive.
Elephant's a little bit crumbling right now.
Yeah, but they all have buybacks. They all have buybacks.
10 heroes with buyback in the game, guys.
Yeah.
Very
Is that a
beautiful
gem
now.
that dropped on
That
the
was a
back?
gem that dropped. You were absolutely right.
Great new UI, by the way, just saying. Shout
Yeah,
out to Valve.
it is nice. This is a very close game. I think this is one of the longer ones. We're reaching 55 minutes. Have we had a lot of 55 minutes games?
Not really. It's really
No,
annoying me though,
it-
because all the other games happening and I'm looking at them, but it's like this game's so. Oh,
I know.
why are there so many games, Shiva?
Well, that's the nature of the beast here in the group
know.
stages. It's a behemoth. I mean, it's a beautiful behemoth.
Oh,
Love
this
it.
is actually something that's interesting. Is Void's going for a refresher next item, so you can actually spend a Chronosphere just to bait out the relocate and the time lapse, and then get another Chronosphere onto the Luna, and maybe they'll have Cataclysm by then and Burster.
I think that's a good way to approach killing these backline supports because they've identified that it really hasn't been easy for them to isolate them and go for them. That was an exception because they
bought Shard. Yes, he's also got 6.7k gold, by the way.
I was just shocked that, like, I've never seen an Invoker without Aghanim's. Like, I don't know if it's my own lack of understanding or knowledge on Invoker, but I almost always see it as item. Oh my god.
Oh, that was very close. Also, a little small tidbit, Monkey King also just picked up a gem. So Disruptor has a gem they stole, and then Monkey King has his own. Because it is so critical that you can find this Weaver. Because he's going to start the fight by Sakuchiing and just kind of playing on the fringe. Like, he's not Sakuchiing to do damage, right? He's just waiting. So now they have double gem. Secret is, moving in their stride right now, and, Roshan is going to be key here.
I do want to credit Elephant on their restraint, though, because obviously both of the heroes that were dead had buyback, but they were able to save them. And it was very clear that Team Secret just wanted to try and force out those buybacks, but they didn't get them. And now it's going to be another 5v5 fight where everybody's on even footing because everybody's got buyback in the next fight. The next Roshan is going to be...
This tier 2 is actually so important.
What does the third Roshan get again?
Either
Refresher
a shard
or
and
Refresher.
Because we already had the shard in the previous one.
The refresher shard. So it's called. Yesterday I said something.
What'd you say?
I said sharded, and everyone laughed.
I was there.
I meant to hear refresh.
I was there too, I think. Yeah.
No, but yeah.
I can't believe you said it again when I asked.
That's true. I know. I think the Weaver not buying back was the correct play because if they did extend buyback there, it's just not worth the risks. They give Secret their win condition because the pesky hero of the team fights has been the Weaver since he got his odds. Yeah. And that's who they've been struggling against the most. So to save the buybacks for the Roche fight, that is going to be the most important thing.
Speaking of struggling, it was Team Spirit that ended up struggling a little bit more against Vici Gaming, as that is game 1 done for that 2-game series. Vici take game 1. There will, of course, be another one by Moxie and Purge after a little bit of a break. In the meantime, on Stream C, you can still catch the SA Showdown. But I really want to go back to Stream A because Team Secret vs. Elephant is the closest game going on right now. And it is it's crazy. Team Secret got 2 kills again. They might be able to secure Roshan with that. However, buybacks still on the table.
The really nice thing they did here on Secret is when they're playing for Roshan, as we went to the multi-screen, they smoked all the way down into the lane and then wrapped into the jungle from that direction. So it didn't allow the simple hold because Mars was positioned on these steps you see on the top of your screen. He was the position there, and it allows them to get all the way around to the back line, finding the Weaver with a double gem and getting that pick off. And another thing I want to mention is late game Roshan is kind of hard to contest if you're Radiant because naturally Dai will always have the outpost control because on their side of the map if this map splits that way. And Secret having this tier 2 up, they get to play this area with so much confidence because going into nearly an hour into the game, they've got the tower, which is closest to Roshan still alive.
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Until the tier 5 items. Have we had any tier 5 items?
I feel like this is the first.
Yes, I think so too. We've been dropping, names of neutral items throughout this multicast, and I know that there's a lot of people at home that last time they watched was maybe the International 2019, which was a while ago, and in the meantime, a lot has changed in the game, including neutral items. And one thing that you should know that is very important about neutral items, they drop starting from a certain time in the game, and every 10 minutes or so, they get better items. And now the last and final tier is tier 5 neutral items, which starts at minute 60.
Currently, the longest game is between, gotta zoom in, Fnatic and SG. That was an hour and 4 minutes long.
Okay.
So this game is very close to becoming the longest game so far at TI, unless they win a fight in GG outright.
1 minute and 1 hour and 4 minutes?
Yes, 1 minute, longest game. 1 hour and 4 minutes. So we're 5 minutes away.
Okay, we got buyback already coming out, but this is looking pretty rough for Elephant already that had to use 2 buybacks and might be forced to use a 3rd if this fight continues. In the meantime, only 1 buyback needed, and there's your chrono. Matumaman hasn't even died yet. And who needs Aghanim's Scepter on the Invoker? Refresher used also by Paparazzi, by yours.
Everyone's just walking into multiple eclipses.
Yeah.
Ooh,
but it's good
not
for
ending
us.
anytime soon.
No.
We're gonna get a record.
They did get the full lane of racks on the top side though.
They did.
And they forced out a lot of buybacks.
Yeah.
It was a pretty nice chrono there because they used the relocate save, and he actually just saw that the IO was linked to the Luna,
They're gonna kill
so he
him.
relocated on top of where they were coming back.
Can he get out? Is he
I
just
don't
dead?
think so, yeah.
He's just dead.
I don't think you can BKB Void Spirit kill when you revive from Aegis. I'm not 100% sure on that. I know you can't BKB things like Impale and Ravage Lion Stun because you don't actually have the hero selected when you're reviving from Aegis, so you can't like pre-click that BKB.
Yeah. You cannot queue it up. All right, there's your first tier 5 item, the Book of the Dead.
I think that was underrated. How do you guys feel about Book of the Dead?
I mean, now that Necronomicon is no longer a thing, Book of the Dead surely is OP because Necronomicon got removed because it's OP.
It depends on like whether or not they can kill these units quickly, right? Because, for example, if it drops against the Luna, it's pretty worthless.
I feel like it's
So
just
kill
like
very
the
fast.
extra map control you get though
Yeah.
is really pivotal in late game because as the game gets longer, like vision and
You can
positioning
run
are just so like clutch. Like heroes die in half a second in the late game compared to the mid game.
It's also the type of item that you can use and just like put it back into your courier or your backpack,
That's
right?
true.
And you just chill, right?
They're gonna have to buy back, surely. Yeah, here we go.
Oof.
I mean, they went deep into this one. Elephant baited that out hard.
He doesn't have chrono.
Oh, he got glimpse back.
It's taunting though.
He's dead. He's
Has
not dead.
chrono now.
He's fine. I was never worried because there was a Weaver thing.
stunned. Oh, he's spin.
Oh, not in
Not too
time.
dead.
That's a dieback. That's a dieback.
That's a dive.
Oh. Top tier positioning from that Weaver giving his life.
Fucking got remnanted.
Oh, but maybe not enough.
Don't. Yep.
Maybe dead.
This is kind of the fight where like because Void's dead and no buyback, they're like go 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 go. But then Invoker, Monkey King, like these are basically causing their own.
In the meantime, the Book of the Dead.
Role playing the hell of the Overlord.
There are no buybacks left on Elephant, and the Book of the Dead is coming for those towers.
That was the most game-winning dieback I've ever seen
Did
in
you
my
guys
life.
see how long on Invoker and Void they had before when they were trying to push base?
About 40 seconds on the Void, Invoker a little bit shorter.
I feel like they should have tried to farm tier 5 items before they went. Like just stop by both Ancients and then
Yeah.
like hopefully you get a couple because tier 5 items, like if you think about gold valuation, some of them are worth like 6-7k gold.
Can maybe solo hold? Can the Faceless Void, a Void Spirit solo hold?
No, he
There's
cannot.
there's a Book of the
They
Dead
will
and
use
there's
Book of the Dead and it will hit
look
the
that's
buildings.
just it. He's gonna try valiantly.
try.
I respect this a lot.
What do we got? We got 30 seconds for the next hero to spawn, but the Book of the Dead is already on the
He's
engine.
done it, yeah.
Oh, just
Wait.
Disruptor.
Wait, is it 6? No, it's 62, right?
62.
We didn't break a record.
We didn't break the record.
We're like a minute.
Very
a bit
exciting
shy.
game though, and I'm sure Sven and Tidehunter had a blast with that. That was only game 1. If you want to catch the start of game 2 for the draft, you can go to TI. Dota TI 1. I mean, he looks like he just ran a freaking marathon right there.
It's like they can hear us.
Yeah, I know. People at home can't see him, but they do see. They do see Matu very happy with that win as well. That is
Because he's laughing.
Looks like he's about to die.
because he died back.
Matthew's like, boys, you won me, because like he died back, and then because they had to overcommit, the beauty of Void. Oh, what a great game.
Good game indeed. We're going from good games to good games, I believe. I actually want to check out, we didn't check this one out yet, Quincy Crew versus Fnatic, Stream D. Of course, there's still the SA Showdown where Beast Coast is looking like they're doing good in game number 2 there, but we have not seen yet Quincy Crew Fnatic, so let's take a peek there first, as I believe Fnatic was, well, they were at some point doing very well. At the moment, it looks like Quincy Crew made a little bit of a comeback, but we're 32 minutes into this game. I know we are coming into a story after missing the first couple of chapters, but can we make a bit of a guess at the summary of those chapters?
Just to be very clear,
Yeah.
this series is the most important series for Quincy Crew.
Okay.
Because
Fnatic
is 2-6, Quincy's 1-5. If Quincy lose this, another team escapes kind of that bottom relegation
True.
play. And if Quincy are able to 2-0 this, then it puts Fnatic in last place, sitting at 2-8. And then Quincy will be 3-5. And that gives Quincy that kind of one game leniency to kind of make their way out of a group stage where they have been underperforming. So this is their series where they can finally control their own fate by at least going, okay, we're not, they can win other series, but this is the one that can at least give them some momentum of escaping the bottom.
Yeah, because at the moment, Quincy Crew, I know a lot of people had them in their upper brackets, but at the moment it looks like Quincy Crew is just putting in all their effort to not be last. Because they are the team in their group, anyway, that has the least amount of wins so far. So yeah, winning this series, indeed, as you mentioned, very, very important. And momentum-based, we talk a lot about the mental game. Winning your final series of the day will help you the day after, just in terms of how you feel and how you step into the next day of group stages. Because we're only almost halfway through, but it's an absolute marathon for the players, especially.
And we're seeing another Wraith King today. Wraith King seemed to have very great success today versus Doom in particular.
He did way better than I thought the hero was. Like, my read on this hero was completely wrong.
But when did it come out? 3 Wraith Kings versus 3 Dooms. So it seems like it's just particularly effective.
It is a Doom counter. I mean, the best counter to Doom is having 2 lives, whether it's the Aegis or just reincarnation is a much easier solution. And didn't that last death from Quinn just look weird to you guys? Like, he was just in the middle of the map,
mid, yeah.
And it ended up with him 5v1 in the river.
And then he buys back, yeah. And
Like,
they
he had
didn't
to
really
buy
use
back
any
his
spells,
Roshan,
right?
but yeah, it just looked awkward.
Just to update you in regards to items.
Yes, please.
Yawar is currently sporting a Satanic, a Butterfly, Crystallis BKB Dragonlance. Compare that to the Wraith King carry, Armlet AC Deso BKB Blink. So they are pretty much toe for toe for items, and I think the big difference right now is the Butterfly for Luna and Satanic compared to Wraith King, who's only got, physical damage, no True Strike for himself, and that's kind of about it. So yeah, a bit of maybe a disparity in the 1v1 fight, but both heroes can easily execute anyone if they're able to kind of lock them down for long enough.
I'm curious why Wraith King went Blink over Silver Edge here. I don't really see. I don't really see the great value. But maybe it's just a matter of we're just going to go in first instantly. Maybe that's what they were looking for. But a lot of things can disable this blink, so it's not. Doesn't help defensively, right? And if he gets clogged, if he had a Silver Edge, he just kind of turns it on and kills the clog, and it's not too much issue. But there's probably something that they were going for.
The nice thing with Blink is simply the Swift Blink. If we didn't have upgradable blinks, then that's kind of for sure like Silver Edge would be much stronger. But I think the Wraith King is a kind of a special use case where Swift Blink is so strong when you pair it with an AC and a Deso. It's that kind of constant chunking and able to just find the correct hero. You don't have to kind of like waddle your way in.
That could be a good point, right? But I don't know at what point did he buy the blink, because it just doesn't feel like a particularly standout blink game to me when I look at Quincy Crew's heroes.
At the same time, by the way, we're looking at Beast Coast celebrating their victory on their final series of today. They were able to 2-0 SG Esports, their fellow SA team, and they had a good run. Beast Coast is doing very well.
Can I say I'm so proud of them? I have nothing to do with it. I'm just so proud to see them develop and grow in such a way. And do you remember Shiver and T, you were there as well when we did ESL Fall, and they actually dominated their group.
Yeah.
They were in the same group as PSG LGD, but they got first place over PSG LGD, and they came into this meta so strong. It looked like they had their idea of how they wanted to play.
Yeah.
But when they lost once, it seemed like they got figured out a little bit, or maybe they crumbled a little, or they changed strategies last second and that didn't work for them. But between then and now, they had a lot of time to refine what they're going to do in case they get figured out, or maybe just make it better and stick to their guns, right? But they seem to be in a position as a team where they're confident, they have heroes that they like, they trust each other, and they're looking really, really, really strong.
And that's kind of what most like SA teams, when they can unlock that at a tournament, they go from being the team that can cause upsets to a team that you can properly look at. Like Thunder Predator had that during Singapore. Beast Coast has always on and off nearly got there type of thing, and hopefully we get to it. They are currently sporting 5-3, sitting in the top 4 for upper bracket.
I know this is a rough watch for you, AOI.
I do like Quincy Crew.
I know
like
you
do. Players, but yeah, no, they just lost the Roach fight. We didn't get it on the big screen, but Death is very patient with the Ravage. And going back to the Blink on Wraith King, I think it's because if you look at their lineup, anytime you have like Void Spirit, Wyvern type lineups, you want to play off range poke. Like we saw how they were engaging before the fight was they would like zip in on Void Spirit, put a gush on someone, and then some Wyvern kill or whatever, and like burst one hero. So Blink is a lot better at
looks
that.
for the
Like, you
opportunity.
can just go in, hit someone, and then reset the fight after you kill them. And when the enemy team's trying to reply against you, you can sort of use a curse to reset or use a wyvern save. This is like the same playstyle that T1 was really good at playing during the Animajor.
I can see that, and that actually makes a lot of sense.
I think this game, it's just, I'm not too sure. I feel like Quincy Crew are getting out-positioned a bit in these fights. Like, even before that Roshan, we saw like sort of a weird death onto the clockwork where he was just getting picked off alone. And even before that, again, like Quinn was alone in the river. Maybe the rough tournament has led to a little bit of a mental loss, like they're not focused enough during the game, but it's a bit uncharacteristic of this team, to be honest.
Yeah, and they had the game that they did win. It was against Beast Coast, and they had a good showing. Like it was a good game. We know they can go toe to toe. There's something. It feels like maybe it's not clicking so far that they are struggling with. On the bright side, for the Fnatic side, Fnatic has also been struggling, and they have shown a lot of growth themselves. Looks like they are going in for the kill at the moment.
And
this 5-man smoke.
And to be clear, if Fnatic win this game, if Quincy are at least able to win the next one and draw, it is going to potentially set up SG 2-6, Spirit potentially 2-6 if they lose to Vici Gaming, and of course Quincy will then be 2-6 as well. So it very much is like every series.
Tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
there's obviously a lot more games to be played, but there is a potential for massive amount of tiebreakers, which
And
I'm very excited about.
Quincy still needs to play both Spirit and SG.
Oh.
So the point here is if Quincy can at least tie up and even those two teams, when they play them in the future, it's going to be
Who
the
does Fnatic
elimination.
still need to play?
Fnatic still needs to play Beast Coast, Quincy, Secret, and Spirit.
So in a way, you'd almost say that Quincy Crew has had tougher opponents, and you'd expect them to still climb and just go lower bracket, but there's even still a chance for.
Yeah, that's a lot of Keep inhaling, Shiva.
I mean,
I like it.
well, it's just you gotta.
You gotta look on the bright side for the teams, right?
Yeah.
Because just to clarify that they lost to PSG, Vici Gaming, drew with Beast Coast, and currently struggling a little bit against Fnatic.
Yeah, but really good news for Fnatic because Fnatic themselves are struggling a little bit as well. So this victory will mean a lot to them as well, as we have seen them grow, and they are a team that we are expecting to develop most during these group stages because this is a fairly fresh squad. Let's put it that way. They have not made it to any major, and they have switched rosters here and there. And their last switch right before qualifiers, and then they qualified, which looked a little rough. So we're looking for the improvements since then, and we definitely have seen that. Does give them that one victory. They will still play another game, of course. Game 2 coming very soon. That is on Stream D. You'll be able to catch Cap and Kyle with that on Dota TI 5. And Stream A will soon continue with Secret versus Elephant. Stream C is done for the day. And then there's one stream that is still live with the game. So we can jump into Stream B where we see the draft of Game 2 of Vici Gaming versus Team Spirit.
A draft panel.
A draft panel.
We always get one at night, don't we?
We do.
This is,
You want to practice the draft panels? Talk smart Dota to me, Effie, please.
Oh, look, it's the two TI heroes. Team Spirit took them. Rubik and Shaker.
Sure.
Nothing looks too unusual. I haven't really seen Spirit prioritize a Rubik pick in a while, but it's just been an excellent hero. There's a Tidehunter against them and also a Weaver, so it looks like a very good Rubik game. And also by picking Rubik after Shaker, like they're ensuring.
Making sure there's no Fisher steals.
Yeah, they're making sure that there's no possibility for a Rubik by the enemy team, but potential of Ravage steal, potential of Shikuchi steal. Shaker is a flexible hero. It doesn't necessarily have to be a support. I'd guess it's an offlaner actually because they picked Rubik. You don't really want Shaker 5 on your team, and by the same vein, you don't want a Rubik to be a 5 either, right?
We've also not seen them play these heroes in the tournament so far. Like I just quickly double checked. Yeah, they haven't played Rubik or Shaker.
It's been a while. They have played Rubik in the past.
Sure. Mira, Mira loves playing Rubik.
He does.
Rubik, Mirana, Willow. Yeah.
Mira has a great name, by the way. Big fan of that player.
Not biased at all.
No bias.
No bias.
But so when you think about Spirit, when I think about Spirit in particular, I think about like a very heavy macro team that's centered around their offlane duo making plays. So it's usually Collapse and Mira combined together, setting up for kills somewhere, or a Toronto Tokyo pushing out side lanes while Yotaro just farms the entire map. But I wonder how they're going to approach the game with a Shaker. I guess by essence they could do the same thing, have Shaker be the one setting up for kills, but he is a lot greedier than Collapse.
It is very different
heroes.
as user hero pool, right? Like when you think of Collapse, you think some Mars hiding in trees.
Some Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus setting up these kills, and I mean I have no doubt he can play it because this hero has been rampant in pubs. But we'll see how Spirit adapt to that. I'd like to see them get something that's a bit more frontline, either for carry or for mid, whether that's like some Faceless Void, Lifestealer, or I saw another team try to do it with Mars. I don't think it ended up working very well because they ended up lacking damage.
It feels like that's coming, right? You see the bans, like some Medusa ban. Like that kind of does indicate these style of heroes that you're mentioning, because Medusa fares extremely well against these like single carry frontlining heroes.
I think it's also what you guys said, where the Earthshaker's almost committed to offlane mode, unless you're willing to play some Insania Rubik 5. So Dusa is also a hero that would have pretty much a free lane versus Earthshaker. I think it's one of the better matchups.
Agreed. I mean, ideally, a Shaker works best if he's playing against the melee carry. We've talked about that at length before, but for obvious reasons, right? You can't really approach Shaker in a creep wave, and if he goes for the max enchant totem build, which is what a lot of them do. It's a shame that Morphling got banned out, because I would have liked to see a Toro Morphling paired up with Shaker. It really has been a while seeing Spirit play this style. But I wonder if it'll be easy for them to just switch over to something else after having played their bread and butter in the Magnus and the Mars for so long. I believe that they're doing it just because they really do need to step up and win their games. Yeah. They're feeling the pressure, and maybe think, okay, let's just switch it up. Let's do something different here, and it might work out for us. But on the other hand, that could backfire on them too, and that's my concern.
We talk a lot about Team Spirit. Obviously, a lot of people have known a lot of the stories about how great guys they are. I want to talk about Vici Gaming, because I feel like they're flying under the radar, but they're flying fast. They are doing so well so far. They've only dropped one game, which is exactly the same as PSG LGD, but people talk about PSG LGD, they're the favorites. What about Vici Gaming? How are they doing all this? Like, why do they not have that target on their backs?
I think they actually do. A lot of teams have probably studied and prepared for them. It's just that amongst maybe Western Dota fans, Vici don't stand out the way PSG LGD does, just because of PSG's recent performances. But in terms of Chinese teams, Vici has always been up there. It has veterans, it has experienced players. They excel at late game in general. If I could pick a late game team to root for, it would be Vici Gaming. I think the issue with Vici recently has just been, I don't want to call out any particular player, but Ori has just been a little...
But I'm going to do it anyway!
He hasn't had the best season. He hasn't been that consistent, but he's been looking incredible throughout this season.
Is he like, you mentioned Sumail, how Sumail is like when he comes to a LAN, when he comes to TI, you know, the pressure doesn't get to him. Do you feel like Ori is the same?
I have no idea, to be honest. I've never talked to Ori, but I do feel like Vici sort of has almost this reputation of being a little bit of a middling team. Like during the majors and throughout the DPC season, they've always had solid performances, but they never close out wins.
Never outstanding.
Like they just lost, I think, in I-League before TI to Aster, the finals. They got like lich pudged 3 games in a row in the finals to lose it. But the thing about Vici is their players have like these insane high potentials. Like Old11, I think he's known as some like he will destroy the enemy team or he will destroy your team type of player.
Sure.
And he's popping off this tournament.
I have to say something about I-League though. It's not treated like incredibly seriously by these teams, right? They're all just preparing for TI and getting practice through I-League, but it's not like they go into it with this extreme desire to play their best Dota.
And when you go to those tournaments though, like I feel especially versus Aster, who like gate kept Vici from a lot of tournaments. Like you can treat tournaments less seriously as players, but they're all like super competitive.
The pride is still kind of
and you'll still like be playing off your fundamentals. The other thing is like TI was far enough away that like you're not really running the same strats at I-League as you are at TI. Like you're gonna have a full bootcamp and stuff. I would say that would be more true if like I-League was like 2 weeks before TI or something. But I mean, I'm not saying what you're saying isn't true. Like they aren't going full throttle for I-League, but I think the result is still valid.
That's fair.
I have a question, T. It's a mathematical one. I am very sorry in advance. You don't have to give the answer straight away if you don't know. Vici Gaming has played 8 games, 7-1. excluding the series. Obviously, they just won their 8th game.
Yep.
So they're now 8-1. If they win this, they will be 9-1 because math. Yep. Does that put them guaranteed upper bracket? Like, what is the score that they need to get guaranteed upper bracket? I know that there's a lot of moving parts because it's a 9-team group.
Okay, so let's look at it this way. Elephant are currently 3-5. Yep.
Yes.
And they have 4 series left, of which, of course, if they win all of them, it's 8. 8 plus 3 is 11. So for Elephant to snatch away...
But they Elephant already lost 1 extra game to Secret.
Yes.
So they can't win the series. They are going to max tie.
So basically it's maximum from a lower bracket team to get to upper bracket. It's 10 wins from them right now. So pretty much they need to get past 10. With my very quick assumption from all of that. So right now, if they're on 8, right, Vici Gaming?
They're on 8. They would be 9 if they win this.
This win plus 2 more to get away from 10, therefore the tiebreaker, to be comfortable in 1 through to 4 at some point.
Okay, so we can't say this win will guarantee them.
Correct, that is not the case. There are still
I mean, it's day 2. I mean, it's still very early as well. I get it. Okay.
So tomorrow we still have 3 series, and the day after there's 1 more series. So it's 4 series left. So if anything, we're halfway through the group stage. So during tomorrow afternoon, evening, we'll be like, ooh, this team's gonna get eliminated, or this team's going upper bracket. You know, we're gonna have those kind of hype moments.
Nice balance. I mean, there's 4 teams going upper bracket. There's only 1 team gonna get eliminated.
We played so much Dota. We need someone to fall. You know, TI9, we came last. We accept it. We live with it.
It's just a reality of competition, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Sometimes you come last place and you earn like so much less than the second last place team. But oh well.
We were earlier fairly harsh on a Templar Assassin that was paired up with an anti-mage. What do we think about Templar Assassin paired up with Poyo Spectre?
I think it's a lot better than with anti-mage. I think anti-mage here are double physical damage. And
Double
it's really
jungle,
easy. Yeah, it's really easy to itemize against. Spectre, Templar, I wouldn't say like in a vacuum it's ideal, but if Templar has a decent lane, I think it's actually a pretty good combo. How they farm is like completely different. Anti-mage, TA, they would both want to farm Ancients. They both want to take the easy farm on the map. Spectre's a bit different. She can function a lot more as a tanky frontline. Anti-mage can't because he's a pathetic 1.6 strength gain hero. And Spectre's damage is also like, it's weird damage. Like I don't know how to say. It's like not like the other carries, right?
Especially with the new way. She does damage by getting hit. She deals damage with her haunt. She deals damage with her dagger.
She does damage if they're alone.
Right?
Yeah, there's so many variations of damage.
She's got different kinds of damage, but especially with the way that Spectre's being played recently with the Aghanims and Orchid build, she's a whole different kind of carry. She's not something that you expect to just AFK for the entire game. She likes to fight. And
I have been seeing a little bit of variation in Spectre builds at this tournament, which I really like. They are still going for the Aghanims because it seems really strong. But instead of committing for the Orchid and like, it's sort of a puvy build, right?
Yeah.
Like you get Aghanims and Orchid, you're like, oh, if you're alone, I'll just solo kill you.
This random
I've been seeing like Yasha into Aghanims, and then you get because Spectre's scary like traditionally when she gets Manta, because it procs your Desolate, and you just kill someone. And then with Aghanims, you can do that every 30 seconds. So I've been seeing that a lot more, and I've honestly been pleasantly surprised by this hero's performance.
Just got a stat. TA10 has not seen a single Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, the item is trash.
Oh.
Like,
that's weird though, because you'd expect at least one person to have bought it one game, right?
Yeah, one
there
person playing for fun
like,
at TI.
It's because we haven't seen it yet, because the Ricky Shard Meteor Hammer, that's the pub strat right now, and Ricky's dead in the water.
That's fair.
We also don't have 33 here who might pick it on some like tied off.
Have we seen an OD?
It is actually a good item.
An OD?
Yeah.
I don't think we
seen
have.
that hero
There's
yet.
no OD yet.
No. One of the few. Oh, hello.
That's a nice little, you know.
At least when I checked stats today, he was uncontested.
Yeah.
I can double check.
I think.
I just want to talk about Vici's players a little bit, because we were just talking about how they may fly under the radar. But I think any experienced long-time Dota viewer or someone who watches different regions will say that this team's always been respected, because the roster of these players, they're so experienced. In Old 11, who's a veteran, the support duo of DI and PYW, they're incredible. One of the best support duos in this tournament. They've always been so consistent. They know how to play so well together. And as far as Chinese carries go, Poyo is stable. I feel like he sometimes struggles a bit playing from behind, but you can always expect him to do his job, and he will carry you in a lot of circumstances. He's not as flashy as someone like Fly, but he always gets the job done. Like this team is a team that is dependable. If they hit their stride, if they understand the meta, they are a team that could pretty much take down any other team just because of the combination of experience and stability.
Yeah, and that's what they've been doing so far. Like, as I said, they've only dropped one game, which was against, surprisingly, Fnatic, who has not been doing too hot.
I think Fnatic as well. It's like if you try and like put the teams in like this tier list, it's the Beast Coast, the Spirit, and the Fnatic from their regions. Like they're the ones that are. You expect them to probably take games off of anyone, but they also could easily get like 2-0'd, right?
First Dazzle. Sorry, different stream, but we got a Dazzle inside Team Secret, so sorry, interrupted you.
No, it's fine. It's just the idea that they're basically the teams that are not underdogs. They're just like healthy contenders that you expect to be able to perform at TI, right? You're not expecting them to just go 0-16 or whatever. Yeah, be 0-16.
That's a lot of armor reduction with Tidehunter and Dazzle.
Yeah, I'm really interested in this Dazzle pick now.
You
ruined it, Shiver.
Okay, well,
Now we're
let's
just looking at
quickly, like this laning stage for Vici Gaming and Team Spirit will go on a little bit, and if you want to continue watching that for now, you can. If you go to the B stream, which is on Dota TI 3, and it's commentated by Moxie and Purge. We're gonna just quickly check into the draft of Stream A because we have Elephant versus Team Secret going on there, and the draft has just begun, and that is our first Dazzle of TI 10, and we don't get to see Dazzle like ever. What changed? What makes Dazzle viable now?
I don't know. We haven't seen him at all.
We've not seen it, but I think if you have to respect its potential, he used to never have a stun, but now he has a shard, which is kind of like low-key stun because his Q poison attack when it connects to Hex. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
If I just check Secret's pubs, they've played one Dazzle game on Puppy and he lost.
Since when?
In like the last, since 7.3, it's been like one.
That's quite a while.
It's one lone loss of a Dazzle, okay? And I know Matu back in like tier 9, he was always a fan of like core Dazzle.
Yeah.
That was like in the mid lane, a different era for the hero, right? But
I'm sorry for interrupting, but could it be a core Dazzle? Because I'm looking at.
no, it's probably a 5, I'd hope.
It's just what did they pick it? What did they pick it for? Right, there is the combination of minus armor with Gush and Weave, but Elephant or whatever it's called now. I don't know if they changed.
It's Elephant.
No, Weave. I mean Dazzles.
Oh.
Bad juju.
It is Elephant. What's it called?
Bad juju.
Bad juju. I don't know why I called it Weave. That's so long ago.
Bad juju is the
That was a
minus
banging
armor.
spell.
No.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Shadow
Juju,
Weave.
yeah.
Are you
No.
talking about the Weave, the heal?
No,
No.
like Weave
You're
used to be
talking
the
about the old
AoE
Weave.
plus
Armor
armor
reduction.
minus armor. Way
Bad
back.
Juju.
Bad Juju is his ultimate, right?
new one,
It gives
yeah.
minus armor on every spell you cast.
That's
on
his
them.
passive.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yes.
They have minus armor, so the combination of Weave or Bad
We got
Juju,
it
yeah.
eventually. Sorry, I know you know they're called Elephant. That's on me. That's
That is
on
very
me.
funny.
I also can't read.
High five. High five. Yay.
Team Secret's turn to battle.
That is so
All right.
awkward. Oh my god.
I also think Dazzle's a pretty good
Why
like
did you not
lane
high-five
dominator,
me?
right?
Because I had a sniffly nose. You should wash your hands now.
Have your book or something.
My nose is running like crazy. I don't know why.
It's
So
because
it's an
of the
emotional group
weather.
stage, you know?
I wanted to say something, so high-fiving you, but then you're like...
It's because the rain sounds like a crowd.
It is. The crowd is going wild here. You cannot hear it, but there is a
It's going
pitter-patter of
crazy.
cheers.
Actually, they
Okay,
might
the
be
Dazzle
able
makes
to
sense.
hear it.
The Dazzle makes sense now that the less tracks infect.
Okay.
If it is a Dazzle 5, I think you...
It is,
you-
it is.
Yeah, you can ignore the laning prowess of a Dazzle, right? Like the poison attack, the ability to poke a hero out of lane, and when you have like Io, now most likely paired with Doom, Dazzle's gonna be pretty okay. And I don't expect Secret to go left field crazy with their picks, where they suddenly put, a Tide 5 and Dazzle's go core. You would assume it's a Dazzle 5 Tide off lane, Sky with the Tide, and then of course Leshrac just playing a mid or a carry flex to the very end. But yeah, I think it's about just trying to win the lane and get that forward movement going, because of course Omni did somewhat die.
So just, sorry, go ahead.
I feel like if you're gonna pick a Dazzle 5 though, like the only real reason to pick it is this heal, right? Like they just want a lot of sustain versus Doom.
And Grave.
Yeah, and Grave. I mean, Grave, I don't know, that spell seems
10 seconds remaining.
Not great
like
versus
worse
these
than all the
heroes.
other saves.
Yeah.
It's okay versus these heroes. Like, Storm jumps on, he's played single target, and they didn't know there's Storm, obviously. If Doom's on, you could save that person. But I think that's what, hypothetically, Dazzle has that other heroes don't. Like, I think the
Pump out
other
a lot
saves
of
in Dota are
glimmers.
better than him, to be honest. I think other saves like Winter Wyvern, etc., they provide better teamfight to him. But Shadow Wave? The naming thing messed me up. I knew it was
Shadow
called.
Weave?
No,
Shadow
wait.
Wave?
Shadow
Not
Wave.
Juju instead of Weave.
Yeah,
Weave
thank
used
you.
to be
It's
Stop saying Weave,
still
Shiva.
some of the most healing.
Weaver. And now we're about to see.
The nice thing as well with Dazzle, which of course the hero is somewhat dead and it's now being brought back to life, is you have to respect the amount of cooldown that you get with the items, right? Like, because you have more glimmers, more force stuff, more like everything, the trade-off you have from your hero not having, the spells is the fact that you're able to, pump out 2 more glimmers in a fight than a normal support or
You might want to give one of those vibes.
May I elaborate on why I said it's not really that great of a Grave game? It's just because typically Grave is best against burst damage, right? When you can Grave somebody and then you know that you've saved them from a very high cooldown spell. But Doom is sustained damage. It goes on for a while. It's like 20 seconds or something, right? Grave does not save a Doomed.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Grave doesn't. No,
Grave
for
does
sure.
not save a Doom
Here, use
target,
this as a
and
tool.
Grave isn't particularly good versus IO or Disruptor, right? Because Disruptor is going to silence the Dazzle, that's why he's there. But he is good versus Storm, and Weaver did show up.
And Weaver totally knew this,
Okay,
of course.
but the PA is really good against Weaver because, of course, Weaver will never
I need a
outscale the PA. It somewhat can with the Shard and MKB and stuff later on, but if you're in lead and you're trying to go high ground into a PA and the dagger comes in, it can easily put Weaver to half HP. But also the lane of Dazzle PA, Dazzle commits by himself with poison attack, and then the PA just throws the dagger to help reset as well. So it's a really, really classical, strong lane. But again, Dazzle, we haven't really seen, but now he's back. I think I just enjoy the classic nature of Secret's draft, but
And may I add, so why I said, it makes sense, the Dazzle now, because typically you do combine a hero like Leshrac with a save hero, right? Because Leshrac does insane amounts of damage, but for him to be able to do that, he needs to go in and tank a lot of damage in the meantime, right? He has to be in the middle of the fight. And that's why we'll see him paired up with Oracles and similar things, or anything with a heal, maybe an IO. And they went for something similar with Dazzle. I guess the reason why Dazzle is more appealing to them than Oracle would be the minus armor with Tidehunter and paired up with like a very high physical damage carry, which they went for in the end of the PA. So it makes sense in terms of just, the types of damage on the team, what Dazzle can offer in terms of save, and Tidehunter, the big team fight.
Yeah, I am very curious how this game will play out, but I am mostly curious after the laning stage. So we're gonna swap to Vici versus Team Spirit while we let Team Secret and Elephant, start the game off so we can come in when it's real hot. And if you want to continue watching, of course, from minute 0, that's okay too. We don't judge you for that at all. You can go to Dota2TI_2 because that is where it is Sven and Synderen taking you through game 2 of Secret versus Elephant. But let's jump into stream B. Vici Gaming, Team Spirit. We started off watching the draft there earlier, and they are now 9 minutes into the game. And Team Secret has been doing quite okay. And the game looks fairly even, Curtis. Right? Like, what story did we miss? This is always the
I will say, I absolutely love, so when the host goes from like a new game to another one, it's basically all 3 of us are like, don't say my name, so that I can look at the draft real quick, look at the game.
Do you want me to continue talking for a little while longer? Because I can, every time we jump into a game, give the 2-minute monologue. Hello. Love you. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure to use hashtag TI10 for all your social media platforms, and make sure you hydrate yourself as well. Have some water next to you because these days are long. The amount of games is insane. And no matter where you're watching, hydration is always good. And while I'm talking, my analysts are trying to figure out what has happened so far in this game because it's a lot. 10 minutes of Dota 2 gameplay mean that there's 10 players that have all made separate decisions on their separate heroes, and all those decisions have got different outcomes, and it all culminates into the result that we see here in front of us, where, you know, I can see, oh look, it's 3 to 5 on the kills. Oh look, it's less than 1k gold difference. So, oh look, it's an even game of Dota 2, no?
Do you want to know the biggest shocker thus far?
What?
Spectre
Yeah.
died twice in laning phase
Ooh.
to Collapse. So already, that was a bit interesting. As Collapse now dies, with Spectre getting his revenge from that laning phase.
Cast a curse.
Perfect.
I think Vici should be happy with what's happened in this game, because Tidehunter's game is really good, and this hero has been sort of popping off at TI. Not only that, but their lineup, like Spectre is having a bad lane, as T-Gov mentioned, died a couple times to the Earthshaker. But their lineup isn't reliant on Spectre to fight early. Like I feel like Yatoro has a bit more pressure on him to come to these early fights with good Chronospheres, because he has an offlane Earthshaker. Like Tide's gonna be able to frontline in such a nice way, with TA also having a good lane. Like they're just gonna gush and meld strikes on, and that hero is just gonna melt. And then they're gonna have Roshan threat, and there's gonna be like more map pressure coming in from Vici.
And in a sense, there isn't really the pressure on Vici to make any kind of particular play right now, because they're very happy farming, and they've kind of planted this Tidehunter in the top lane. And he's gonna sit there similar to the way a Timbersaw would, right? Just chip at the tower and maybe bring a couple of teammates there to help him out. And it's going to take a lot of heroes to come top to stop him. And in the meantime, if they do show up, they're going to have that Ravage. They're going to have the potential of the Disruptor kinetic field, or the Haunt if it's up. It's not up right now, right? It was just used bottom on
And I think they're going to kill top tower so fast that Vici are going to defend this bottom tower. They have like sort of the... I mean, they just have the Tidehunter. He can TP down here, defend this tower.
I mean, Team Spirit is taking this pretty
Lena's
fast as well,
really
though.
fast, actually.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
He only has boots of travel and 2 nulls. Like that
Probably
was
max
just...
Fire Soul over Light
exactly,
Strike.
yeah.
Yeah. Toronto Tokyo seem to have a really good game.
Honestly, I think they still should have defended that tower. I don't know, like, we don't have the same information the players do. Perhaps it's because TA actually chose to TP to mid lane. I think something feels off. Like, if you take the tower that early with this farmed of a Tidehunter.
I know what it could have been, actually. So Collapse has his Blink Dagger in Courier. He just got it 30 seconds ago, but he was out of vision. He wasn't hitting the tower, right? So they don't actually know where the Earthshaker was, or if he had a Blink ready to surprise them in that bottom tower, which is a decent read, because they saw that he got 2 kills on Spectre bottom, and they figured maybe he really could have a Stagger by this point. And they weren't too far out.
Spectre no Haunt as well, right? It's like, just to update, you know, the TA is actually got a Blink of herself. She didn't go for a Deso.
Oh, she didn't go Deso, okay.
She just went Blink and she got a Blightstone. So this is very much Vici Gaming playing with TA with the gang, Spectre coming in with Haunt. It's like they're still somewhat playing around Haunt, and that is a slam to kill off the position 4 Weaver.
Was Shaker hitting the tower with Lena?
No.
No.
Yeah, so I think that's pretty much what it had to be.
I feel like, I mean, I have to watch the replay, and like, there's a lot more going on in Dota. But just like, if you take that top tower and you have the potential to defend your bottom tower, it's really important, because Dota, it's not about like being strong yourself, it's being strong compared to your opponent,
You
right?
got a replay. Just
Of the Weaver, yeah.
I mean, like, it doesn't matter if you take all your opponent's towers and they take all of yours, the game is just even. Like, you truly get ahead of your opponent when you can create a difference between your 2 strengths.
Understandable, but maybe it just wasn't worth it for them to do it kind of without the info on Shaker, because is it worth defending
I don't think
the
Shaker
tower?
Dagger's that big, though, like this game.
They didn't
Because they have
have
Tidehunter to frontline.
So maybe also it was just that Lena was taking the tower so fast they didn't really just react the time
Honestly,
they
I think
needed
there's
to.
like...
They didn't have the...
Like, we can try to rationalize it, but I think, like, there's a, like, half chance they just missed some opportunity, and there's a half chance that they made the call, like, we don't want to do this. And sometimes it's, they did want to do it, but they didn't realize how fast the tower was
It's a
dying.
really big kill on Tidehunter.
This is so important for Spirit, because everything we've just mentioned, Spectre's still farming, and when Spectre gets the items, other than maybe Void, and Void still hates Spectre, every hero in Spirit does not want to have a Haunt illusion appear behind them. Like, when that ultimate is pressed, the most farmed Lena in the game, unless she has like BKB Daedalus Satanic,
Dude, she's gonna have BKB in a second.
Yeah, like
she's so close.
This is Lena's window right now, where with this BKB, you have to be so in the face of Spectre and those heroes. Because like, if you Haunt, you can't kill me because you don't have the items to deal with my BKB. And when that then appears and Spectre has maybe 15k more net worth, it is going to be a substantial issue for Spirit. And yeah, I think right now, the play we just saw mid, the kind of the idea of what they're trying to do, trading towers and whatnot, they need to continue that rhythm because again, Spectre is going to be a Goliath in this game later.
Yeah.
And I do think, from what I've seen at this TI, it seems like Lina has been the best counter to Tidehunter, because Tidehunter was super popular. She's a hero that does a lot of burst damage. She builds a relatively fast BKB, which sort of nullifies the Ravage, and she can go silver at sort of that second/third item and just burst down Tidehunter. On the other hand, I agree with what you said completely, because teams are sort of like reading into the fact that teams are picking Lina against Tidehunter, and Vici has gone for like the Spectre and TA, who are traditional Lina counters. Just burst through her once you find her with the Spectre, maybe some minus armor. Well, Poyo actually goes down to the Lina there. Toronto Tokyo is, I don't know if he's 4-0, but he's on the dominating spree, and his game's looking very good right now.
Yeah, he's doing exceptionally well, and that's exactly what's needed, right? And I think as well, you can see Vici Gaming kind of read the situation, because like TA going for the Blink Dagger, he is trying to join the team, he is trying to take these fights, because if that doesn't happen, it is going to be difficult for Vici Gaming to match the tempo, get Spectre to farm, and then win the late game as you would expect the Spectre lineup to do. But Spirit, they are playing with such tenacity. Toronto Tokyo killing top, then coming to mid, because of course, also Vici Gaming are playing, like Spectre's dead, but they're now playing at the tier 1 tower. It does feel a little, discombobulated a little bit, but
they're everywhere. They're
that is
putting
prop
on the
Spirit.
pressure.
Yeah.